8 or 9 in the evening, Lu Chongjing also came back, bringing back a first-class merit medal and 1,000 yuan. Lu Chongjing studied the book that Su Mo gave him last time carefully, and then wrote a report with suggestions for improvement and research and development of current weapons, and submitted it to the military region. The head of the military region read it and thought it made sense and was feasible, so he submitted it to the General Armament Department, which then gave it to the chief engineer of the Weapons Research Institute. The Weapon Research Institute saw this. He was very excited because Lu Chongjing's suggestion just solved the problems they were currently encountering in weapons research and development. The chief engineer rushed to the equipment department and praised Lu Chongjing greatly in front of the leader, thinking of transferring him to their military research institute. How can such talents stay outside? They must come to their Wulin Research Institute to shine. The leader heard about this talent. He immediately called the Shenyang military region. After his father-in-law and mother-in-law left safely, Lu Chongjing had already agreed to be transferred with the division commander. When the commander heard that someone was trying to people from him, he would never agree. With the other party and communicating with Lu Chongjing, he agreed to let Lu Chongjing stay at the Wuhan Research Institute for a period of time to learn and communicate with the engineers there. Afterwards, the division commander applied to the military region to award Lu Chongjing the first-class merit, commend him throughout the army, and reward him 1,000 yuan. The reason for awarding so much money is, firstly, to encourage the officers and soldiers below not only to focus on training, but also to study more and use their brains more in their daily lives. Second, it is indeed worth it. According to the feedback from the General Armament Department, Lu Chongjing's report saved at least several years of research time and further enhanced China's weapon strength. If he had made such a great contribution, he would have been awarded a special merit in the Weapon Research Institute. Lu Chongjing looked at Su Mo apologetically. "Wife, I will leave for the Beijing Martial Arts Research Institute tomorrow for exchange and study. It may take about a month. Originally, he could only come back a few nights a week to help take care of the baby, and now he has to be away for such a long time, so the pressure of taking care of the child falls entirely on my wife." Su Mo waved her hand. "It's okay. You can go. And Lulu is very well behaved and doesn't make trouble at night." Seeing his wife like this, Lu Chongjing felt really guilty and a little upset. She was used to his absence, so she thought it was okay for him to leave for a while. "Wife, I will be back as soon as possible. Please don't be reluctant." Sumo looked at him strangely and said, "You need this for work? I understand. Don't worry. From the moment I agreed to marry you, I was prepared to be a military wife. Most of the military wives only see their husbands a few times a year, and the rest of the time they are alone, living alone and raising children alone." Lu Chongjing. Lu Chongjing didn't know what to say, so he could only hug Su Mo and kiss her hard. The night rest period, Lu Chongjing was very clingy. He took the child to the west room at around 10 o'clock and brought him back at around 1 o'clock. Little N has long been accustomed to having to go to another room to sleep for a while every time his father comes back. On the other hand, was not used to it. He would hum a few words every time he woke up. Fortunately, N was there, and she would comfort him in time, every time. Otherwise, he would have howled so loudly that the whole team would have heard it. N also felt aggrieved. She was a feared devil who everyone thought of, but when she came to this soulless place, not only did she become a baby, but she also had to help take care of the child. It was really depressing. Fortunately, this stupid brother listens to her and is easy to manage, otherwise she would definitely not do it. I hope those two take it easy and don't give her another brother or sister. If they do, she definitely won't help take care of them anymore. The next morning, Lu Chongjing left to catch the train. After Su Mo pushed the child to the Lu family, she went to work with Lu Xiaolan. Su Mo was also afraid that those people would use some dirty tricks, so during this period of time, it would be best for her to go and come back together with Lu Xiaolan. The next day, when they went to work, the aunt and her family were assigned to the worst area. At first, no one noticed it, but after a few days, everyone started to smell the smell. Those who had some thoughts quickly suppressed them. They were still too impatient and had to wait a little longer. Now that they had just divorced, they would definitely not agree so easily. They would wait for half a year before coming back. The aunt also went to the team leader to make a fuss, but the team leader said that someone had to do the job in the bad area, and he was not targeting them. It just happened to be their family's turn during this period. They said made sense, and the aunt had no choice but to endure it. Those of them who were used to farm work were fine, so they could just endure it. But her old son, a lazy man, couldn't stand such heavy work, and he collapsed on the Kong after a few days and couldn't get up. By the team leader Lu Baogua, and was severely criticized by name at the morning meeting. Things were going smoothly on Geng Chongqing's side. Although Luo Cheng was highly vigilant, he had not received any training after all. No one had discovered anything over the years, all thanks to his ability to play crazy and stupid. The people that Lu Chongzheng lent to Geng Chongqing were all carefully selected and specially trained by him, so their abilities were naturally beyond doubt. After watching Luo Cheng for a few days, he had a good idea of him. When Luo Cheng once again brought the things to find Luo Yuan, he arrested the two men on the spot and caught them red-handed. Luo Yuan could not deny it. Geng Chongqing applied for a search of Luo Yuan's residence and found more than 20,000 yuan in cash and several small yellow croakers. Add to that the dozens of gold bars Luo Cheng brought with him this time, and Luo Yuan's tenure as director was over. Being caught red-handed, Luo Yuan knew he could not deny it, so he simply admitted the fact that he had embezzled and accepted bribes. As for the matter between Lu Ping and Lu's father, Luo Yuan denied anything. Because Lu Ping hadn't returned for a long time, Luo Yuan even pretended to go to the police station to report the case 2 days ago. Because Luo Yuan had someone above him to protect him, he was only sentenced to a few years of forced labor. At this point, after 9 months of struggle for power, the county government leadership team led by Geng Chongqing had finally won the victory. The new director of the Revolutionary Committee was also a close confidant of Secretary Singh. However, it's not over yet. While escorting Luo Yuan, Luo Cheng and others to the farm for forced labor, Luo Yuan shot and wounded several personnel and escaped with Luo Cheng. The news came back. Luo Yuan's wanted posters were posted everywhere in Qingxi County. When Lu's mother saw this, she collapsed. Luo Yuan even dared to kill public officials. I'm afraid her daughter would have died in his hands a long time ago. Lu Mei and Lu Ping were not close. She was still worried about her life or death. She asked her husband to use his connections to ask the Public Security Bureau to send more people to search for her. Geng Chongqing, having obtained Lu Guangying's evidence, also agreed to help her find Lu Ping. Finally, with the efforts of both parties, Lu Ping's body was found at the bottom of a river, tied with stones. At this time, Lu Ping's original appearance was completely unrecognizable, and the only way she could be recognized was through her clothing. Lu Guangying was the one who went to identify the body, but because the body was too horrific, he did not dare to let his mother and Lu Mei go to see it. Even Lu Guangying had nightmares for several days after reading the film and became seriously ill. Luo Yuan's rampant behavior of escaping and shooting and injuring the personnel angered the leadership team of Shuangshan City and also attracted the attention of Hejiang Province and Jing City. Both sides issued orders at the same time, requiring Shuangshan City to thoroughly investigate the matter. A prisoner in a labor camp was found to have a handgun on him. Was it a mistake, or was there an insider? Where did the gun come from? These must be made clear, otherwise there is no way to guarantee the safety of cadres and the people. At the same time, Qingxi County was also required to strengthen the rectification of the work style and mobilize unemployed young people in the city to go to the countryside to work as production teams. Luo Yuan's 2 children were immediately taken into custody and interrogated repeatedly. Luo Yuan had a violent temper. When he was young, beating and scolding his wife and children was commonplace. The 2 children were particularly afraid of him since they were young, especially after their mother died. They even had some resentment towards Luo Yuan. Also used his daughter's connections to arrange her marriage, so her life was not very good. The son moved to the factory dormitory after he started working. Even after he got married, he rarely interacted with his father. Luo Yuan himself probably knew that the 2 children resented him, so he rarely contacted them and only gave them some money occasionally. The two children knew nothing about Luo Yuan. The investigators interrogated them for 2 days, but failed to get any useful information. While investigating Luo Yuan's children, some people who had previously been close to Luo Yuan were also invited to assist in the investigation. Geng Chongqing started to get busy again. Luo Yuan escaped with weapons on him, and the most dangerous person was Geng Chongqing, so he naturally would not take it lightly. The leader was also worried about his safety, so in addition to the 2 secretaries, he also sent a guard to protect him 24 hours a day. Geng Chongqing also called Su Mo and asked her to be careful during this period. After all, many people knew that she was his niece, and Luo Yuan might attack her. Moreover, she was Lu Chongjing's lover, and Lu Chongjing also contributed a lot to Luo Yuan's death. Su Mo did not dare to be careless, and also reminded other people in the Lu family to be careful. After all, it is difficult to guess the thinking of a madman. At the end of September, Su Mo received a letter from Su Tingqian. In the letter, Su Tingqian introduced Su Mo to some of the customs and culture of Guangzhou, and also described their work in detail, telling Su Mo not to send them money. He also left the phone number of the school's message office, telling Su Mo to call them if she needed anything, and they would buy it in Guangzhou and send it to her. There is an import and export commodities fair in Yangcheng, which is still held as scheduled during this special period. The variety of commodities is no less than that in Shanghai, and there are even more imported goods than in Shanghai. Su Tingqian wrote in the letter that he was still a professor, and because he was demoted, he was compensated by a promotion, and his salary increased to 106 yuan. Mo Yurong was a dormitory manager, and her salary was a little lower than before, but it was still 36 yuan. The salary of the two was enough for Su Mo to spend, so she didn't have to worry about them. He vaguely mentioned in the letter that if Su Mo was convenient, she could help look after her old friend occasionally. Su Mo knew that they were referring to the 2 teachers in the cowshed. This was no problem. She would find an opportunity to secretly send some meat and food over. Seeing that her parents were safe, Su Mo felt relieved. She wrote a reply letter, packed 2 bags of mountain products she had picked up during the autumn harvest, and took them to the post office to mail the next day. 1 copy was sent to Guangzhou, and the other to Guangxi province. This year, the Lujia village brigade completed the autumn harvest on October 8th. The work in the fields was finished, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. All that was left was to dry the crops. This year, more fine grains were planted, and the harvest was very good. Lu Xingjuan and the new accountant did some calculations and estimated that this year's network points would not be worse than last year's. Lu Xingjuan was extremely happy. The more money everyone shared, the more savings he could mobilize, and the higher his bonus would be at the end of the year. October has always been the busiest month for grassroots supply and marketing cooperatives, and Lu Xiaolan is extremely busy, leaving home early and returning late every day. Originally, she went to and from work together with Su Mo, but this month, she had to go to and from work an hour earlier every day so that Su Mo would not have to wait for her. Su Mo was worried that something might happen, so she asked Lu Xiaolan to tie a wooden stick to the bicycle so that she could use it to protect herself when necessary. Fortunately, Lu Xiaolan listened to it. That day, after Su Mo finished dinner and was playing with the 2 little ones, she heard Lu Xiaolan calling her. "I'm taking the kids out to play. The door is not locked. Just push it open and come in," Su Mo replied. When Lu Xiaolan came in, Su Mo was startled. Lu Chongzeng replaced the lights in Su Mo's house with fluorescent tubes, which made the room very bright, so the scratches and bloodstains on Lu Xiaolan's body were particularly obvious. "Xiaolan, what's wrong with you?" Su Mo quickly got off the Kong. The tears in Lu Xiaolan's eyes finally fell when she saw Su Mo, and she started to cry. From Lu Xiaolan's intermittent narration, Su Mo learned the whole story. It turned out that when Lu Xiaolan was coming back, a few scoundrels suddenly appeared on the road. It was getting dark, and Lu Xiaolan was anxious to go home. She was riding fast, and she was frightened for a moment, and she couldn't keep her bike steady, so she fell off. The road was already paved with small stones, and Lu Xiaolan had quite a few abrasions on her hands, feet, and body, and her clothes were torn, so they were covered in blood. Those scoundrels saw Lu Xiaolan fall. They not only refused to help her, but also teased her with words, and some even wanted to attack her. Fortunately, Lu Xiaolan had a wooden stick with her, so she immediately pulled it out and started beating them. Those second-rate guys didn't dare to do anything to Lu Xiaolan. After all, she was very powerful. They just drank some wine to make them brave. Now, seeing Lu Xiaolan hit them with a stick, they laughed and walked away. As brave as Lu Xiaolan was at the time, she was as scared as she thought about it afterwards, and her whole body was trembling. Before, those people didn't dare to do this to her, and they didn't even dare to say a single dirty word in front of her. Does this mean that divorced women should be abused? After Lu Xiaolan cried, the fear she felt afterwards subsided, and her inner strength returned. So, what if she's divorced? As long as she's strong enough, no one will dare to say anything. As long as she's powerful enough, those second-rate guys will still avoid her when they see her in the future. Third sister-in-law, I heard from Guodong and the others that you know martial arts?
Ah.
I don't really have any martial art skills, I just know some self-defense techniques. Then can you teach me? The self-defense technique that can kill a rabbit with one kick is enough to deal with those second-rate guys.
Sure. 주문하리.
Given Lu Xiaolan's situation, it would be good for her to learn some self-defense skills. Thank you, third sister-in-law. Lu Xiaolan said gratefully. Third sister-in-law, don't tell my parents about this. They are already worried enough about me. I don't want them to worry anymore.
Then you.
Lu Xiaolan couldn't hide the injuries on her body. I said it was dark and I couldn't see clearly, so I fell on the road.
Okay.
Su Emo nodded and waited for Lu Chongjing to come back and tell him to beat up those scoundrels. Let me clean your wound first. This wound can easily become infected if it is not treated properly. Su Emo poured some wine and used cotton to clean Lu Xiaolan's wound, which made Lu Xiaolan grimace in pain. After Lu Xiaolan returned home, the three elders were shocked to see her like that. They were heartbroken to learn that she fell on the road because it was dark and she didn't see clearly. Don't ride your bike to work by yourself these days. I'll ask your second brother to give you a ride every day.
Li Wei said.
My knees are bruised, and I have to ride a bike every day. It must be painful. Lu Xiaolan waved her hand. Mom, no need. I can do it myself. Ever since she wanted to divorce and Lu Weigua made a scene, Lu Xiaolan's feelings for him have faded. Why are you trying to be so arrogant? Do you still want your knees? He is your brother. It is his duty to pick you up, not to mention just giving you a ride. Li Yue finished speaking. She went out to find Lu Weigua. When Lu Xiaolan wanted to divorce him, Lu Weigua said some bad things. When he thought about it later, he regretted it. As soon as Li Yue said it, she agreed immediately. The person who picked her up and dropped her off was very dedicated. He would arrive early every day according to Lu Xiaolan's schedule, and after work he would go to the supply and marketing cooperative to wait for Lu Xiaolan to get off work before taking her back. The brother and sister seemed to have eased. However, Lu Xiaolan only let him pick her up for 2 days. On the third day, she rode her bike to and from work by herself. Since she wants to learn martial arts from the third sister-in-law, she can't be too pampered. How can she learn well if she can't bear any hardship? From that day on, Lu Xiaolan would go to sumo every day after get off work and ask her to teach her. There are very few children in the north who don't know how to fight. Lu Xiaolan also has some talent for martial arts and quickly learned it well. Little and has learned to roll over. Every time Lu Xiaolan comes, she will roll over, then look up at Su Emo and Lu Xiaolan's gestures. When she is tired, she will lie down to rest for a while and then look up again. All she knew were magic and swordsmanship. There was no spiritual power in this spiritual place, and so far, she had not seen anyone using a sword, so she had to learn some kung fu here. No matter what time it is, force is king. There is nothing that cannot be solved by force. If you can't obey after one beating, then beat them twice. When Lele saw that his sister was not like him, he became very anxious. He waved his little hands and babbled every time. After babbling for a few days, he finally learned to turn over and could enjoy the same perspective as his sister. It was another weekend. Suemo was resting at home, growing vegetables in a newly made small wooden frame in the living room. It grows here in winter, and if you don't grow some indoors, it's hard to explain where the green vegetables come from in winter. Her superpowers had already been upgraded to the middle stage of the second stage a few days ago. She had been a bit slack in upgrading her superpowers recently, and basically relied on natural use to upgrade them. It was difficult for me to go up the mountain when I was pregnant, and then I had to give birth and take care of the child. Now the autumn harvest is over, and starting tomorrow, all teams will start paying public grain. Suemo plans to send her child to the Liu family in the afternoon and go to the mountain while collecting firewood to absorb more energy and push her supernatural power to the late second stage. In the late stage, she will strive for the third stage. Once she reaches the third stage, she can absorb crystal cores to upgrade in her space, which should be enough for her to upgrade to the 6th level. Combined with the energy of plants, it should not be a problem for her to upgrade to the 7th or 8th level. Suemo had just finished planting vegetables and was about to make lunch when she heard the brigade broadcast asking her to answer a phone call. Suemo quickly put the 2 kids on the cart and went to the brigade headquarters. Not long after she arrived, the phone rang again. The call was from Manhwa. After asking about Suemo and the child, she told Suemo that she had gone to Yangqing to see Su Tingqian and Mo Yurong, and that both of them were doing well, so Suemo didn't need to worry. After chatting about family matters, Fu Manhua said to Suemo, "Xiaoemo, your elder brother is getting married next month. Your aunt called to tell you." "Really? Congratulations, big brother, congratulations, big aunt." Suemo congratulated sincerely, feeling very happy in her heart that the old Su family had a new member. Sui Chen is 1 year older than Liu Changjing. Although Fu Manhua is quite open-minded and has never urged him to get married, she is still very happy that the child is willing to get married early. "As I get older, I want to take care of my grandchildren." Especially after seeing the photos of the 2 little ones taken by Su Yuan, this idea becomes stronger. The little girl is in the army, just like your big brother. She is a woman who is just as capable as any man. Fu Manhua is very satisfied with his future daughter-in-law. The only thing I was not satisfied with was that my mother's family was too far away and she was from the north, in Shaanxi province. It was a hassle to go back and forth. The army is good. We too have a common language.
Suemo said.
Yes, the girl is pretty. At first I thought she was from the art troupe, but I didn't expect she was a female soldier in the front line. Oh, that's amazing.
Shumopras.
The female soldiers who could serve on the front line during this period were all very powerful. It's very good.
You two should get along well.
When you come and see it, you will like it too. Suemo heard the satisfaction in Fu Manhua's words and said with a smile, "Anyone who can catch the eye of my aunt is naturally great. I really want to meet my new sister-in-law as soon as possible. Aunt, when my brother takes his wedding photos, please remember to send one to me." "Okay, no problem. Send 2 photos of an in Lulu as well. Your uncle talks about her every day." Suemo agreed with a smile. The phone call was expensive, so after they finished talking, they hung up. After returning home, Suemo started thinking about what wedding gift to prepare for her elder brother. Between brothers and sisters, it is better to give something thoughtful. Suemo thought that both of them were soldiers and had to train frequently. There were many mountains and forests in Guangxi province and the humidity was high, so she could make a pair of knee pads for them and knit a couple scarf for each of them. After making up her mind, Suemo hurried to Lu's house and asked Li Yue to help her exchange the wolf skin. Then she rode her bike to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought some wool. Because she had to get the things out first, Suemo did not go up the mountain in the afternoon, but knitted a scarf at home, helped monitor the grain payments made by each brigade, and she only had time to do it at night. After working hard, she finally finished the knee pads and scarf on the 3rd day. Before going to work, Sumo went to the post office to mail the items, along with a few photos of the 2 little ones. Lu Guangying was ill and returned to work the day before the grain tax was due. Suemo, full of energy and busying around at the grain station, I felt a little moved. If Lu Ping had been able to marry Lu Chongjing, she would probably still be alive and well now. It's really a matter of time and fate. Everything is fate. It's a pity for her elder brother that he lost his life in vain. Geng Chongqing and his men were searching for Luo Yuan. They also re-investigated the people who were closely related to him and finally found evidence that Luo Yuan had someone murder Lu's father. The driver was also arrested and sentenced to death. All I can say is that you can never judge a person by his appearance. Although that man looks honest and kind, he is addicted to gambling and owed a lot of debt some time ago. Just when I was in a state of panic, someone came to me and offered me money, so I naturally agreed. When Lu's mother learned that her husband's death was not an accident but an assassination by Luo Yuan, she burst into tears on the spot. When I woke up again, I was sometimes lucid and sometimes confused, as if I had gone crazy. After Gong Yu was taken away from Qingxi County, the Gong family used a lot of connections and was quickly rescued. Old Master Gong criticized him severely. Gong Yi also realized that he was too arrogant. This time, he really took the old man's words to heart. After seeing Gong Ye's fall, Old Man Gong felt a little relieved. Falling is not scary. As long as you can learn from the lesson, you'll be able to get up again soon. After the family discussed it, Gong Yi was sent to the countryside again by Mr. Gong. But this time, there is no good position like the president, but an ordinary small clerk. The location is also a commune not far from Haishur. Mr. Gong is afraid that if he is far away, he will not be able to see it, and his grandson will be bewitched by others to do something stupid, so he is more at ease to put it under his nose. After Yang Shuren became paralyzed, he was treated in High City Hospital for 2 or 3 months, but there was no effect at all. Gradually, Zhou Qiuying gave up. He was taken back from the hospital and Yang Xian was asked to take care of him at home. Of the Yang family, the street cadres did not mobilize Yang Xian to go to the countryside. Yang Xian was even glad that she had escaped the disaster. Yang Shuren had already been suspended from the school at that time, and now he was paralyzed, so he definitely could not teach anymore. With the help of Lao Jiang and other people with ulterior motives, the school gave the Yang family some symbolic compensation, took back the house allocated to Yang Shuren, and asked them to find another place to live. At this time, Yang Suang and Zhong Ye had already gotten together. Zhou Qiuying was afraid that it would affect her son, so she packed up Yang Shuren and Yang Xian and sent them to their hometown in the countryside. So, Yang Xian went to the countryside in another different way. After Yang's father started working, he would send money home every month to support his parents. With his support, the Yang family was not badly off in the local area. The house was also a brick and tile house, and 2 rooms were left for Yang Shuren's family, so they would not be worried about having no place to live when they returned. Old Lady Yang was nearly 70 years old, and she was so upset to see her most promising son like this. Yang Shuren's elder brother was also very sad to see his brother like this. At the beginning, they took good care of Yang Shuren. Since he had been supported by their family for many years, they were also very considerate to Yang Xian. At first, Yang Xian was very dissatisfied with Zhou Qiuying for sending them to the countryside. Later, when she saw that someone was helping her take care of Yang Shuren, it felt much easier than when she was in High City, so she stopped saying anything. In her heart, she still thinks her mother is smart. Her father has supported the people in his hometown for so many years. Now that her father is paralyzed, it is time for these people to repay him. Yang Xian thought that life in the countryside was not bad, but within a few months, things changed. At the beginning, Yang Xian only had to massage Yang Shuren's hands and feet every day, as taught by the hospital. Uncle Yang and 2 cousins would take over the rest of the eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and cleaning matters. My 2 cousins and my eldest cousin's wife also do the housework. Yang Xian just read some books and read newspapers to Yang Shuren every day. She didn't want her life to be too leisurely. But gradually, the aunt began to order Yang Xian to do work, first occasionally asking her to help with cooking, and gradually cooking became her responsibility. They were no longer so dedicated in taking care of Yang Shuren, and often did not care about anything, leaving Yang Suyun to do it herself. At the beginning, the reason why Uncle Yang's family was so active was because Zhou Qiuying said that she would send them 20 yuan every month in the future. They were worried that since Yang Shuren was paralyzed, the second wife's family would stop giving the money. Now that they knew the money would not stop, they naturally behaved well. But later, they found out that the money Zhou Qiuying sent was all held by Yang Suyun, who only gave them 10 yuan a month. After spending the 10 yuan on food and drink for the father and daughter, they had nothing left, so naturally they were unhappy. Yang Suyun and her daughter's food supply was still in the city. Naturally, they had no food to share in the countryside, and the food they ate all belonged to the eldest son's family. Yang Suyun was so angry when she saw the first wife's family like this that she talked to Old Lady Yang several times, but Old Lady Yang did not take her side. She just said that she was a grown-up girl, and it was okay for her to help with some housework. Old Mrs. Yang has lived with her eldest son for so many years, and his family has been very good to her. Now that her youngest son is paralyzed again, she definitely can't rely on him in the future, so naturally her heart leans towards her eldest son's family. But privately, he also warned his eldest son's family to take it easy. After all, the younger son used to send money home every month, saying it was for her, but since she lived with the older son's family, she was actually subsidizing his family. Otherwise, their lives would not have been so easy. He is paralyzed now, his wife and son still send him money, and he now gives his family $10 every month. Suhong's father-in-law is the factory director. He is capable and has a bright future. If he knew how you treated his father and sister, would you still want to rely on him to support you in the future? Said Old Lady Yang. Mom, we are happy to take care of my younger brother, but Suyun is already a 20-year-old girl, and she doesn't want to do anything. How can that be justified? We are a peasant family with a good family background. We don't engage in capitalist practices. I think Suyun has learned bad things from her capitalist friend. I have to reform her, otherwise I don't know what kind of trouble she will cause in the future. Aunt Yang really disliked Yang Suyun, who acted so superior to her, as if she and her two daughters were her nannies. She doesn't want to do any work and is always picky. She doesn't have the fate of a lady, but she acts like a lady. She won't tolerate it. Old Mrs. Yang choked up. She also pays money to the family every month, so you shouldn't go too far. Mom, she only gives us $10 a month. How much is left after we take away their food? It's also true that we are not allowed to hire a nanny now. In the past, hiring a nanny would have cost dozens of dollars a month, right? I didn't ask her to do anything except cook for the family. How is that too much? She doesn't have to work in the fields, so it's not too easy for her to cook at home. If it were me, I wouldn't have to work in the fields, let alone cook, and I could do all the laundry and cleaning. Old Lady Yang couldn't convince her, so she could only helplessly say, "You decide for yourself." She is also a stubborn person. When the time comes, she will make a fuss about splitting up the family business. If she does the work herself, she won't pay the family any money. Uncle Yang's family was choked, but after that, they took better care of Yang Shuren. But they were not so kind to Yang Suyun, and they still had to do their job. They live in a hilly area. Although they can have 2 crops a year, the land is barren, and the grain output is not high. In addition to paying the public grain and receiving grain distribution every year, a family is considered lucky if they can get a few dozen yuan. They still need the money sent by the second wife very much. That day, Yang Suyun was washing Yang Shuren's soiled pants by the stream, crying as she washed. She couldn't stand such a life anymore, so she decided to become an educated youth and go to the countryside to farm. Maybe because she cried too much and her brain was deprived of oxygen, the moment Yang Suyun stood up after washing, she felt dizzy and almost fell into the stream. Fortunately, she was pulled by Gong Yi, who passed by. "Comrade, are you okay?" After Yang Suyun stood firm, Gong Yi let go of her hand and asked. After Yang Suyun stood firm, she looked up and saw that although the other person was wearing a straw hat and blue work clothes, he was tall, handsome, and had a dignified demeanor. Her heart began to pound. "Thank you, comrade."
I'm fine.
Gong Yi waved his hand. "You're welcome. Although the stream is not deep, you still have to be careful. After Gong Yi finished speaking, he saw that Yang Suyin was fine and left. Yang Suyin looked at Gong Ye's back, and suddenly a strange feeling arose in her heart. The Lujia village brigade had bad luck this year. It was the last day to pay the public grain. The members could only wait and watch, enviously, as other brigades that had paid the public grain divided the money and ate meat. After finally paying the public grain tax, the members were extremely happy. They all gathered around the grain drying area of the brigade headquarters, discussing and guessing how much this year's work points were worth. Seeing that fewer people went up the mountain, Su Mo took a day off and went up the mountain to collect firewood. Lu Chongjing still asked Lu Guoping to collect firewood for Su Mo's family this year. But she grew vegetables in the living room and had to burn the fire wall frequently, which required a lot of firewood, so no one thought there was anything wrong with her going up the mountain to collect firewood during holidays. Winter is here, so who would complain about having too much firewood? If you have the conditions, you will naturally prepare enough firewood so that you can live more comfortably in winter. Su Mo found a place near the mountains and absorbed a wave of energy. After the absorption was saturated, she found a chestnut tree and induced childbirth. The chestnut tree, which was almost losing all its leaves, soon grew new leaves and bloomed. As a result, after chestnuts fell all over the ground, Su Mo stopped and picked up the fallen chestnuts into the space. Then she continued to absorb energy and induce birth, absorb energy and induce birth. With each cycle, Su Mo's supernatural power capacity would increase a little. This cycle for dozens of times, Su Mo felt that the bottleneck of her superpowers had loosened somewhat. She absorbed the energy of the plants that she had previously stimulated and successfully pushed her superpowers to the late second level. Each time you upgrade your ability, you need to consolidate it for a period of time to allow the crystal core to adapt to the energy intensity. If you continue to advance immediately after upgrading, it is very likely that the crystal core will rupture, making it difficult to upgrade your ability in the future. After the upgrade, Su Mo quickly started to chop firewood, clearing up the space as she did so. When it was almost done, she picked up 2 bundles and brought them to where the cart was placed. She had already placed some firewood here as a cover. Seeing that there was no one around, Su Mo quickly took out a lot of firewood from the space, which was roughly enough for her to fight during this busy period. Then they moved the firewood onto the cart and started transporting it home. Seeing that Su Mo had been gone for a long time but had not returned home yet, Li Wei became a little worried. She asked the children to look after An and Lulu and went up the mountain to look for Su Mo. After seeing Su Mo, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief. "Why are you so slow, kid? I thought something happened to you." "Mom, it's nothing. I wanted to get it all done at once and then transport it home."
Shumo replied.
Li Wei helped Su Mo carry the firewood back. She went up the mountain with her. Seeing a large pile of firewood there, Li Wei also sighed. The third son didn't know how he got lucky, but he married a wife who had everything. The 2 men carried the firewood twice before they finished moving the whole pile. On November 1st, the Lujia village brigade distributed grain and money. Although the proportion of fine grains planted increased this year and a vegetable group was added, the brigade had a dozen more educated youth this year, and foreign guests were received in May, so each person was allocated 5 more days of work points than last year. Although the brigade's total income has increased compared to last year, the net value of work points is actually 1 point less than in previous years, and this year's net value is 1.1 cents. Although this net value is already very good, the money everyone received was much less than last year, and everyone felt unhappy. As a result, some people blamed the problem on the educated youth and made sarcastic remarks from time to time. Although Su Mo had no more food to share in the brigade, she had 2 children. Children under 2 years old ate 5th grade food, which weighed 180 kilograms a year. So during the lunch break, Su Mo went back to the team to get food for the 2 little ones. This year, the brigade planted a lot of fine grains, and infants and young children could receive all the fine grains. Su Mo asked for all the rice so that she could make bone porridge for the children when they were older. Then, Su Mo bought another 200 kilograms of corn from the brigade and left it for Lu Boming to help the people in the cowshed. Rice was 9.5 cents per pound, and corn was 0.5 cents per pound. There were a total of 360 pounds of rice and 200 pounds of corn. Sumo paid 44.2 yuan for the grain. Sumo had limited time for lunch break, so after transporting the grain home, she hurried back to work at the commune. Therefore, she was unaware of the conflict between the members and the educated youth. The next day, the pig was slaughtered, and the meat was divided. Many members of the brigade began to exclude the educated youth, cutting in line in front of the queue. When asked, they said that they had been helped to reserve their place a long time ago. As a result, the educated youth, who had clearly arrived in the queue early, were squeezed to the back of the line. Educated youth were not fools, and they understood at once that they were being targeted. This is how the meat is divided when slaughtering pigs. Only the ones in the front can pick the good meat, and the ones in the back are the leftovers. Who doesn't want fat meat these days? Not only is the lean meat not greasy, it also gets stuck in your teeth. As for the distribution of meat, the educated youth barely endured it, but after the meat was distributed, some of the educated youth from well-off families wanted to buy some more meat. Those people started to act up again, stopping the educated youth from buying meat, saying that the meat should be given priority to the villagers, and when the villagers didn't want it anymore, it would be the educated youth's turn. The educated youth were so angry that they asked Ma Jiaming to bring a few representatives to find Sumo that night and ask her to help them seek justice. Sumo was an educated youth herself and had a good status in Lujia village. The educated youths all agreed that it would be more effective to find Sumo than to go to the commune to file a complaint. After Sumo heard this, she really felt, this problem is really hard to solve. The seeds of conflict have already been planted, and even if we mediate once, there will be another one. However, those people were indeed a bit too much. No matter what the educated youth were like, since they were assigned to the brigade, they were members of the brigade, and the rights and interests they were entitled to could not be deprived. However, it was not appropriate for Sumo to deal with this matter herself, so she took representatives of the educated youth to find Lu Qing'an and Lu Baoguo and reported the matter to them. The educated youth. After hearing this, Lu Baoguo also had a headache. These kids are always troublesome. They are not very active in their work, and every few days they have to ask him to go to the educated youth camp to mediate conflicts. If someone else cuts in line, won't they cut back? Why do they have to come to him for everything? He is not their father. If someone stopped him from buying meat, he would have slapped him in the face long ago. Why would he still complain? He has already said that every member is eligible to buy meat, so does he have to clearly express his preference for them? You really don't know how to adapt. If they come to him to complain now, those people will treat them well on the surface and may even target them in private. Does he have to protect them every time? Lu Baoguo sighed and waved his hand, saying, I understand. You can go back. I will talk about it in the meeting tomorrow. After the educated youths left, Lu Baoguo looked at Lu Qing'an, who was standing beside him, and said, Secretary, your daughter-in-law is also an educated youth. Why don't you take over the educated youth affairs? It will be more convenient for management. Lu Qing'an was startled and quickly put his hands behind his back to leave. How can I have time? I have to take care of the brigade's affairs and look after my grandchildren. My wife has had back pain these days, and I have to take care of the two little ones. After saying that, he left in a flash. If he was stupid, he would not take on this trivial matter. The next day, Lu Baoguo called everyone to a morning meeting and talked about this matter. Educate everyone that we are all revolutionary comrades. We must build good relationships with each other and not engage in exclusion and confrontation. Lu Baoguo also knew that the main reason was the decrease in the net value of work points. He called the accountant and explained in detail the reasons for the decrease in the net value of work points. Anyway, it's a variety of things, and the net value of work points is not affected by the arrival of a few more educated youth. Although this is partly the reason. After Lu Baoguo spoke for a while, he let everyone go back. As for how much everyone could listen to, he had no idea. Lu Baoguo was also a little angry because he heard that there would be new educated youth coming here next year. These 20 or so people are already disturbing his peace. If more come, the educated youth site will be even more crowded, and those people might start fighting. After completing his exchange study at the Military Research Institute, Lu Chongjung returned to his original unit and talked with the division commander about the transfer, including Su Mo's work. It is not difficult to arrange a job, but it is not so easy to get a good job. They have not yet gone there, so they are not sure about the situation there, and the division commander dare not guarantee it. After discussing, the two decided that Lu Chongjung would be transferred there first next year. Once they were settled, they would find a relatively good job and transfer Su Mo there. At the beginning of November, Lu Chongjung returned, and with him came his transfer order. Those who were won over by Lu Chongjung's abilities were very reluctant to let him go when they heard that he would be transferred soon. For those with potential, Lu Chongjung consulted their opinions and then applied to his superiors to transfer those people to the frontline troops. At the end of November, the newly appointed regimental commander of the army came. He was Lu Chongjung's old comrade in arms, Tao Peisheng, the one wearing Dacron underwear. Tao Peisheng was seriously injured while on a mission at the beginning of the year. It took him 2 or 3 months to recover, but he was no longer suitable for the front line, so he was transferred to the logistics unit. Tao Peisheng also had someone in his family. Now that he was injured and could not be on the front line, it would be difficult for him to be promoted in the future. So they took this opportunity and worked hard to promote him to the position of regiment commander. Lu Chongjung drove to pick up Tao Peisheng personally. When he saw his slightly lame foot, he closed his eyes in discomfort. Tao Peisheng usually looks carefree and heartless, but in fact, he is just like Lu Chongjung, who likes excitement and passion. Now that he can no longer return to the front line and can only work in the logistics department, he must be feeling very uncomfortable. When Tao Peisheng saw Lu Chongjung actually coming down from the car, he opened the car door for him and punched him with a smile. "My legs and feet are just a little unsteady, not my hands. I want you to open the door for me." After both of them got into the car, Tao Peisheng stopped laughing and said after a while, "Old Lu, Chuanzi has died." "Yeah, I heard about it." Lu Chongjung's throat was choked. The army, he, Tao Peisheng, and Zhao Chuan had the best relationship. "It was to save me," Tao Peisheng said with tears in his eyes. "So, I must live well and keep Chuanzi's share." After I was able to walk again, I went to my hometown in Chuanzi, Long Province. It was deep in the mountains and very poor. Chuanzi's mother had white hair and a hunched back. She saw that her son was about to succeed, but he was gone. Tao Peisheng touched his face. "I swore in front of Chuanzi's grave that I would treat his mother as my own mother. When I am settled here, I will bring her over to join the army. It's good to be at the rear. At least it's safe. I have to stay alive and take good care of Chuanzi's mother. But Chuanzi's revenge, old Lu, can only rely on you." "Okay." Lu Chongjung nodded. "When Chuanzi's mother comes over, just let her know if you need anything. Although he is not here, his brother's parents are all here, so he can still help with some things. Don't worry. Given our relationship, I won't be polite if I need you," Tao Peisheng said, and after a while, he returned to his carefree look. "I heard that you gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl?" Speaking of the 2 children, Lu Chongjung smiled. "Yes. Look at you." Tao Peisheng joked. "Why don't you go to the army first? Let me go to your house first and see my nephew and niece." "Okay." Lu Chongjung had no objection. Tao Peisheng had come here early, so he could go a few days later. Arriving at the county town, Lu Chongjung went to buy some meat and a chicken, then took Tao Peisheng home. Today happens to be Sunday, and Su Mo is also at home. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry to bother you,"
Tao Peisheng said.
"Go away. You're disrespectful. Call me sister-in-law." Lu Chongjung and Tao Peisheng were born in the same year and month, but Lu Chongjung was born 1 day earlier. But Tao Peisheng refused to accept being younger and always wanted to be the older brother. Lu Chongjung introduced Tao Peisheng to Su Mo. Su Mo welcomed him, then looked at Tao Peisheng again and asked, "Well, have you been a reporter before? I seem to have seen you before." Tao Peisheng laughed out loud. "My sister-in-law has a good memory. She did come here last year."
Sumonadi.
At that time, the spy had just been discovered and was probably here to get some information. Okay, you guys chat. I'll go cook first. Lu Chongzheng welcomed Tao Peixing into the West Room, lit the Kong, and then went into the room to bring the two children over. The two kids are almost 5 months old. Anan is always one step ahead and has learned to sit up. His hobby these past 2 days is to sit up and watch his stupid brother struggle while lying down. When Tao Peixing saw the two children, he was so happy that he quickly took out 2 big red envelopes and stuffed one into each of the children's hands. And Lulu, come here, take it. Uncle Tao didn't have time to buy gifts. You can use it to buy candy. Tao Peixing smiled, picked up Anan, and was about to kiss her. But Anan quickly stretched out her little hand to block him. You think your uncle is dirty, you clever boy? Your uncle has been on the train for several days, so he really isn't very clean. Tao Peixing laughed, then put it on the Kong and picked up Lele to tease him. Then, he put the two children aside and started chatting with Lu Chongzheng about work. Seeing that the two children were not crying or making a fuss, but were playing by themselves, and Anan seemed to be trying to guide her brother to learn to sit, Tao Peixing was amazed. Your daughter will be great in the future.
She is so smart at such a young age.
Lu Chongzheng smiled proudly, without even looking at whose daughter she was. For lunch, Su Imo made chicken stewed with hazel mushrooms and vermicelli, braised pork, and fried 2 plates of vegetables. Her staple food was steamed rice. Tao Peixing didn't eat much on the train, and Sumo's cooking was so good that he almost had to walk with the help of a wall. After lunch, the two went to Lu's house to sit for a while before returning to the army. After they left, Anan handed the 2 red envelopes given by Tao Peixing to Su Imo. Su Imo opened them and saw that each envelope contained 50 yuan. It was really generous of her to give them to children. I'll keep it for you, and give it to you when you're older. Su Imo said that she would be a mother who kept her promise and would not keep the money and then disappear. At the end of November, Zhao Jiuxiang and Lao Shirtu were also released from the labor reform farm. There was no significant change between the two people except that they looked a little thinner. When Zhao Jiuxiang came back and saw Lu Fubao looking very thin and dark, she immediately started crying. My dear Fubao, how did you become like this? Didn't that Lu Hohot take care of you? Don't be afraid. I'll tear her apart right now. Seeing Zhao Jiuxiang like this, Lu Fubao felt a little embarrassed and patted her on the back and said, Mom, I'm fine. 5th sister treats me very well. I am doing very well this way. Who does farm work the same way? Lu Fubao also started working this year. Since he had never done this before, the first year was indeed extremely hard, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. In fact, the hardest thing was not doing farm work but being picked on by those scoundrels from time to time. At first, he didn't dare to resist and was even blackmailed of dozens of dollars. He was caught by Lu Chongzheng again, who helped him teach those scoundrels a lesson and told him that if he wanted others to respect him and not bully him, he had to stand up for himself. Lu Fubao also went to school. After learning from his mistakes, he made up his mind to stand on his own feet. So, after the new year, he started to participate in road construction and then began to work. No matter how hard it was, he endured it, and at most he would cry when he got home. People gradually became willing to talk to him. Lu Fubao also made a few friends, and when the scoundrels bullied him, some people spoke up for him. Gradually, those scoundrels stopped picking on him. Lu Fubao thought it was good this way, and the way other people looked at him seemed different from before. He liked the way things were now, and even thought that it would be better if his mother didn't come back. Oh, my son, didn't I tell you that you just need to work for show? Why are you putting so much effort into it? You look so skinny, you don't even have much flesh left. Are you trying to make me sick? After Zhao Jiuxiang finished speaking, he didn't even bother to tidy himself up. He opened the cupboard and saw eggs inside. He quickly got the pot ready, cracked a few poached eggs, and handed them to Lu Fubao. Fubao, eat the eggs quickly. Take a good rest these days. I will make sure you recover. Lu Fubao waved his hand. Mom, I ate eggs 2 days ago. You ate them, and you lost weight. When Zhao Jiuxiang heard this, she felt distressed again. When she was at home, she gave Lu Fubao an egg every day. Mom doesn't like eggs, but you eat them. Seeing you eat makes Mom happier than eating them herself. As she said this, she scooped up the egg and stuffed it into Lu Fubao's mouth. Lu Fubao had no choice but to eat the egg. After eating, Zhao Jiuxiang asked Lu Fubao to lie down on the Kong and started to clean up the house. After he finished cleaning up, he saw that it had been such a long time since he came back, and Lu Hohat had not even shown up, let alone brought anything to show her filial piety. He immediately turned gloomy and started scolding at home. What a heartless, ungrateful person. He didn't even come to see his mother when she came back. Such a black-hearted person should have been thrown into the bucket and drowned. He wasted the food. Zhao Jiuxiang still holds a grudge against Lu Hohat for not listening to her. When she came back and saw Lu Fubao was so dark and thin, she hated Lu Hohat even more, so she scolded him without any hesitation. After hearing what Li Yue said, Lu Hohat knew that her mother had returned. She wanted to take her things and go over to see her, but she was a little scared, so she procrastinated and was now too late. As soon as she reached the door of her house, she heard Zhao Jiuxiang scolding her. She laughed at herself and went back with her things. Zhao Jiuxiang was tired of scolding, so he went to Lu Fubao's room to ask him questions. I learned that the first 3 girls didn't even go home this year, the 4th girl only went home during the Chinese New Year, and the 5th girl only came to help occasionally. Zhao Jiuxiang was so angry that she was shaking all over. This was really outrageous. They didn't even care about their younger brother. They really took after their father. Each one of them was so heartless. Fubao, don't be afraid. Mother is back and will take care of things for you. Zhao Jiuxiang figured it out during this year on the farm. As long as people don't care about their reputation, nothing can be difficult. She and Lao Shirtu were not in the brigade this year, so they had no food to eat next year. She had to go find the 5 girls and get back the food rations for next year. I will go to the 5th girl first and ask for a bag of food. I will go to the 4th girl tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. After Zhao Jiuxiang made the arrangements, he said something to Lu Fubao and went out. Zhao Jiuxiang arrived at the Lu family in a rage, ignoring the pointing and talking of others on the road. When he arrived at the door of the Lu family, Zhao Jiuxiang put his hands on his hips and started to curse. He scolded Lu Hohat for being ungrateful and unfilial, and for not even visiting her mother when she came back. She cursed her for having a miserable life and marrying a heartless loser, and then she would die and suffer when something went wrong. The offspring of the old ungrateful wolf is also the young ungrateful wolf. If I had known, I would have drowned it when it was born to save food waste. In short, they cursed at each other in a vicious way, and they didn't look like mother and daughter at all, but more like mortal enemies. Zhao Jiuxiang not only hates Lu Hohat, but also hates Lu Chongzheng. She always believes that if Lu Chongzheng had not reported her affairs, her family would not have become like this. Since Lu Xiaolan's divorce, the Lu family has once again become the focus of gossip, and a circle of people gathered at the door to watch the gossip. Li Yue thought Lu Hohat would go out to deal with it, but she ended up shrinking like a quail and had to go out by herself. Zhao Jiuxiang, what are you doing? Are you too full and you come to my door to scold me? Oh, secretary's wife, how dare I scold your family? I was scolding my unfilial daughter. Haven't you heard that scolding a daughter also requires government approval?
Li Yue chuckled.
Zhao Jiuxiang had become even more of a tough nut since his labor camp visit. If you want to scold my daughter, go back home and do it, not in front of my house. Then I'll have to trouble the secretary's wife to call her out. She's hiding in the house, so I don't dare go in. Otherwise, if she charges me with burglary, won't I have to go to labor camp again? Some people were amused by Zhao Jiuxiang's sluggish appearance and laughed. There was nothing much to do during the winter, so people hoped that Zhao Jiuxiang would make more noise so that they would have more things to talk about. Li Yue was so angry that she went into the second room and said to Lu Hohat, "Hurry up and get your mother out of here. Aren't you satisfied with the embarrassment you've made? Mom, I don't want to go out. If I give her what she wants this time, she will do the same thing to me every time she encounters something in the future. Wouldn't that let her control me? Just be patient. She'll leave naturally when she's had enough of scolding and sees that it's not working."
Li Yue choked again.
This was true, but it was really upsetting to hear. When had her family ever been cursed at by someone pointing at the door? It was truly unfair. Li Yue threw her hands away and went back to the house without caring about anything else. She said to Lu Qing'an, "Cover Enlei's ears. Don't let her listen to those dirty words and dirty the ears of my sweetheart." Lu Qing'an didn't expect his wife to be so weak in fighting spirit. She was easily defeated after just 2 sentences. He said, "How about I go out and talk to her?" Li Yue waved her hand. "It's useless for you to go. Zhao Jiuxiang has lost all his dignity now. Let the second brother's family deal with it themselves." Finally, it was Lu Fubao who heard that his mother was cursing in front of the secretary's house, so he hurried over and dragged her back. After being scolded by Lu Fubao, Zhao Jiuxiang did not go to the Lu family's door to make trouble again. My son is right. They still have to make a living in the brigade. If they offend the secretary's family, their lives will be even more difficult. Let's let the 5th girl go for now. She will come out to walk around the village one day, and then we can ask her for it. The next day, Zhao Jiuxiang ate early and set off for his 4th daughter's house. When she got there, she threw a tantrum and made Lu Guimei's in-laws very angry. In the end, they gave her 100 kilograms of corn and 20 kilograms of wheat to send her away. Lu Fubao was a little surprised to see that his mother had gone out and brought back a large bag of food. "Mother, where do you get the food?" Zhao Jiuxiang said, "Your 4th sister's family gave it to you." Lu Fubao thought about it and felt something was wrong. "Mom, you didn't go to 4th sister's house to make trouble, did you?" Zhao Jiuxiang knew her son didn't like her being like that and had already told her off yesterday, so she said, "I didn't make a scene. I just went over and talked to her about it. She knew I hadn't been in the brigade for a year and had no food, so she said it was a gift to me." Lu Fubao was a little unconvinced. "Mom, don't go to my sister's house to ask for food. They don't have an easy life either. I haven't spent much of the money you gave me before, so I still have a lot left. I know you're coming back, so I have already bought some food from the team. Let's eat it first, and if it's not enough, we can buy more from the team later." Lu Fubao said, and went to the room to get the money and gave it to Zhao Jiuxiang. Before Zhao Jiuxiang went to labor reform, he told Lu Fubao where his family kept their money, which amounted to more than 100 yuan. Lu Fubao was extorted of dozens of dollars, and he also spent some money on buying things, so he only has a little over $100 left. This was his first year working, and his work points were not high, only 7 or 8 points a day at most. There were more days of assignment this year, so after deducting his own food money and the money for buying food, he only got about 10 yuan. All the money to Zhao Jiuxiang. "Mom, really? Don't make a fuss. I will work hard next year and won't let you starve," Lu Fubao said. Seeing his son like this, Zhao Jiuxiang's eyes were a little moist. Sure enough, his son was the best. Those ungrateful were really wasted in raising him. Zhao Jiuxiang became more determined to ask his daughters for food. Her son is so good. Shouldn't she consider him? Fubao is already 21 years old, and other people have already married. Because of her, it will be more difficult for him to get married, so he has to prepare more gifts. This money is only 100 yuan. How can it be spent on buying food? It must be saved for Fubao to marry a wife. Her Fubao is such a good man. She doesn't want him to marry an ugly guy, so the betrothal gift must be prepared in full. "Son, let me tell you something. Your uncle Shirtu wants to move in with us. What do you think?" Zhao Jiuxiang and Lao Shirtu had agreed on it on the farm that since everyone knew about it and they had been sent to labor camps, they might as well just live together after returning. When Lu Fubao heard this, his face turned red, his lips trembled, and after a while he said, "I don't agree." After saying that, he slammed the door and went back into the house. Zhao Jiuxiang hurried in and advised, "Fubao, he is your biological father. He will only love you more, and we will live a good life as a family of 3 in the future. Okay?" Lu Fubao didn't listen, got on the Kong, and pulled the quilt over his head. He didn't understand. Now that his mother was back, couldn't they just live a good life together? Why did they have to go find that old stone again? Other people's mothers can become widows at a young age, but why does his mother, at her old age, have to live with her mistress? Lu Fubao was extremely reluctant to admit that Lao Shitu was his biological father, because it was a shame. He felt very anxious when he thought that he was a child born out of wedlock. Seeing him like this, Zhao Jiuxiang sighed and went out. Zhao Jiuxiang went to find Lao Shitu and told him that Lu Fubao couldn't accept it for the time being and asked him to wait until later before moving. Old Stone was a little disappointed. Okay, no rush. Fubao is the main concern. We can move when he is willing. Do you have food and firewood for the winter? Zhao Jiuxiang asked. Yes, I didn't eat much of the food I was given last year, but I still have some firewood, which is barely enough to get through the winter, said Old Stone. The grain has been stored for a year and looks a little moldy, but it's not a big deal. Just wash it, put it on the Kong, and dry it. I just came to tell you something. I'll go back first and try to persuade Fubao again, Zhao Jiuxiang said, and went back. When he came out, he saw a few ants in the distance, pointing at Lao Shita's house. When they saw Zhao Jiuxiang coming out, they quickly withdrew their hands. Zhao Jiuxiang walked over with a smile and asked, "What are you talking about?"
Tell me about it.
The ants had never seen such a shameless person and were choked for a moment. You don't dare to say it? Are you saying that I'm not disciplined and went to do that thing with Old Stone again? Don't worry, we don't have to do that secretly now. He has lost his woman and I have lost my man, so we are going to live together. After saying this, Zhao Jiuxiang giggled and left. The ants were completely stunned. After Zhao Jiuxiang walked away, they spat. Bah.
You are so shameless at your age.
The next day, Zhao Jiuxiang went out again. The more Lu Fubao thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, so he put on his clothes and went to Lu Guimei's house. As soon as she reached the door, she saw Lu Guimei's husband chopping wood, so she called out, "Brother-in-law." When Lu Guimei's husband saw Lu Fubao, he snorted and ignored him. He originally thought that this brother-in-law was a good person, but he didn't expect that he was a barking dog that would bite. Lu Fubao had a bad feeling in his heart. When he met Lu Guimei and heard about his mother's heroic deeds yesterday, Lu Fubao's face turned red with embarrassment. "Fourth sister, I will go back and bring the food back to you right away." Lu Guimei waved her hands. "Fubao, forget it. Just treat it as the last thing I give her. Go back and tell her that I will be like a motherless person from now on, and we won't see each other anymore." Fourth sister. Lu Fubao hesitated, not knowing what to say. "Go back, Fubao. Don't come here again." Lu Guimei waved her hand and asked Lu Fubao to go out. She really didn't expect that Zhao Jiuxiang could do this. She really didn't think about how they were doing in her husband's family. Her father-in-law had been an honest man all his life and had never made such a fool of himself. He collapsed on the Kong in anger yesterday and has not been able to get up since then. Since she never treated her as her daughter, she will be motherless in the future. Lu Fubao returned home feeling ashamed, embarrassed and angry, carrying the bag of grain from yesterday and intending to return it to Lu Guimei. Just as he reached the door, he ran into Zhao Jiuxiang, who was carrying another bag of grain.
Mom.
Lu Fubao shouted, "Which sister are you going to ask for food again?" Zhao Jiuxiang was startled by Lu Fubao and saw that he was also carrying a bag of grain. "Fubao, where are you going?" "I'll send the food back to fourth sister. This is her gift to me as a gift. Why should I send it back?" "Mom, I went to my fourth sister's house." "Why did you do that?" "My fourth sister doesn't recognize you anymore. She told me that she will treat me as if I didn't exist anymore." Zhao Jiuxiang sneered. "What does it matter if she recognizes me or not? I gave birth to her and raised her.
I will be her mother until I die.
I still have to show respect to her." "Mom?" Lu Fubao was a little bit unbelievable. He found that his mother seemed to have changed since she came back from labor reform. Lu Fubao didn't want to say anything more and wanted to leave with the food. Seeing this, Zhao Jiuxiang hurried forward to stop him. "Fubao, this food was given to me by the fourth girl. Mother, if you still want fourth sister as your daughter, please let me send the food back." After saying that, he walked around and wanted to leave. Zhao Jiuxiang put the food he was carrying on the ground, sat on it, and started crying. "My life is so miserable. I gave birth to 5 ungrateful people who don't care about my life or death, And now, even my son has started to disobey me. Seeing Zhao Jiuxiang like that, Lu Fubao felt his scalp tingle. Mom, what are you doing? Zhao Jiuxiang ignored her and continued crying. Seeing that some people nearby had come out to see what was happening, Lu Fubao had no choice but to throw the food he was carrying to the ground. Okay, I won't send you back. Is that okay? After saying that, he walked away irritably. Lu Changzheng did not drive home that day. Instead, he took a transport truck, got off on the main road, and took a shortcut home. As we were walking, we suddenly heard someone crying. When we got closer, we saw it was Lu Fubao. Lu Fubao. Lu Changzheng called. Hearing someone calling him, Lu Fubao quickly wiped his tears and stood up. When he saw Lu Changzheng, tears were about to fall again. Lu Changzheng frowned. A real man sheds blood, but not tears. Why are you crying? Tell me what happened. I heard from his father that Lu Fubao looked more respectable now, but I didn't expect he was still so effeminate and would only cry when something happened. Brother Changzheng, my mother is back. When the time comes, she will be released naturally. Lu Changzheng frowned. Zhao Jiuxiang was a troublemaker. With her coming back, his second brother's family would probably be lively again. My mother. Lu Fubao told Lu Changzheng what Zhao Jiuxiang had done in the past few days. Brother Changzheng, what do you think I should do? Maybe it was because Lu Changzheng helped him deal with those hooligans last time and taught him the principles of dealing with things. Lu Fubao was particularly convinced by Lu Changzheng and felt that he could solve the problem by asking him, "Do you still want your sisters?" "I do." Lu Fubao nodded. "Then send the food back and buy some gifts to apologize. Tell your mother clearly that if she goes to your sister's house to ask for things again, you will cut off all ties with her." "But my mother." "You can't have it both ways. If you want to take care of your mother, then don't worry about your sister. If you want to think about your sister, then don't be too obedient to your mother." Unexpectedly, after Zhao Jiuxiang's labor reform, she became so desperate that she had no scruples. It was estimated that only Lu Fubao could control her. But I didn't listen to her, so she sat on the ground and rolled around, attracting everyone to come and see. I felt embarrassed. I've already been through the most embarrassing things, so I don't care about this one more. She can do her thing, and you can do your thing. As a man, you must first stand up for yourself and take care of the family, then others will listen to you. Think about it carefully. I'm going back first. Lu Changzheng waved his hand. A judge to judge family affairs. If he was not the second brother's brother-in-law, he would not bother to care. Lu Fubao squatted on the side of the road thinking for a long time, until his feet became numb. Then he stood up and limped back home. Zhao Jiuxiang became anxious when he saw that his son had not returned for a long time. Just as he was about to go out to look for him, he saw Lu Fubao coming back. "Fubao, where have you been? Mom is so worried." Lu Fubao didn't answer. He looked at Zhao Jiuxiang and said, "Seriously, Mom, if you still want me as your son, don't go to my sister's house to ask for things in the future." Yes, Mom won't go." Seeing that Lu Fubao didn't look like he was joking, Zhao Jiuxiang quickly responded. "Asking for food is indeed too conspicuous. We can just ask for money later." "Mom, I'm serious. We still have money, and I've bought some food. I'll eat less in the future and won't let you go hungry. Which sister's family did you ask for your food today? I'll go and deliver it back tomorrow." "Fubao, we won't send this back. Mom won't ask for it again in the future." Zhao Jiuxiang negotiated, feeling that her son seemed a little different after his trip. "It's okay if you don't send it back, Mother. Just give me the money, and I'll send the food money over tomorrow." Zhao Jiuxiang almost jumped up. "Fubao, your sister used to bring a lot of things home, just a little food, so you didn't have to pay for it. Today's food was given to me by your third sister on her own initiative. Mom really didn't make a fuss. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around." When Zhao Jiuxiang arrived at the third girl's house, he did not make a fuss. He just caught third sister Lu and gave her a severe scolding. She would make a scene at Lu Hohot and Lu Guimei's house because she had been grumbling about Lu Hohot for a year, and now she had the chance to let it out. Lu Guimei had been disobedient since she was little, and if she didn't make a scene, she wouldn't get anything. The other three girls have always been very obedient, and she didn't want to make things difficult for them. Lu Fubao went to work this year and heard all kinds of gossip about family matters. He was no longer like before, when he would believe whatever Zhao Jiuxiang said. He was not busy with farming. He also visited his first three sisters' homes and found that they were not doing well in their husbands' families. His brothers-in-law were very resentful of their families. It was not like what his mother said, that these were the sisters and brothers-in-law who took the initiative to show their filial piety. "Mom, there are two choices. Either return the grain or give me money." Lu Fubao didn't want to say anything more. Brother Changzheng was right. A man should be tough when he needs to be. Zhao Jiuxiang slapped his thigh and wanted to cry out, "Mom, if you want Lao Shirdu to move in, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, he will never be able to move in his lifetime." Zhao Jiuxiang choked, but stopped howling. "Okay, mother will listen to you. It's only been a year, and my son is no longer obedient. Forget it, just go along with him for now, and when Old Stone comes, we can slowly teach him." The next day, Lu Fubao asked Zhao Jiuxiang for a few dollars and went to the brigade to buy a few pounds of eggs. Lu Guimei's in-laws' home lived closer, so Lu Fubao sent her food back first. Without saying anything, he just left the eggs and food and left. Lu Guimei chased out and saw Lu Fubao's receding back and sighed in her heart. Her brother is not a bad person. She hopes that when her mother comes back, she won't lead him astray again. After seeing Lu Guimei off, Lu Fubao went to Lu Sonjia's house. Lu Sonjia had some scars on her face. Obviously, she had been beaten. Lu Fubao felt very upset. After putting down the food and eggs, he just said that his mother would not come to ask for things again. Then he stuffed the $2 he had left into her pocket and left. He knew that his third sisters-in-laws didn't like them, so he didn't bother them. After returning, he took the remaining pound of eggs to Lu's house and apologized to Li Yue. Li Yue was a little surprised to see him like that and said to Lu Qing'an, "This Lu Fubao really makes me look at him with new eyes. I thought his mother had returned, and he would become a wet nurse again." Li Yue didn't want the egg either. Instead, she took it to the second room and asked Lu Hohot to cook it for her two grandsons. November passed quickly, and it was December in the blink of an eye. As soon as December came, the snow suddenly became heavy, and it was almost a blizzard every day. In order to prevent the road from being closed due to heavy snow, the Lujia village brigade sent people to shovel snow every day. Even so, the snow on the road was still up to the calf. The transport vehicles in the mining area also stopped. It was on the mountain, and there was a risk of avalanches. Lu Changzheng had not returned during this period, and he and Tao Peixing had been guarding there. Lu Qinggan was also very busy. Every day, he and Lu Baogua would go to the brigade to check on the lonely elderly and orphans. They were worried that they would not have enough firewood and freeze to death in the middle of the night, or that the heavy snow would crush their houses. We also have to organize people to clear the snow off the roof for them. Most of the snow on the roof of Su Mo's house was cleared by Lu Xingjuan, and occasionally Lu Guoping would come to help. The treatment at that time was not as good as in later generations. We had to go to work even when there was a blizzard and overcome all difficulties to carry out the revolution. Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan walked slowly to work every day, and they deeply felt the hardships of the people in the north. Every time I walked over, my shoes and pants felt wet. Su Mo put cotton shoes and cotton pants in the office. She changed into them when she got to the office. After the wet ones dried, she changed back into them before leaving get off work. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and there were already signs of a snowstorm. The commune's collective industries also stopped working. After all, if something happened to someone on the road, the factory would be responsible. Commune cadres were also required to go down to the grassroots level to direct and assist various brigades in disaster prevention work. There are a total of 16 brigades in Hongqi Commune. Except for Secretary Li Hongjun and President Fu Mingyong, all others are assigned to one brigade. Su Mo happened to live in Lujia Village Brigade, so Fu Ming assigned Lujia Village Brigade to her, in addition to the Lijiao production team. Lijiao belonged to the Shot-in Brigade. It was actually closer to Lujia village. In order to facilitate work, it was assigned to Sumo. Sumo would go around the brigade with Lu Qinggan every morning and go to Lijiao in the afternoon. They were exhausted from running around in the wind and snow every day. Gun Chongqing took office. He asked each team to prepare some cold-proof supplies in case of emergency, so each team prepared a lot of firewood and a few quilts. Because it was so cold this year, in addition to the lonely elderly and children, some families who saw that it was not so cold last year and were lazy and didn't collect firewood this year also came to the brigade to borrow firewood. Soon, half of the brigade's firewood reserves were gone. It's only December now, and no one knows what will happen in the future. Lu Baohua and Lu Qinggan are also very worried. The remaining half of the firewood was no longer lent out. Only when there was really no firewood left at home could one come to the brigade to borrow some. Finally, the village cadres discussed and decided to coordinate the elderly widows and widowers to move in together first. It would be warmer with more people and it would save some firewood, so they could get through the winter first. Then each family went to do the work and tried their best to sleep on one kong to save firewood in case there was not enough firewood when the time came. Sumo went to Lu Fubao's house with Lu Guilon, the women's director, who had proposed marriage for the Lu family. When they went in, they saw that Lao Shirtu had moved in with them without them noticing. As soon as Lu Guilon stated her purpose, Lu Fubao immediately said that it was no problem and he would not cause any trouble to the team. With them, his family had enough firewood to last for at least 1 month. When the snow stopped, he would go up the mountain to get some more. After inspecting Lujia village, Sumo went to Lijiao in the afternoon in the snow and wind. She reached the foot of the village. Sumo discovered that there seemed to be smoke coming out of the uninhabited house at the foot of the village, but when she looked in front of the door, the snow was quite thick and it didn't seem like anyone had gone in. In order to prevent any criminals from hiding inside, Sumo quickly went to find Captain Li and told him the situation. Li was also shocked. That house was the home of the spy boy. Maybe the spy really found the place and hid inside because of the heavy snow and couldn't get out. Li hurriedly called the militia and several strong young men, and the group of people surrounded the house, then shoveled the snow at the door, opened the door, and went in to take a look. As soon as the door was opened, the smell of excrement hit the face, almost making the man at the head, but it also made it clear that there was indeed someone hiding inside. The militia quickly loaded their guns and asked the others to stay away. They went in carefully and after a while, they pulled out a girl who was dirty and skinny. When he saw the girl, "Girl, you're still alive? Why didn't you tell me you came back? What are you doing hiding here by yourself? No one would know if you froze to death." The girl called Chow just lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing Sumo's questioning look, Captain Li explained, "This is the spy boy's sister. I don't know where she ran off to in July this year. I sent people to look for her for several days, but couldn't find her. I thought she ran off somewhere or was eaten by wild animals in the mountains." She was in confinement at that time and was not sure whether Captain Li had reported the matter. Sumo saw that the girl was thin and small, and her figure looked to be only about 5 or 6 years old. She was wearing a tattered cotton jacket and straw sandals with the tops of her feet exposed. Her exposed hands and feet were red and swollen from the cold and had many cracks on them. Captain Li, since the government has not sentenced this child, it means she is innocent. She still needs to be properly placed. I think this child is so young, and it's not safe for her to be here alone in the winter,"
Sumo said.
The spy boy before. Many times, people are forced to make choices by reality, but if they are wrong, they are wrong. But this little girl is indeed innocent. Sumo looked at the house and realized it was quite old. If it was crushed by the snow, the people hiding inside would be dead. A little girl probably didn't have much firewood and food. I don't know how she managed to survive these days hiding in there alone. Yes, I didn't know she was back either, Captain Li said, feeling a little embarrassed. This little girl has a brother who is a spy, and no matter which family she is assigned to, she would probably not be happy. If he brings this back home, his wife will definitely have a huge fight with him. Sumo also saw Captain Li's dilemma, so she said, Take her to the cowshed. It's better than leaving her here alone. Okay, then send her to the cowshed. Captain Lee made the decision immediately. This was a good idea. Everyone had a bad background, so no one should look down on anyone. Lee talked to the little girl. The girl didn't say anything, but just nodded, and then followed Captain Lee and Su Mo to the cowshed. Captain Lee, what about this girl's food? Su Mo asked on the way. I'll have her food rations delivered to the cowshed later.
Shomonari.
Teacher Gu and his wife were both nice people and would not be greedy for the girl's food. There were also bedding left by her parents in the cowshed, so at least she could sleep warmly. In this way, Chow was sent to the cowshed. Teacher Gu and his wife were both reasonable people and treated the girl well. Su Mo would go over to check on the little girl every day and bring a pair of Lu Aichuan's old cotton shoes and an old cotton jacket to her. These old cotton shoes and cotton jackets were bought by Su Mo and Dafeng.
They don't have to pay for them themselves.
The commune has relief funds, and they can just apply for reimbursement when the time comes. If I make a new one, Chow Yadu's identity will be too conspicuous, and it will probably be easily snatched away by other children. It is better to give her an old one that is safer to wear. Moreover, Su Mo also privately gave a pound of new cotton and asked Teacher Gu's lover to take time to help add some. Chow Yadu first arrived at the cowshed. She didn't say a word and looked at people with fear and vigilance. She must have suffered a lot during that period. Gradually, she saw that the men were pretty nice to her, didn't beat or scold her, and even gave her food and clothes, so she let down her guard. Su Mo also learned from Teacher Gu that during that period, Chow Yada hid in the mountains and ate wild fruits and vegetables when she was hungry. It was too cold on snowy days and she couldn't hide in the mountains, so she came back to the village, in her small cellar, and she would secretly cook some to eat in the dead of night. That day, she was too cold to bear it, so she lit a brazier to roast some, but she didn't expect to be discovered by Su Mo. That day, Su Mo came over as usual. When she was about to leave, Chow Yata called her. "Aunt, there seem to be bad guys on the mountain." Su Mo was shocked, and thinking of Luo Yuan, who was wanted by the whole county, she quickly asked Chow Yatu about the situation. Chow Yatu has been following her brother in the mountains since she was a child. She is very familiar with the mountains in this area, which is why she was able to hide in the mountains for several months without being discovered. Half a month before the snow fell, she accidentally discovered that there were several men hiding on another mountain. And those people have some very powerful weapons in their hands. They're short and can kill a roe deer from a distance just by raising them. Chow Yadu said as she gestured. As soon as Su Mo saw it, she realized that it was a pistol equipped with a silencer. These days, the militia in the countryside are all issued with long rifles, which make a loud noise. It is normal that Chow Yada couldn't recognize it because she had never seen a pistol. Su Mo confirmed the approximate location with Chow Yadu again and said to her, for the time being, stay in the cowshed and don't go out. It's not safe outside. The snow seems to be getting lighter these days, and Su Mo is afraid that she will run out again, and it will be troublesome if she runs into those criminals.
Cao Zato not dead.
If it weren't for those people who always beat her, she wouldn't like to go to the mountains. It was very scary at night. Here, everyone was kind to her. Even if it stopped snowing, she would continue to live here. Su Mo reminded Teacher Gu a few more times, told Captain Lee about the situation, and then hurried back to the Lujia village brigade to make a phone call. Su Mo first called Lu Chongzheng and told him about the situation, and then called Gung Chongqing to report the situation. As for how to deploy it, they discussed it. When Su Mo made the call, Lu Baogua and Lu Qinggan were also there, and Su Mo did not avoid them. When they heard this, they both felt their heads turn red. What's going on these past 2 years? Why are there always people with guns coming to the mountains? Can ordinary people still live in peace? The two men quickly called the militia captain Lu Baojia and asked him to arrange people to patrol on the way down the mountain every day. We are not afraid of 1,000 things, but we are prepared for the worst. We are afraid that when those people are surrounded, they will come down from the mountains, rush into the village, and take people hostage. Lu Baojia was also suffering. In this horrible weather, he still had to go out on patrol. It was really life-threatening. But there was nothing he could do. It was his duty. Fortunately, after 2 days, the heavy snow that had lasted for nearly half a month finally stopped, and the long-lost sunshine appeared in the sky. Everyone cheered. If the snow continued, there would be a serious snowstorm. According to the radio, many buses and trains in the north have stopped running. Each team quickly organized people to shovel snow and clear the road. The factories that had stopped working also began to resume work one after another, and Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan also went back to work in the commune. At the end of December, Lu Chongjing returned home and went to the county to buy a lot of meat. He took it to the Lu family to cook it, and the whole family had a reunion dinner early. During the meal, Lu Chongjing toasted his 2 elder brothers, big brother and second brother. I will be leaving tomorrow. Dad, Mom, and Grandpa, I hope you will take care of me more. Don't worry. The 2 brothers responded at the same time. I didn't feel much when the 3rd child was at home, but now that he's leaving, I suddenly feel reluctant to let him go. I always feel that my backbone is not as strong as before the 3rd child is gone. And Xiaolan, she's the only sister in the family. The 2 brothers should keep an eye on her and make sure no one bullies her. Su Mo also told Lu Chongjing about the gangsters harassing Lu Xiaolan before. Lu Chongjing even took Lu Xingjuan and Lu Weigua to put sacks on people in the middle of the night. After all, he was an officer and it was easy for him to be reported if he beat up ordinary people. But it was different for the 2 of them. It was okay for ordinary people to beat up ordinary people. The new regimental commander is my old comrade in arms. If there is anything at home that cannot be resolved, you can call him. Lu Chongjing told Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an nodded, his eyes a little moist. The 3rd son has to be transferred to a place as far away as Yangcheng. He will be scattered all over the world, and it is unknown when he will be able to come back. It will be difficult for the family to get together again. Once things are stable over there, and I have arranged a job, I will bring Momo and the children over. Lu Chongjing said. We have traveled so far, and the children are still so young. Why don't you let them join the army 2 years later? It will be so hard for Xiaoma to raise 2 children alone. Li Wei was reluctant to let them go. The 3rd child wanted to pursue a career, and she couldn't stop him. She loved both children and Xiaoma very much, and she felt very upset when she thought that she might not see them for several years. It will all go there sooner or later. The sooner you go there, the sooner you can adapt. Lu Chongjing said. He wished his wife would go with him. He couldn't wait for 2 years. Li Wei picked up Lele, tears welling up in her eyes, and her tone was somewhat complaining. Can't you wait a few years before transferring? It's so good to have this unit right next to your home. Others begged to come, but you insisted on leaving. It doesn't matter where you serve in the army. Why do you have to go to the south? If it were back to the original place, it would be better. She would only be back for 3 or 2 days. Even if they didn't come back, she missed her grandchildren. So she gritted her teeth and dared to take the train to see it by herself. This is the southernmost place she has ever been to. I heard it takes 10 days to go there. She is old. How can she run so far? The journey is long and takes a long time, and young people are afraid of the hassle, so it is estimated that few of them will come back. Li Yue thought that they might not see each other often in the future, and she was overwhelmed with sadness and couldn't help crying. Why are you crying? A man should have great ambitions. In such a good company, it is not certain that there will always be a position for you. If you have the opportunity, you will definitely transfer quickly. This is a good thing. Lu Qing'an said quickly. At first, he did not understand why Lu Chongjing was transferred to such a far place in the south without being promoted even though he was doing a good job. Later, Lu Boming explained it to him, and he realized that there were differences between different units. All I can say is that his 3rd son has a bright future ahead of him. 3rd brother, Dad wishes you a bright future. Lu Qing'an clinked glasses with Lu Chongjing. After you are transferred there, work hard and strive to achieve some results as soon as possible. When you come back with merit, Dad will set off firecrackers for you. Okay. Lu Chongjing raised his head and drank the wine. When my father is no longer the party's secretary, if they are willing, they can take the elderly people to the south to spend the winter. A lively, yet sad meal. The children were the ones who were excited because they did not understand parting and were naturally happy to have something delicious to eat. The adults were the ones who were sad because they all knew that it would be difficult for them to meet after Lu Chongjing was transferred there. In the past, Lu Chongjing only went home once every 2 or 3 years, and he didn't feel much about it. But now he sees his family more often every year. He feels sad when he thinks he may not see them again for several years in the future. After dinner, Lu Chongjing went to Lu Boming's room again. The two of them chatted alone for a long time before returning home. After Lu Chongjing came back, Su Mo wrote down the address of Su Tingqian and the others and asked him to visit them when he was free after he settled down there. Then he asked about the criminals on the mountain. Have they been caught? Are they Luo Yuan's group? Normally, there would be a notification when someone was arrested, but there has been no news. The militia team of the Lujia Village Brigade is still patrolling at the intersection leading down the mountain every day. Yes, Luo Yuan was caught, but some of them ran away, Lu Chongjing said. Moreover, they also found out an important piece of information. There was a treasure buried by the warlord in the mountain. But the exact location was unknown for the time being because the map left behind was incomplete, and they could only be sure that it was in the Bukai mountain area. It turned out that a few years ago, someone approached Luo Yuan and asked him to help find the item. After finding it, the other party would deal with it, and the money would be divided equally among them. Luo Yuan found an excuse and sent people to search the mountain, but unfortunately found nothing. Over the years, Luo Yuan also sent people he kept to look for it from time to time, but also found nothing. The reason Luo Yuan was arrested this time was because someone notified the other side that he had found a clue, and then they sent people to pick them up and rescue them. These were all extracted from Luo Cheng's mouth during the interrogation. Luo Yuan did not utter a single word. Luo Yuan had been an official for many years and was very familiar with all the twists and turns in the matter. As long as this side wants to know who is in contact with him, he must be saved. And on the other side, if they want to know the exact location and find the things before the government, they must come to rescue him. This is his only chance to survive. The two sides are still in a stalemate. Gung Chongqing has already reported the situation and is waiting for a reply from above. Why are those people hiding in the mountains? Su Mo was a little puzzled. It was so cold that they didn't find a house to stay in. Even if they didn't freeze to death hiding in the mountains, they would be wiped out if they encountered an avalanche.
Go to the mountains to look for something.
Lu Chongjing guessed that the reason why the spies had been keeping an eye on this place before might be related to this. What are you looking for? You have to go to the mountains in the middle of winter. It is said that this is a treasure left by a former warlord, but I don't know if it is true or not. Lu Chongjing said, and then reminded, don't tell anyone about this. To prevent people from being greedy and taking risks on the mountain, encountering criminals or avalanches, and losing their lives. Moreover, those people have been looking for it for so many years and still haven't found it, so he guessed that it was probably fake. Su Mo was really surprised. This Bukai mountain looked inconspicuous, but unexpectedly, it was a treasure mountain with gold mines and treasures. Did they find any clues? It's not that easy to find. I've been looking for it for years. I think it's a fake. Lu Chongjing waved his hand. The county will probably mobilize everyone to search the mountain in the spring of next year. We'll know whether it's there or not then. Su Mo helped Lu Chongjing pack up his luggage. The couple stayed together for a while and then fell asleep. The next day, Tao Peixing drove Lu Chongjing to the train station. Watching his comrades striding into the station, Tao Peixing's eyes were filled with tears. He clenched his fists in the car and bumped them against himself, just like the three of them had done before going on a mission, and whispered, when two brave men meet on a narrow road, the braver one wins. Lao Lu, keep going with our common belief. A few days passed in a flash, and it was 1973 in the blink of an eye. Lu Chongjing called back yesterday and said they had arrived in Guangzhou. He also told Su Mo that the weather in Guangzhou was very hot, and everyone was busy taking off their coats as soon as they got off the plane. When the head of the military region travels, the troops naturally arrange a plane, and everyone can just take one, so there is no need to take such a long train ride. It is said that a new year brings new hope. On New Year's Day, the two children also gave Sumo a surprise. Sumo came back from get off work and was sitting on the Kong eating dinner and watching two children playing. Suddenly, the sports expert crawled in front of Sumo and raised his hands to show her. Sumo saw that there seemed to be some frost on her hands, so she quickly wiped it off with a towel and asked, "When did you catch the snow? Aren't you cold?" Anin shook her head, and after a while, she raised her little hand to show her again. Only then did Sumo realize that this was An's special ability. Sumo was a little surprised. "This is an ice-related ability." "And you are awesome." Anin nodded. She already knew that ice spiritual roots here were called ice-related supernatural powers. She had previously thought that there was no spiritual energy in this place and that she could not practice, but she did not expect that her ice spiritual root had mutated and could absorb ice elements in the air for practice. She only noticed it because it had been snowing for a while. But the speed was very slow. She tried so hard for so long, but she could only make a little frost. It will take a long time to master this skill to the point where one can use it. When little Lele saw that his mother's attention was all on his older sister, he started babbling. Unfortunately, he could only sit and could not crawl yet. The mother was so anxious that her little face turned red. After holding it in for a while, he suddenly called out, "Mom." Sumo was startled and quickly looked over and asked, "Lulu, what did you say?" "Mom." The little guy called out very clearly this time. Sumo was so happy that she quickly hugged Lele and gave him a kiss, praising him. "Lele is great too." Lele suddenly burst into giggles, revealing two white and tender little milk teeth. Anin secretly rolled her eyes. This stupid brother actually learned to compete for favor. In fact, she had already learned to call him that, but she was just too embarrassed to say it out loud. "Let this first prize be given to my stupid younger brother to make him happy." Sumo teased Lele for a while and asked Anin, "Anin, can you speak?" "Lele can speak already, so Anin should learn faster." Anin shook her head. She had tried it when no one was around, but it was difficult to make the correct sound. The main reason was that the language she had heard before was completely different from the language here. It took her a while to gradually understand the meaning of these words. As for speaking them, she still had to learn. Maybe her throat hasn't developed well yet. "Don't worry, take your time. You're still young," Sumo said. Anin is always ahead in everything. She was afraid that she would call for help when she saw Lulu, so she spoke anxiously and heard her voice. Anin nodded. Her childish face and mature expression made Sumo laugh. When Lele saw his mother smile, he thought he had made her laugh, so he showed his little baby teeth and giggled, making Sumo laugh again. Lu Xiaolan came over and saw the mother and her two children laughing together. She asked, "What's so funny? Let Aunt have some fun too." In order to save firewood, after Lu Chongjing left, Lu Xiaolan came over and slept with Sumo so that she could help Sumo at night. Although both children are smart, the younger one has a small bladder and cannot hold his, so I still have to get up and help him at night. When Lele saw Lu Xiaolan coming over, she opened her little hands and called her Gu. Lu Xiaolan was overjoyed and quickly hugged Lele, muttering, "My nephew is so smart. He can call me Aunt at such a young age. He will definitely be something great in the future." They have a saying here that the earlier a child can speak, the smarter his brain is. When Sumo saw that Lele actually called her auntie, her eyes flashed. According to her observation, Lele was a normal baby, but he seemed to be much smarter than normal babies. Although he was very young, he was very clever. Moreover, I haven't noticed any other differences in Lele during this period. Could it be that Lele's special ability is reflected in his intelligence? If you think about it this way, it's really possible. Anin learned everything early because she carried over her previous memories, but Lulu was just a pure child. Whatever Anin learned, he would learn it in just a few days. The learning ability is really strong. In order to test whether Leilei's special ability is in the field of intelligence, Su Mo began to consciously teach the two children to recognize things. Su Mo drew a lot of pictures following the instructions for babies to identify objects through picture books in later generations, and also drew the first 20 Arabic numerals. Every day after work, I would use these things to teach my two children to recognize objects. When there was no one around, I would use the real objects to teach. In less than a week, Leilei recognized all these things. Although he couldn't speak, when Su Mo laid out the things, he could point out each item accurately. Su Mo was very satisfied. Leilei's ability should be superintelligence, a branch of psychic ability. If he was trained well, he would definitely be a top scientific research talent in the future. She had read novels before, about those child prodigies and genius babies who could write poems at the age of 3 and essays at the age of 4, and who could earn millions to support their mothers at a young age. They were so enviable. Now she has her own child prodigy. If she trains him well, maybe he'll be able to rest easy in the future. After teaching them to recognize objects, Su Mo started to teach the two children to recognize numbers. Leilei seemed to be more sensitive to numbers and recognized them very quickly. In just 10 days, he had already recognized all the numbers from 1 to 20. Every time Su Mo said a number, he could accurately pick it out from the pile of cards. Su Mo felt a great sense of accomplishment and praised Leilei profusely. Teachers should teach students like this who can understand things at once. Teachers can live several more years. No matter how high Leilei's IQ is, he is still a child. He especially likes to hear his mother praise him. Every time he is praised, he will look at An with a proud little eye. An was speechless after watching this. She was too disdainful to argue with her stupid brother about these trivial things. She was afraid that she would give him a dimensionality reduction attack and make him autistic. Seeing that An ignored him, Lola got a little carried away and held the small card in front of her several times, babbling as if he was preaching. Su Mo was very happy to see him and thought that with An's temper, Lulu would probably be slapped in the face soon. Sure enough, one time when Leilei was holding small cards and asking Su Mo to count to him, every time Su Mo said one, An would happily find the card first. Leilei was stunned, her mouth pouting, tears welling up in her eyes, looking like she was about to cry but couldn't. An saw him like that. She threw the card away, crawled over and patted him on the head, as if to say, "You little brat, why are you showing off in front of me?" Seeing that Leilei was about to cry, Su Mo hugged him and comforted him. Sister is older and knows more than Leilei. But Leilei is very smart. If he studies hard in the future, he will definitely be better than Sister. Leilei didn't know if he understood it or not, but being in his mother's arms, he felt a lot happier, and soon he started giggling again because of Su Mo's teasing. Li Wei had heard from Lu Xiaolan that Su Mo was teaching the two children to count, but she didn't pay much attention to it. What could a 7-month-old baby recognize? It was just playing around. In the Lujia village brigade, there are many children as young as 7 or 8 years old who still cannot count. So when I came over that day and saw Su Mo counting to Leilei on the Kong, and Leilei could find the numbers accurately, I was really amazed. Moreover, Su Mo not only reads out numbers, but also teaches the addition and subtraction of single-digit numbers appropriately, such as 1 plus 1, 1 plus 2, and Leilei can really find the answer every time. Li Wei looked at it in a daze and left after a while. After returning, Li Wei said to Lu Qing'an, "Dad, go to the graves of Mom and Grandpa and take a look." "What are you doing?" Lu Qing'an was puzzled. "Look if there's smoke coming out of it. We're going to have a child prodigy in our family." "What is this? Where did this child prodigy come from?" As for the students from the first and second wives who went to school, their test scores were not always at the bottom, but they were definitely not among the top. With this condition, can he be a child prodigy?
Lulu.
He can actually do arithmetic. "Do you have a fever?" Lu Qing'an touched Li Wei's forehead. He couldn't even speak this well, let alone do arithmetic. "Really?" Li Wei told Su Mo what she had just seen. Lu Qing'an instantly perked up, quickly got off the Kong and put on his shoes, saying, "Let's go over and take a look." His family, who can read. Only the third child is smart, but he didn't go to college after he was admitted. If the family can have a college student, it will be a great honor for the family. Lu Qing'an and Li Yue came over in a hurry. Su Mo was collecting the cards and preparing to let Lele rest while she went to make lunch. Now that both children have started eating complementary foods, lunch needs to be prepared more delicately and take some time. Seeing the two of them in a hurry, Su Mo thought something had happened. Dad and Mom, what's wrong? As soon as Li Yue told her purpose, Su Mo smiled and handed the card to Lu Qing'an, asking him to count to Lele while she went to make lunch. Lu Qing'an tested Lele for about 10 minutes, then left with a happy look on his face, leaving Li Yue there to take care of his two grandchildren. When I got back to the front door, I ran into the eldest son, Lu Guoqiang. I waved him over and asked, I want to ask you, what is 1 plus 3?
What?
Lu Guoqiang didn't understand. What is 1 plus 3? Lu Qing'an asked again. Lu Guoqiang is 5 years old and has not yet gone to school. That's right, you originally had 1 candy, and I gave you 3 more. How many candies do you have in total? Grandpa, do you want to give me some candy? Lu Guoqiang's eyes sparkled. Lu Qing'an was discouraged and waved his hand, saying, Go and have fun. Child prodigies are rare. 1 is enough. When Lu Guoqiang saw that there was no candy, he was a little disappointed, but he still nodded and ran away obediently. After Lu Qing'an returned, he walked into Lu Boming's room with a happy face. Dad, this is great news. We may have a top scholar in the future. Lu Qing'an happily told Lu Boming about Lele's situation. After hearing this, Lu Boming was also very happy. Both his parents are smart people, so the child will naturally be good. Dad, this child must be trained well. In the current situation, I wonder if I can ask the teacher to tutor him privately. After listening to this, Lu Boming waved his hand and said, Don't worry. The child is still young. You must know the principle of forcing things to grow faster. There were so many child prodigies in ancient times, but they were just like everyone else when they grew up because they had to bear too much pressure when they were young. Just let it go. Xiaoma is smart. She will figure it out herself. We, the older generation, don't need to worry so much.
But this.
He was not afraid of missing the good time for enlightenment. Lu Boming smiled and said, Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Why worry so much? Besides, isn't Xiaoma smarter than you? How could you think of such a clever way to teach a child of these few months to recognize things? Xiaoma has taught these 2 children very well. They are ahead of others in everything. Just let her teach them. Although Lu Boming said this to Lu Qing'an, he was also afraid that Su Mo was still young and that if he just saw that the child was smart, he would teach her all at once, which would tire the child out. So he went over to check on her in the afternoon and gave her some advice. He has seen a lot in his life. It is important for children to become successful, but what is more important is their safety and health. Time flies, and it is February. The 3rd is the first day of the Chinese New Year. On the 1st, the brigade slaughtered the New Year pig again. This year, Lu Boming went to buy meat for Su Mo again. He bought 4 kilograms of pork, 2 kilograms of mutton, and some ribs and bones. He bought more bones than last year, saving them for making bone porridge for the 2 little ones. Mo Yurong sent to the 2 children were also received on this day. It was a large package. Because of the heavy snow, it took a whole month to arrive. Su Mo thought that she would not receive it until after the New Year. The 2 little ones each had 2 quilted winter suits, which were very nice looking. They were imported products, and Mo Yurong specially went to a big department store in Guangzhou to buy them. In addition, there were a lot of toys for children, a few bags of milk powder, and a few cans of condensed milk. Su Tingqian also told Su Mo to take the cans of condensed milk to the Lu family and give them to the elders. In addition to the ones for the children, he also bought a gabardine coat for Su Mo. Su Mo touched the material and estimated that the coat must have cost at least 40 or 50 pieces. Parents are afraid that 1 month's salary would not be enough to buy all these things. In the evening, Su Mo took her things and went to Lu's house. Li Yue saw Su Mo coming over with a bunch of things and was a little disapproving. Xiao Mo, we have food. Why are you bringing so many things? Save these for the children. Mom, this is the only major festival in a year. We still have to give her gifts, and we can't lose our filial piety. Sumo explained with a smile. Not all of these things were given by me. These cans of condensed milk were sent by my parents, who asked me to bring them to you. These canned yellow peaches and Chinese sausages were given by me. Your parents? Li Wei was shocked. Yes, they were transferred to Yangqing 2 months ago. My father is still teaching at a university in Yangqing, and my mother is a dormitory manager at the university.
Sumo said.
I was afraid of any changes before, so I didn't tell the 3 elderly people. Now, after a few months, everything is basically stable, so I'm not afraid to tell them. Okay, that's good. Li Wei smiled. Being able to be transferred back to teach meant that everything was fine. After Sumo returned, Li Wei told Lu Qing'an what happened. After hearing this, Lu Qing'an felt a little uncomfortable. He wondered why the 3rd brother suddenly wanted to run so far away, and it turned out that his father-in-law and mother-in-law went there. He hid it from his family completely. Could it be that if he wanted to go over, they would not agree? She was the only one in the old daughter-in-law's family, so they understood that she had to take care of that side more. Why did they keep silent? People say girls are extroverts, but he sees that boys are also very extroverted. Li Wei knew what he was thinking and said, I said at the beginning that we shouldn't let the 3rd child transfer so early, and you said that men should have ambitions. Now that he has passed away, why are you still thinking about it? It's good that my in-laws are there. Xiaoma will have someone to help take care of the child. Otherwise, she will be alone, working and taking care of the child. How can she take care of it? Li Wei had previously thought that Sumo would stop working and would go with the army to take care of the child. However, she heard from Sumo that she would be transferred there and would have to work in Guangzhou, and would send the child to a nursery when the time came. Li Wei was extremely worried. What if such a young child was beaten in the nursery? How could she file a complaint when she couldn't even speak clearly? If it wasn't too far, she would have thought of going there and raising the 2 children first. But it's so far away, and if she goes there, it might take several years for her to come back. What will happen to the old man and dad at home?
Who will cook for them?
Now that my in-laws are over there, they can help out a little. On New Year's Eve, I work half a day. Sumo first called Gung Chongqing and asked him if he wanted to come over for the reunion dinner. Gung Chongqing has been very busy recently, and with his secretary and guards also there, it would be inconvenient to bring too many people with him, so he said he would not go and would go to pay New Year's greetings tomorrow. Way back, Sumo went to Lijiao, took a straw basket, and carried some things to the cowshed. On the way, I happened to meet Captain Li. Researcher Su, are you going to see Chao Yadu again? Asked Captain Li. Yes, it's New Year's Day, so I brought some food for the kids. Sumo said openly, there was nothing wrong with it. Everyone knows that during this period, she has visited Chao Yadu frequently, both for official and personal reasons. It's Chao Girl's blessing to meet you. Captain Li sighed. This researcher Su is really a good person. Chao Yadu is also a pitiful person, but this is the trend these days, so he can't interfere too much and just say a few words when he doesn't like it. I am a mother myself. The child looks pitiful and is not a good thing. It is New Year's Day, so I will give her 2 bones to taste. You are kind-hearted. Cooking for them will also be a good way to have a New Year's Eve dinner. Captain Li said. Since Su Tingqian and his men were rehabilitated, the villagers of Lijiao have become much more polite to the people in the cowshed. Who knows if the remaining 2 will also return to the city soon. Not to mention making good friends. At least don't make enemies. They were almost at the cowshed. Sumo took some things from the space and put them in the straw basket. As soon as Sumo arrived at the cowshed, Chao Yatu, who was washing things, saw her. She immediately dropped her things and ran over. Auntie. Sumo took out a handful of candy from her pocket and gave it to Chao Yatu, saying with a smile, It's New Year's Day, and I brought you some food. You have to listen to the 2 teachers while you're here, okay? Chao Girl nodded vigorously and said, I know, I am very obedient. Chao Yatu is indeed a good child. She has lived here for more than a month. Except for the first few days when she was a little cautious after she got familiar with the environment. I heard from Teacher Gu that she got up early every day, rushed to work, and was extremely diligent. When Mr. and Mrs. Gu heard the noise, they came out of the cowshed. When they saw Su Mo, they politely asked, "Researcher Su, are you here to see the child again?" "Yes, I brought some things over. Let's put them in the kitchen first," Su Mo said, carrying the basket and walking towards the kitchen. Teacher Gu and his wife followed her. Su Mo brought over 2 kilograms of flour, 1 kilogram of eggs, 2 pieces of bacon, about 1 kilogram of fresh meat, and a few bones. "Xioma, you don't have to send anything over here anymore. It's too risky," Teacher Gu said in a low voice. Su Mo waved her hand. "It's okay, I just happened to send something to Chao Yatu. Once this is settled, I'll see if I can apply for a reward for Chao Yatu. Then her life will be easier. There is no news from above yet, and I don't know if those who escaped have been caught." Su Mo didn't dare to apply for a reward at this time. What if the escaped people are still outside and come to seek revenge after hearing the news? It would be troublesome. Su Mo whispered to Teacher Gu again. "My father wrote to me and asked me to say hello. He told you to take good care of yourself and that there will always be light at the end of the tunnel." Teacher Gu's eyes were a little moist. "I will. Tell your father not to say these things in the letter in the future, so as not to implicate him again." Su Mo nodded, put down her things, encouraged Chao Yatu a few words, and then went back. After returning home, Su Mo first wrapped a red envelope, then took the things, and went to help the Liu family. 5 children. The fee is still the same as last year, $2 per person. The 3 elderly people helped take care of the child for most of the year and didn't want any money, so Su Mo gave each of them a red envelope of 50 yuan. The New Year's Eve dinner is almost the same as last year. Each family brings some meat, and everyone cooks it together at the elderly's house and has a reunion dinner. This year, Su Mo took fish and mutton and made braised fish and mutton soup. The eldest wife took a chicken and made chestnut braised chicken. The second wife took a rabbit and a portion of pork and made braised rabbit meat and steamed pork with rice flour. Seeing that the 3 daughters-in-law had brought so much meat, Li Yue prepared meat dumplings, then chopped the stuffing and asked Su Mo to make pancakes. Dinner was also a lively occasion. After dinner, it was time to pay New Year's greetings. Each family greeted each other in turn and gave out red envelopes. The younger generation had to kowtow, but the 2 children were still too young, so Su Mo taught them to bow with their hands clasped. Not to mention, he acted very well and made the adults laugh. Maybe it was the first time that Nen felt such an atmosphere. Today, he was particularly well-behaved and cooperative in everything. He did whatever he was told to do. The family gathered at Lu's house until about 10 o'clock. Seeing that the children were sleepy, they went home. Lu Xiaolan had been living with Su Mo recently, so she went back with Su Mo. When they arrived at Su Mo's place, Lu Xiaolan took out 2 more red envelopes and stuffed them into the 2 little ones' hands. "Xiaolan, I've already given it to you. Why are you giving it again?" Su Mo waved her hand, wanting to take the red envelope back to Lu Xiaolan. Since Lu Xiaolan divorced and returned to her parents' home, she has paid 15 yuan for food every month. She only has a salary of 24 yuan, and she also buys things for her family from time to time. How much money can she save? Lu Xiaolan held Su Mo down. "Sister-in-law, please don't. This is my intention as an aunt. I have really troubled you and Brother San this year. Xiaolan, we are a family, we don't say such things."
"Yes."
Lu Xiaolan nodded. "It is my blessing to have a family like you." During the 3-day New Year holiday, the supply and marketing cooperatives and other service industries do not have holidays. Tomorrow is Lu Xiaolan's turn to be on duty. After Lu Xiaolan fetched water and washed up, she went to bed to rest. And Lele was also feeling sleepy and fell asleep soon after returning home. Su Mo couldn't fall asleep for a moment, so she started opening the 2 little red envelopes. There were 4 envelopes worth $2 each, which should have been given by the eldest and second wives. I guess they saw that she gave $2 last year, so they also gave $2 to the 2 little ones this year. worth $1 each were sent by Lu Xiaolan for the first time. There were also 4 $10 envelopes given by Mr. and Mrs. Lu Boming and Lu Qing'an. I don't know if it's the same for everyone or just her family. If it's the same for everyone, with 7 grandchildren in the family, the older generation would have to spend a lot of money to give out red envelopes. Su Mo opened the 2 envelopes Lu Xiaolan had just given her, each of which was also 10 yuan. Su Mo sighed. This almost cost Lu Xiaolan a month's salary. Thinking that there was still a lot of cloth that her aunt had brought over before, Su Mo planned to ask Li Yue to take a piece of cloth and make a new dress for Lu Xiaolan. New Year. Lu Xiaolan had breakfast and went to work. In the Commune Supply and Marketing Cooperative, everyone has to work 2 days. Lu Xiaolan doesn't have to go back to her parents' home this year, so she works on the first and second days of the new year and has a rest on the 3rd day. Su Mo also got up early in the morning and started working. She first cooked bone porridge for the 2 little ones on a small stove and then stewed the mutton she bought from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The weather is particularly cold this year. I will have a bowl of hot mutton soup when Uncle Gung comes over. After finishing, Su Mo returned to the room and saw and had stood up and was taking trembling steps on the Kong. Lu was sitting on the side, clapping his hands to cheer for his sister. My sister and is so strong. She can walk at just 7 months old, and would walk for a while, sit down to rest for a while, and then continue walking. Even if he fell, he would get up and continue. He seemed to be a person who could endure hardships, and take a rest if you're tired. Your limbs are still weak, so don't hurt yourself. Su Mo looked at him for a while and reminded him, and nodded, walked a little more staggeringly for a while, and then sat down to rest. Then, he looked at Su Mo, moved his lips several times, and then said, Mom, I'm hungry. Su Mo's eyesight was excellent. When she saw Anan yelling Mom, her ears quickly turned red, and she started laughing. When Anan saw Su Mo laughing, her ears turned even redder. When Lele saw her mother smiling, she quickly crawled to sit next to her sister and imitated her sister. Mom, I'm hungry. Okay, I understand. Baby Anan can talk today. He deserves praise. Su Mo smiled and went out, took out the steamed eggs that she had steamed for the 2 little ones in the morning from the pot, took a small spoon, and fed them to the 2 little ones 1 spoonful at a time. The middle of the morning, Gung Chongqing came over with a lot of things, and with him came his guard. Su Mo said yesterday that Gung Chongqing would come today and asked the 3 elders to have dinner at her place.
Li Yue was already here at this time.
When she saw Gung Chongqing coming, she greeted him and went back to call Lu Qing'an and the others. In the west room early in the morning, and it was now warm. Su Mo welcomed them into the west room and brought 2 bowls of hot mutton soup for them to drink to warm themselves up. After Lu Boming and the others came, Su Mo asked a few people to chat in the west room and put the child in the west room for them to look after. She and Li Yue started to cook. The mutton soup had been stewed until soft. Before going on holiday, Su Mo bought a big fat chicken from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and divided it into 2 halves. She used 1 half to make chestnut braised chicken, and the other half to stew mushroom vermicelli on a small stove and make braised pork. Gung Chongqing brought some beef, and Su Mo had just sprouted bean sprouts before the new year, so she made some boiled beef. In this day and age, cattle are farmers' best friends, so beef is very rare and hard to come by. It's been more than a year since Su Mo traveled through the book, and this is the first time she's eaten beef. Then 2 large pots of green vegetables were fried, and the staple food was rice. Gung Chongqing's guards were eating with their eyes shining. They usually ate in the cafeteria every day and only went to the state-owned restaurant occasionally for a meal. Secretary Gung's niece's cooking skills seemed much better than the chef's in the state-owned restaurant. Gung Chongqing was also busy. After dinner, he had to go to the city. The 3 elders did not bother him much. After dinner, they chatted for a while and then went back. After everyone left, Gung Chongqing signaled the guards to wait for him outside the car. Then he took out 3 red envelopes, gave the obviously thicker one to Su Mo and the other 2 to the 2 little ones. New Year's money, Gung Chongqing said with a smile. I've been busy lately and haven't had time to think about you. I heard from Changzheng that you also want to be transferred to Yangcheng with the army?
Shumonari. It's been a month now.
Have you heard any news about your work arrangements? Suemo shook her head. No news yet. He called half a month ago and said he was going to special training. He hasn't called back yet, so he probably hasn't finished the special training yet. I do have a job here. The Foreign Trade Center in Yangcheng needs a translator. If you want to go, I can recommend you. However, I cannot guarantee whether this job can be successful. It all depends on you. After all, the job of translation is not something that anyone can do. One must have the ability to do it. If you want to go, I will ask them to send a sample manuscript over, and you can translate it and send it back. If there is no problem, they will send you an exam notice, and you can only arrange a job for you after you pass the exam. Sumo's eyes lit up. This was a good job. It was what she was good at, and she could get in touch with things outside. She could also build up a network of relationships. After the reform and opening up, she would have ready-made relationships to use. I want to go. Uncle Gung, please recommend one.
Shumonari bigereshli.
Gung Chongqing smiled and said, Okay, then wait for my news. I have something to do in the city, so I'll leave first. It's cold outside, and the child is still in the house, so don't send him off. After saying that, he left with the guard. Gung Chongqing left. Suemo looked at the red envelope in her hand and opened it. There was 100 yuan for her and 50 yuan for each of the two children. Uncle Gung's salary was about the same as Lu Chongjing's, and this time, he lost almost 2 months' salary. Fortunately, he hadn't started a family yet, otherwise his wife would have come here with a big knife to kill him. Sometimes, when you owe too much favor, you can only lie down and pay it back when you have the ability to do so. Suemo put away the red envelopes and separated the red envelopes for the two little ones. Unexpectedly, the two little ones, less than 8 months old, each had a deposit of 135 yuan by receiving red envelopes. She had heard a saying in later generations, small wealth depends on hard work, great wealth depends on elders and luck. That really makes a lot of sense. On the second day of the Lu family, except for the eldest wife who went back to her parents' home to visit relatives and Lu Xiaolan who went to work, the rest of the Lu family was at home. Because of Zhao Jiuxiang's disturbance, Lu Hohot did not go back to her parents' home. If Lu Hohot did not mention going, Lu Weiguo would not say so. Instead, Lu Fubao took some things and went to visit the relatives of the second house, as if they were siblings. In the evening, when Lu Xiaolan came over, Suemo saw that she seemed to be worried, so she asked her, and she said it was nothing. On the third day of the Chinese New Year, Lu Xiaolan was resting. Li Yue thought that since it was a rare Chinese New Year and no one had to go to work, she decided to take the family to the county for a walk. Ever since Lu Chongjing took her to the city for a stroll last year, Li Yue has become more relaxed. After a lifetime of hard work, now that she is old, it would be good to have a chance to go out for a walk, broaden her horizons, and see the world. Because there were so many people and it was inconvenient to ride a bike, everyone decided to rent a tractor from the team, take them to the county and bring them back in the evening. To the county town, and the tractor runs on oil, so the team charged a 2 yuan usage fee. The money was paid by Lu Xingjuan. He attracted a lot of deposits last year, and at the end of the year the credit union gave him a bonus of more than 80 yuan. Children had never been there. When they heard that they were going to the county, they all jumped for joy. Seeing that everyone was so happy, Suemo brought her camera with her and took some pictures for everyone. The tractor was going quite fast, and it took about 40 minutes to reach the county town. If you took a bicycle, it would take more than an hour. Driving the tractor was Lu Baogua's youngest son. After telling everyone to meet at the entrance of the bathhouse around 4 p.m., he took a bath ticket and went into the bathhouse to take a bath. Qingxi County is not very big, and there are not many attractions to visit, but the children still wowed because they have never seen so many buildings. In the brigade, all the houses are bungalows. The only building in Hongqi Commune is the commune office building. Aunt San, is it very comfortable to live in this building? Lu Fengqin asked Suemo. In their family, Aunt San was the only one who lived in the city. Suemo shook her head and smiled. No, Our home is more comfortable. We have a con in winter. You can't heat the Kong in a building. It's very cold in winter. At that time, there was no heating in small places. People living in high-rise buildings relied on coal stoves for heating in winter, which was naturally not as comfortable as heating a Kong. Oh, we can't heat the Kong? Then we won't be able to sleep at night? The children's yearning for living in a building was instantly suppressed by Sumo. This building looks decent, but if you have to endure the cold, you'd better not live in it. A group of people went to the supply and marketing cooperative first. The children looked around and found everything very new and interesting. The supply and marketing cooperative in the county is at least 3 or 4 times larger than that in the commune, and the variety of goods is also much richer. Since they were all out having fun, Li Wei did not hesitate to buy egg cakes, candies, and frozen pears for the children. Sumo looked around and didn't see Sister Lu. She probably thought she was on vacation. Then she went to buy film. At that time, film was 1.2 yuan per roll, which could take 16 photos. Sumo bought 3 rolls directly. After shopping, the family strolled around the county. Sumo took a lot of photos for everyone, including group photos and individual photos. At noon, the whole family went to the state-owned restaurant to eat. Since there were so many people, it would be too extravagant to order so many dishes, so they just had noodles and buns, which were paid for by Lu Boming. After dinner, the whole family went to the cinema to watch a movie. This was the era when the 8 model operas were watched for 8 years, and almost all the movies released were ones that we had seen a long time ago, but everyone was still very excited to watch them in the cinema for the first time. Movie tickets were 1 cent each, and Lu Weigua bought them, while Lu Xiaolan bought soda and popcorn for everyone. Little Lele was excited all day, but when he arrived at the cinema, he was so sleepy that he fell into a deep sleep. Annan looked at it carefully for a while. It was the first time she had seen something like this. Although the pictures in this so-called movie are not as good as the photo stone of her time, the recording time is still quite long. However, the people in it are very stiff. After the movie, it was almost time, so everyone went to the bathhouse entrance and took a tractor back. On the way, Li Wei and Sumo sighed. The department stores in the city are still better. The ones in the county are still nothing to see. Unfortunately, it's too far to go to the city if you don't have a car. The year passed quickly, and everyone went back to work. In late February, Sumo received a call from Gung Chongqing, asking her to go to his office to get the translation test papers. When Sumo went there, she asked about Chao Yadu. She thought that before leaving, she would apply for Chao Yadu's reward so that her life would be easier in the future. This matter is quite complicated. There are 2 parties looking for the so-called treasure. One is foreign forces, and the other is involved with certain people. Therefore, Luo Yuan's matter is still at a stalemate for the time being. This matter cannot be concluded yet. If you want to apply for her reward before you leave, you can only find another reason. Gung Chongqing said.
Sumonadit.
It seemed that she had to think of another way. After returning, Sumo spent 2 days translating the translation test papers sent from Yangcheng, which were some inquiry letters and reports on new products. This was almost no difficulty for Sumo, so she translated it quickly and then sent it back to the address given by Gung Chongqing. Mid-March, Sumo received a reply from Yangcheng, which affirmed her foreign language ability and invited her to Yangcheng to take the recruitment exam at the end of April. Of course, Sumo would take part in this recruitment exam. But since Lu Chongqing called in mid-January, there has been no news. Sumo went to the post office and called the communication room of Lu Chongqing's new unit. Sure enough, Lu Chongqing was still participating in the training and had not returned.
Sumo.
It seems I can only rely on myself. After Sumo returned to the brigade, she called Tao Peisheng, told him the situation, and asked him if he could contact the division commander. Since Lu Chongqing was not there, she could only ask her leader to complete the procedures for accompanying the army and transfer the food and other matters. Otherwise, when she got there, she would have neither housing nor food. Wouldn't she become an illegal resident? When Tao Peisheng heard this, he immediately patted his chest and promised to help her and asked her to wait for his news. The next day, Tao Peisheng went to the commune to find Su Mo and said that Lu Chongjing was participating in a very important training camp and he didn't know when he would be back. He has already reported the situation to the commander, who said he would be waiting for her call in the office today. This matter could not be delayed, so during lunch break, Su Mo took the phone number written down by Tao Peisheng and went to the post office to call her commander. After the call was connected, Su Mo told her needs to the commander and asked if he could make some concessions and allow her to accompany the army in advance. Comrade Su Mo, this is no problem. Comrade Chongjing's housing has been arranged by the army early in the morning. I'll have someone go through the formalities. However, there is no suitable job for you yet. If you don't get the job, you may have to wait for the army to arrange it. Lu Chongjing is a very picky guy. Before, when he suggested asking his wife to help in the canteen, she refused, saying that she worked in an office. He had thought that the boy was bragging before, but now that he had passed the first round of the job at the Foreign Trade Center, it seemed that he was indeed capable. Sending him to the cafeteria was really a waste of his talent. Okay, thank you, Commander. I'll wait for your notification. If I don't pass the exam, I'll wait for the army to arrange for me, and I'll do whatever job is assigned to me. Su Mo thanked him and gave the commander the phone numbers of the commune office and the Lujia village brigade. Now that the matter was settled, Su Mo breathed a sigh of relief. After hanging up the phone, she thought about going to the supply and marketing cooperative to see if there was any meat left for sale. The supply and marketing cooperative of Hongqi Commune usually delivers meat once every 3 days except on holidays, and today was the day that meat was delivered. The two little ones are more than 8 months old and can walk already. They exercise a lot, eat more, and grow taller, so their nutrition must keep up. As soon as I arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, I saw Yang Jingming standing next to Lu Xiaolan's counter again. He wanted to speak but didn't dare to, looking pitiful and abandoned. Su Mo frowned as she watched. After the new year, Yang Jingming got the news from somewhere that Lu Chongjing had been transferred. Without Lu Chongjing's pressure, Yang Jingming began to pester Lu Xiaolan. Whenever I have free time every day, I go to the supply and marketing cooperative. At first, he wanted to strike up a conversation with Lu Xiaolan, but Lu Xiaolan ignored him and just stood aside, watching him with resentment, which was really annoying. Lu Xiaolan would kick him out at first, but once she did, he would go shopping, and now she couldn't kick him out anymore. Moreover, Yang Jingming seemed to have bribed Lu Xiaolan's colleagues. Every day someone advised Lu Xiaolan to remarry him, which made Lu Xiaolan very annoyed. If Yang Jingming did something extreme, she could sue him for hooliganism, but Yang Jingming just watched or followed from a distance and he did nothing, so she couldn't do anything to him. When Yang Jingming saw Su Mo coming to buy something, he didn't stand there any longer, but turned around and left. Su Mo went to the butcher shop first and bought a pound of meat. She didn't dare buy too much. After the two children started eating complimentary foods, they had to buy meat every time. Lu Chongjing hadn't sent any meat coupons since he went to Guangzhou, and most of the meat coupons she had saved had already been used up. After buying the meat, Su Mo walked up to Lu Xiaolan and whispered, "How about we find a time to secretly beat up Yang Jingming? Otherwise, it would be very annoying to do this every day." The two of them have been practicing for a while. To beat that weakling Yang Jingming, Su Mo doesn't even need to do anything. Lu Xiaolan is enough. Lu Xiaolan waved her hands. "Forget it. Third sister-in-law, I'll just treat him as a piece of wood and not look at him." If Fang Chunfang knew that they beat her precious son, she would come to make a scene. She was not afraid of her making a scene, but she didn't want her third sister-in-law to get into trouble. Su Mo felt that this was not a solution. If he did this every day, wouldn't it block Lu Xiaolan's chance of remarrying? In this day and age, it is already difficult to find a second marriage, and if there is an ex-husband who harasses you every day, no one dares to mess with you. We still have to think of a way. Either let Yang Jingming change his target, or threaten him so that he dare not bother Lu Xiaolan again. Before Su Mo could come up with a good way to deal with Yang Jingming, new trouble arose from the Lu family. Over the past few days, some people came to Li Yue and said they wanted to propose marriage to Lu Xiaolan. Some were from the same team, and some were from Li Yue's family. This made Li Yue very angry, and she rejected them all. Our brigade, because of the branch secretary Lu Qinggan, dared not say anything to his face and could only mutter behind his back. But the one who came from Li Yue's mother's family thought she was Li Yue's cousin and started to act very arrogantly. First, he belittled Lu Xiaolan as worthless, and then, as if he was agreeing to it reluctantly because she was his relative, he wanted to marry Lu Xiaolan to the nephew of her deceased wife. Li Yue was so furious that she immediately took a broom and kicked the man out. Her cousin-in-law immediately started cursing with Li Yue at the door of the Lu family. She said some very unpleasant things, saying that Lu Xiaolan was infertile, did not know how to live, had problems with her work style, and was still flirting with her ex-husband after the divorce. Li Yue was so angry that she had a fight with her, which added a lot of gossip and jokes to the team. When Lu Xiaolan came home from get-off work, she heard the news from the gossiping aunts in the village. She was so sad that she made a decision secretly. She could tolerate it herself, but it was really unfilial to bring trouble to her parents to this extent. At night, when they were going to bed, Lu Xiaolan said to Su Mo, third sister-in-law, I want to go to Yangqing with you and help you take care of the children. Just give me food. Is that okay? Su Mo was startled and sat up immediately. Have you thought it through? Have you discussed it with your parents? Lu Xiaolan nodded and said firmly, think it through. If I'm still here, Yang Jingming won't give up, and those troublemakers in the village won't stop. If I leave, the source will be gone, and things will stop. I'll make it clear to my parents that I'm going to stay in Guangzhou for a few years and will come back when the time comes. I have thought clearly about the work. I will let my sister-in-law do the work first and give 10 yuan to my parents every month as her salary for the work. Third sister-in-law, if you agree, I will go to Yangqing with you. Of course I agree. I'm just afraid of delaying you. The two children were still young, so she was not particularly relieved to send them to the nursery. No matter how smart they were, they could not beat the older children. She originally planned to see if it was convenient for the mother to bring the child to work when she arrived in Guangzhou. If it was convenient, she would send the child to her place and let her raise the child first. She fully supported Lu Xiaolan's willingness to take care of her children. Not only was she provided with food, but she was also paid. No need to delay, third sister-in-law. Thank you so much. Lu Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su Mo agreed, it would be fine. Will my parents agree? It's so far away. Su Mo estimated that Li Yue might not agree. I will convince them. The next day, Lu Xiaolan got up early and went back to the Lu family to talk to her parents.
As Sumo guest, Li Yue disagreed.
However, Lu Xiaolan understood her mother and appealed to her emotions and reason. Then the two children talked about the incident again. She told Li Yue about what she heard from a colleague about the older children beating the younger ones in the nursery. Li Yue was so scared that she was stunned. Thinking that his two good grandchildren might also be beaten, he thought again that what Lu Xiaolan said actually made sense, so he reluctantly agreed. Once Li Yue was dealt with, Lu Qing'an would be easy to deal with in no time. Lu Xiaolan went to talk to Lu Boming again. Lu Boming was very much in favor of his descendants going out and seeing the world when they had the chance, so naturally he did not stop them. However, some suggestions were made about the way Lu Xiaolan handled her work. Don't worry about giving your job to anyone. Just sell it. Call the two families over and give it to whoever pays. Your work can be sold for 400 or 500 yuan at the current market price. Just sell it at the market price. But if I sell my job, what should I do when I come back? Lu Xiaolan hesitated. Lu Boming waved his hand. You are taking care of the children of your third brother and his wife. Do you think that given their character, if you want to come back, they will find you a job? Lu Xiaolan thought about it and realized that it was true, so she said, okay, then I'll do as you say. In the evening, after dinner, Lu Xiaolan called the first and second wives and Su Mo to the living room of the Lu family. Lu Xiaolan told Su Mo that she wanted to leave here for a while and go to Yangqing. Then she said that she wanted to sell her job and asked if anyone in the first and second houses wanted it. Brother, I've asked around. If I sell my job, I can get 500 yuan. If my family wants it, I'll sell it for 400 yuan. At this time, the market price for selling a job is generally 2-year salary. Everyone knows the salary for my job. It's 24 yuan a month, with some ticket subsidies every month and a lot of defective products during the New Year holidays. I get 4 days off a month in the off-season, but no days off in the peak season. In this age of material scarcity, it was a great thing to have someone in the family working in the supply and marketing cooperative. It meant that when the family wanted to buy something, they didn't have to fight for it like everyone else, but could ask someone to keep it for them and then go buy it later. Therefore, although the salary of a supply and marketing cooperative is not high, it is very popular. This job is not only easy to get started, but also easy and decent. Some courageous people can also use this job to make a lot of extra money, such as Sister Lu from the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. After Lu Xiaolan finished speaking, Lu Yuji quickly said, "Little sister, why don't you sell it to me? Your eldest brother is at home most of the time and can take care of the children. It's no problem for me to go to work." Lu Xiaolan did not answer directly, but asked Lu Hohot, second sister-in-law, "What do you think?" Lu Hohot also wanted to do it, but when she thought that if both of them went to work, there would be no one to take care of the 2 boys at home, she hesitated and was overtaken by Lu Yuji. But since Lu Yuji had already spoken, there was no point in her snatching it away, so she said, "Give it to sister-in-law if she wants it." "Okay. Since the second sister-in-law has no objection, then sell it to the eldest sister-in-law." Lu Xiaolan made the decision directly. Lu Yuji was very happy. "Okay, I'll ask your eldest brother to get the money tomorrow and then give it to you." The eldest wife had saved some money in the past 2 years. Although it was not much, she could still afford the 400 yuan for buying a job. Then he said to Lu Hohot's second sister-in-law, "From now on, if you want to buy something, just tell your eldest sister-in-law. If there are defective items, I will leave them for you first. The second wife, if she doesn't compete with her for work. As the eldest sister-in-law, she still has to show the tolerance she should have." The discussion, everyone dispersed. On the way back, Lu Hohot stopped Su Mo and asked, "Third sister-in-law, are you selling your job?" Su Mo was stunned and explained, "Second sister-in-law, this government job cannot be sold." "Ah, so you went to Guangzhou and lost your job?" Su Mo nodded. Lu Hohot had a painful look on her face. She had heard that her third brother's wife's job paid more than her husband's every month. It was such a pity that it was gone just like that. At night, Lu Yuji was so excited that she couldn't sleep at all and tossed and turned on the Kong. If her husband can get a promotion to work at a credit union in the future, her family will become a dual-income family and the children will have more options for marriage. Moreover, her job can be passed on to Guiqiang when he becomes stronger. If he fails to get another job, she can pass it on to Guiqiang. This is a matter of a lifetime. The 400 yuan is really worth it. Only my sister-in-law can enjoy such benefits. When you go to withdraw money tomorrow, take out 10 yuan more and give it to Xiaolan. Just say that I'm giving it to her for pocket money. Yangcheng is a big city with many places to spend money. Lu Yuji patted Lu Xingjuan on the shoulder. Lu Xingjuan was about to fall asleep, but Lu Yuji woke him up with a slap. He said helplessly, "Okay, I get it. Go to sleep." Looking at his wife, who was almost cocky, Lu Xingjuan felt a little uncomfortable. He had finally been able to earn a salary, but his wife's salary suddenly surpassed his. It's really not easy to improve the family status. I need to work harder in the future. The next day, Lu Xiaolan took Lu Yuji to the supply and marketing cooperative and told the director that she wanted to transfer the job to Lu Yuji. Then, he took care of Lu Yuji for another 2 days. After she became familiar with the situation, they completed the formalities and Lu Xiaolan stayed at home instead of going to work. It just so happened that this period of time was the time when the snow was melting. Last year, the snow was heavy, and in order to prevent floods, all the commune cadres had to go to the countryside to urge each team to do the corresponding flood drainage work. So Yang Jingming went to the countryside these days. When he came back, he found that Lu Xiaolan had transferred her job, and he was furious. That woman was so cruel. She even gave up her job just to avoid seeing him. Yang Jingming immediately rode his bike to Lujia village. As soon as he arrived at the gate of Lu's house, he saw Li Yue beating two ants out with a broom. He was so scared that he stopped immediately. He hesitated outside for a while and finally turned the bike around and left. In the afternoon, the news that Lu Xiaolan sold her job to her sister-in-law spread throughout the brigade. Those who had originally gone to Lu Xiaolan for a job instantly gave up the idea. The job is gone and I still have to do farm work. Who would want to marry a divorced woman? Although my third brother is a high-ranking official, I heard that he was transferred to a place as far away as Yangcheng. It's so far away from home, so how can he take care of it? In this way, the Lu family suddenly became quiet. Su Mo has been very busy recently. She has to do her normal work and write a summary of the breeding experiments she did last winter. She also wrote down the good methods she saw in the book in the form of suggestions, hoping that the people in the County Agricultural Research Institute can continue to try in this direction. Although she will no longer work in this field in the future, she can write anonymous letters to the bigwigs in this field to see if the country's food problem can be improved as soon as possible. Of the majority of scientific workers, the Academy of Sciences notified the resumption of publication of Science Bulletin on February 17th. By then, Su Mo will be able to learn about the current level of agricultural research from publications. After finishing the task at hand, Su Mo started to deal with the matter of applying for rewards for Chao Yatu. Discussing with Fu Ming, they finally decided to commend him for providing clues to assist the police in solving the case. As for what clues were provided, they would not be announced. Su Mo also told Chao Yata not to tell anyone about her discovery of those people. The rewards that Su Mo applied for were all long-term. First, the commune paid for the renovation of Chao Yata's old house. Second, Chao Yata could go to the commune primary school for free. Third, the commune gave Chao Yatu an additional 100 kilograms of grain every year for 5 consecutive years. Combined with the rations the team already had, at least this girl wouldn't go hungry. As for the money, Su Mo did not apply for it, fearing that if a child took the money, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Hearing that Su Mo was leaving, Chao Yatu was reluctant to let her go. She looked at her with tears in her eyes. "Aunt, will you come back in the future?" There are very few people in this place who are kind to her. Apart from her brother, there are only her aunt and Uncle Gu. "Yes, this is also my aunt's home. When I have a vacation, I will come back to see you."
Su Mo comforted her.
"Annie has applied for free schooling for you. In September, remember to go to the commune primary school. Although it's a little far, no one there will know you. You must study hard, understand? When my aunt comes back, she will test you on your studies. If you have any questions, come and ask Uncle Gu and the others." Chao girl nodded vigorously. She would not let her aunt down. After leaving the cowshed, Su Mo found Captain Li again and told him that Chao Yata had made a contribution and asked Captain Li to help look after her. In September, he arranged for someone to take her to report to the commune primary school. Li was not a bad person to begin with. He immediately nodded and agreed, saying that he would deliver it personally when the time came. End of March, news came from the army saying that the formalities had been completed and Su Mo could set off at any time. Also asked Su Mo to buy a ticket to Guangzhou and then send a telegram to the army so that they could arrange someone to pick her up at the train station. After Lu Xiaolan confirmed that she would go together, Su Mo called the commander again and asked him to add one more person, so Lu Xiaolan's side was also arranged. Su Mo's recruitment exam is on April 25th, and Su Mo plans to leave on the 3rd. It's not a good idea to rush with the child. Su Mo estimates that she will be on the road for 11 or 12 days, and she will need some adaptation when she gets there. Give yourself more time, so you don't have to rush. March 31st was a Saturday, Su Mo's last day at work, so Li Hongjun and Fu Ming organized a simple farewell party for Su Mo. Although she has only worked here for 1 year and 3 months, the relationship between colleagues is generally pleasant, and Su Mo is a little reluctant to leave. Before leaving, Fu Ming said to Su Mo, "Comrade Su Mo, I wish you a bright future. Please come back often when you have time." He always felt that this woman would not be trapped in this small place, and now she has indeed flown to a bigger stage. "Thank you, you too." Su Mo smiled. Fu Ming is Uncle Gung's confidant. If he follows Uncle Gung in the future, his future will not be bad. After returning home, Su Mo started packing her things. Ever since she learned that Su Mo was going to leave on the 3rd, Li Wei treated the two little ones very well, taking care of them day and night. These days, the two little ones have been staying at the Lu family's place. It is not convenient to carry too many things with a child, so Su Mo plans to send everything except what is needed for the trip. Lu Xiaolan followed, and it was not easy for her to put the things in the space. Anyway, there were not many things, so she didn't mind the postage. The quilt with her, otherwise she would have nothing to cover herself with when she came back. Yangcheng was only cold for a few days, so she didn't need such a thick blanket. Besides, it would be summer in Yangcheng if she went there, so a thin blanket would be enough. Winter is approaching. I will send money back and ask my family to go to the commune to make 2 thin quilts and send them over. Su Mo packed her own and her children's clothes and shoes and put those needed for the journey into a small suitcase, the rest into a large suitcase, and the rest was wrapped in a cloth bag. Take it together with the big suitcase to the post office to send it. There were some odds and ends left, so Su Mo collected some of them into her space and packed the rest up and sent them over. All the food will be given to Lu Boming, and he can use it as he pleases. But there was a problem. These sewing machines and bicycles were useful items. It would be a waste to just leave them here. She really didn't want to buy new ones when she arrived in Guangzhou. But I don't know if it's safe to send it by mail. Nowadays, it's not uncommon for things to be lost by mail. At that time, it was not like the later times, where you would be insured, and if your items were lost, the post office would only pay a symbolic amount of compensation. The next day, Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan took the things to the post office to mail them. Su Mo also asked the staff at the post office if they could mail the bicycle and sewing machine. This staff member also saw the first time that someone wanted to send these things, and he did not dare to guarantee their safety. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. Su Mo's head is very bald. Is she really going to stay here to cool off? Selling them is not an option either. After all, these things were the betrothal gifts that Lu Changjing bought when they got married. After sending the package, Su Mo called Su Tingqian and Su Tingda again, telling them that she would leave on the 3rd and the approximate time she would arrive in Guangzhou. When I came out of the post office, I happened to run into Tao Peixing. After asking Su Mo that she would be leaving on the 3rd, Tao Peixing said that he would take Su Mo and the others to the city to catch a bus that day. Learned that Su Mo wanted to mail a bicycle and a sewing machine, he said, I happen to have a relative who works in the railway department. With his connections, we can use the railway to transport the goods to Guangzhou. But this requires you to go to the train station to pick up the things yourself. Do you think it's possible? Okay. Thank you so much, Captain Tao. As long as it could be solved, she could find someone to move the things back then. In the evening, Su Mo went to the Lu family and explained the household items to several elders. After all, she was afraid that she would not be able to come back for 2 or 3 years, and the house had to be looked after by the elders. Li Wei kept wiping away tears when she heard this. Seeing Li Wei like that, Su Mo felt very uncomfortable and tears welled up in her eyes. After explaining, Su Mo said to Lu Boming, Master, I have something to tell you alone. Lu Boming nodded, and the grandfather and grandson went to Lu Boming's room. After entering the room, Su Mo took out a velvet-wrapped object from the bag and handed it to Lu Boming. Master, keep this. This thing was discovered by Changzheng when the road was being built in the mining area. Keep it for yourself. If you feel unwell, eat it. Changzheng and I both hope that you can live a long life and enjoy a good life in the future. This wild ginseng was specially prepared by Su Mo for Lu Boming. It took 2 months to grow, and it was a well-deserved century-old ginseng. She had already made an excuse with Lu Changjing. When Lu Boming opened it, he was shocked to see that it was another wild ginseng. Xiao Mo, this. Lu Boming wrapped the things and handed them back to Su Mo. I am old now, and I am very lucky to live a few more years. Please don't waste good things. This thing is hard to come by. Take it to Yangcheng. The 3rd brother is back on the front line now, so he's bound to be in danger. With this thing, I'll feel more at ease. And your parents must have suffered a lot, so take it with you so I can cut some for them to replenish their bodies. Suemo waved her hand. Master, keep it. I have a smaller one. That one is enough for us. You are our treasure. As long as you are here, our family will be stable, so please don't be reluctant to let you go. To us, you are more important than 10 or 8 wild ginsengs like this. When Lu Boming heard Suemo say this, he was deeply touched and did not push the wild ginseng back. Okay, since you value me so much, I will help you guard the rear, and you can go ahead and make your way. This couple is very lucky. It is difficult for others to find 1 wild ginseng, but they were able to find 3. It means that God is looking favorably upon them. I'm afraid that their Lu family is going to produce a remarkable figure. How the Lu family will develop in the future. Because Lu Xiaolan was about to leave, she stayed at Lu's house and slept with Li Wei. After Suemo went back, she fell asleep. At around 1 in the middle of the night, Suemo secretly got up, went up the mountain alone, and began to absorb and output supernatural powers in a cycle until the supernatural powers reached the 3rd level. On the 2nd, Suemo went to withdraw all the money she had deposited in the credit union, then went to buy some meat and took it to Lu's house to cook. The whole family had a meal together, and everyone was reluctant to leave. In the afternoon, Suemo went to the educated youth site again and said goodbye to Ma Xiaowan and Jiang Yu. Ma Xiaowan had red eyes and asked Suemo to remember to write to her when she arrived in Yangcheng. Suemo nodded in agreement. Ma Xiaowan is the first friend she made here. Before, because of her parents, she didn't dare to interact too closely with everyone. Now that her parents have returned to the city, she is no longer afraid. At night, Suemo tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. This was her first stop after she came here, and it could be said to be her hometown. She has lived in this house for a year and a half, and it is full of traces of her life. She feels reluctant to leave. Suemo got up again and walked around the room, took a look, then turned off the lights and went to bed. On the 3rd, Tao Peisheng arrived early in the morning. The train from Shuangshan City to Harbin was at 10:30 in the morning, so they had to leave early. Li Yui also got up early in the morning and made some pancakes for them to eat on the road, and also cooked a lot of eggs for them to eat on the road. Lu Xingjuan and Lu Weigua helped Suemo move her things into the car, and the whole family escorted her to the brigade headquarters. Lele didn't understand what separation meant yet. He thought that he was going out to play, and was very happy. When asked to say goodbye to everyone, he immediately waved his little hand and said to everyone, "Come back and bring some food." He meant that when he comes back, they will bring some delicious food to everyone. Li Yui burst into tears again. She quickly hugged Lele and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back and bring me some delicious food." Then he said to Suemo, "Xiaomo, write letters often." Suemo nodded. Seeing Li Yui like that, tears also came to her eyes. But it was getting late and she didn't dare to drive fast, so she hugged Lele, said take care to everyone, and turned around to get in the car. Lu Xiaolan's eyes were also red. After saying goodbye to her family, she also got into the car holding and Lu Boming walked over and said to Suemo, "Xiaomo, you and Lao Sen can rest assured and live your lives well. I will watch over you." Then he said to Tao Peisheng, "Captain Tao, please drive." Tao Peisheng waved to everyone and drove away. Suemo leaned her head back and saw the whole family standing at the entrance of the brigade. Li Wei was wiping her eyes and waving. Suemo was also in tears. After they were settled, if the old man wanted, he could come to Guangzhou to spend the winter. When they arrived at the county town, Tao Peisheng first went to the county government to pick up Geng Chongqing. Suemo didn't expect that Geng Chongqing, who was so busy, would come to see them off. Geng Chongqing got on the bus. He handed Suemo a certificate with a county committee seal. "Keep this. It will help you get a good seat when you change buses and buy tickets." "Okay. Thank you, Uncle Geng." Not everyone can buy a sleeper ticket. You need to have a certain status. When they arrived at the train station, Geng Chongqing helped buy tickets, while Tao Peisheng helped carry things. They both bought platform tickets, and when the train arrived, they were escorted to the train. Gung Chongqing kept watching on the platform until the train was out of sight. Gung Chongqing sighed. The little girl came and left again. He didn't know how many years it would take before he would see her again. Tao Peixian was also a little surprised. Secretary Gung was tough and decisive in his work, but he didn't expect that he valued family ties so much. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the train arrived in Harbin. Su Imo and Lu Xiaolan each held a child and carried a piece of luggage. After getting off the bus, Su Imo went to buy a train ticket for tomorrow. Seeing that there were tickets going to Jinling, Su Imo bought the ticket directly to Jinling to avoid having to change tickets again and again. Because Su Imo had a military dependence certificate stamped by the County Party Committee, the train station staff saw it and sold a hard sleeper ticket to her. Train tickets of 1979. The hard sleeper ticket from Harbin to Jinling is 21.8 yuan per ticket. The two children are only a few months old, so they don't need to buy tickets. Just buy tickets for the two adults. After buying the tickets, the two took their children to a guest house near the train station and booked a room to rest. For an ordinary room in the guest house is 1 yuan per night. Guest house accommodation receipt. Seeing that it was getting dark and Su Imo hadn't returned home yet, Lele kept saying to Su Imo, "Mom, come back. Mom, come back." Su Imo comforted him, "Lulu, let's go find Dad and come back later." Lele was unhappy, so he climbed down from the bed and was about to walk out, still mumbling, "Mom, I want milk, come back." "Lulu, let's go find Dad first, and then find Grandma later." Su Imo quickly carried the little guy back. The little guy then realized something was wrong and started crying, "No, I want milk, come back. Mom, come back." Lu Xiaolan was also sad, so she took Lele and comforted him, "You little guy, your grandma's love for you is not in vain." Lele was excited on the train all day today. After crying for a while, he got tired and fell asleep. Su Imo said to Lu Xiaolan, "Xiaolan, you look after the child. I'm going to go out and buy some food." For the convenience of passengers, there is a state-owned restaurant near the train station that is open until 10 o'clock in the evening. When Su Imo rushed over, they were almost closing. The chef was kind-hearted. When he heard Su Imo said she had two children under 1 year old, he made an exception and cooked 2 bowls of noodles for her. However, the meat was gone. Instead of a fried egg, the chef gave her an extra one. A young woman to go to such a far place with 2 children. The soldiers are defending the country at the front, and they can help as much as they can. After expressing her thanks, Su Imo packed the 2 bowls of noodles into a lunchbox. After returning home, Su Imo and Lu Xiaolan shared a bowl and put the other bowl aside for the 2 children to warm up with hot water before giving it to them. Both children have 8 teeth now, and they like to eat normal food and don't like to drink milk powder anymore. Lele is okay. He still drinks once or twice a day, but hardly drinks it. As Su Imo was eating, she discovered that the chef had given her an extra fried egg and buried it in the noodles. She couldn't help but smile. There are still many good people in this world. Around 12 o'clock, Lele woke up hungry. The 2 of them warmed up the noodles and fed them to the 2 children. In the morning, Su Imo still asked Lu Xiaolan to look after the children while she went to the state-owned restaurant and bought 10 large meat buns for breakfast. She took the rest on the train. It's still cold in the north, so it won't go bad that easily. She came back. Su Imo secretly took a few apples and pears from the space where no one was paying attention, put them in a cloth bag, and carried them back to the guest house. Lu Xiaolan was surprised to see fruit. "Third sister-in-law, where did you buy this?" "It was on the roadside. I came back from shopping and someone asked me if I wanted some. I saw that they looked good, so I bought a few to eat on the train." There were indeed quite a few middlemen carrying baskets or backpacks near the train station, and some of them were selling apples, but they didn't look very good. Su Imo had her own fruit, so she naturally wouldn't buy any. "Won't they get caught like this?" Su Imo waved her hand. "Maybe sometimes. There are so many of them in big cities. You can't catch them all. I have no job, but I have to make a living, so I have to find a way." After breakfast, Su Imo went to get some hot water and wiped the bodies of the 2 children. After taking care of the children, Su Imo and Lu Xiaolan each got a basin of water and wipe themselves. It takes 6 days and 5 nights to get from Harbin to Jinling, during which time you're on the train. Children can get some hot water on the train to wipe themselves, but adults can only endure it. The train left at 11 a.m. After packing, Sue and Mo checked out and went to the train station to wait for the train. Fortunately, the bus was not delayed, and the two of them got on the bus smoothly with their child. When Sue and Mo bought the ticket, she told the ticket seller that she was bringing 2 children, so she bought a lower berth. We were lucky enough that the upper bunk in our room was occupied by 2 PLA comrades who were returning home to visit their families. Lu Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. Now that she was in the same room with the PLA comrades, at least she didn't have to worry about safety. It was also Lu Xiaolan's first time to go far away, and she was actually panicking. The farthest place she had been before was when she and Yang Jingming got married, and they went to Shuangshan City to buy things together. She was on the train yesterday, but she didn't dare close her eyes for a moment, for fear that her things would be stolen and her 2 children would be taken away. She also thought that she and Suemo would take turns sleeping these days, so one of them had to be awake to look after the child and things. Lu Xiaolan was also quite eloquent, and she soon became friendly with the 2 PLA comrades. When they learned that they were military dependents and were going to Yangcheng with their children to accompany the army, they immediately started calling them sister-in-law and sister. Are very active in helping them with work, such as fetching hot water, buying meals, and taking care of children. It was the first time for both children to ride on a sleeper berth, and they were very excited. Lele was even more excited, looking around here and there. Unfortunately, it didn't work from the next day. After all, after staying in a small place for too long, and the noise was so loud, Lele couldn't sit still and kept asking to walk around. Sue and Mo had no choice but to take him for a stroll in the car. Otherwise, the young man has a good voice, and once he starts howling, it will disturb others. It wasn't An who surprised Sue and Mo. She thought that based on her temper, she would be very impatient, but she didn't expect that she was so patient. She either lay down to rest or sat looking at the scenery outside the window. She was surprisingly very well behaved. Every time the train stopped, Sue and Mo and Lu Xiaolan would take turns taking the children off the train for a walk and some fresh air. Finally, after a few days, the train arrived at Jinling Station at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 10th. After getting off the train, Sue and Mo hurried out of the station and went to a nearby guest house to get a room. Because only suites have bathrooms, she booked a suite, which cost 2 yuan a night. Sue and Mo hurried to fetch water and gave the 2 children a bath. After washing the children, she then took a bath for the adults. Third sister-in-law, I don't think I'll ever want to take the train again. I still have this ringing sound in my ears. Lu Xiaolan complained. She had heard her colleagues talk about how comfortable the sleeper berths were, but she thought they were exaggerating them to the extreme, and it was obvious that they were suffering. Sue and Mo waved her hands. I don't want to sit any longer. Let's rest here for 2 days before going to Guangzhou. It was also the first time for her to be on the train for such a long time. It was really painful. The 2 PLA comrades were there. They were hygienic and willing to help them. Unfortunately, the PLA comrades got off the bus when it stopped in Beijing. The person who came up later was really hard to describe. He was unhygienic, loud, and liked to take advantage. In short, Sue and Mo and Lu Xiaolan not only had to take care of the children, but also had to be on guard against those 2 people. It was really tiring. When Lele heard the 2 of them say this, he quickly waved his hand and said, No, Lele doesn't want to take the car. Lu Xiaolan was instantly amused. Look at how much the child has been forced to speak fluently. This train ride will probably become a brief nightmare in Lele's life. Seeing that it was time for dinner, Sue and Mo locked the door and went out with 1 adult and 2 children. In order to show them the world, Sue and Mo asked the waiter at the guest house and took a bus to the nearest state-owned restaurant for dinner. The train, so she didn't skimp on food. She ordered a plate of salted duck, a plate of squirrel fish, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, 2 baskets of steamed dumplings, a stir-fried vegetable, and 2 bowls of rice. Third sister-in-law, don't order so much, otherwise we won't be able to finish it. Seeing Sue and Mo ordering, Lu Xiaolan hurriedly stopped her. Suemo waved her hands and said with a smile, I can finish it. The food portions in the south are small, but these are enough for 2 large meals and 2 snacks. While waiting for the food to be served, Lu Xiaolan secretly looked around the big hotel. This one extra word makes the difference. In their state-owned restaurant, the dishes are fixed every day. It's not like here where customers can order according to the menu. The first thing served was the steamed buns. Lu Xiaolan was shocked when she saw them. This is a bun? It looks like it's not even as big as our dumplings.
Sumo smiled secretly.
The differences between the north and the south would shock Lu Xiaolan more in the future. This is the specialty here. Try quickly, but be careful. The soup inside is very hot. Suemo asked Lu Xiaolan to eat quickly, and she picked up 2 and put them in the bowl, skimmed the soup first, let it cool down, and then fed them to the 2 little ones. Lu Xiaolan tried one, and it was really delicious. The skin was very thin, and the soup and meat filling inside were delicious, but not too filling. She felt that she could eat 7 or 8 baskets by herself. Delicious! Lu Xiaolan praised. Lele has recently fallen in love with mimicking others. When he saw his aunt say something was delicious, he also said delicious. Suemo asked with a smile, where is the delicious food? It's delicious and sweet. Lele said. Suemo also picked up one and tasted it. It turned out that the soup inside was a bit sweet, but to be more precise, it should be called fresh. Lulu, this taste is fresh, not sweet. Suemo taught her son. Lele nodded and said, yeah, it's delicious.
Mom, eat it.
Then he opened his mouth wide, waiting to be fed. After a while, the other dishes were served. Lu Xiaolan looked at the dishes and felt that it was not easy for the chefs of the state-owned restaurants in the south. The work was much more trivial than theirs. However, the portions were not big, probably only a little more than half of theirs. The 2 adults and 2 children had a delicious meal, but the 2 children mainly ate soup dumplings and vermicelli, and only had a little of the other dishes to taste. After the meal, we paid the bill, which totaled 5 yuan. Lu Xiaolan silently estimated and felt that the price was a bit expensive compared to that in Qingxi County. Third sister-in-law, are things in the south more expensive than in the north?
Zu Montag was Stund.
It seems that there is not. The prices seem to be about the same. I feel that the meal just now was more expensive than ours, and the portion was smaller. Oh, that's it. It seems that the food in big restaurants is more expensive than that in state-owned restaurants. The service is better, and the chefs are not of the same level. Sumo remembered reading a novel about the period before, in which the heroine was a chef who worked in a state-owned restaurant. It was introduced in the novel that in this era, a chef of junior or intermediate level would be enough for a state-owned restaurant, but for a large restaurant, a chef of senior level or above would be required. Suemo wasn't sure if it was the same here, but judging from the food she had just eaten, the chef's cooking skills were indeed very good. That night, the few of them had a rare good night's sleep. The next day, Suemo asked Lu Xiaolan to look after the child while she went to buy a train ticket for the 8 a.m. train on the 12th and was expected to arrive in Yangqing in the evening of the 14th. After the purchase, Suemo went to the post office to send a telegram to the army, and then called Su Tingqian and Lu Qinggan to tell them that she had arrived in Jinling and gave them a general account of the situation on the road. It was a rare opportunity to come to Jinling, so Suemo took Lu Xiaolan and the 2 little ones for a walk while there was still time. Because they had to get up early the next day, they went to bed early at night. The next day, as soon as we arrived at the train station, Lele pouted and said, "Mom, I don't want to take the train. I don't want to take the train." Suemo had no choice but to comfort him. This is the last time. You won't sit here again after this one. Let's go to Yangqing and find Dad there, okay? Suemo took out a photo of Lu Chongjing from her bag and showed it to Lele. When Lu Chongjing left, the children were less than 6 months old. Suemo was afraid that Lele would forget Lu Chongjing, so she often showed Lele his photos and told him that this was his dad. Lele was probably really afraid of riding in a car and was unwilling to do so. "No, I don't want to look for it. I don't want to ride in the car." Then he twisted himself off Suemo and walked out with a shaky hand. Being caught by Suemo, She started crying, and no matter how Suemo comforted her, it was useless. Many people in the waiting room looked at her strangely, probably wondering if Suemo was a human trafficker. Ainin gently snorted, "Don't cry." The sound was not loud, but when Lele heard it, he instantly fell silent, sobbing and not daring to cry out loud. Suemo looked at Ainin in surprise. Could this be the legendary blood suppression? She tried to coax him for a long time, but it was useless. The problem was solved with just one sentence. After a while, a staff member came with a loudspeaker, shouting for everyone to get on the bus. Suemo and Lu Xiaolan hurriedly picked up their children and carried their luggage to get on the bus. I still bought a sleeper ticket, which cost 13.9 yuan each. This train is newer and the hard sleeper has a middle berth, which means it is a small compartment that can accommodate 6 people. Suemo and Lu Xiaolan both felt bald at the same time. If they met someone like the last time again, it would be troublesome. After the 2 men settled their luggage and children, 4 other passengers came over, 2 men and 2 women, all very young, and the 4 of them were together. From listening to their conversation, it seemed that they were workers, peasants and soldiers, college students who were about to graduate and were going to Guangzhou for exchange and study. After all, they are college students with higher quality. They are not like the previous 2 people. They just ignored Suemo and the others. The 4 of them chatted among themselves. Suemo thought it was a good idea as long as everyone didn't disturb each other. Seeing that Lele looked unhappy, Suemo took out the card recognition game that Lele liked to play and started interacting with him. Soon Lele started to have fun because he could speak more words now, and he didn't just point but would shout out the answers from time to time. A male classmate also noticed Lele's situation and asked Suemo, "Comrade, how old is your child?" Suemo smiled, "Almost 10 months. When others heard this, they were a little surprised. This child, who is less than 1 year old, is so smart. Comrade, you are really good at teaching this child. Can you share your educational methods with me? I will try to teach my nephew." A female classmate was very interested. Her brother's son is also 10 months old. Not only does he not understand these things, he can't even speak. There's no real method. When he starts to recognize things, just draw some patterns for him to recognize. Suemo showed them the small cards she had drawn. There was nothing wrong with this. These were all commonly used enlightenment methods in later generations. With this as a bridge, everyone got along well, and the trip was relatively smooth, not as difficult as last time. It was mainly because of Lele, this little rascal, who coaxed the 2 female classmates into giving him almost all the snacks they brought. Sumo's mouth twitched as she watched. He would become when he grew up. However, Lele didn't eat the food himself, but gave it to Suemo and Lu Xiaolan, saying, "Mom, eat it, Auntie, eat it." The college students laughed out loud. "Comrade, your child will be extraordinary in the future. He is smart and filial." With someone to play with, Lele didn't make any noise, and time passed by. Surprisingly, the train was not late and arrived at Yangqing railway station at around 4 p.m. On the 14th. As soon as she got off the car, Lu Xiaolan looked at the wet floor and the foggy sky, feeling a little surprised. "Why is it so foggy?" Suemo explained, "It should be back to the south."
What?
Lu Xiaolan was puzzled. It was the first time she heard of such a thing. The return of the south wind is a climate phenomenon unique to the south. It happens because the temperature is going to rise. Lu Xiaolan seemed to understand, but not quite. Suemo led her people out of the station. The telegram she sent to the troops arrived in the evening, and she didn't know whether the people sent by the troops to pick them up had arrived. When she got out of the station, Suemo discovered that not only the people sent by the army were there, but also Su Yichen and his parents were there. Suemo waved her hands happily. "Mom, Dad, Big Brother, why are you here too?" Su Yichen and the soldier who came to pick them up hurried forward to help Suemo and Lu Xiaolan carry their luggage, while Su Tingqian and his wife each took a child and called them their darlings. "I just happened to come here for something, and my uncle told me that you were arriving today, so I came to pick you up."
Su Yichen explained.
"Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is Xiaolan. She's here to help me take care of the kids." Xiaolan, these are my parents. Wilson Su had met them in Lujia village before, so there was no need to introduce them. The three of them quickly greeted each other. Lele has been looking for his father in the crowd since he came out, but he still hasn't found the father his mother showed him, so he said, "Mom, there's no dad." Sumo didn't expect Lele to still be hung up on this, so she said with a smile, "Dad went to work and hasn't come back yet. Come, and in Lulu, this is Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle." Lele tilted his little head, looked around for a while, and then obediently followed and called people, which made Su Tingqian and Emo Yurong very happy, and they kept calling him Little Darling. "Momo, why did Lele say this so well?" Emo Yurong asked. "This child is really smart. I didn't speak that well before, but I was holding it in on the train, and my language ability has improved by leaps and bounds." Su Emo explained, and then said to Anin, "Call someone." Anin also shouted, "Oh, Little Darling, Anin speaks so nicely now." Emo Yurong said happily. In the future, she will be able to enjoy the company of her grandchildren. She saw that her granddaughter was a more introverted person and didn't like to talk much, while her grandson should be an extrovert and more talkative. When they arrived at the parking lot, the soldier who came to pick them up drove a car, and Su Yichen also drove one. Finally, Su Emo and Lu Xiaolan took the little soldier's car, while Su Tingqian and his wife took the two little ones in Su Yichen's car, and they went to the military family compound together. The military family compound is quite far from the train station, and it takes more than an hour to drive there. Because Lu Chongzheng has not yet been assigned to a specific division and is still under the headquarters, the family compound assigned to him is in the urban area. If Sumo passes the exam for a position at the Foreign Trade Center, it will be quite convenient for her to go to work. She can take the bus or ride a bicycle, and it will take 40 to 50 minutes to get there. This family compound is used to house the families of officers working in the headquarters. It is not very big, but the environment is quite good. There are cement roads inside, which looks quite neat. There is also a guard post at the door, so there is no need to worry about safety. As soon as you enter, you see several rows of 4-story buildings. Seeing Su Mo and the others looking towards the building, the soldier in charge of picking them up said, "Sister-in-law, Commander Lu said he wanted a bungalow. Your house is in the back." After going around those rows of buildings, there are rows of houses with yards behind, including single-story bungalows and 2-story small buildings. The young soldier drove the car to the small courtyard on the far left of the 3rd row of bungalows and stopped. "This is it, sister-in-law." After saying that, he turned off the engine, got out of the car, and went to help Su Mo and the others move their things. "Thank you for your hard work, comrade." Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan also hurried out of the car. Su Mo got out of the car and took a quick look. This bungalow looked a little older than the building, and it should have been built before. It was very military style, with rows of 5 rooms in a row, arranged very neatly. The yard was also surrounded by a wall and equipped with 2 low wooden doors. Seeing the young soldier carrying his luggage in both hands, Su Mo quickly pushed the wooden door open and let the young soldier in. The yard is not big, only about 1 mu, and it has been tidied up and is quite clean. Su Mo also took the time to look around and quickly took the key that the young soldier had just given her in the car, opened the door, and asked someone to move the things in first. "Sister-in-law, please take a look first. If you need anything else, please go to the guards and tell them. We will make arrangements as appropriate." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Serve the people." "Sister-in-law, it's nothing, I'll leave first." "Okay, take care." Su Mo walked the person out of the yard. After the young soldier left, Su Yichen's car arrived. Because he was a visitor, he had to register his information. If he was not also an officer, he could not come in, and Su Mo had to go out to pick him up. The 3 of them got out of the car and looked around. Seeing that the environment was okay, Su Tingqian nodded slightly. It was better than the staff building of his school. It had its own door and yard, so it was more comfortable to live in. Everyone entered the house. They started looking at the house together. The house is a typical southern bungalow, with a living room at the entrance, a kitchen on the left, and a bathroom and toilet on the right. From the living room, there are 3 bedrooms and a small utility room. The living room is furnished with wooden chairs and a tea table. The kitchen is furnished with a coal stove and cupboards, and each of the 3 rooms is furnished with a bed about 1.5 meters long and a double-door wardrobe. The basic big items are provided, but you have to prepare the small items yourself. Suemo was quite satisfied with the house. It was very clean, and the things were quite complete. She estimated that the package should arrive in the next 2 days. She would buy whatever was missing when she saw it. This army is great. They even helped clean the house. Lu Xiaolan sighed as she looked at the wet walls and floor. It would have been better if I had washed it a few days in advance. This person came here, and it was still wet. Mo Yurong laughed. Xiaolon, this is the return of the south wind, and the tide has returned. You must not open the windows these days, otherwise it will be even more humid.
Ah?
Seeing Lu Xiaolan's confused look, Mo Yurong smiled again. Don't worry, I heard from the locals that this situation will be cured in 10 days or half a month at most. It's been a week, and it will probably be cured in another 2 days. Momo, you don't have any supplies now. Why don't you stay with your parents for the next 2 days and come back when you have everything you need? Su Tingqian asked. Okay.
Sumonari.
She had to go to her parents' place first to get familiar with the place. Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan packed their clothes, locked the door, and prepared to leave. Seeing that he was leaving again, Lele asked hurriedly, Where are you going now? Mo Yurong smiled. You little rascal. Why don't you go to your grandparents' house? Take the bus again? Yes, we need to take a car. Does Lele like taking a car? Hearing this, Lele shook his head like a rattle and waved his hands. No, Lele doesn't want to ride in the car. Mom, you're lying. You're lying. Mo Yurong didn't expect her grandson to react so strongly and looked at Su Mo with some surprise. Mom didn't lie. We didn't take a big car. We took a small car driven by my uncle. The one you just took. Su Mo quickly pointed at the car outside. Only then did Lele stop. What's going on? Su Chen asked. He's tired of riding the train. When we came from Jinling, I told him this was the last time he would ride it. Mom just said we were going to take a car, so he thought we were going to take the train again. The little guy has a good memory. Su Chen was also happy and took Lele from Mo Yurong's arms. Come on, Uncle will teach you how to drive, okay? His wife is also pregnant, and he hopes the child can be as smart as her. Leaving, Su Mo said something to the guard again, saying that she was going to stay with her parents for 1 night and would come back tomorrow. For dinner, the group of people had dinner at a state-owned restaurant. Su Chen paid the bill, saying that he was welcoming Su Mo and the others. After dinner, they returned to Su Tingqian and their family's residence. We lived in the faculty building, which was inside the campus. The environment was better than outside, but not much better. It was an old tube-shaped building with a shared kitchen, bathroom, and toilet. So the couple ate in the cafeteria most of the time and rarely cooked. The house is on the 3rd floor, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. It's not particularly big, but the couple have good taste and have made it very cozy. Su Chen sat for a while and then left. He had a meeting tomorrow and had to go back to prepare. After Su Chen left, Mo Yurong got up and went to the kitchen to boil water for the children to bathe, and Su Mo followed her. Su Mo looked at the environment and frowned. She didn't expect it to be such a house. According to Su Tingqian's status, he should be able to get a better house. Can't you apply for a better house? Su Mo asked in a low voice. Mo Yurong shook her head. Housing is tight at school right now, and there's no better place available for the time being, so we'll just live like this for now. Xioma, it's okay, it's already good enough. Compared to the cowshed, this environment is a world of difference. When she arrived at the kitchen, Mo Yurong frowned when she saw that there was less firewood in her basket, but since Su Mo was there, she didn't say anything to avoid worrying her daughter. The couple doesn't cook, they just boil water for bathing, so they don't burn coal, they burn firewood. After the water heated up, several people gave the 2 little ones a bath first, and then the adults took a bath. She went to bed at night. Su Mo discovered that the sound insulation of this house was very poor. She could hear clearly what was happening next door and upstairs and downstairs. Su Mo thought that this was not a solution. After she settled down, She would have to see if there were any houses for sale or rent nearby, and find a place for her parents to live. She saw Imo Yurong frowning at the firewood basket just now, and she probably thought someone had taken advantage of it and used it. Unless you catch someone on the spot, you don't even have any evidence, which is really annoying. Either you lock up the firewood or carry it back home and use it one by one. They even try to take advantage of the price of 1 or 2 sticks of firewood, which shows the quality of these neighbors. The 15th happened to be Sunday, and Su Tingqian was on vacation. Mo Yurong also switched shifts, intending to accompany Su Mo back home to help her settle down. There was a tram stop near the school. Su Tingqian had asked before, and it could take him to the staff quarters, so they prepared to go there to take the tram. Trolleybus in Guangzhou in the 1970s. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the tram arrived, and several people lined up to get on the bus. The conductor stopped in front and collected money and sold tickets one by one. Taking the tram today, and Su Mo and her friends soon arrived. "Where are you going?" asked the conductor. "Family compound, for people." Su Mo pointed at the other 3 people behind her. The conductor nodded and gave 4 tickets for 7 cents each, 2 cents and 8 cents. "Find a seat yourself."
Thank you.
Su Mo gave the money and took the ticket. She had seen a tram ticket of this period, and she was a little curious. She had lived in Guangzhou for a period of time when she was a child, but that was the era of smartphones, and everyone used their phones to get on and off the bus, and the Guangzhou Express was almost outdated. Special period Yangqing tram tickets. The tram ticket looks similar to the train ticket, but the color is brighter and it is longer. It is divided into 2 copies, one with the price printed on it, and the other with the words "collection upon getting off the train" printed on it, as well as a few Arabic numerals. Su Mo has no idea what they mean. After everyone sat down, Su Mo distributed the tickets to the adults. Mo Yurong was holding Lele, and seeing that he wanted to watch it, she gave him the ticket. Lele pointed at the Arabic numerals above and started reading 1, 2, 3. Su Tingqian and Mo Yurong were both shocked. Mo Yurong even grabbed Sumo's hand and said, "Nan Nan, Nan Nan, this child can recognize words." Su Mo explained with a smile, "They do recognize a few numbers. I taught them." Then she told me about how she drew cards to teach her children to recognize numbers. Su Tingqian smiled and said, "So that's how it is. I thought this child was gifted. But he is also very smart. This child, who is less than 1 year old, can recognize words. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it." Then he took the ticket and asked Anan in his arms if he knew the numbers. Anan cooperated and recited a few of them. Su Tingqian was extremely happy. He believed that the descendants of his Su family would not be bad. The 2 elders were busy teasing their grandson, while Lu Xiaolan secretly said to Su Mo, "Third sister-in-law, do you understand what they are saying?" There were a few locals chatting in the car. Lu Xiaolan listened for a long time, but didn't understand a word. She was so worried. What would she do if she couldn't even understand what they were saying? "I can understand a little bit." Su Mo said, "It's okay, just listen a few more times and you'll be able to roughly guess the meaning." "Third sister-in-law, you are amazing." Lu Xiaolan secretly gave a thumbs up. Not only can she speak foreign languages, she can even speak the local dialect. Su Mo waved her hand. "I also had a classmate from Yangqing before, and I learned a few sentences from her." The original owner did have a high school classmate who came from Yangqing, but their relationship was average. To take the tram from the school to the staff quarters. When we were almost there, the conductor shouted, "Those going to the staff quarters, get ready to get off the bus." I was about to get off the bus. The conductor tore off the coupon and gave it back to me. There is a post office not far from the tram station. A group of people went there to ask about the package and were told that it had been delivered to the message room in the family compound. Su Mo didn't expect that the post office service here was so good and could deliver so many things. Then, she called Lujia village. Lu Qing'an answered the phone. Su Mo told him that they had arrived at the family compound last evening. She briefly told him about the situation there and then asked Lu Xiaolan to talk to Lu Qing'an for a few words. After Lu Xiaolan finished speaking, Su Mo called Gung Chongqing again, but he was not at the county party committee. Su Mo asked her secretary to tell him that she had arrived safely in Yangqing. After making the call, they returned to the family quarters. The family compound is quite far from the tram station, and it takes 7 or 8 minutes to walk. When I arrived at the gate, the guard saw that it was Suemo and said, "Comrade Suemo, there is a package for you in the message room. Remember to pick it up." These guards are all trained and have excellent skills in recognizing people. They could recognize Suemo even though it was only her second day. Suemo thanked them and went to the message room next door to get the packages. There were 4 large packages in total, and Suemo and Lu Xiaolan made 2 trips to move them back. A north wind blew today, and the temperature was a little lower than yesterday. The air was not so humid, and the house looked a lot drier. Suemo quickly opened the doors and windows to let the north wind. The 2 elders had already started wiping Suemo's bed and cabinets. Suemo and Lu Xiaolan were busy unpacking packages and putting things away one by one. The 2 little ones were walking with their short legs, looking here and there. When everything was almost in place, Suemo took out a notebook and listed the missing items one by one to avoid missing any. While she was writing, she heard someone calling her from outside the door. "Comrade Suemo, are you home?" Suemo went out and saw 2 PLA comrades standing outside the courtyard gate. One was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, and the other was younger, probably in his 20s. Suemo hurried to open the gate. "Comrades, is there anything you want to talk to me about?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Comrade Suemo, I am Wei Liang, the political commissar of the logistics department. I came to see how your arrangements are going. Are there any difficulties?" Suemo quickly let the person in. "Thank you, political commissar Wei, for your concern. I can still handle this for now. If there are any difficulties, I will definitely speak to the organization. Comrade Lu Chongjing has gone to training. If you encounter any problems, don't be afraid to speak up. The organization will do its best to find a solution. It is relatively rare for family members to accompany the troops, but the soldiers are not in the army. In such cases, the army will provide the greatest assistance as appropriate." "Okay. Thank you, organization. Thank you, leadership." Political Commissar Wei went in and saw that they were still packing up, so he said, "There is a canteen to the east of the family compound. When you don't have time to cook, you can go to the canteen to get food. Next to the canteen, there is also a military service center, which has basic daily necessities and commodities." "That's great. I was just thinking about where to go shopping," Suemo said with a smile. "I came here to ask for one more thing. Commander Lin told us yesterday to send Comrade Lu Chongjing's salary for the past few months to you first. These days, soldier salaries are allocated by the General Logistics Department to the logistics departments of each military region, and then by the logistics departments of the military regions to the financial departments of each unit in charge of logistics. Officers usually go to the finance department to collect their wages every month. Lu Chongjing was away for several months for training, so he had not received his wages. Commander Lin was afraid that Suemo would come to ask for money, so he contacted the logistics department and asked them to send Lu Chongjing's wages to his family first. After Lu Chongjing was transferred to the frontline troops, his salary increased from 127 yuan to the current 141 yuan. As a rule, 14 yuan is deducted every month for food expenses, a total of 508 yuan in 4 months. After expressing her gratitude, Suemo signed the document and took the money. In addition, officers are given some military coupons every month. In addition to the original share, Political Commissar Wei gave Suemo another one, saying that it was a subsidy that family members would receive when accompanying the troops. After settling Lu Chongjing's salary, Political Commissar Wei gave Suemo the food book for the other 3 people. Suemo opened it and saw that she and Lu Xiaolan received 36 kilograms of food grains per month, while the 2 children only received 10 kilograms of fine food grains per month. Of the 36 kilograms of food that Suemo and her friends have, only 30% is fine grains, which means only about 11 kilograms of fine grains per month. This is even worse than when she was in the Hongqi commune. Although she only had 27 kilograms of grain at that time, it was all fine grain. It seems that the food problem in southern cities is indeed serious. Commissar Wei, Do we go to the grain station to buy our food? No, the staff quarters will do the centralized purchasing. You can just go to the canteen office at the beginning of each month to buy them, said Political Commissar Wei. In the past, family members would go to nearby grain stations to buy grain, but many family members reported that buying grain was extremely difficult, and it was almost like going to war. There were also various problems with the grain they bought. Finally, with the approval of the leaders, the food for the family compound will be purchased centrally by the troops in the future. The electricity and water charges are posted on the notice board of the family compound in the early morning of each month. You have to go to the management office to pay the charges before the 15th of each month. The electricity charge is 2.2 yuan per kilowatt hour, and the water charge is 1.3 yuan per ton. It was said that Captain Lu's family came from the countryside, and Political Commissar Wei reminded them of this in case they didn't know. Some family members did not know about this before and thought water was free, so they used it as much as they wanted. Only when they went to pay the bill did they find out that they had to pay a large amount of water bill and started making a fuss. There is also a nursery in the family compound. The fee is 3 yuan per month. If you need to send your child there, you just need to go to the management office to complete the procedures. After Political Commissar Wei explained everything that needed to be explained, he took the young comrade away. Su Mo and Su Tingqian escorted him to the door together. This army can help you buy food, which saves you a lot of trouble, Su Tingqian said. It's hard to buy grain here. Basically, the grain station only sells grain in the first few days of the month. After the 10th, there is basically no grain for sale. Those people in the staff building have to line up in the early morning every time they want to buy grain. They didn't know when they first came here and thought about waiting until the peak at the beginning of the month before going. As a result, the grain station had no grain to sell. Fortunately, the school has a cafeteria. After that, the two of them stopped cooking for themselves. Although eating in the cafeteria was more expensive, it saved a lot of trouble. After almost finishing the cleanup, Su Mo took a few people to the cafeteria in the staff quarters. The canteen in the family compound is also a bungalow, not very big. It is lunchtime and it is Sunday, so there are quite a lot of people here. However, most of them take lunch boxes to take home, so not many people eat inside. Sumo's family didn't even have bowls and chopsticks except for the lunch boxes they brought on the train, so they had to eat here. Su Mo went to buy meal tickets first. The food was similar to the canteen in Hongqi Commune, but the price was slightly higher than there. In the commune canteen is 1.5 cents per pound, but here it is 1.6 cents per pound. Vegetables are 5 cents per portion, and meat and vegetables range from 1.5 to 40 cents. Today there are 3 kinds of staple food: rice, porridge, and sweet potatoes, unlike in the north where we only have steamed buns. A bowl of rice costs 2 liang of meal tickets, while porridge and sweet potatoes cost 1 liang of meal tickets. Su Mo ordered 3 bowls of rice, 2 bowls of porridge, and 2 servings of sweet potatoes, and asked Su Tingqian to take them over first. The dishes I ordered were stir-fried pork slices with peppers, stir-fried pork with winter melon, soy sauce chicken, steamed spare ribs, and steamed fish with fermented black beans. Stir-fried pork with vegetables is 1.5 cents per portion, soy sauce chicken is 3.5 cents, steamed spare ribs is 3.0 cents, and steamed fish with fermented black beans is 2.5 cents. The meal cost $1.36 for 4 adults and 2 children, and the dishes didn't look bad. The dishes here are all served in plates. You can take the food to the cafeteria after giving the ticket or pack it up in a lunchbox. When you are done, just put the plate in the recycling area. Canteen: the 4 adults shared the rice and sweet potatoes, and the porridge was given to the 2 children, who ate it with fish and shredded chicken, and they enjoyed it very much. While Su Mo was getting her meal, she observed that this canteen should be used by the army to provide employment for family members. Sumo saw that all the employees inside were women, and many of them were working with their children on their backs. She also saw that there were several small tables near the kitchen, where several children were sitting and eating by themselves. Sumo was thinking, if she could handle the job by herself and not take up the quota for transfer, could she give the quota to Lu Xiaolan and let the army arrange for her to work here? This way I can work and take care of the children at the same time. She always believed that it is better for people to have their own jobs so that they can have confidence no matter what they do. If she can find a job, she will send her 2 children to a nursery when they are 1 year old. Lu Xiaolan will work here and can go over to look after them when she is not busy. After dinner, several people went to the military service center next door to buy things. There are really a lot of things to buy. Su Mo will have to live in the house in Lujia village when she returns, so she didn't bring any daily necessities with her. There was only one cupboard and a coal stove in the kitchen, and all the utensils for cooking had to be purchased from scratch. Su Mo asked for a 24 centimeters aluminum pot, which can be used for cooking rice, porridge, and soup. She also asked for a kitchen knife, a cutting board, 6 fine porcelain bowls, 10 rice bowls, a pair of chopsticks, and an iron pan for cooking on a coal stove. An aluminum pot costs 5.59 yuan each, a kitchen knife costs 1.66 yuan each, a cutting board costs 0.3 yuan each, a vegetable bowl costs 0.21 yuan each, a rice bowl costs 0.1 yuan each, chopsticks cost 10 cents a pair, and an iron frying pan costs 0.98 yuan each. The kitchen supplies cost $10.89, plus 2 industrial coupons. Su Mo was also shocked when she heard the price of the iron pot, because in the novel she had read, iron pots should be very expensive items. She confirmed it several times, which made the family sister, who was selling the item, a little impatient. Su Mo has never bought an iron pot since she came here, so I didn't know this. Lu Xiaolan felt a little embarrassed and quickly pulled Su Mo over and said, "Third sister-in-law, this kind of small iron pot is priced at this price, and ours is also the same. It's just that they're often out of stock. Every time an iron pot arrives, it will be sold out within 3 days. Because this kind of small iron pot is actually not durable and easily gets holes after long-term use, most people will keep an extra one for future use." After buying kitchen supplies, Su Mo continued to purchase daily necessities such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, toothpaste, toothbrush, paper towels, soap, etc. She also bought a few enamel pots, 2 enamel wash basins, 2 thermos bottles, 2 buckets for bathing, and 3 bamboo mats for making beds. This trip cost me almost $50, and I bought all the things I needed. Honeycomb coal is not sold at the military service center. You have to go to the coal station to buy it. Then you have to pay 20 cents for the delivery fee, and the master at the coal station will ride a 3-wheeled bicycle to bring it to you. The lady at the service center also carefully told Su Mo how to get there. It's not too far. It only takes about 10 minutes by bike. Su Mo thanked him, took the things home, and then went to the cafeteria with Lu Xiaolan to buy food for this month. Now all that's missing is the honeycomb coal to burn. The family compound, each person is given a fixed amount of 1 honeycomb briquettes ticket per month, the kind that comes with 25 briquettes. Political Commissar Wei gave Su Mo 4 tickets this morning, probably 1 for each of the 3 adults and 1 for the 2 children. "Mom, do you know how many honeycomb coals we need to burn in a month?"
Su Mo asked.
"I see those people in the staff building cooking 3 meals a day. If they want to be frugal, they only need to change 3 pieces of coal a day." Mo Yurong said, "That would be 90 per month. She only has 100 per month now. If she doesn't control it well, she might exceed the limit." Su Mo is a little bald, and when he arrives in the city, he has to worry about not having enough firewood. Life is really not easy for people in this era. They have to plan everything from food, clothing, and housing to just enough. Seeing that his daughter was worried about the coal, Su Tiqian quickly took out the money from his pocket and handed the coal ticket to Su Mo. "Momo, these are the coal coupons that Dad's school issued. I'll give them all to you from now on. Together they should be enough for you." Su Mo waved her hands. "No. Give it to me. What do you want to use? We don't cook, but we need some firewood to boil water. Your mother also gets firewood coupons every month, so that's enough. Coal tickets must be used within the same month. They will become invalid after the expiration date. Your father used to exchange them for other tickets with others." Mo Yurong added. Since Lu Changzheng was transferred here, the couple has been saving these daily coupons every month, fearing that they will not have the coupons when their daughter comes. Unfortunately, the coal coupons must be used within the same month, so they only have this month's coupons. After Manhwa found someone to repay the overseas remittances the year before last, Su Tingda found a way to ask someone overseas to pass a message to Su Zhongqing, asking them to stop sending the money. They must have received the message and stopped sending money last year. Su Mo accepted the coal ticket only after she confirmed that her parents really had no need for it. Honeycomb briquette ticket. Su Tingqian's rank is not low. He gets 50 pieces of coal every month, plus Su Mo's 100 pieces. That's enough for every month. Su Mo took the coal ticket and went to the family compound management office, found the older sister there, borrowed a bicycle, and went to the nearby coal station with Su Tingqian. When she arrived at the coal station, Su Mo first went to the toll booth at the door to pay and get a receipt.
3.4 yuan per 100 kilograms.
One honeycomb briquettes weighs about 2 kilograms, so 150 pieces will be counted as 150 kilograms. Su Mo paid 5.10 yuan for the coal and an extra 20 cents for the transportation fee, and asked the coal deliver man to deliver it to the family compound. The humidity in Guangzhou is very high during this period, the coal in the coal yard is drying up slowly, and there is not much stock left at their coal station. The cashier originally wanted Su Mo to wait for a few days, but when he saw that the address she said was the military family compound, he wrote her a note. Take the note and go to the back and ask the master to install it for you and send it over. Su Mo thanked him and went to the back to find a coal deliver man. She gave him the note. The coal deliver man took the note and asked, "Where are you going?" "The military family compound,"
Su Mo said.
The master frowned. He really didn't like going there. One had to register to enter and leave, and there were people all over the place, talking in a gibberish way that he could hardly understand. But the master didn't say anything. He rode his tricycle to the place where the coal was stored and loaded 160 briquettes. He loaded 10 more because he was afraid that they would be damaged on the road, and he had to ensure that the 150 briquettes he gave to the man were all good. The father and daughter followed the master to transport the coal back. When they passed by the management office, they returned the bicycle. Lu Xiaolan had already cleaned up a corner in the kitchen. Once the coal was moved to the kitchen, the daily necessities would basically be ready. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Mo quickly took some old newspapers to start a fire. Today was the first day of cooking, so she had to treat her parents to a good meal. The last tram was at 8 p.m., so she had to hurry. The coal stove provided by the army was the kind with a hot water cylinder next to it. After the fire was lit, Su Mo cleaned the hot water cylinder again, plugged the drain, and added water. This way, you can get hot water while cooking, and you don't have to boil hot water specifically for a bath. While Su Mo was making a fire, Lu Xiaolan had already gone to buy vegetables. After a while, he came back and didn't buy anything. He bought 2 pounds of eggs, 1 pound of sausage, a few green peppers, a piece of winter melon, and a handful of leeks. Third sister-in-law, there are no vegetables to sell, so I bought these. This bunch of leeks was given to me by the lady next door. The neighbor wanted to come over to chat for a long time, but seeing that everyone was busy, he never came. Seeing Lu Xiaolan going to buy vegetables, he followed her and chatted for a while. It's okay, just eat it. After the fire was burning, Su Mo cooked rice in an aluminum pot, cut 2 pieces of sausage and put it on top, then made some winter melon soup, scrambled eggs with green peppers, and stir-fried leeks. Having breakfast and dinner, I set my parents to take the tram. I came back. I happened to see the lady next door calling her children to come back for dinner. Su Mo watched from afar, and suddenly 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, jumped out from somewhere and ran back home quickly. The elder sister also saw Su Mo and asked with a smile, "What are you going to do?" "Send my parents to the bus." Su Mo smiled. "Sister-in-law, thank you for the chives." "You're welcome," said the eldest sister, and then asked, "Aren't you here to follow the army from the north? Why are your parents here too?" Su Mo smiled and said, "Yes, my parents were transferred here to work last year." Wang Suimei thought to herself that her parents both had jobs here, so they must be very important. Judging from the way her parents were dressed, they were probably cadres. "My name is Wang Suimei. What should I call you, sister?" My name is Suemo. Wang Sueme wanted to say a few more words to Suemo, but a little boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old ran out of the room and shouted at her. Mom, didn't you say we were ready for dinner? Wait, I'll be there soon. Wang Sueme said, smiling at Suemo. Suemo, I'll go eat first. Okay, Sister Wang. Suemo smiled and went home. In the evening, when the man came back, Wang Sueme asked him, whose family members live next door? Wang Sueme only learned from Lu Xiaolan that they came from the north, and she didn't know much else. She was very curious about why they came suddenly. He was transferred here from the north, with his superiors. His surname is Liu, and he's a regiment commander. Wang Sueme's husband is Zheng Guosheng, who is in his 30s and works in the general staff. His rank is the same as Lu Chongjing. The house next door has been empty for a few days. How come I've never seen him living there? There was someone living next door before, but that person was transferred to another place along with his former leader, so the house became vacant. I heard that he was sent on a mission just half a month after he arrived, and he hasn't come back yet. Zheng Guosheng said. No wonder. Wang Sueme nodded. Well, let me tell you, the parents next door also work here. Judging from their appearance, they are probably cadres. I guess they were transferred here because their parents were here. I heard from Captain Lu's sister that their family is from the countryside.
Stop.
Zheng Guosheng scolded. Can you change your habit of being nosy? What does it have to do with you? We are neighbors. Why don't you ask what's going on? Wang Sueme was dissatisfied. Can you please stop causing trouble for me? If you can't get along with this family, just go back to your hometown. Zheng Guosheng was so angry that he threw his hands and went into the room. Had many conflicts with the family she was transferred to before, and her leader reminded her several times to keep her family members under control. After Suemo returned, she fetched water and gave the 2 little ones a bath. Then he made a mat on the bed, put the thin quilt that was sent by mail on it as a mattress, and started to coax the 2 little ones to sleep. As for the quilt, she brought one from her parents when she came here today. Lu Xiaolan also sent a thin quilt, which was just right for her at this time. The next day, Suemo measured the size of the bed. Breakfast, he went to the post office and sent a telegram to the Lu family, asking them to help make 3 quilts according to the measurements, and sent 50 yuan back. Then I called Tao Peishing to ask him when it would be convenient for me to send the bicycle and sewing machine. It was really inconvenient to travel without a bicycle. Tao Peishing told her that he had already arranged to send them out a few days after they set off, and that they would probably arrive in a few days, so he asked her to stay tuned for more information. On the other side, in the waters near a certain military island, a group of people were conducting underwater combat training, and Lu Chongjing was among them. Forming a special team is to face the entire army. China's current naval power is still relatively weak, and in the past 2 years, there have been frequent disputes with other countries over the southern islands. Therefore, the idea of forming a special maritime team has long been on the agenda. Yangcheng Military Region started preparations last year, mobilizing 200 elite soldiers from the entire army, conducting a training session, and selecting 100 elite soldiers. Mid-January, the second training session was officially launched, and another 50 people were selected from the 100 people. Lin was very optimistic about Lu Chongjing. After asking for his opinion, he included him in the 100 people to participate in the second training session. As a paratrooper who suddenly appeared through the back door, Lu Chongjing naturally attracted a lot of firepower. They were all top soldiers, and they all had their own pride, and most of them looked down on this kind of backdoor behavior. Moreover, they had eaten, lived, and trained with the 100 eliminated people for several months, so naturally they had feelings for them. Some people were very indignant that the quota would rather be given to an outsider than to those people. So, at the beginning, Lu Chongjing's life was quite difficult. To mention that he was a target, he was a man who had been fighting on land for years and was not particularly good at fighting on the water. But he is the type of person who is not afraid of anything, no matter how difficult it is, and is determined to conquer it. It only took Lu Chongjing 3 months to go from always being in the last few places in the beginning to always being in the top few places now. His comrades' views of him also gradually changed from disdain at the beginning to admiration. Now, the second phase of training has ended, and what follows will be a 3-day assessment. After the assessment, it will be decided who will stay and who will go. The last day is the underwater stealth combat assessment. You have to hide and fight. You have to hide well and not be discovered, and you have to secretly look for your opponents and eliminate them until only 50 people are left. At that time, unlike in later generations, there were not all kinds of high-tech equipment, and the competition was all about physical fitness and hard work. Each of these scouts carried only a small bottle of oxygen, a dagger, and a signal gun, which they used to call for help when they encountered danger, or to let the ship pick them up if they were eliminated. Of the assessment, the warship pulled 101 scouts to the designated sea area and then dropped one at a certain distance. After Lu Chongjing entered the water, he was not in a hurry to look for other people. Instead, he first found a reef to hide under, letting others consume their energy first before he took action. Because of the limited oxygen, Lu Chongjing held a hollow straw in his mouth to breathe. This straw was prepared when he was on the island. The rules of the assessment did not say that these things could not be prepared. Lu Chongjing lay motionless underwater for several hours. During this time, several people passed by, but did not notice him. There was only one unlucky guy who was tired of swimming and wanted to see if there was any reef exposed above the water, so he could lean on it to rest for a while. However, he was killed by Lu Chongjing before he could get close. The unlucky guy didn't notice Lu Chongjing until he was solved. The expression on his face was really colorful. Lu Chongjing ignored him, but just made a gesture to him, asking him to swim away before firing the signal gun. When the time was almost up, Lu Chongjing took action, swam out secretly, and successfully dealt with the 3 opponents. Just as he was looking for the 4th one, a broadcast from a warship came from the sea, saying that the assessment was over and asking the remaining people to return to the warship. In the end, Lu Chongjing defeated 4 opponents and won the 3rd place in this assessment. The overall assessment score was 2nd, and he successfully entered the next round. Returning to the island, the young men who had been trained on the island for 3 months packed up their things and prepared to return to their original units. Some were happy, some were sad, but everyone blessed and encouraged each other. Lu Chongjing was packing up when one of the instructors in charge of training came over and called Lu Chongjing, saying that the leader wanted to see him. When Lu Chongjing came over, the leader said, "Comrade Lu Chongjing, the military district sent a telegram saying that your wife and children have arrived safely, so you can rest assured." What? Lu Chongjing was confused. How did his wife arrive safely? He hadn't even completed the procedures for her to join the army. Oh. More than a month ago, the military district also sent a telegram saying that your wife would come to join the army in advance. I was afraid that it would affect your training, so I didn't let you know. The leader also admired Lu Chongjing very much. At first, he thought he was a relative and didn't want him to come, but since the new leader gave the order personally, he had no choice but to obey. Then he watched Lu Chongjing gritting his teeth and climbing up step by step from the tail end of the crane. He saw him several times while others were resting. He was silently repeating the monotonous and boring training alone, just to catch up with everyone as soon as possible. He really admired this kind of young man who was determined, calm, and hardworking, and didn't want him to be eliminated in the end, so he suppressed the news. Lu Chongjing. He won't have to kneel on the washboard when he goes back this time, will he? At the same time, he was a little anxious. His wife came to join the army without waiting for his notice. Could something have happened? After settling down on the 16th, Su Emo went to visit Zhang Zhen again. Seeing that the old man was like a fish in water in the library and his spirits were much better than before, she knew that the old man really liked this job and felt relieved. In the next 2 days, Su Emo took Lu Xiaolan and the 2 children to travel around Guangzhou. We first visited the landmark of Yangqing Hotel. Hotel in the 1970s, Yangqing Hotel was completed and opened in April 1968. The main building has 27 floors and is 86.51 meters high. It was the tallest building in the country at that time and also the largest hotel in the country. It was mainly used to entertain foreign guests and had more than 300 guest rooms. When Lu Xiaolan saw it, She was completely shocked. She asked Su Mo to take a picture quickly, develop it, and send it back to her parents to open their eyes. Then, I went shopping in the department store in Yangcheng and bought a lot of things for my home. Finally, we visited some famous scenic spots in Guangzhou. That day, when the group came back from shopping, they saw Lu Chongjing sitting at the door of the message room with his luggage. Seeing those people, Lu Chongjing stood up with a bright smile. It's just that he had been training on the island for several months, and he was tanned very dark. When he smiled, revealing a row of white teeth, he looked a little silly. "Wife, I'm back," Lu Xiaolan exclaimed. "Oh my God. Third brother, how did you become like this?" Lele looked at Lu Chongjing, then asked Su Mo, "Mom, who?" "This is Dad."
Je m'explique.
Lele wrinkled his nose and said, "Ugly." As soon as Lu Chongjing approached, he heard his son say that he was ugly, and he instantly laughed.
This.
How dare he say he is ugly? "Lulu, what's ugly about Daddy?" Lu Chongjing asked with a grin through gritted teeth. This was really his good eldest son who stabbed him in the back as soon as they met. At the same time, he felt a little uneasy. He had been on the island for the past few months, exposed to the wind, sun, and rain, and his appearance had indeed deteriorated a bit. Before he came back, he even went to get his hair cut and tidied himself up a bit. He is a little tanned and doesn't look as handsome as before, but he shouldn't be ugly, right? Lu Chongjing didn't care much about his appearance before, but when they were having fun, he asked Su Mo what she liked about him that made her agree to marry him. Su Mo casually said that he was handsome. Only then did Lu Chongjing start to pay a little attention to his appearance, so as to avoid losing his beauty and love. Lele took another serious look and stabbed with a second knife. "Ugly." Lu Chongjing smiled, stretched out his free hand, and took Lele from Su Mo's arms. "Come here, dear son, let Daddy hold you." Lu Chongjing supported Lele's with his elbow, put his palm under Lele's armpit, and began to tickle him. Lele immediately screamed in surprise, and after a while, he started to giggle. Su Mo knew that Lu Chongjing knew his limits, so she didn't stop him. Instead, she reached out and took the luggage bag from his hand. "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let him get familiar with the children." After his other hand was free, Lu Chongjing picked up Anan, who was being held by Lu Xiaolan. Lu Chongjing had a completely different attitude towards his daughter. He held her tightly and securely, fearing that he would drop her. "Let us go home." Lu Chongjing held his two children and walked towards home. After returning home, Lu Xiaolan let the couple talk and went to cook. Seeing that the clothes in Lu Chongjing's luggage bag were all clean, Su Mo took them into the room and prepared to put them in the closet. When Lu Chongjing saw his wife enter the room, he quickly followed her in, put the two children on the bed, leaned over, hugged Su Mo, and said with a somewhat aggrieved tone, "Wife, have I really become ugly?" Su Mo looked at the face that had darkened several shades and wanted to laugh, but she held it back and said against her will, "No, it's more masculine now." Lu Chongjing could see that his wife didn't tell the truth, but that was good enough as long as she didn't mind. "Wife, you came here early to join the army. Is there something wrong?" Su Mo told Gung Chongqing about the job he introduced to her. "I have to take a recruitment exam on the 25th, so I came here early." Lu Chongjing nodded. This job was indeed very suitable for his wife, and the army might not be able to arrange a more suitable one. "By the way, how long can you stay this time? Can you stay in Yangcheng in the future?" Su Mo asked. The Yangcheng military region is in charge of several provinces, and it has not yet been determined where Lu Chongjing will be assigned. It would be embarrassing if she settles down in Yangcheng and Lu Chongjing is eventually assigned to other provinces. "I should be able to stay for a while, until the next training camp, and then go out." "Wife, don't worry, I will try my best to stay in Guangzhou." Lu Chongjing said that after he came back, he first went to report to the leader. From what the leader said, he wanted him to lead the team in the future. This special team is directly led by the military district headquarters. It is sent out when there is a mission, and naturally stays in Yangcheng when there is no mission. Lu Chongjing mentioned this to Su Mo in a veiled way. Su Mo listened and felt that this was a bit like the special forces of later generations. Unexpectedly, the country started trying this so early. Because she had studied history intensively for a period of time before, Su Mo knew that the country's first Special Forces Brigade was established in 1988. Su Mo nodded and asked, "Do you have any time off? I want to go to Guangxi to visit my uncle before the exam." "Yes, I have a week's vacation, so we will set off in the next 2 days." Lu Changjing said, "Today is already the 19th. Although there is an express train from Guangzhou to Guangxi province, it still takes 10 hours. At this time, the eldest sister in the message room came over and called Su Mo, saying that she had just received a call and asked her to go to the railway station, to the railway staff guest house, to find Comrade Tao to get something. When Su Mo heard this, she knew that the things that Tao Peixing helped to send had arrived, so she sent Lu Changjing to get them. So, it is better to return at the right time than to return early so that you can get things done as soon as you return. Lu Changjing borrowed a car from the army and went to the train station to find someone to pick up his things. Tao Peixing looked carefree, but he was also a careful person. He was afraid that they would dismantle the things and Su Mo and the other women would not know how to put them back together, so he specifically told his relatives to put the things back together after arriving in Yangqing before giving them back to them. When Lu Changjing arrived, Comrade Tao and his colleague were assembling the equipment with sweat all over their foreheads. Lu Changjing thanked them, gave each of them 2 packs of cigarettes, and invited them to a state-owned restaurant for a meal before returning. The next day, the family of 4 packed up and prepared to go to Guangxi province. Originally, Su Mo wanted to take Lu Xiaolan to visit Guangxi province, but Lu Xiaolan refused. Had agreed to go before because she was worried that it would be inconvenient for her third sister-in-law to take care of 2 children alone on the train. Now that her third brother is back, she decided not to join in the fun. Not only can she look after the house, she can also turn over the land in front of the door and plant vegetables. Any amount of help is helpful. In the city, you have to buy everything, and everything costs money. Seeing that Lu Xiaolan insisted, Su Mo did not force it. Before leaving, Su Mo called Su Tingda first. When Su Tingda learned that Su Mo was going to bring the child over, he was very happy. On the way, Su Mo coaxed Lele again before he agreed to take the car again. The family of 4 arrived in Guangxi province at around 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Yuan came to pick them up. Seeing the 2 little ones being so affectionate, he kept asking people if they remembered their uncle. Lele naturally didn't remember, but Anan did remember, but he was aloof and didn't like to talk. When they arrived at the Su's house, the whole family was waiting at home. Fu Manhwa was afraid that they were hungry, so she prepared a midnight snack for them. The first time Su Mo met Su Yichen's lover Zhuo Huiqin, she was much prettier in person than in the photo. She had shoulder-length hair and looked heroic and had a strong aura. She was a perfect match for Su Yichen. "Sister-in-law, I finally meet you." Su Mo smiled and took out the gift she picked for Zhuo Huiqin at Yangqing department store from her luggage bag. "I saw a fountain pen in a department store a few days ago, and I think it's perfect for my sister-in-law. Do you like it?" Zhuo Huiqin took it with a smile, opened it, and saw that it was a rare porcelain white color, which was obviously designed specially for women. She fell in love with it at first sight. "I like it very much. I'm sorry to have cost you money, Xiaoma."
It looked like it was not cheap.
Su Mo waved her hand, "As long as sister-in-law likes it." "Oh, it's only your sister-in-law's? Your uncle has none?" Su Tingda joked. "How could I forget you, uncle? I just fell in love with my sister-in-law the first time I saw her, so I overlooked you, uncle." Su Mo's words were so sweet that Zhuo Huiqin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her husband's family all valued this niece very much. Zhuo Huiqin was also afraid that she would give people a bad first impression, so she was always a little nervous. The fact that Su Mo liked her made her feel relieved. Su Mo took out the gifts for other people. Su Tingda's was a pair of leather shoes, Fu Manhua's was a coat. Su Yichen's was also a fountain pen, and the style was the same as Zhuo Huiqin's. Su Yuan's was also a pair of leather shoes, but the style looked younger than Su Tingda's. Everyone was chatting and laughing. Fu Manhwa had already heated up the midnight snacks and called everyone to come over and eat. Eating supper, Su Tingde glanced at Lu Changjing from time to time. I muttered to myself, didn't Xiama say that she married him because he was handsome? The photos she sent me before looked okay, but why does he look a little ugly in person? Lu Changjing naturally felt Su Tingde's gaze and thought that he was testing him, so he sat even straighter. Several men were in the army. After eating, they went to the side to talk about things in the army. Su Mabian, Fu Manhua and Zhuo Huiqin were chatting and looking after the children. The two children are so cute that both of them love them very much and are reluctant to let go after holding them. And N is aloof. She is actually a chubby pink ball, the type that people find particularly cute at first sight. Lele is even more amazing. Not only is she cute, but her little mouth is also very chattering. She made Fu Manhua so happy that she asked Su Mo to let Lele stay in Guangxi to accompany her. Sister-in-law, I brought all the clothes that the two children wore when they were little. They're still very new and can be given to the children to wear when the time comes.
Su Mo said.
The two children grew up quickly, and their previous clothes could no longer fit them after being worn a few times. Su Mo did not take them apart and make new ones, but thought of bringing them to Zhuo Huiqin so that she could wear them after her child was born. Why bring it here? Keep it for yourself to wear in the future. Fu Manhua said. The children born now are cute, so let's have more. The Su family has never had many descendants, and it would be great if their generation could make it prosperous. When you have them in the future, just give me the ones your nephews and nieces have worn. In fact, as her powers were upgraded, she had a feeling that it would be difficult for her to get pregnant again. Fortunately, she got pregnant early. If it was later, she would have faced the problem of fertility difficulties. At night, before going to bed, Lu Changjing asked Su Mo, "Wife, does uncle have any opinion about me? I always feel that he looks at me in a weird way." At first, Lu Changjing thought that the other party wanted to test him, but it turned out not to be the case. The way Su Tingde looked at him was hard to describe, sometimes with admiration and sometimes with disgust. No?
Shumo laughed.
Maybe he doesn't like you because you married his beautiful niece. Lu Changjing was about to refute, but then he thought, if someone wanted to marry his daughter in the future. He immediately understood. Su Mo and her family stayed in Guangxi province for 2 days and returned to Guangzhou on the 23rd. On the 24th, Lu Changjing accompanied Su Mo to the exam site to check it out first, so as not to go to the wrong place the next day. Then the two of them went to the vicinity of Su Tingqian's school to see if there were any suitable houses nearby. During this period, although houses could not be traded openly, they could still be bought and sold privately as long as both parties agreed. However, if there were any disputes, they could only be resolved privately and there were no rules or regulations to follow. The two of them walked around but didn't find anything suitable. At noon, the two went to school and had lunch with their parents before going home. On the way, Su Mo said to Lu Changjing, "I am confident that I can pass the exam for this job. If I don't need the quota, you can discuss with the army and see if you can assign the job to Xiaolan. What about the two children? This should be no problem, but who will take care of the children?" He had previously thought that his wife wanted his father-in-law and mother-in-law to help look after the children, but now that Xiaolan has come to help, he thinks it is a great idea. While they are away, they don't have to worry about the children at home all the time. "Wife, we pay Xiaolan a salary every month, and it's the same. It's different. Not to mention that Xiaolan may not accept our money. Even if she is willing to accept it, the feeling is different. I've seen employees in the canteen of the family compound can bring their children to work. Can you arrange a job that allows them to take care of their children? In 2 months, when the child turns 1, I will send him to a nursery, and it won't bother Xiaolan too much while she's at work." "Okay, after you pass the exam, I will discuss it with the logistics department." Lu Changjing agreed. On the way back, Su Mo took out a few clay pots and jars from the space. It was inconvenient for Lu Xiaolan to take them before, so this time she took them out and said that they were bought outside. On the 25th, Su Mo arrived at the examination site early. The exam consists of 2 rounds. The first round is a written test, which takes 1 hour. The second round is an interview, which tests listening and speaking skills. As someone who has fought her way through the exam-oriented education system, Suemo had no problem doing practice questions, and she felt that she was pretty confident in the written test. Special period, not many people could speak English, and there were only about 20 people coming to take the exam, so the interview was quite fast, about 10 minutes per person. Suemo came early and got a number at the front, so it was her turn soon. After entering, there were 5 examiners in total, 3 from China and 2 foreigners. The foreigner asked questions first and communicated with Suemo in English throughout. Seeing that Suemo answered fluently, he nodded. Then the examiners from her country asked questions about her family background and politics, which was a bit like a political review. After hearing that Suemo was a military family member and her parents worked at the university, the 3 examiners were quite satisfied. The political review in the military is stricter, and if anyone in the military can pass it, then there will basically be no problem. After asking the questions, the examiner asked Suemo to go back and wait for news. He said the results would be posted on the bulletin board in 2 days, and she could come and see them then. 2 days later, Suemo went to see the results by herself. Liu Chongjing had finished his vacation yesterday and returned to work in the army. Suemo arrived a little early and waited there for almost an hour before the staff came out to post the notice. Seeing her name in the first place, Suemo breathed a sigh of relief. Although she felt that she would have no problem taking the exam based on her ability, she was not sure if there would be any shady manipulation or something like that. Only 3 translators are recruited this time, and Suemo is the first, that's for sure. Suemo saw another line of words at the bottom of the notice, asking the top 3 people to go to the central office in the next 2 days to go through the employment procedures. Suemo was too lazy to make another trip, so she went there right away. Foreign language translator is considered a technical position. Even if you have just started, the salary is 48 yuan and the benefits are quite good. You will receive more coupons than ordinary positions. Even the food is 36 kilograms of pure fine grain. After Suemo completed the formalities, she was notified that she would officially start work on May 1st. On the way, Suemo found an empty corner, took out some fruits from the space, took them to school, and told her parents that she had passed the exam. Then he sent a telegram to Gung Chongqing to tell him that he had passed the exam. Then he went back and found a secluded place on the way, took some fruits and a piece of wild boar meat, and prepared to have a snack when he returned in the evening. This wild boar meat came from the 2 big wild boars in her previous space. After she had a child, there were always people at home, and she bought meat from the supply and marketing cooperative. She didn't consume much wild boar meat, and now there was probably enough meat from 1 wild boar left in her space. Later, when she goes to work, she can occasionally take some out as a snack when she comes home from work. Lu Xiaolan was also very happy when she heard that Suemo passed the exam. After Suemo put down her things, she went to the management office to go through the transfer procedures for food relations, etc. After going to work, she transferred those relations to the unit. Her new unit are much better, so she no longer takes advantage of the military. In the evening, Liu Chongjing came home from work and brought back 2 children's beds. People in the south sleep on beds, but the beds provided by the army are not big, and it is really crowded for a family of 4 to sleep in. Most importantly, the children are there, and the wife is not allowed to touch her. Liu Chongjing immediately used his connections and asked someone to do 2 of them. This children's bed is made entirely of bamboo and is very exquisite. It is very cool to sleep on it in the summer, and you can just put a mattress on it in the winter. Southern children's bed, I used my connections to find a local craftsman who made it. It's much cheaper than the small beds sold in department stores, only $6 each. After Liu Chongjing got the bed back, he moved directly to the room where Lu Xiaolan slept, saying that she would take care of the children and let them sleep with her from now on. In the evening, the family had a good meal to celebrate Suemo's success in getting a job. I never thought that wild boar meat would be sold in this big city, Lu Xiaolan said. Liu Chongjing knew that this must have been taken out by his wife from the space, so he said, "How can there be no wild boars? There are a lot of mountains and rural areas in the surrounding cities and counties. Where there are mountains and crops, there are wild boars. This wild boar meat was bought by your sister-in-law on the way back. Just eat it at home, and don't go out with it. Lu Changjing explained. I know, I was just saying it. Lu Xiaolan had seen people carrying baskets on their backs in Jinling before. It was normal to encounter such people, and who would be stupid enough to tell others about it? The break, Lu Changjing packed the two little ones and brought them to Lu Xiaolan's place, successfully starting to eat meat. He also shamelessly said that Su Mo had passed the exam and got a job, so he had to take good care of her, which made Su Mo very angry. Before going to bed, Su Mo asked Lu Changjing to talk to the army tomorrow about assigning Lu Xiaolan a job. After all, jobs are not available immediately, and you have to wait for a position. The sooner you tell them, the sooner they can arrange it. The next day, Lu Changjing called Commander Lin to say hello. Lin's position had been determined before he was transferred here. He stayed in Yangcheng for less than a month. After becoming familiar with the situation, he went to Hainan province. Did your wife fail the exam to get a job? Teacher Lin asked. He had specially inquired about it before, and this boy's wife was quite capable, so she shouldn't have failed the exam. If I pass the exam, the money won't be for my wife, but for my sister. Didn't you say that your sister was here to take care of the children? Commander Lin frowned. In the planned economy era, the army's things were also planned, and the number of family members that each officer could accompany was limited. In principle, only spouses, children, and parents could apply to accompany the army. Otherwise, if everyone brought their entire families along to follow the army's material supply would be enormous. Yes, I am here to take care of the child. So I want to see if I can arrange a job that is convenient for taking care of the child. It won't be too much of a delay. In 2 months, when the child is 1 year old, my wife will send the child to a nursery. Lin was so angry that he had to arrange a job for him to take care of the children. Why didn't he go to heaven? Your child will be able to walk. Send him to a nursery when he turns 1. The nursery will not accept children who cannot walk. Otherwise, the teacher will have to hold the child every day, which is too busy. Yes, I can speak simple words now. Lu Changjing replied proudly. Lin raised his eyebrows, imagining Lu Changjing's proud look, and said, Wait, I'll give a call to the logistics department. You can go over and tell them later. Also, you better keep a low profile. There are still many family members who are unemployed. Don't assign them jobs as soon as you get here, or it will make the logistics department's work difficult. I've been waiting for 4 months. It's not like I can get a job right away. Commander, this quota was agreed upon at the beginning, but my wife didn't use it, so she gave it to my sister. Lu Changjing said. We should keep a low profile, but we should also make it clear what needs to be said. This was originally agreed upon early on, so don't make it seem like they took advantage of us. You won't be left out, kid. I'll talk to the logistics department later, and you can go there this afternoon. After Commander Lin hung up the phone, he called the leader of the military region's logistics department and told him about the situation. In the afternoon, Lu Changjing took some time to go to the office of the logistics department that was responsible for family placement and told them about Lu Xiaolan's situation. They had already received instructions from their superiors, and when they heard that Lu Xiaolan not only had a junior high school education but had also worked in a supply and marketing cooperative before, they immediately made arrangements. A teacher in the nursery was transferred 2 months ago, and we haven't found a suitable candidate yet. I think Comrade Lu Xiaolan is quite suitable. Why don't you go back and ask her if she is willing to try for 2 days? Not everyone can be a teacher in this nursery. After all, they take care of the children in the nursery, so the requirements are naturally higher. In addition to the education requirement of junior high school or above, they are also required to be patient and loving and be able to both lead and teach. When Lu Changjing heard this, he thought this job was perfect for her. Xiaolan had always liked children, and her nephews and nieces liked her very much. She would definitely be able to do this job. If we send the children to the nursery, Xiaolan can just watch them. With their aunt around, they don't have to worry about being bullied. No need to ask, she will definitely be happy to do so. When do you think it would be convenient for her to try it? Lu Changjing made the decision immediately. I know my sister well. Lu Xiaolan is not a picky person. As long as there is work, she is happy to do it. We'll contact the nursery and ask her to go there tomorrow and try it out for 2 days. If she's suitable, she can start working in May. Lu Changjing nodded and then asked about the welfare benefits. Working in a nursery, the monthly salary is 30 yuan, with 4 days of vacation, and the rest is determined by the family benefits of the family compound. When he returned home in the evening, Lu Changjing told the two of them the good news. Lu Xiaolan couldn't believe it.
Why did you assign me a job?
She also got to know some people in the staff quarters these days, and many of the sisters-in-law were unemployed. So how come she, who came alone to help take care of the children, was arranged a job? You should thank your sister-in-law for this. The quota was originally hers, but she was worried that you would be jobless and feel insecure after coming here, so she took the job exam herself and gave the quota to you. These days, she has been urging me to talk to the army as soon as possible. Lu Changjing tried to win favor for his wife. Lu Xiaolan was so touched that she could not help it. Besides her parents, the only one who cared so much about her was her third sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lu Xiaolan had tears in her eyes. Although she was happy to help her third brother and his wife take care of the children, she sometimes felt panicky, fearing that if she kept taking care of the children, she would not be able to go out to work in the future. Moreover, people who are used to receiving a salary will feel insecure when they suddenly lose their income and have to rely on others for support, fearing that they are becoming a burden to others. Although she had some savings, she was living beyond her means and did not dare to spend them at will. Now she has a job again. Not only does she have a higher salary than before, but she can also help her third brother and sister-in-law take care of their children. Lu Xiaolan instantly feels that she is confident again. Not only can she help her brother and sister-in-law, but she can also create value. The next day, Su Mo and the two little ones took Lu Xiaolan to the nursery. Of the nursery was a kind lady who looked to be in her 30s or 40s. Her surname was Hua. She introduced the nursery to Lu Xiaolan and showed her around. Su Mo took the opportunity to visit with her two children. After all, the two little ones would have to spend most of their time here in the next few years. The nursery is a single-story building with a yard, which has swings, wooden horses, and other facilities suitable for children to play. There are more than 80 children, divided into 3 classes according to age. The vacancy that Lu Xiaolan filled happened to be in the small class. In fact, the person who was transferred away before was from the middle class, and a teacher from the small class filled the vacancy and left the vacancy in the small class vacant. The children in the small class are very young, and it is common for them to wet their pants. The teachers in the small class have the hardest working job. There were no kindergartens at that time. The children in the nurseries were basically between 1 and 4 years old. They were sent here because their parents had to work and there was no one to take care of them. Children over 4 years old can basically play by themselves, so there is no need to send them away. After all, the cost is not low. Every month, in addition to the 3 yuan childcare fee, you have to pay 3 yuan for lunch. This is 6 yuan per month for one child. If there are many children, it is not affordable. After the visit, Lu Xiaolan went to work, and Su Mo returned with the 2 little ones. After arriving home, Su Mo asked the 2 little ones, "What do you think of that place? Mommy will be going to work in a couple of days. Can I send you there to play with other kids?" Anna nodded, "I'm fine." In fact, she wanted to be alone, but her mother said that she shouldn't be too independent, so she just went. She has now adapted to being a child. It is very easy. She doesn't have to worry about anything as everything has been arranged for her. She can just enjoy herself and doesn't have to be on guard against anyone trying to harm her. Maybe it's not bad to live an ordinary life like this. Lele shook his head. With my mother. Lulu, Mommy has to go to work and can't take care of the kids. Mommy can only buy you delicious food when she earns money. Lele still shook his head. No, Dad makes money. My aunt is there too, and my sister will go there too. There are a lot of kids there, and it's a lot of fun. Lele was still not happy, and was about to make a scene with her lips pouted, when she heard Nin say, "Go." Lele could only pout, and say aggrievedly, "Go." Su Mo smiled and coaxed, "Don't be afraid. Sister will protect you. Right, Anan?" Anan nodded. Talking to the 2 kids, Su Mo took the tram to school with them. Today is Sunday. She made an appointment with Mo Yurong the day before yesterday to go shopping in the department store today. Arriving at the department store, the two elders went straight to the clothing section to buy some clothes for their daughter to wear to work. Working in this foreign trade center often involves receiving foreign guests, so she has to dress decently. Su Mo stopped her. Many of the clothes the original owner had brought were of very good styles and very new. She had no chance to wear them in Lujia village. She would wait until she wore those out. The two elders saw that their daughter's words made sense, so they did not insist. Before, their daughter's clothes were all bought at the friendship store, and the styles were indeed better than those in department stores. Su Mo didn't buy anything for herself, but bought a new set for each of her two elders. Momo, your dad and I have enough clothes to wear, no need to buy more. Mo Yurong didn't want to. Raising two children would cost money everywhere, and they couldn't go back to High City now. You can buy more if you have enough to wear. I haven't bought any clothes for you yet. The ones made of coarse cloth in the cowshed before don't count. Mo Yurong wanted to say something else, but Su Tingqian stopped her. My daughter is filial, so let her buy it. After shopping in the department store, they went to the market to buy some meat and vegetables before returning to the family compound. Mom and Dad, when you want to rest in the future, you can come here. There is an empty room here, and you can live here,
Su Mo said.
Her parents eat in the cafeteria every day, and the meals are from a big pot, which is definitely not as nutritious as what they cook themselves. She comes over every weekend so that she can make delicious food for them. After returning home, Su Mo cooked egg noodles, and the group had a simple lunch. Afterwards, Su Mo stewed the chicken she bought on the coal stove and added several slices of wild ginseng. She had thought about giving her parents a wild ginseng before, but since they couldn't cook, she just cooked it for them here. After the children woke up from their nap, the three of them took the two children to the management office to ask if they could send them to a nursery. Originally, the youngest child in the nursery had to be 1 year old, but Director Song from the management office saw that the two children were so well behaved, could already walk, and had no problem with simple communication. He also learned that the children's aunt worked in the nursery, so he agreed to do it first. Comrade Su, let's make a deal first. I'll do it for you, but whether your child can go to school depends on the teacher's assessment. You send your child there first. If the teacher thinks he can't take care of him, you have to take him back, and I'll return the money to you. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Director Song. Su Mo quickly handed over the money. The two children agreed and stopped making trouble. In the evening, Lu Xiaolan came back from work, looking excited. Third sister-in-law, I made it. Teacher who told me to go to work on the first day of the month. I knew you could do it. I've already bought some good food today, and am waiting for you to come back to celebrate. Su Mo said with a smile. Lu Xiaolan felt a little embarrassed. Her eyes suddenly turned red. She came over and hugged Su Mo. Third sister-in-law, thank you so much.
Why, thank me.
I have already completed the procedures to send these two children to the nursery. From now on, you will have to take care of them. No problem, third sister-in-law, I will keep a close eye on it. Lu Xiaolan said with a smile. After dinner, Lu Changjing borrowed a car again and sent Su Tingqian and his wife back to school. He also went to the kitchen to boil some water for the two elders to take a bath while there were many people around at night. He heard from his wife that someone seemed to be taking advantage of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, so he came over to scare them. Lu Changjing is tall, tanned, and has a cold face, which makes him quite intimidating. There were a few aunties who were good at dealing with firewood. Seeing that the son-in-law looked difficult to deal with, they were a little nervous. It's better not to take firewood from the Su family in the future, otherwise when the son-in-law comes to beat them, the ones at home may not be able to beat him with one punch. The next day, Lu Xiaolan went to work half a day again. In the afternoon, teacher Hu asked her to go back and take a rest to prepare for work the next day. After get off work, Lu Xiaolan ran to the post office and called home. It was the busy time for spring planting in Lujia village. Li Yue heard the team broadcast that Xiaolan had called and asked her to go back to answer the phone.
She was shocked.
She called in the middle of the afternoon. Maybe something had happened. She quickly washed her hands and feet and ran to the team headquarters. When Lu Xiaolan called again, Li Wei had already thought of hundreds of things in her mind. As soon as the call was connected, she asked, Xiaolan, is there something wrong? Mom, nothing happened. There is something happy. Your third sister-in-law is pregnant again? Lu Xiaolan chuckled. No, I got a job again. My third brother and his wife arranged for me to go to a nursery here, and I get paid 30 yuan a month. Mom, I will send home $10 every month from now on. You and Dad should not save it. Lu Xiaolan had thought it through. From the 30 yuan salary, she would send 10 yuan home, give 10 yuan to her third sister-in-law for food, and keep the remaining 10 yuan for herself to buy some things occasionally. Li Wei waved her hands. Don't send money home. You have a lot of money to spend in the city. Keep it for yourself. Now that you have a job, you should pay for your third sister-in-law's living expenses. Don't rely on them for everything. Mom, I know. Don't send money home. Your father has a salary. Your father and I have saved the money you left last time. Because the phone bill was expensive, Li Wei always spoke very fast. Lu Xiaolan kept 200 yuan out of the 400 yuan she earned from selling her job for Li Wei and the others. She had given them the money before, but they refused to accept it. When Lu Xiaolan left, she stuffed the money under her pillow, and Li Wei only discovered it after she returned. Your third brother and his wife are very kind to you. You should remember that and take care of an in-law Lu. I know. Of course, you also have to think about yourself and save some money for yourself. Li Wei was really happy for her daughter, but it would cost money to say too much.
Yeah.
Lu Xiaolan nodded. I won't say much else. I'll go back and ask your father to write you a letter tonight. You should write often. Phone calls are too expensive. Okay, I'll write to you when I get back. Lu Xiaolan said. She was also very happy and couldn't wait to tell her parents the news, so she rushed over to call. Now that she had already told them, she could write a letter to tell them the rest. Dinner, Li Wei told Lu Boming and Lu Qing'an that Lu Xiaolan had a job. The child was so happy. Fortunately, she went with her third sister-in-law. Not only did she see the world, but she also felt a lot more cheerful.
Li Wei said.
Otherwise, if I stay here, facing those nagging and annoying old women, I won't be able to get any more upset. The Yang family saw that Lu Xiaolan had run away with Su Mo, and there was no hope of remarriage, so they thought of finding another one for Yang Jingming and started to blame Lu Xiaolan. Gradually, rumors spread that Lu Xiaolan was infertile. Whenever Li Wei heard about people from the Lujia village brigade, she would scold them, but she had no way to deal with people from other places. The third brother and his wife will not treat her badly, Lu Boming said. He had previously guessed that the third brother and his wife would pay her a salary, but he did not expect that they would directly arrange a job for her. Jobs in big cities are very hard to come by, and many young city dwellers have to move to the countryside. I'm afraid it took a lot of effort for the couple. Everything costs money in the city, and I heard that there is often a shortage of food. If you have any spare food at home, please send some to me when the time comes. Lu Boming said. Okay, I'll ask when I write. If they're short of it, I'll buy some and send it to you. Lu Qing'an said. In the evening, the first and second wives also learned that Lu Xiaolan had found a job in Yangcheng. Xiaolan is so lucky. She thought she would just take care of the children when she arrived in Guangzhou, but she didn't expect that she would get a job in the city. Lu Yuji sighed. You're lucky too. You have a job now. Lu Xingjuan smiled at her. That's different. I paid for my job, but Xiaolan got it for free. The third brother and his wife are really great. Lu Xiaolan said she was going to look after the child, but in fact her main purpose was to avoid the troubles here, but she didn't care at all and arranged a job for her. Although she could help look after the child in her current job, it costs money to send her child there. The third brother and his wife are good people. They have helped the family a lot over the years.
Yes.
Lu Yuji replied with a smile. I heard that there is a severe shortage of food outside. You can write to them and ask them. If they don't have enough food over there, write to them and we will buy some and send it to them. Since starting to work at the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Yuji felt that her horizons had been broadened and she was no longer focused on her own little piece of land. Okay, then I'll go talk to Dad. He's writing a letter right now. Lu Xingjuan said, and went to Lu Qing'an. On May 1st, the whole family got up early, got themselves ready, fed the children breakfast, and then went out. On the first day of going to the nursery, Lele strongly requested his parents to send him there. Suemo was able to satisfy this small request. After sending the two little ones to the nursery, Sumo hurriedly rode her bike to work. Sumo goes to work at 8 o'clock, and it takes about 40 minutes to get there by bike. Suemo left home at 7 o'clock, but she almost was late. Sumo worked in a prosperous area of Guangzhou at that time. There was not only the landmark Guangzhou Hotel, but also the exhibition hall and many well-known factories. Therefore, there are a lot of people going to work there every day. The first few times Sumo went there, it was not during working hours, so she did not encounter such a spectacle. When Suemo arrived at the bridge, she was shocked when she saw the endless traffic jam. Bicycle traffic jam at Haizhu Bridge. She never thought that there would be traffic jams when riding a bicycle. Suemo covered her face. In the countryside, having a bicycle was considered amazing, but in Guangzhou, there were so many of them. Suemo was almost anxious to death, but even though there was a traffic jam, she was able to move slowly. After a lot of effort, she finally arrived at the office in the last few minutes. When Suemo arrived, the other two people had already arrived. Suemo felt very embarrassed and apologized quickly. Fortunately, the HR director was kind and asked Suemo with a smile, "Is the road congested?" "Yes, this is the first time I have encountered such a situation." "This is one of the characteristics of Guangzhou," said the personnel director. Before, a foreign guest took a photo of it and published it in a foreign newspaper. It became one of the 9 wonders of the year in that country. The personnel director finished speaking. He called a staff member from the personnel department to complete the relevant procedures for Suemo and the other two, and issued the grain and oil books to them. Among the 3 people recruited this time, except Suemo, who is A, the other 2 are all gay men. The 2 men were very happy to see that their new colleague was a young and beautiful, but they were very disappointed when they found out that Suemo was married. After completing the formalities, the clerk took the 3 people to the translation department. The translation department's office is very large, and the furnishings inside should have been inspired by the foreign styles of that period. It gives the feel of an ordinary company in later times. The HR department took the 3 people to the office of the director of the translation department and then left. The director of the translation department was one of the 5 examiners. He wore a Zhongshan suit and thin-framed glasses. He looked very elegant and scholarly. "Hello, my name is Yi Wenbin." Yi Wenbin said, "Welcome to join the translation department. I hope you can shine in your position and contribute to the import and export business of our country." Having said that, Yi Wenbin went out again, called everyone in the department over, and introduced the new colleague to everyone. Everyone gathered. Suemo looked at the men in front of her with a confused look on her face.
"This.
Isn't there a single woman?" Yi Wenbin also emphasized Sumo's introduction. "As you can see, our department finally hired a female comrade this year." The old colleagues all clapped happily. Yi Wenbin stretched out his hand to press it. Although comrade Suemo is a female comrade, she is as capable as any man. Her English skills are very strong. She is first in reading, writing, listening, and speaking. She is the first in this exam. Let's communicate more in the future. Then, Yi Wenbin introduced 2 other male colleagues, one named Zhao Ziqing and the other named Yan Jingtao. After the introduction, Yi Wenbin took the 3 people to their workstations. Their workstations were the most common booths of later generations, but for that period, they were already very advanced. The 2 male colleagues looked over with surprise and joy in their eyes. In order to avoid being too special, Suemo also deliberately showed surprise from time to time. Afterwards, Yi Wenbin introduced to them the general work content of the translation department. It is mainly divided into 2 aspects. First, when there are no exhibitions, we translate and introduce domestic commodities that need to be exported and send them to foreign cooperative institutions, striving to promote the export of commodities and create foreign exchange income for the country. At the same time, we also translate and verify the product introductions sent from abroad. Second, during the exhibition, They act as translators to help domestic companies export their products and generate foreign exchange earnings for the country. Anyway, the most important goal is to strive to create foreign exchange income for the country. The working days passed quickly, and more than half a month had passed in a flash. When Su Mo joined the company, it was the final stage of the spring fair. It was a rare occasion to have a female comrade come, so Yi Wenbin entrusted Su Mo with an important task and asked her to see off the foreign guests. Previously, the department was composed entirely of men, and other trading groups were also basically men. Many foreign businessmen believed that women had a very low status in the country. This was a rare opportunity to change that impression, so Yi Wenbin naturally would not let it go. Su Mo is beautiful, speaks fluently, and treats people very well. All the foreign businessmen who have met her have praised her. Although they also brought their own translators, they are still inferior to Su Mo. Because during the communication process, Su Mo would also introduce them to some local customs and habits, allowing them to have a deeper understanding of the country. So Su Mo was sent out and she took a taxi every day, running between the hotel, the airport, and the train station, and her legs became thinner. But she also got to know many taxi drivers, and from their stories, she felt the difficulties of the country during this period. Photos of the 1973 Spring China Export Fair last year. During the exhibition period, many foreign businessmen were dissatisfied due to the shortage of housing and transportation. The higher-ups specially ordered a batch of vehicles to be dispatched from Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, and other places to provide support, and even the drivers followed the vehicles. At last year's autumn trade fair, thanks to the strong support from above, the export turnover exceeded the $1 billion mark for the first time, accounting for more than 20% of the country's export turnover that year. This is something to be very proud of for Guangzhou. This year, the higher authorities approved the purchase of 200 cars to join the Yangqing Automobile Company, and a group of soldiers were transferred from the army to strengthen the driver team. Yangqing Motor Company increased from more than 60 to more than 200, and traffic problems were greatly improved. During this period, there was a funny episode. When Yi Wenbin learned that Su Mo didn't have an English name, he offered to help her choose one. The next day, he thought of a name called Mary. When Su Mo thought about being called Mary Su, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she immediately refused. Then, from the names that Yi Wenbin thought of, he chose Kira, and thus Su Mo became the famous Kira Su. Seeing his wife so busy as soon as she went to work, Lu Chongjing felt very distressed, so he took care of all the housework. Every day when Su Mo came home from get-off work, he would massage her feet and back. Not only did he do all the work himself, he also ordered the two children to massage her hands and pour her water. Lu Xiaolan found it funny and joked with Su Mo, saying that this was the treatment only enjoyed by wealthy landlords in the old society. She also felt sorry for Su Mo, so she didn't let her get involved in household matters. Su Mo was busy until mid-month, and after sending most of the foreign businessmen away, she returned to the office and started preparing for the autumn trade fair with everyone. Just 2 days after the leisure time, Lu Chongjing received an order from above to start the third training session. After Lu Chongjing left, Lei was the happiest. Because Lu Chongjing was not there, Su Mo took him and Enan back to sleep with her. Although Lei is smart, he is still a child after all, and he still likes to stick to his mother. While Su Mo and the others were busy, things started to take place in Beijing, and some people were plotting against the Su family. He must teach a lesson to the Su family, who had caused him to suffer a loss. If he doesn't kill the chicken to scare the monkey, how can he convince others in the future? End of May, Su Mo received 3 quilts sent by the Lu family. After Lu Qingyan received Su Mo's telegram, he went to the commune to place an order. However, at that time all the brigades were busy planting, so there was some delay. It was not completed until early May, and it would take 10 days or half a month to ship it. Almost June, and it was getting hot in Guangzhou, so Su Mo put away the bedding and laid it out again when the weather got cooler. It was the weekend. Su Tingqian and Mo Yurong came over. Su Mo rode her bike to the market to buy meat and vegetables. On her way back, she went to the post office to remit money back home. She and Lu Chongjing agreed that since they could not take care of their parents in Yangcheng, they would send them 10 yuan every month so that the elderly could buy meat for themselves. After lunch, Su Mo was about to take a rest when she heard someone coming from the message room, asking her to answer the phone. Su Mo ran over quickly, having a bad feeling in her heart. She felt that something had happened. Maybe Lu Chongjing had an accident during training. Su Mo picked up the phone and found out it was Lu Qinggang calling. "Dad, what happened?" The older generation would never make a phone call unless it was an extremely urgent matter. "Xiao Mo, Secretary Geng was shot." Lu Qing'an quickly told the situation. Lu Qinggan and his team, as representatives of the outstanding brigade of Hongqi Commune, went to the county for a meeting today. After the meeting in the morning, Geng Chongqing went to the cafeteria to eat with everyone. When he was about to enter the cafeteria, several bullets flew in from nowhere and hit Geng Chongqing. Geng Chongqing was shot twice, and one of his secretaries blocked several bullets for him. Both of them have been sent to the hospital, and their conditions are still unknown. After much deliberation, Lu Qing'an decided to call Su Mo. After all, he was her uncle, and he had to tell her about the situation. After Su Mo hung up the phone, her hands were shaking a little. Uncle Geng is dedicated to serving the public and the people. He is a rare good cadre. Such a person must not get into trouble. For some reason, she had a hunch that Geng Chongqing's accident was related to the fact that he helped her family. Su Mo returned home and told her parents about Geng Chongqing's accident, asking them to be careful in the future. If that person really did it, then their family should be the next one to be killed. Su Tingqian was also anxious. After discussing with his daughter, he rode his bike to the post office and called Su Tingda. After the call was connected, Su Mo told Su Tingda about Geng Chongqing's accident. Su Tingda was not surprised and obviously already knew about it. "Uncle, how is Uncle Geng doing now?" "He wasn't hit in the vital parts, but he still needs to rest for a while." However, his secretary, Su Tingda, was silent for a while, died. Su Mo also fell silent. She had met both of Geng Chongqing's secretaries before. They were both very nice guys. "Uncle, is that the man?" "We're still investigating, but it's almost certain. You guys should be careful during this time," Su Tingda said. As the city hosting the export trade fair, Yangqing's safety work is not comparable to that of Qingxi County, but we still need to be on guard. Knowing that Su Tingqian was also there, Su Tingda asked him to answer the phone again and gave him some instructions over the phone. Su Tingda and his team's investigation soon alarmed those people. Regarding the Su family's affairs, if you are not sure that you can kill them with one move, don't act rashly for the time being. Everyone knows that the Su family is rich, but no one knows how many chips the Su family has secretly, so how dare they move them casually? When this idiot attacked the Su family, they didn't know about it, and it was too late to receive the news, so they also wanted to see the Su family's trump card. As a result, it turned out that the Su family really couldn't be touched. Geng Chongqing stayed in the hospital for a few days and was discharged early. He was very sad about the death of his secretary. But the more sad he was, the more he could not rest. For both public and private reasons, he had to do his job as quickly as possible, to bring peace to the people and political integrity, to redress the injustice and to make the evildoers pay the corresponding price. Seeing that Geng Chongqing insisted on working despite his injuries, the cadres of Qingxi County worked more diligently and did not dare to slack off at all. Learning about Geng Chongqing's accident, Su Mo cut off half of the wild ginseng and mailed it to him. Fearing that Geng Chongqing would get suspicious, Su Mo did not dare to send a single root, so she cut the half root into pieces and said that she had kept it for her own use. The children's safety will not be a problem as long as they do not leave the family compound. The other party does not have the ability to break into the family compound and commit crimes. As for parents, as long as they stay in school and pay more attention to themselves, there shouldn't be a big problem. After all, Yangcheng is not like Qingxi County, where the military headquarters is located. If someone dares to use a gun to commit crimes in public, the Yangcheng military district will be humiliated. Compared to themselves, Su Tingqian and his wife were more worried about Su Mo. After all, She had to ride a bike to and from work every day and spent a long time on the road. In order to reassure her parents, Sumo took a tricycle to and from work for a while. Motorized tricycles in Guangzhou in the 1960s and 1970s, it is the kind of motorized tricycle called three-legged chicken. It is much faster than a bicycle but a little more expensive, costing 1.5 cents per ride. In the Foreign Trade Center is very stressful. In addition to normal work, every week, we have to study politics, learn the thoughts of great men, learn foreign affairs discipline, understand precautions, and establish vigilance against sabotage by enemy agents. Because they are the first window to the outside world, they are most susceptible to temptation and most likely to encounter enemy spies, so the political requirements are high. Mid-June, Su Tingde came to Yangqing for a meeting and told Sumo's family about the progress of the matter. The leaders have already received the news, and the leaders of both sides have worked together to cause a lot of trouble for the other side. It is estimated that the other side will not have time to make plans to attack Yangqing for a while. Su Tingde told Sumo and the others not to be too nervous and just live their lives normally, but they should not be careless and still have to be cautious. Only then did Sumo start riding her bicycle to work again. End of the month, Sumo also received a letter from Lu Qing'an. He said he went to see Gung Chongqing, and apart from looking a little weak, he didn't seem to be in any serious condition. It was also said that the government organized a large team to search the area around Bukai Mountain. Some people said they were looking for enemy spies, while others said they were looking for treasures. However, a large group of people searched for a week and found nothing except a lot of prey. He also talked about some trivial matters at home. Judging from the tone, it should be dictated by Li Yue and written by Lu Qing'an. Finally, I told them to take care of their health and not to worry about their families. If they didn't have enough food, they should send a telegram home. Lu Qing'an had written to ask if she needed some food to be sent from home, but Sumo refused. She was with the army. Lu Chongjing's food supply was also transferred, and she had an extra 45 kilograms of food per month. Even if it was not enough, she still had special abilities, so she would never be short of food. She would take some out when she got off work, and no one would be suspicious. After all, she was not the only one working outside, and she often saw other sisters-in-law coming back from shopping. If you meet someone carrying a backpack, it's normal to buy some food and daily necessities for your family. Everyone knows this. There is a shortage of supplies, and the troops only have so much supply, so there is nothing you can do if you don't have it. July 1st was the two little ones' one-year-old birthday, which happened to fall on a Sunday. Su Tiqian and his wife came early in the morning with the gifts they had bought, big and small. Lu Xiaolan also took a day off on purpose to celebrate the first birthday of the two little ones. Before, Lu Xiaolan wanted to pay for living expenses, but Sumo refused, so Lu Xiaolan spent the money on buying food and the two little ones. Last month, when she was on vacation, she went to the department store early to buy the most fashionable fabrics, made a new set of clothes for each of the two little ones, and also made 2 pairs of cute cloth shoes. Li Yue also made a new set of clothes for each of her 2 grandchildren and sent them to them, which they received 2 days ago. Lele was so happy to see the new clothes. When he found out that they were sent by his grandma, he said he wanted to talk to her. After the 2 children went to the nursery, their language talent was further developed. Not long ago, Sumo took the 2 children to call Li Yue, so Lele knew that he could talk to his grandmother through this little thing. At noon, Sumo gave the child to Su Tingqian and his family, and took a 3-legged bus to the Western restaurant of Yangqing Hotel to pick up the cake she had ordered. Some time ago, Sumo had some unfinished work, so she took the information home. There happened to be a cake pattern on the picture album sent from abroad. When Lele saw it, he asked for something to eat. Sumo promised him that she would buy it for him when he turned 1 year old. Yangqing Hotel. Sumo went there often and became familiar with the leader there. So she used his connections to order a cake custom made from the chef of the Western restaurant. Cakes were a rare commodity during that period and were very expensive. A cake that would weigh no more than 3 pounds in later generations cost Sumo $18. But since she had promised the child, she couldn't break her promise. It was a pity that she didn't have an oven, otherwise she would have made it herself. When Lele heard that his mother had gone to get the cake, he was so craving for it that he didn't want to stay in the house and just stood outside the gate waiting. The sun in Guangzhou in July was scorching hot, which made Mo Yurong feel very distressed. She held up a bamboo hat to block the sun for him. The three children next door heard Lele talking about a beautiful cake. Although Lele didn't explain it clearly, seeing the way he slobbered, he thought it must be delicious, so they also waited at the door to see if they could get a piece to try. Next door always have delicious food every day. If this kid can drool over it, it must be something very good. When Suemo came back with the cake, she saw 7 or 8 children lined up at the door. Shumo? There are so many people, I don't know if there are enough to share. Suemo is not a stingy person. Although she has not made close friends with other people in the family compound in the past 2 months, she gets along well with them. Since the children were here, there was no point in sending them back home, so they were all allowed in. When the paper box containing the cake was opened, the children exclaimed at the colorful, white, and delicate cake, and the sound of their slurping saliva became even louder. Lu Xiaolan had been a teacher in the nursery for 2 months and was already very good at dealing with children. She immediately ordered the children to line up to prevent any of them from spoiling the cake. Su Mo directed the children to say happy birthday to the 2 little ones and then cut the cake. During this period, it is not a good idea to hold ceremonies like singing happy birthday and blowing out candles. It is too high profile. Su Mo cut half of the cake and shared it among the children and saved the rest for the family to eat later. She went to see Zhang Zhen last month. He said he would come over today and he would have to leave a piece for someone. Zhang Zhen's library is not in the same district as Su Mo's. It is quite far away and there is no direct bus. After changing buses, you still have to take a tricycle to get there. It takes 2 or 3 hours for one trip. In order to save the old man from trouble, Su Mo did not invite anyone over on weekends. Her family went to see him once a month. The children were all very surprised, and their eyes were sparkling. Some of them who were eager to show off even squinted their eyes to enjoy it, which made Su Mo laugh. I guess this cream is something that children have never tasted before. It is sweet, soft, and has a milky flavor. There is no one that children don't like. Some people ate fast and some ate slowly, but the portions were not large, and they finished in a short while. Fortunately, there were no naughty children here, and they were well educated. After eating, they all thanked Su Mo politely and went home. At lunchtime, Zhang Zhen arrived, and Xiaoding was with him. Su Mo saw Zhang Zhen carrying large and small bags of things, and hurried to take them. She thought he must have gone to the department store first, bought some things, and then came here. Su Mo discovered that the elderly seemed to particularly like buying clothes. Zhang Zhen also bought 2 sets of clothes for each of the 2 little ones, as well as a lot of toys and several picture books. The lunch was very sumptuous, with chicken, duck, fish, and pork all available. After the meal, Su Mo cut the remaining cake and gave each of them a piece. Lele loves sweets. After eating more than 1 piece, his little belly was full. He strolled around, patted his belly, and said to Su Mo, "Mom, I will buy you a cake for my next birthday." The adults all laughed when they saw him like that. Zhang Zhen and his friends didn't stay long, and they drove back in the afternoon. Su Tiqian and his wife had dinner before returning to school. After eating the cake, the children couldn't forget it. When they got home, they started to ask their parents to buy them more. The parents had never seen anything like it before, and the children kept asking for more. So, in anger, they made a meal of bamboo shoots fried with meat. When Su Mo was sending her parents to the bus, she heard the crying of children in many people's homes, especially next door, where 3 children were crying loudly. The next day, when Su Mo came home from work, a parent came to her and asked her where she bought the cake she had ate yesterday. The child was clamoring to eat some, so could she buy one for her as well. After Su Mo told the price, the parent left with an awkward smile and beat his child again when he got home. This food cost almost $20 and was finished in 1 meal. She couldn't bear to part with it. Mid-July, the center issued tasks to various departments, requiring them to go to various export manufacturers to follow up on the goods that needed to be exported. Last year's autumn trade fair achieved a turnover of over $1 billion, but due to problems such as delayed delivery, the turnover of this year's spring trade fair was still a little short of $1 billion. Faced with tremendous pressure from above and mobilizing national resources to support the trade fair, the center director and the Yangchun government did not want to disappoint their leaders, so they put all their efforts into preparing for another comeback in the fall. Most of the products that Su Mo had dealt with before were from High City, so this time she was assigned to go on a business trip to High City. When Su Mo learned that she was going to be sent to High City, she called Su Tingda after get-off work and asked about the current situation in High City. Although she is a psychic, she can only implant and cannot heal. If the opponent suddenly shoots her and hits her vitals, she will still die. She hasn't lived enough here and doesn't want to die so early. When Su Tingda heard this, he did not dare to take the risk and immediately asked Su Mo to go on a business trip to another place. Su Mo had long wanted to go back to High City. Now that she had a legitimate excuse to go back, she didn't want to miss it. She repeatedly assured him that she would be careful. But he kept reminding Su Mo to be extremely careful, to keep close to her colleagues and the people who were meeting her, and not to be left alone. Including Su Mo, there were 3 people going to High City this time, including her boss Yuanbin. After all, High City has a developed industry and has many commodities suitable for export. They went there to help the factory improve its products and make them more suitable for export. When they arrived in Haishur, the factory provided them with food, accommodation, and transportation, and they were basically accompanied by someone throughout the trip. After confirming the date of the business trip, Su Mo went to school again and asked Su Tingqian about the entrance to the secret room, where things were hidden. She is now at the 3rd level of her ability, and the space is 2 or 3 times larger than before. If it was just a small room before, now it is about the size of a 60-70 square meter suite, which should be enough space to pack everything. Su Tingqian told Su Mo the entrance and said, "Momo, that thing is hidden very well, and Dad has never looked at it. You should not worry about it, lest you leave any traces and be discovered by others." "Well, I'm not going to see it. I'm just asking out of curiosity." She had to find an opportunity to collect the things, and then find an opportunity to put the things back after those people fell and the situation stabilized. She tried her best to leave no traces. If she was so unlucky and was discovered, those people would not find anything worth a penny even if they searched the secret room. "Mom and Dad, I'm going on a business trip for at least half a month. These days, you'll have to stay at the family compound after work and help look after the kids." Su Mo changed the subject, otherwise, Xiaolan will be alone, and I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. Su Tingqian waved his hand. "Don't worry, we will get there." Su Tiqian and his wife gave Su Mo some more instructions, asking her to be careful in everything. After Su Mo returned home, she told the 2 little ones that she was going on a business trip. When Lele heard that his mother would be away for several days, he cried and pouted for a long time until Su Mo promised to buy him a cake when she came back. He then stopped.
Zu Montag was amuset.
And was calm, but when she was sleeping at night, she suddenly asked Su Mo to be careful. Su Mo responded with a smile, pulled Anan over and kissed her. "Anan, Mom is not here. Please help look after your brother." Anan nodded, and the tips of her ears turned red instantly. Su Mo was so happy that she hugged her and kissed her again, this awkward girl. The next day, Su Mo carried her luggage and took a ride to the airport. Time is precious, and leaders don't want to waste time on the road, so they applied to their superiors for permission to take a flight. It was Su Mo's first time taking a plane of that period. The airport was not as grand and magnificent as those in later generations. It was just a 3-story building used as a terminal, and there were not many people inside. The terminal building of Guangzhou Baiyun Airport in the 1970s, however, the security check was much stricter than in later generations. Not only did the luggage have to be opened and checked piece by piece, but the clothes on the body also had to be taken off to see if there were any dangerous items on board. The plane was a very small one, with only about 20 to 30 seats, but it was almost full, with few empty seats. This experience is naturally not as good as the large aircraft in later generations. It feels very bumpy. More than 3 hours later, the plane landed at the airport in Hai City. The people who came to pick them up at the airport were from the candy factory, the manufacturer of White Rabbit milk candy. The main purpose of Sue Mo and her friends coming here this time was White Rabbit milk candy. White Rabbit milk candy was given as a state gift. It became an instant hit abroad, with sales increasing several times over previous years. However, foreign distributors have also reported many problems. That is, the current packaging of White Rabbit is a bit too rigid, and they hope that the packaging design can be improved. The exported White Rabbit milk candies are all packed in iron boxes, which come in two styles, a rectangular iron box and a square one. White Rabbit milk candy export packaging in the 1970s, the rectangular one has a turquoise background and two little rabbits, one pulling a cart of candies in the front and one pushing it in the back. The white one should be an imitation of the design of foreign chocolates, but Suemo thinks it looks a bit out of place and loses its original color. In addition to the driver, Director Sia from the candy factory's export business department also came to pick us up at the airport. Taking them to the factory guest house and settling them down, Director Sia took them to the factory cafeteria for a meal. The candy factory provided good benefits, and the food was very sumptuous. Time was running out, so after dinner, Director Sia convened the heads of design and production, as well as several factory leaders, for a discussion meeting. Of the White Rabbit image is a man named Wang Yan from Haishur. He was very talented in painting and had his paintings exhibited abroad when he was a child. During the special period, he could not go to school and became a worker in a candy factory. With his talent for painting, he became the first art designer of the candy factory. Now, he is the director of the art design department of the candy factory. Because most of the people who eat candy are children and women, Yu Wenbin assigned this product to Su Mo to follow up. Su Mo had communicated with Wang Yan on the phone several times before and had told him her ideas. The main reason for coming here this time was to take a look at the packaging samples. When Su Mo saw the sample, her eyes lit up. She had to say that Wang Yan really had a talent for design. The new packaging had a particularly mysterious Oriental style. Wang Yan made several designs in total. 2 of them were round iron boxes with large capacity, one was a portable gift-style iron box, and several others followed Su Mo's advice and used cardboard gift bag-style packaging. The design had an ancient Oriental style, mainly using chang'e and the jade rabbit to embody the artistic conception of a full moon and a reunion of people. Of course, the jade rabbit uses the image of the big white rabbit. Factory leaders looked at it. They had different opinions. Some were very satisfied, while others were hesitant. One of the factory leaders pointed to a large package that could hold 3 kilograms of candy and said, "Our candy is not cheap. How many people can afford such a large package? It is probably the kind of rhombus-shaped packaging at the back." For your reference, Wang Yan looked at Suemo. It was Suemo who suggested making this, because of its large capacity. Suemo was well prepared and immediately reported to everyone the feedback from foreign businessmen and the approximate wage levels in foreign countries. Several of the foreign businessmen I received previously reported that our products were too small and not suitable for gifts. The average monthly salary in the United States is about $2,000, so it is still acceptable to buy a large box of candy as a gift. 500g box of White Rabbit candy was previously exported for around $2 and 3 kilograms was only $6. At that time, $1 was equivalent to more than 2 yuan, and a large box of candy cost more than 10 yuan. Indeed, few people in China were willing to buy it. But foreigners are sweet-loving and love to eat candy, so this price is completely acceptable compared to their wages. Several factory leaders took a deep breath. They also know that the living standard abroad is better than in China, but they didn't expect that even ordinary workers can have such high salaries. They, the leaders, only make about 100 yuan a month, while the average salary abroad is over 1,000 yuan. Between our country and foreign countries is still quite large, and we have a long way to go. Although they had met many foreign guests before, they could not communicate in language. Everyone discussed business seriously with the help of translators and knew very little about the situation in foreign countries. Unlike Su Mo, she had no language communication barriers, and her self-confidence made foreign businessmen look up to her and be willing to talk to her about these things. So Su Mo also found out a lot of information. Su Mo looked at their expressions and added, "Our country is still developing, and there is indeed some gap between us and foreign countries. But I believe that through the joint efforts of the people, this gap will gradually narrow and even surpass it. Therefore, we should work harder to expand the export volume of our products, create more foreign exchange earnings, and allow the country to introduce more advanced technologies to benefit the people. That's exactly what we mean when we design large capacity packaging. Even if we sell one box of product, a large box can generate an extra 2 kilograms of foreign exchange for the country. I suggest that the unit price of large boxes can be appropriately lowered. Foreign friends will find that large boxes are more cost-effective and will be more inclined to buy them. In this way, the sales of large boxes will also increase." Afterwards, some people raised objections to the paper box packaging. One reason was that they thought the paper box was not high-end enough, and the other was that they thought the design had some feudal and superstitious meanings. Su Mo took the Maotai Dunhuang Feitian version as an example and responded to everyone's doubts one by one. These paper box models are mainly aimed at overseas Chinese businessmen in Hong Kong, Macau, and Southeast Asia. Although they are abroad, they are Chinese after all and still resonate with traditional culture. After the entire meeting, Yu Wenbin had a new respect for Su Mo. Su Mo seemed to be more business savvy than those salesmen. After listening to her clear and logical explanation, he even wanted to pay for the product. He decided to send Su Mo to the trade negotiation team at the autumn trade fair. With her eloquence, he estimated that she could sign a lot of orders. The country still lacks translators who are fluent in both speaking and understanding business. Most of the translations have to rely on translators brought by the other party. Due to language barriers, many ideas cannot be expressed. Negotiations on quantity and price are often passive, and the initiative is basically in the hands of the other party. This discussion lasted until around 7 or 8 in the evening. Su Mo and Wang Yan were talking so much that their mouths were dry. Finally, we all unanimously decided to make posters of all these samples, send them to several major partners, listen to their opinions and feedback, and then select 2 or 3 models to produce a part and export them to overseas markets to test the waters. Afterwards, everyone conducted a series of discussions on the taste, shape, and inner packaging of the toffee. The 3 of them stayed in the candy factory for another 2 days. After that, they separated and went to different factories. Su Mo was assigned to a textile factory and a canning factory. The textile factory sent a car to the candy factory to pick up Su Mo, and along with them came a staff member from the external business department. The clerk saw Su Mo. He exclaimed, "Comrade Su Mo, it's really you. I thought we had the same name." This textile factory was the one where the original owner worked before, but Su Mo did not find this person in her memory. She asked awkwardly, "Hello, comrade, who are you?" The man smiled awkwardly. "My name is Han Jianchong. You may not know me." Su Mo was beautiful and was secretly voted the most beautiful girl in the factory by the male colleagues as soon as she entered the factory. Therefore, many people knew her.
Hello, Comrade Han. Sumogritit pelaitli.
Han Jianchong hurriedly welcomed the person into the car. After getting in the car, facing the female comrade he once admired, Han Jianchong suddenly became very nervous and didn't know what to say for a while. Originally, the leader sent him to pick up the person because he was good at speaking and good at mobilizing the atmosphere. After a while of strange silence in the car, Han Jianchong finally spoke. "Comrade Su Mo, I heard that you went to the countryside. How come?" He ran to Yangcheng and became a translator at the Foreign Trade Center. Su Mo smiled and said, "My husband is in the Yangcheng military region. I followed the army there and was admitted to the Foreign Trade Center." Han Jianchong was very surprised. "You are married?"
Yes. Sumonari.
Not wanting to talk too much about her personal affairs, she changed the topic to work. "How is the research on the patterns and varieties of fabrics in your factory going?" At the end of April this year, when the higher-ups listened to the report of the core group of the Ministry of Foreign Trade on the spring trade fair, they gave clear instructions. We must study the international market demand for textiles, and we should produce a variety of textiles with more colors and patterns, not just gray cloth. The Ministry of Foreign Trade immediately passed this instruction to all textile factories. Sumo's task this time was to look at the research results of the textile factories' new patterns and varieties and give corresponding suggestions. After all, their department has been dealing with foreign businessmen for a long time, so they will know better which patterns are more popular with foreign businessmen. When Sumo asked about work, Han Jianchong quickly adjusted his attitude and started talking to Sumo about work. The textile factory and the candy factory were not far from each other. It only took more than half an hour to drive there, and we arrived there quickly. Han Jianchong first took Sumo to the factory director's office. Director Zhong was also surprised when he saw Sumo. Comrade Sumo, I'm so glad to see you. When you were going to work in the countryside, I felt very sorry that the factory had lost a talented person. Now I see that talented people can really shine wherever they go. Director Zhong greeted. In fact, I started to think about it in my mind. What Yang Shuren did spread throughout the area, and he guessed that what happened to the Yang family later was the result of revenge from the Su family. Now that Sumo has returned from the countryside and has become a translator at the Foreign Trade Center, I'm afraid the Su family's problems have been resolved. Now that he has freed up his hands, I wonder if he will be able to deal with the remaining 2 people in the Yang family? His daughter refused to listen to his advice and insisted on marrying Yang Suang. He hoped that this would not affect him. He had to remind Yang Suang to keep a low profile for the next 2 days, or simply take a leave of absence, so that Sumo would not run into him during this time. Director Zhong exchanged a few more pleasantries with Sumo, then asked Han Jianchong to take Sumo to the guest house to settle down first. After she had rested well, he would take her to the R&D department to see new designs. Director Zhong, this place is not far from my home. I haven't been back for a long time. I want to go home and visit, so I won't stay in the guest house. Sumo said. Okay, Xiao Han, please arrange a car to take Comrade Sumo home and let her settle down first. Sumo thanked Director Zhong and came out of his office, just in time to meet Yang Suang, who was looking for Director Zhong. When Yang Suang saw Sumo, he was flustered for a moment, but soon calmed down and said, Xiaomo, you're back. Sumo curled her lips. Comrade Yang, long time no see. When Director Zhong in the office heard Yang Suhong's voice, he felt his scalp tingling. How could we run into each other by such a coincidence? After Sumo greeted Yang Suang, she did not stay. When Director Zhong got up and came out, he had already left. Director Zhong looked at Yang Suang, his face darkened instantly, and he turned to him and said coldly, Come in. When Yang Suang heard Sumo calling him Comrade Yang, his face turned unhappy. He was afraid that the Su family had completely cut off ties with his family. After entering the office and closing the door, Director Zhong said, Sumo is now a translator at the Yangqing Foreign Trade Center. That job is not for ordinary people. Her parents should be fine now. You should be careful during this period and make sure you don't make any mistakes at work. The marriage was completed, and the grandson was born. No matter how dissatisfied Director Zhong was, he could only hold his nose and pave the way for Yang Suang. Almost 2 years had passed since Yang Suang was suppressed for promotion. Director Zhong had thought the time was right and was planning to promote Yang Suang to director. But at this time, the Su family showed up again, so it seemed that he had to wait a little longer. Sumo has a good relationship with my sister. I asked her to come back and explain to her that our family really did not do such a thing. It's all just rumors made up by others. No matter how the rumors spread, his family cannot admit it. The fact is that, except for his father, no one in his family has done anything wrong to the Su family. Even his father just wanted Uncle Su to learn a lesson. Director Zhong waved his hand. I'm afraid the Su family won't believe it. Don't mess around. Keep a low profile during this period, and don't provoke her. The other family didn't pay attention to you, but you were so active. When they realized that there was a fish that slipped through the net, they took advantage of it and dealt with you. Hearing his father-in-law describe himself as a fish that slipped through the net, Yang Suhong's face darkened again, but he still gritted his teeth and endured it. After nodding in agreement, he went out silently. Su Imo took the textile factory's car back to the Su family's villa. When she arrived at the door, Su Imo sent the person away and asked someone to pick her up in the afternoon. To the house to Su Imo when she went to Luja village. Su Imo opened the gate and went in. The yard was not dirty. It must be that Su Tingda asked the person who looks after the house to clean it regularly. The front door. Su Imo opened the door. The furniture in the living room had been moved away long ago, so it looked empty, with a little dust on the floor. It was estimated that no one had come in since Fu Manhwa and the others left. Su Imo found the previous bedroom according to her memory. She had heard from Fu Manhwa before that the original owner's bedroom was well preserved and basically no furniture had been taken away. Su Imo went in and saw that the furnishings inside were indeed the same as she remembered. Su Imo put down her suitcase, opened the window to ventilate the room, went to the bathroom to get a basin of water, and wiped the room with a rag. I washed the sheets and quilt covers and hung them in the yard to dry. I also put the quilt in the yard to let the air and get rid of the musty smell. These things are just for show to others. She can just use the bedding in her own space to cover herself at night. After finishing the room, Su Imo cleaned the public area again. While she was busy, she heard someone knocking on the door. Su Imo looked out of the window and saw that the person knocking on the door was an uncle. She remembered that this man was called Uncle Lu. He used to be a servant of the Su family and had always had a good relationship with the Su family. So Su Imo opened the door and went out. Uncle Lu saw Su Imo coming out. There was a flash of joy in his eyes. "Miss Su." "No, Comrade Su, you're back. Are you doing well in the countryside? You won't go there this time, right?" The concern on Uncle Lu's face didn't seem fake. "Uncle Lu, I'm no longer in the countryside. I've returned to the city to work. I'm here on a business trip and will leave again in a few days."
Sumo replied.
"It's good that we're back in the city. It's good that we're back in the city." Uncle Lu breathed a sigh of relief.
Comrade.
"Comrade Tingda," Uncle Lu said, asking me to come and clean the yard from time to time. I heard that someone had returned here, so I came to check on him. "Comrade Su, is there anything I can help you with?" Su Imo waved her hand. "I'll just clean it up casually. It's already done." "Well, I won't bother you anymore. I live in the first house on the street around the corner. If Comrade Su needs any help, just come find me there." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Lu." Uncle Lu waved his hands. "It's not hard. It's not hard. If it weren't for the Su family, their family would have starved to death long ago. This little thing wouldn't matter." After Uncle Lu left, Su Imo continued to clean. When she was done, she closed the door, took some food from the space to fill her stomach, and went upstairs again, starting to dig according to her memory. The original owner's room was Western style. It was also customized by someone, and there were many small secret compartments for hiding things. Seeing that the furniture in the room was well preserved, those people should not have searched it much, and maybe the things in the secret compartments were still there. Su Imo fiddled with the bedside according to her memory. Suddenly, a small grid popped out from the leather cushion on the headboard. Su Imo took out a small notebook and the Rolex watch that she thought she had lost. Su Imo opened the notebook, which was a diary written by the original owner. Su Imo flipped through it briefly and found that the time span was quite long, from the age of 7 or 8 to the age of 14. No wonder she had no impression of it. The first part was a running account diary with a long time span, with only 2 or 3 entries a year. The longest one was about Su Zhongli's death. At that time, she was only in her early teens. Although her writing was immature, it was clear that the original owner was very sad. Flipping through the pages further, she found that Gung Chongqing's name suddenly appeared more frequently in the diary. Su Imo keenly sensed that something was wrong. After flipping through a few more pages, Su Imo was already confused. The original owner fell in love with Gung Chongqing when she was just beginning to fall in love, but Gung Chongqing seemed to have noticed it and started to avoid the original owner. After that, the original owner didn't write a diary for more than a year. When I wrote it again more than a year later, there were only 2 lines. "He's gone. If you don't want me, I don't want you either." After that, I never wrote again. There are water stains on the paper of this last article. The original owner must have cried when he wrote these 2 sentences.
什么?
So what's going on? Rin Sumo racked her brains, but could not remember what had happened between her and Gung Chongqing during this period. It seemed that everything related to Gung Chongqing had been deliberately forgotten by the original owner. Su Imo covered her face. Oh God. Please send a thunderbolt to kill her. How could she face Uncle Gung in the future? After such a huge explosion, Su Imo was so confused that she didn't even feel happy after getting her Rolex watch back. After putting the watch and diary into the space, Su Imo thought about it and decided to pretend that she knew nothing and continue to get along with them the same way as before. After she came here, Gung Chongqing's attitude towards her has always been that of a junior, and he probably didn't take the original owner's youthful impulses to heart. Just be open and honest, pretending nothing happened, so no one will be embarrassed. Let this little episode disappear in the torrent of time. After figuring it out, Su Imo started fiddling with the secret compartments in the cabinets and wardrobes, but unfortunately, they were all empty. She didn't find anything. She didn't know if they were taken away by someone or if there was nothing there in the first place. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Han Jianchong and the driver came to pick up Su Imo and first took her to the R&D department to see the newly developed designs. During this period, the country's textile and dyeing technology level was still behind that of foreign countries. Foreign businessmen purchased my country's textiles more because of the low prices, and most of them bought gray cloth and dyed it themselves. The country itself is short of cloth and people have difficulty in getting clothes. Su Imo feels the pain of selling so much cloth at such a low price. The fabrics with patterns are expensive, the dyeing process is not as good as that in foreign countries. The dyed colors are not bright enough, and the patterns are not favored by foreign merchants. When Su Imo communicated with the factory before, she suggested that the textile factory change its thinking and not pursue bright colors, but focus on patterns. China has such a long history, and any of the things left by our ancestors would be enough to amaze those foreigners. The leaders of the printing and dyeing department of the textile factory did have some ideas, but they did not dare to implement them before because they were afraid of being accused of restoring capitalism and leaving behind feudalism. Now that the order has been given from above and the Foreign Trade Center is taking the lead, everything is to create foreign exchange for the country, so naturally they have free rein. When Su Imo saw the samples dyed this time, her eyes lit up. Even if it were placed in later generations, it would be unconventional. Vintage pattern fabric at the same time, I also lament that too many talents were buried during this period. If this leader of the printing and dyeing department were to live in the future, he would definitely be a talent that all textile factories would be vying for. Su Imo expressed her love for these patterns actively and positively. In her opinion, these cloths will definitely be a hit at the autumn trade fair. The director of the printing and dyeing department breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone at the Foreign Trade Center said it was a good idea. He had been under a lot of pressure to come up with these patterns and even gave a military order in front of the factory leaders. If it didn't work, he would inevitably be severely punished. The meeting, Director Zhong looked at these tricks and was somewhat hesitant. Comrade Su Imo, do you really think these designs will be liked by foreign businessmen? Director Zhong is a retired soldier. He is a straight man with no aesthetic sense. In his opinion, bright colors should be good-looking. He mainly considered the issue of sales. When these fabrics are sent to the exhibition, it is impossible to have only samples, but they must be produced in batches first. In this way, if foreign merchants place orders for small quantities, they can be delivered immediately so that they don't have to wait for every piece of goods, which would make foreign merchants think that their production capacity is problematic. These patterns are definitely not saleable in China, so who would dare to wear them abroad? If foreign merchants don't want them, then this batch of cloth will have to be stored in the warehouse. Who will bear the loss? Based on my understanding, I think they will like it,
Su Imo said.
Director Zhong started to think about it. The Su family was used to seeing good things. Su Tingqian had even studied abroad, so he must know more about foreigners' preferences than those of them who had never been abroad. With this in mind, Director Zhong made the decision, okay, let's produce a batch first according to Comrade Su Mo's suggestion. When Su Imo heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. This was really an attempt to drag her into this. If things got hard to sell, they would push the blame onto her and say it was her suggestion. Although she was optimistic about this batch of patterns, Director Zhong's behavior made her feel uncomfortable. I am just suggesting patterns based on my own understanding. I don't know anything about production. It is up to you, Director Zhong, to decide whether or not to produce, and how much to produce.
Suemo said.
Director Zhong laughed and said, "Of course, I also believe in your vision, Comrade Suemo." After the meeting, the textile factory treated Suemo to dinner and sent a car to take her back to the villa. There is more than one textile factory in Haishur, a total of 37, of which 9 have products that can reach export quality. During her time in Haishur, Suemo had to visit all 9 of them. The next day, Suemo went to other textile factories, still looking at patterns and giving suggestions. After 3 or 4 days of hard work, most of the textile factories left, leaving only the last 3. Those 3 families were quite far away, and Suemo was not planning to live in the villa anymore. Since she moved into the house, she realized that she was being watched. So in the past few days, every night when she came home, she would carry tools to clean the other 2 houses. The first time she went there, she left some subtle signs, but when she went back the next day, those signs had been damaged, indicating that someone had entered after she left. After Suemo finished cleaning, she still left some signs, and the next day, people still went in. But starting from the 3rd day, all the signs were intact, which meant that those people came in to search for 2 days and found nothing. They must have concluded that Suemo was just there to clean up. This is the opportunity Suemo was waiting for. That day, after Suemo came back, she went there to clean as usual. The main house had been cleaned, so Suemo cleaned up the servants' room and the kitchen. The kitchens here all used the structure of a stove, and the entrance to the secret room was in the stove. Probably something like this. Those people probably didn't expect that someone would set the entrance to the secret room in the stove, so they searched for a long time but couldn't find it. Suemo changed her clothes, put the big pot on the stove into the space, and carefully collected the ashes in the stove, as she would have to sprinkle them back on later. After finishing, Suemo crawled into the stove from where the pot was, took a hammer and a screwdriver, and removed the bricks under the stove one by one. Soon, a hole sealed by wooden boards was revealed. Suemo put the wooden board into the space and waited for a moment to allow the air to circulate for a while before turning on the flashlight and going down the rope ladder on the wall of the cave. It was only about 4 or 5 meters deep, and Suemo went down quickly. After going down, there was a passage about 1 meter wide. After walking along the passage for about a few meters, a door appeared. There was a lock on the door. Suemo didn't have the key, but that didn't bother her. She took the tools and poked it open in no time. After opening the door, there was a secret room filled with wooden boxes. It looked like there were at least 30 or 40 boxes. Suemo didn't have time to look at them. She put them all into the space, locked the door, and went out the same way. After coming up, Suemo covered the floor with wooden boards again, laid the bricks again, and even added some cement in the gaps between them. Suemo got the cement from the family compound. That day, she came back from asking Su Tingqian for the entrance and happened to run into family members in the same row repairing the floor with cement. Suemo took the opportunity to ask for some, saying that some places at home also needed repairs. Suemo didn't ask for much, so the other person gave it to her. After taking it home, Suemo put it into her space when no one was around. Now, it comes in handy. After the bricks were laid, Suemo scattered the stove ash that she had collected earlier back in almost the same pattern as before and finally put the pot back, and everything was back to normal. Her clothes and tidying up the kitchen again, Suemo returned with the cleaning supplies in her hand. After returning home, Suemo followed her usual routine from the previous few days. She took a shower and washed her clothes, then closed the doors and windows and went back to her room to rest. After returning to the room, Suemo closed the curtains tightly and then took out the box from the space to check. 34 boxes of stuff in total. 6 boxes of gold, 4 boxes of silver dollars, and 2 boxes of various currencies, including US dollars, British pounds, Hong Kong dollars, and currencies of some small Southeast Asian countries. The 10 boxes of antiques are all valuable porcelain and antique calligraphy and paintings that are well known in later generations. There were 6 boxes of jewelry, mainly jade, gemstones, and gold ornaments. Each one was very extraordinary. In the future, the starting price of each item would be in the tens of millions. The remaining 6 boxes were all guns and ammunition. I have to say that Su Zhongli really made thorough preparations. Before, when Su Emo watched TV dramas, she often heard words like Jiangnan is rich and Jiangnan merchants are rich enough to rival a country. In the past, she just heard it, but now, she has truly felt it. The background of the Jiangnan wealthy businessmen was far beyond Su Mo's imagination. In the secret room in Haishur alone, if you add those hidden in Yangcheng, the number is really considerable. This was only what Su Zhongli had left behind as a backup. When Su Zhongqing and his family went abroad, they also took a large number of things with them, which was definitely not less than what Su Zhongli had left behind as a backup. Adding to the money the two brothers had previously donated to support the war of resistance against Japan, as well as the large amount of property they handed over after the founding of the People's Republic of China, the Su family's wealth, while not to mention being rich enough to rival a country, is definitely one of the best in the country. In the future, Su Emo was just an ordinary middle-class child, but now she has suddenly become the nth generation of a top wealthy family. For a moment, she was not quite used to it. Thanks to the book, she experienced what it was like to be a top-notch wealthy second generation. After all these years, the property left by her ancestors is enough for Su Emo to live a peaceful life. After packing up her things, Su Emo went to bed. The next day, Su Emo packed her bedding, locked the door, picked up her luggage, and got on the car that came to pick her up from another textile factory. After another busy week, Su Emo and the other two finally reunited and took a plane back to Yangcheng. It was not until I got on the plane that the feeling of being monitored disappeared. The autumn trade fair will be held in October. Not only are the factories under time pressure and have heavy tasks, but they are too. In June, news came that the Country Trade Council would have a delegation of 200 companies to attend the autumn trade fair. As the organizer, the leaders above have worked hard to attract so many foreign investors to them, so they must hand in a satisfactory answer, so as not to let down the leaders' attention and trust. Arriving in Yangcheng, Su Emo called Su Tingda to report that she was safe before going home, and then she praised the Yang family in front of him. The more she understood the Su family's wealth, the more she hated the people in the original book who had seized the Su family's property and caused the Su family to be destroyed. The big villain couldn't be dealt with now, so she killed the small one first. Su Tingda didn't know the fate of the Su family in the original book. As for the Yang family, he probably took revenge on them once and then didn't bother to care about them anymore. After all, he still had a lot of important things to do, and such a small person was not worth his attention. Su Tingda really didn't pay attention to the Yang family's affairs anymore. After hearing what Su Emo said, he snorted coldly. He had no time to deal with the Yang family, but he jumped out and made a fuss, thinking that he was great just because he hooked up with the factory director. This factory used to belong to him. Not to mention Yang Smong, it was not impossible for him to get rid of factory director Zhong. Okay, uncle got it.
Shutinde responded.
After applying the Yang family's eye drops, Su Emo reminded Su Tingda to pay attention to the Gong family, especially to check on Gong Ye's recent situation. As the male protagonist of the original book, Gong Yi certainly has his own highlights and should not be underestimated. At the level of the uncle, it is estimated that more attention will be paid to Grandpa Gong. Su Tingda thought that Su Emo had heard some rumors in High City and said that he would pay attention to it. After hanging up the phone, Su Emo went home. The two children were still in the nursery, so Su Emo took out the materials she brought back and started reading them. School was almost over. Su Emo went to the nursery to pick up the two little ones. Anan and Lulu were very happy to see Su Emo coming back. Lulu ran over like a little cannonball, hugged Su Mo's legs, and kept shouting "Mom" and "Mom." His eyes became red as he shouted. Su Emo was on a business trip for half a month. This was the first time Lele had been away from her mother for such a long time since she was born. Even Enin came over and hugged Sumo's other leg, raised her head and looked at Sumo with sparkling eyes, with admiration in her eyes. Sumo picked up the two children, kissed each of them, and asked, "Do you miss your mother?" "I thought about it." Lele answered first, and Ainin also nodded. Lu Xiaolan was very happy to see Sumo coming back, and she also felt relieved. Ainin was fine, but Lulu had reached the limit of her patience these days, asking dozens of times a day, "When will Mom come back?" and crying from time to time. If the third sister-in-law didn't come back, she would really collapse. It was really hard for her to adapt to the fact that the baby, who is usually very easy to take care of, suddenly turned into a noisy little devil. This couple are both people who do great things. After the third brother went to training, there was no way to contact him at all. The third sister-in-law went on a business trip for half a month. Except for a phone call in the middle, there was no news from her at other times. She and Uncle Sue and Animo have been troubled by the little boy Lele these past few nights. He cried so much that several families came to ask what was going on. Su Tichen and Mo Yurong came home from get-off work and were very happy to see their daughter back. After dinner, Sumo distributed the gifts she brought back from High City to several people. The two children received toys and snacks, while the adults each received a piece of fashionable domestic cloth. Sumo had visited so many textile factories, so it was easy for her to buy some good cloth. Before going to bed, Sumo went to her parents' room and gave the Rolex watch to Mo Yurong. Mo Yurong took a look and felt that it looked familiar. "Isn't this the piece you had before?" Sumo nodded. "I found it in the secret compartment at the head of the bed." "You went home?"
Sutindian frowned, somewhat disapproving.
"Yes, I went back to take a look. After all, I've been away from home for too long."
"Dad, don't worry."
"I went with someone, not alone." Sumo didn't want to say too much, so as not to worry her parents. "Mom, wear this watch to tell the time." Their previous watches were taken away by those people when they were sent down to the countryside. After returning to Yangcheng, they only bought one for Su Tingqian to wear because he had to check the time during class. Mo Yurong did not have a watch. Su Tingqian waved his hand. "You wear this Rolex, and give yours to your mother. She's a dorm manager, and she can't wear an expensive watch." Sumo thought so too. So she gave the watch she was wearing to Mo Yurong and kept the Rolex herself. She faces in her job are foreign businessmen, so it's okay if she has the conditions to decorate the store a little. The watch Shi Wenbin wears is a Rolex. After returning, Sumo threw herself into her busy work. In late August, Lu Changzheng came back from training. He was tanned and had injuries on his body, which were said to be from training. But Sumo didn't think it was likely, and she thought he was probably on a mission. Third training, the troops selected 30 people to form a special team, which was directly under the command of the military region headquarters. Lu Changzheng was the team leader, and there were 2 deputy captains. This team will be equipped with the best equipment in the army, receive the most rigorous training, and perform the most difficult tasks. The prototype of special forces began to appear in our army. In early September, because a certain monkey country announced that it would include some islands of the Nansha Islands into its territory and repeatedly provoked disputes, the special team, which had just rested in Yangcheng for a short time, welcomed their first mission since its establishment. Lu Changzheng and his men set off again in a hurry. In mid-September, trade delegations from various places who were going to participate in the autumn trade fair arrived in Yangcheng one after another and stayed in the Yangcheng Military Region guest house. After everyone gathered, they began political studies for about 10 days. The most important thing in learning leadership ideas and foreign affairs discipline is to establish vigilance against sabotage by enemy spies, how to detect them, and how to respond effectively. In addition to ideological studies, the army also sent people to teach some simple fighting skills so that everyone could have some self-protection ability to avoid being killed instantly after discovering enemy spies. In early October, the Ministry of Commerce, the Guangdong Provincial Government, the Yangcheng Government, and the Foreign Trade Center were all engaged in intensive work. Foreign businessmen had begun to arrive in Yangcheng one after another. The participating trade delegations also began to enter the exhibition hall to set up their exhibitions. We have repeatedly instructed that security should be strengthened, foreign business orders should be provided and met, and housing and car issues for domestic and foreign guests should be properly addressed. In addition to mobilizing all the taxis of Yangcheng Automobile Company, the Guangdong provincial government also set up a special tricycle team to meet the guests' car needs. Because this time, participants came from more than 150 countries and regions around the world, the largest number in history. Su Mo was determined to show off, so she was very busy during this period, leaving home early and returning late every day. Seeing how busy their daughter was, Mr. and Mrs. Su Tingqian had no choice but to move to the family compound after work to help take care of the child. Su Tingqian felt bad when he saw his two grandsons who were eager to see their parents every day. These two are so busy, it's really hard for the child. If the child's aunt hadn't come to take care of him, what would they do? Momo just started working, so she must perform. This export trade fair is a national event, so, of course, she is to do her best. Mo Yurong spoke for her daughter. Su Tingqian sighed. This is the bad thing about marrying a soldier. Look at that kid Lu Chongjing. He can only stay at home for a few days a year. He is out on missions every day. There's nothing we can do about it. The country needs us. Let's not talk about this. We are here, so we should just help as much as possible. I know, I was just saying that. Su Tingqian also felt sorry for his daughter. It was not easy to be a military wife, but his little princess was about to become a strong woman. Thanks to the efforts of all parties, the 34th Export Commodities Fair opened smoothly as scheduled on October 15th. Su Mo was assigned to the Transaction Negotiation Group to assist various trading groups in signing orders with foreign companies. With her fluent foreign language and excellent negotiation skills, Su Mo helped the trading group she was in charge of sign many orders, making the leaders of those trading groups very happy. On this day, when Su Mo was introducing cloth to foreign businessmen at the booth of High City Textile Factory, she noticed an Oriental man in a suit standing not far away, looking at her from time to time. After the foreign businessman signed the order and sent the person away, Su Mo saw that the man was still there, so she walked over and asked in English if there was anything she could do to help him. The man smiled and replied in pure Chinese, "I am also Chinese." The man was quite tall, about 1.80 meters, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He had a handsome face and an elegant temperament, looking like a modest gentleman. "Hello. Sir, are you interested in our fabrics?" Su Mo immediately switched to Chinese and asked. The man did not reply but said, "Miss, you look very much like an old friend of mine."
什么?
Is this kind of cheesy pickup method also popular in foreign countries? Really? Su Mo smiled helplessly, but politely. Yes, she looks a lot like my great-uncle's wife. I've seen her photo at home before, and she looks at least 70% alike. The man looked at the work ID pinned on Su Mo's clothes and said, "My last name is also Su, and my Chinese name is Su Jing. My ancestors were from High City."
Su Mo speak Paul's shrink.
Could it be what she thought? So she stretched out her hand and said, "Hello, my name is Su Mo." Su Jing's smile was more genuine this time. He reached out and shook hands with Su Mo. "Hello." Su Jing came back this time at the request of Su Zhongqing to see if he could find out any news about his great-uncle's family. Before returning, Su Zhongqing gave him a crash course in information about Su Zhongli's family, showed him photos of Su Zhongli's family, and told him the names of his uncles and their children. "She looks so much like my great-uncle's wife, and the name matches hers, so it seems like she must be his cousin." In recent years, due to the turmoil in the country, Su Zhongqing did not dare to contact his nephews in China except for sending money, for fear of bringing disaster to them. Receiving the news from Su Tingda at the beginning of last year, he became even more worried, so he asked his children and grandchildren to return to China during the trade fair to see if they could get any news. During the autumn trade fair last year, Su Jing's father Su Tingyi came back once. He even found an excuse to go to High City and walked around the villa, only to find that it was deserted. They had been in contact with High City before, and they didn't know Su Tingda's contact information, nor did they dare to inquire more, for fear of being caught as spies. These foreign businessmen have a limited time to stay in the country, and when the time is up, they can only leave in a hurry by boat. Instead of finding out any useful information, they got worse news, which made Su Zhongqing even more worried. The old man has not been in good health for the past 2 years, and his children and grandchildren are afraid that he'll be worried, so they plan to come back again this year. Originally, Su Tingyi was supposed to come back, but he fell ill before leaving, so Su Jing came instead. Su Jing has always been calm and steady in his work. He has been in China for nearly a month and has a certain understanding of the situation here, so he did not rush to recognize Su Mo. Instead, he changed the subject. My friends all call me Louis, and Miss Su can also call me Louis. Not long after Su Jing was born, his family immigrated abroad. He had no memory of China at all, and only knew some information from the accounts of his grandparents, parents, and uncles. The name Su Jing is more like a nickname to him.
Only family members call him that.
Outside, others call him Louis. Su Mo understood and immediately changed her tone. Okay, Mr. Louis. Is it convenient for Miss Su to introduce the products to me? Su Jing asked politely, without showing anything special.
Of course, this is my job.
Su Mo replied, and then took Su Jing with her to introduce the products at the exhibition to him. Su Mo is beautiful and speaks foreign languages well. Many foreign businessmen who have met before came to ask Su Mo to accompany them. Everyone is used to it, so they didn't think Su Jing's behavior was abrupt. Although Su Jing came back to China to look for someone, he is a businessman. Since he is here, he must do some business. Overseas Chinese and traditional Chinese food and porcelain are very popular abroad. Although people have left, some habits engraved in their bones cannot be changed. Those who grew up abroad may be fine, but the older generation is not. Therefore, the food exported from China has always had good sales and considerable profits. They own several supermarkets and have always purchased goods from Gangcheng. The prices of goods in Gangcheng are not cheap either. Now that they have better channels, they naturally place orders from here. This trade fair has been held for some years. Before, their family had not established a firm foothold in Country M and had no time to attend. By the time they were able to participate, the domestic situation suddenly became severe, and the review of overseas Chinese was extremely strict, so the elders gave up the idea of returning to attend the fair. This time they went to great lengths to come back and get some information. In order to obtain the qualifications, their family also used a lot of connections and spent a lot of money. Merchants selecting products at the Canton Fair in 1961 according to Su Jing's needs. Su Mo took him to the tea, canned food, grain, textiles, and other exhibition areas and introduced them to him one by one. After turning to the negotiation area, Su Jing placed several large orders with Su Mo, with the amount reaching $7 to $8 million. The person in charge of the transaction negotiation team was very happy and smiled happily. Su Mo was really a capable person. Basically, everyone she took out would make a deal. Su Mo didn't expect Su Jing to place so many orders. She was a little surprised. After all, the items he ordered were not high-priced, so the quantity was quite large. Mr. Louis, this. The foreign businessmen she had brought before only placed orders worth $2 million at most. Although Su Jing didn't say it explicitly, she could guess that Su Jing was probably the grandson of his great-uncle. She didn't know if he placed so many orders for her sake and to help her achieve sales. We used to buy these products from Hong Kong or Southeast Asia. Now that we have returned to our homeland, we naturally have to give back. I am naturally very happy to be able to make more contributions to my homeland. The better the country develops, the more confident we overseas Chinese will be. Su Jing's words were very beautiful. He is a businessman. The price of these things in China is nearly half of that in other places. He naturally places orders according to the maximum shipment volume, which can also save a lot of costs. Although it is a little troublesome to attend the conference, the profit is still very lucrative. The manufacturer who came to sign the contract heard Su Jing's words. They all praised him for his righteousness, and their liking for Su Jing rose to a new level. It's better to have our own people. Unlike other foreign businessmen, they have many demands and try to lower the price. Canton Fair transaction negotiation and order signing scene. After Su Jing signed the contracts with various manufacturers, Su Mo escorted Su Jing out of the club. When they parted, Su Jing asked with a smile. Miss Su's introduction was very professional. Thank you very much for your help. I wonder when it would be convenient for you to have a meal together? Su Mo guessed that Su Jing must have something to say to her, so she smiled and said, maybe in a few days. The unit has political requirements and cannot engage in corruption or bribery, but if a foreign business partner with whom you have a good cooperation invites you to dinner, you can still attend at your discretion to build a good relationship, which will help the foreign business partner continue to place orders. Okay, then I'll invite Miss Su again in a few days. After Su Jing finished speaking, he got in a taxi and returned to the hotel where he was staying. Su Jing was also surprised that he found the person so easily. He had actually been visiting the exhibition for a few days, and today was the first time he ran into Su Mo. The first time he saw her, he instinctively knew that this person was the one he was looking for. Sometimes fate is really amazing. He had thought that since his uncle's family lived in such a backward environment, his descendants would be mediocre, if not unsuccessful. He had never expected that they would be so outstanding. Su Mo, who had never been abroad, spoke English as well as he did, who grew up in country M. Although her accent was not as pure, it was better than many immigrants. For example, his mother's English level was probably not even half as good as Su Mo's. Moreover, he is very generous in dealing with people. He is not timid in front of foreign guests, unlike other people who always try to please foreign guests. In such an environment, he must have put a lot of effort to develop such confidence. This made him curious about his great-uncle's other two grandsons. He heard that they were both soldiers, so they might be better than Su Mo. He also wondered who was better between them and his brothers. Over the years, whenever my grandmother and grandfather quarreled, she would often say that my grandfather was not as capable as my great-uncle, but that he had a better life than my great-uncle. Su Jing also has a strong desire to win. Since his grandfather cannot beat his great-uncle, if there is a chance, they can have a competition between their generations. After getting off work in the evening, Su Mo secretly told Su Tingqian that she met a man named Su Jing today, who might be the grandson of her great-uncle. Su Tingqian was shocked. The son his second cousin had before going abroad was named Su Jing. When Su Mo told Su Tingqian about Su Jing's visit to her, Su Tingqian was basically certain that Su Jing was his second cousin's son because Su Mo looked like her grandmother. Did he say anything to you? Su Tingqian was a little nervous. At this time, if he suddenly came to see him, his daughter might get into trouble. Su Mo waved her hands. He didn't say anything. He is quite sensible. He still has orders worth millions under my control. However, he asked me to have dinner with him in a few days. He must have something to say. Su Tingqian pondered for a moment. Be careful. If he makes any bad requests, don't give him face. Just refuse directly. My uncle is a good person, but his descendants grew up abroad, and he has never had any contact with them, so he must be on guard against them. Su Mo nodded. I know, don't worry, Dad. Then, Su Tingqian told Su Mo about the situation of Su Zhongqing's family. Su Zhongqing had 3 sons, the eldest son Su Tingbang, the second son Su Tingyi, and the third son Su Tingli. The eldest son was 1 year older than Su Tingda and was the oldest in their generation, followed by Su Tingda and Su Tingqian, the youngest, the 5th. When they immigrated, your first and second cousins each had a son. Your first uncle wrote back saying that after they arrived in country M, they had 3 more grandchildren. I haven't met the younger generation, so I don't understand them. Your first cousin is more profit-oriented. If you run into him at a trade fair in the future, be careful. Your second cousin is relatively righteous. Your third cousin is more casual. He is an artist and studies painting. Su Tingqian went abroad to study with Su Tingli before. Su Tingli has a great talent for painting. I don't know if he has made a name for himself abroad over the years. Lu Chongjing returned at the end of October. He had just led his team back to the army to report the situation, and before he had time to go home, he was sent to the hotel by his leader to assist in protecting an important foreign guest of a certain team. Lu Chongjing selected 4 or 5 smarter ones and set off. Soon as I entered the hotel, I saw his wife in the cafe on the first floor. She was wearing a plaid long skirt and had beautiful braids. It was obvious that she had dressed up carefully. She was talking and laughing with a man in a suit. The other people who came with him also saw it. Two of them had been to Lu Chongjing's house for dinner before and had seen Su Mo before. They touched Lu Chongjing and said, "Boss, sister-in-law." "Yes, I saw her. She is working. Don't disturb her," Lu Chongjing said, striding towards the elevator. However, his face, which was not white to begin with, seemed to have become a little darker. Su Mo noticed someone staring at her and turned to look. She saw several soldiers walking quickly inside. Although she could only see their backs, Su Mo recognized one of them as Lu Chongjing.
Zu Montag war surprised.
When did he come back? Why didn't she see him go home? Su Jing also followed her gaze and asked, "What's wrong?" "I seem to see my lover," Su Mo said.
No.
Su Jing was confused for a moment, then reacted and asked in surprise, "Are you married?" "Yes, the child is over 1 year old." Su Jing was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. "You seem to be only 20 years old?" Su Mo smiled and said, "People in China get married early." Su Jing instantly felt mixed emotions. In Country M, 20 years old is the right age to go to college. Thinking of the adopted daughter of the family, the so-called Miss Su, who is being pampered by her uncle's family. And this genuine Miss Su not only got married and had children, but also had to work hard. Su Jing felt bad. Maybe it was because of blood relationship. He liked Su Mo very much when he saw her for the first time. "Is your spouse a soldier?" He looked at the men just now, and they should be wearing military uniforms.
주문하리.
Soldiers here seem to have a high status. Marrying a soldier seems to be similar to marrying a wealthy businessman in the United States. Su Jing feels a little better. "I came back this time for another purpose, which is to see if I can help my grandfather find out about his relatives."
Oh.
"Did Mr. Lewis find out?" Su Jing waved his hand. "I just go with the flow. I'll find out if I can. I'm not trying to be deliberate. I just want to see if the other person is doing well. If they're doing well, we'll be relieved. Mr. Lewis is so righteous. Your family will surely be well. Thank you for your good words."
Shuhing smile.
Since they were all fine, he could report to his grandfather when he returned. After getting the information he wanted, Su Jing started discussing business with Su Mo again. After all, there were eyes and ears everywhere, and it was not easy to talk too much about private matters. Su Jing told Su Mo about many best-selling products abroad, and Su Mo wrote them down one by one. The two had a very happy chat. It was almost time, so Su Mo said goodbye and left. She came to see Su Jing during her lunch break because she had to go back to the exhibition hall to work in the afternoon. After Su Jing watched Su Mo leave, he went back to his room. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he ran into a few soldiers in green uniforms, one of whom gave him a sharp look. Su Jing was a little confused. He didn't seem to have offended these soldiers, right? Could it be that he had been chatting with Su Mo for too long and was suspected of being a potential spy? Su Jing also sighed, not knowing when the situation would improve, so that relatives separated from each other could recognize each other and meet each other. After Su Mo returned, she handed over the useful information she had recorded to the center's leaders. They are the ones who face foreign businessmen directly and are most susceptible to temptation, so the leaders are very strict in terms of ideology and politics. If they meet with foreign businessmen alone, they have to report what they talked about when they come back. After the leader looked at the information recorded by Su Mo, he had to say that there was a lot of useful information which should have been obtained through in-depth market research. It has to be said that beautiful and capable do have many advantages at work. However, leaders will disdain the use of such sugar-coated bullets. Moreover, many of the foreign businessmen here are not good enough, and not every female comrade is like Su Mo, who can overpower others with her momentum. All I can say is that Su Mo is just an individual case and cannot be replicated. In the evening, Su Mo returned home. It was almost 9 o'clock. There was no other way. During the exhibition, the staff had to stay after the exhibition closed every day to report on the day's work, and the most important thing was to report whether there were any enemy spies that day. There were 2,000 or 3,000 people, and even if each person said a word, it would take a lot of time. When Suemo came back, she saw Lele was still awake. She was sitting in the living room with her hands folded, sulking. Suemo also knew that she had neglected the child these days, so she apologized carefully. "Hey, who made our little baby Lele angry?" Lele snorted and turned away from looking at Suemo. Sumo knew that he was angry with her, so she smiled and said, "When Mom was working today, she saw the uncle who made cakes. He said that after he was done with his work for a few days, he would make a cake for Xiao Lele." Lele wanted to get angry, but couldn't resist the temptation of the cake, so he turned around and asked, "Really? Really? Let's make a pinky promise." Suemo said, and made a pinky promise with Lele, who instantly smiled again. Su Tiqian and Anan watched from the side, also speechless. This boy was very smart, but who would have thought he was a foodie? After comforting Lele, Suemo asked, "I saw Chongjing today. Is he back?" Su Tingqian was stunned. "I didn't see it." When Lu Xiaolan heard Suemo say that, she also came out of the room. "Third brother is back. I didn't see him back." Suemo guessed that Lu Chongjing must have a mission, which was why he didn't come home. Not long after he finished speaking, Lu Chongjing came back with a luggage bag and explained that he had a temporary mission, and that was why he did not go home first. Went to bed at night. Lu Chongjing struggled for a long time, but finally asked, "Wife, who was that person at noon?" Although he trusted his wife, he felt very uncomfortable because the man looked so well matched with her. "I have an uncle who went abroad before. That man is my uncle's grandson and my cousin,"
Suemo said.
Lu Chongjing felt relieved instantly after hearing this, and even his tone of voice unconsciously became more cheerful. That's a coincidence. When Suemo saw Lu Chongjing's expression, she knew that he had wrong thoughts and glared at him. "This is not a coincidence. He came here on purpose. Grandpa received the news from my uncle and was a little worried. That's why he took the opportunity of the trade fair to let his grandson come back to see him." Thanks to everyone's joint efforts, the autumn trade fair closed successfully on November 15th. That evening, the organizers held closing receptions at the Oriental Hotel, the People's Building, and the Luhua Hotel simultaneously. A total of more than 4,000 foreign businessmen, overseas Chinese, and compatriots from Hong Kong and Macau attended the closing reception. The next day, the People's Daily even devoted a page to reporting on the incident. Newspapers at the time the trade fair ended, the staff began to count the transaction volume in full swing. The results lived up to the expectations of the leaders, with transaction volume exceeding $1.5 billion. You know, in 1973, the total foreign trade volume of the country just exceeded 10 billion. The autumn fair alone reached 1.5 billion, plus the spring fair. The contribution of the export commodity fair to China's foreign trade cannot be underestimated. It is also a satisfactory answer to the leaders who have devoted a lot of effort to ensure the smooth progress of the trade fair. After statistics, it was found that among all the traders, Suemo alone completed transactions worth more than 80 million, making her the well-deserved sales champion. As a result, Suemo began to come into the sight of senior leaders. Sumo's performance was so outstanding that she naturally deserved a reward. After finishing the work, the center leader praised Sumo very much at the meeting, promoted Sumo to a higher level, and increased her salary from 48 yuan to 57 yuan, and her welfare benefits were also increased as appropriate. At time, those who had worked for several years without getting promoted felt mixed emotions. After Suemo returned to the office, she found that some of her male colleagues looked at her differently, with a hint of a desire to fight. In the eyes of some gay men, if can do logistical work peacefully and are beautiful, which makes them feel pleasing to the eye, they will naturally be more tolerant. If it is too strong or even more capable than them, then no matter how beautiful she is in their eyes, there is something wrong with her, and they can find a lot of problems with her everywhere. Suemo noticed it and was prepared to be criticized. She would not suppress herself because of the jealousy of a few mediocre people. Sure enough, a few days later, Yi Wenbin received an anonymous letter of complaint, reporting that Su Mo had an affair with a foreign businessman. After seeing this, Yi Wenbin was so angry that he laughed. He suppressed the letter of complaint, called everyone in the department together for a meeting, and directly and publicly criticized the anonymous person who wrote the letter. He felt ashamed for this group of grown men who did not want to learn from others and work hard to achieve better results in the next trade fair, but instead engaged in such shady and treacherous activities against him. Seeing the director angry, the group of people dared not breathe. Yi Wenbin had a strong backstage, and ordinary people could not touch him at all. After Yi Wenbin finished scolding the man, he reminded Su Mo to be more careful with her words and actions during this period of time, so as to avoid being caught by others. Su Mo was still very grateful for Yi Wenbin's protection and immediately said that she would be cautious. This situation did not last long. A week later, news came that Su Mo was praised in front of the reporting group, and all traders were called upon to learn from her. The center immediately found Su Mo and asked her to prepare and explain to the people in the center how to better negotiate the deal. After Su Mo got the news, she was also relieved. She knew that she had won the bet. It would be much easier for her to do things in the future if she caught the leader's eye. Su Mo did not hide anything and taught everyone everything she knew and could say, and the class lasted for 3 or 4 days in a row. Yi Wenbin once again looked at Su Mo with admiration. This was truly a family tradition. Even if she stopped doing business, some things were engraved in her bones. Yi Wenbin was aware of Su Mo's situation. After all, his family had a cooperative relationship with the Su family, and he had also received instructions from the old man to protect the Su family when appropriate. Time flies, and it is the end of December in a blink of an eye. A sudden cold front hit Guangzhou, and winter arrived in an instant. Lu Xiaolan was wearing autumn clothes the day before and a cotton jacket the next day, but she was still shivering with cold. Third sister-in-law, didn't you say that the south isn't cold? Why do I feel it's colder than where we are? It happened to be the weekend, and Su Mo was at home resting. She had been too busy to spend time with her children some time ago, but now that she was free, whenever she had a day off, she didn't send her children to the nursery, but stayed at home to play with them. Lu Xiaolan also took the opportunity to take a rest today. I once heard a joke that the cold in the north is a physical attack, while the cold in the south is a magical attack. Su Mo said with a smile.
What?
Lu Xiaolan didn't understand. It means that the north is dry and cold, so as long as you dress warmly, you won't feel that cold. But the south is humid, and even the quilt is cold, the kind that chills you to the bone. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Xiaolan agreed. She slept all night last night, but she didn't feel how warm the quilt was. When she got up to go to the bathroom, she felt cold again when she came back. It's not like their place, where they can heat the Kong, so once she got into bed, it would be warm. Third sister-in-law, why don't we have a Kong here? It's so hard to endure this winter. Su Mo smiled. The cold weather here is only for a short time, just a few days, at most 10 days or half a month. When the cold wind passes, it will warm up again. When you go to bed at night, take a hot water bottle, fill it with hot water, and put it in the quilt. Warm the quilt before sleeping, and you will feel more comfortable. Su Mo suggested. At the same time, I also thought about buying 2 hot water bottles for my parents and Grandpa Zhang. Lu Xiaolan, a young girl, felt cold, and the old man must feel even colder. No need. Bring An and Lulu over to sleep with you at night. A child's body heat is more effective than a hot water bottle. Lu Chongzheng happened to come in and quickly suggested when he heard his wife's words. It was a cold day, so his wife brought the child back home to sleep. He was far away from his wife and couldn't even hug her. Lele was not happy. I want to sleep with my mom. You little rascal, your aunt loves you so much and she feels cold now. Shouldn't you sleep with her? Lele thought about it and thought that it was the case. So he said, then let my sister sleep with my aunt. Sister can only sleep on one side, and aunt is cold on both sides. The father and son battled wits and courage for a long time, and finally Lu Chongzheng won and successfully tricked Lele into sleeping with Lu Xiaolan. In the evening, Lu Chongzheng, who successfully married his wife, was extremely satisfied. 2 days later, Su Mo received a letter from Lu Yuji. After Su Mo came back from a business trip in High City last time, she sent some cloth and local specialties to the Lu family. The first and second wives also mailed some mountain products to her, and everyone began to exchange letters occasionally. In the letter, Lu Yuji told Su Mo that Yang Jingming had remarried, and no one knew what kind of connections his family had used to marry the daughter of another brigade captain. After reading the letter, Su Mo put it away and did not show it to Lu Xiaolan to avoid upsetting her. Su Mo felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. She didn't know how Yang Jingming felt when he had to face his former and current father-in-law at the weekly meeting. On December 30th, Sunday, Su Mo made an appointment with her parents, and the family went to the department store to buy some things for the new year. It's almost 1974. The Chinese New Year is early this year, and it will be on January 23rd. It's better to buy things early to avoid being late and having the good things picked up by others. At the end of every year, whether it is a department store in the city or a supply and marketing cooperative in the countryside, they will release a batch of defective products that do not require tickets so that ordinary people can buy things and have a good new year. Therefore, the department store was crowded with people. Lu Chongjing looked at the sea of people and the corners of his mouth twitched. He was thinking about telling the three ladies that he would lead the way and ask them to follow him closely, but when he turned around, he found that the three ladies had already slipped into the crowd thanks to their agile bodies. Lu Chongjing, what are you standing here for? Hurry up and squeeze in. Don't block the way. When she turned around, she was looked down upon by her father-in-law again. At this time, Lele, who was riding on Lu Chongjing's shoulder, also stabbed him. Dad, hurry up, Mama's gone too far. Lu Chongjing silently covered his chest, as he was always the one who got hurt. After sighing, Lu Chongjing began to push forward. After all, he had received formal training. If he couldn't squeeze through the common people, it would be unacceptable. If he couldn't show off in front of his mother-in-law, he could show off in front of his father-in-law. Fortunately, I'm not wearing a military uniform today, otherwise I wouldn't be able to move freely. With Lu Chongjing leading the way in front, Su Tingqian felt quite comfortable walking behind within and in his arms. This son-in-law is only useful at times like this. Su Mo and the other two squeezed to the place where cloth was sold first, and each of them grabbed a piece of defective cloth, not caring about the pattern or color, as long as they could grab it first. Because the defective cloth is limited, in order to ensure that more people can buy it, the department store only releases a few hundred pieces every day. They are all cut, each 7 feet long, just enough to make an adult's garment. Therefore, in the cloth selling area, a group of people would gather around the department store as soon as it opened, and grab the defective cloth as soon as it came out, relying on agility and quick eyes and hands. The skilled ones could grab some fashionable patterns. Several employees from the department store's security department surrounded the area, scanning the area sharply like radars, for fear that someone would steal the cloth. These cloths are all 7 feet each, and the prices are fixed. Cotton cloth is $1.50, twill cloth is $2.50, and khaki cloth is $3. People come to buy. They all have change ready. After grabbing the cloth, they quickly give the money to the salesperson, get a receipt, and then they can leave. Each piece of cloth has a receipt, and there are security personnel checking at the exit, so basically there will be no theft of cloth. What was released this time were all cotton cloth. Su Mo unfolded all 3 pieces of cloth and looked at them. Although they were said to be defective cloth, they actually didn't have many defects. It was just that the color was a little off. People who were particular about the city might find them disliked, but for people in the countryside, they were the best cloth. Su Mo planned to send these back to Lujia village and make a new piece of clothing for each of the 3 elderly people. As for my parents, I can just buy ready-made clothes for them. Then I can buy some wool and knit a sweater for each of them since they were not busy at work. Before, they knitted with bad wool with bad colors, which is no longer suitable for them to wear now. After grabbing the cloth, the family went directly to the 2nd floor, where items were more expensive and there were fewer people. Su Mo bought a new set of clothes for her parents and the 2 children, bought a top for herself and Lu Xiaolan, and a white shirt for Lu Chongjing, spending a total of about 100 yuan. As for pants, there are almost no styles of pants these days, so you might as well just grab some cloth and make them yourself. When Lu Xiaolan saw that Su Mo also bought clothes for her, she was reluctant to accept it, but Su Mo insisted, so she accepted it. She just turned around and pulled some cloth, saying that she wanted to make clothes for the two little ones. In addition to the coat, Su Mo also bought Lu Xiaolan a pair of small leather shoes. Thanks to her help in taking care of the children, she and Lu Chongjing could work so smoothly. The family shopped until mid-afternoon before leaving the department store carrying large and small bags. After returning home, Lu Chongjing took the things he wanted to send back to his hometown and went to the post office to mail them. It was a long way to go, so he had to send them early so that they could be received before the new year. In addition to cloth, they also bought a lot of nutritional supplements, local specialties, and snacks for the children. Lu Xiaolan also bought a pair of Jiefeng brand rubber shoes for each of the 3 elderly people. Lele was at home, taking out the new toys and candies he had bought and playing peacefully with them. Seeing him like that, Anan said, "I don't want it. I'll give it all to you." Lele was flattered and asked uncertainly, "You really don't want it?" Anan waved her hands, "No, it's something for children." She had played with it before because she had never seen it before and was just curious, but now that she has seen it so many times, she is no longer interested. Lele immediately pushed the things to him, gave him a thumbs up and praised him sweetly. "Sister, you're awesome. You are a good kid who takes good care of your brother. I will ask the teacher to praise you tomorrow." Su Mo looked at him with great amusement and asked Lu Xiaolan, "Did you teach him?" Lu Xiaolan shook her head. "No. He went to see the big class himself." The big class would tell the older children every day to take care of their younger siblings and not to hit others. Many of the children in this compound are very naughty and will fight if they disagree with something. In the evening, Lele saw Su Mo knitting a sweater and was very curious. She asked Su Mo what she was doing. After learning that she was knitting sweaters for her grandparents, she asked for a sweater too. Su Mo had prepared wool to knit a vest for each of the 2 children. After getting a positive answer, he happily went to play by himself. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was 1974. New Year's Day was on Tuesday, so there was no holiday, but when Sumo got off work, she still took out some things and the family had a simple celebration. On January 5th, Su Yichen's wife, Zhua Huiqin, gave birth to a boy. Su Tingda called to announce the good news. Su Mo and Mo Yuron quickly went to buy some things and sent them over. When Su Tingqian heard that it was a boy, he also sighed and said that it seemed rare for their Su family to have a girl. At the same time, he was a little proud, because it seemed that all the girls in the Su family were on his side. The days passed like this, and after the New Year's Eve, something big suddenly happened. A certain monkey country sent a fleet northward, and on the 17th, it occupied 2 of our islands, killed and injured many of our fishermen and militiamen, and attacked patrol ships. Lu Chongzheng and his team received the order to set off that same day. This incident happened just before the New Year, and the entire family compound was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Once the war escalates and both sides go to war, I'm afraid many people will be sacrificed. Those who have children and grandchildren on the front line will be even more worried. Su Tiqian thought that he could have a reunion dinner with his family this year, but he didn't expect that Lu Chongzheng would go out on a mission again just before the New Year. As the situation at the front became serious, Guangxi province went directly into combat readiness. The 2 brothers Su Yichen and Su Yiyuan returned to the team directly. Although Su Tingda was able to go home, he did not dare to relax and was always on standby. As a soldier, the interests of the country are above everything else at all times. Su Mo was more worried than ever when Lu Chongzheng went out this time. After all, the 2 sides had already started a war, and once lethal weapons were used, human power would often be unable to compete. Fortunately, the battle did not last too long. A few days later, news of victory came that our country had won and recovered the 3 occupied islands. The special squad demonstrated its excellence in combat for the first time. It can be said that without the squad, the battle would not have ended so quickly. During the post-war report, the leaders heard about the special team's performance and ordered all military regions to train more of this type of troops. In this naval battle, the enemy suffered more than 100 casualties and 48 captured, including a senior general. Our country lost 18 people and 67 people were injured. Among these 18 people, 10 were fishermen and militiamen who were shot by the enemy in the early stage. The Yongqing military region also sent people to do work for these 10 people and gave them corresponding pensions. After the good news came, the family compound gradually began to feel the festive atmosphere, and more smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Su Mo also breathed a sigh of relief and started preparing things for the new year with Lu Xiaolan. The locals of Guangzhou celebrate the new year. They usually make fried dough sticks and sponge cakes. The folk customs in the south are more serious than those in the north. On New Year's Eve, people go to the ancestral temple to worship their ancestors. At this time, people cannot engage in feudal superstitions, so many people pay respect to their ancestors and elders at home. When you enter the local village, you can always smell the faint scent of incense and candles. The locals of Yongqing usually make some shrimp paste for cooking. Su Mo thought of going to the local villagers to exchange some so that everyone could try the new flavor during the new year, so she asked Lu Xiaolan to go along. As soon as Lu Xiaolan entered the village, she sniffed around. "Third sister-in-law, do you smell anything? It seems like someone is burning something." Su Mo explained the southern customs to Lu Xiaolan. Lu Xiaolan nodded. There was nothing she could do about it. She could only remember the past secretly. In their place, even burning paper at the grave had to be done secretly. Su Mo found the home of the village production team leader and exchanged RMB for some shrimp paste, sponge cakes, and fried dough sticks. On New Year's Eve, in addition to Su Tingqian and his wife, Zhang Zhen and Xiaoding also came to the family compound to celebrate the new year. When Lu Changzheng was not at home, Lu Xiaolan went to sleep in Su Mo's room, temporarily giving her room to Zhang Zhen and Xiaoding. Su Mo went to the delicatessen market and bought many local specialties such as roast goose, roast duck, barbecued pork, and boiled chicken. She also made a lot of delicious food at home. The group of people celebrated their first New Year in Guangzhou in a lively manner. After dinner, the two children greeted their elders and received red envelopes. This year, Su Mo did not take the red envelopes, but made a small shoulder bag for each of the two children and let them keep them. At this time, some friends came to pay New Year's greetings. Su Mo gave each child who came to pay New Year's greetings a red envelope of 10 cents, and then let the two children follow the group to visit each family to pay New Year's greetings. It's not about how many red envelopes you can get, it's mainly about joining in the fun. As children, they just want to enjoy the atmosphere of the new year and have a lot of fun. Lele was very happy to go. Anan didn't want to go at first, but because he was afraid that his younger brother would be bullied, he went too. Su Mo's family in Yongqing is bustling with activity, and the Su family in Country M is also preparing for the new year. China is half a day ahead of Country M, with a time difference of 12 hours. The evening in Guangzhou is the morning in San Francisco. Early in the morning, the servants of the Su family got up and started working. In the middle of the morning, cars arrived at the villa where Su Zhongqing lived one after another. After Su Zhongqing and his family arrived in Country M, they first settled in San Francisco. After they had established themselves here, as their business expanded, the eldest son Su Tingbang and his family moved to New York. The second son Su Tingyi and his family still lived with their old man in San Francisco, and the youngest son was an artist and often took his family around. Therefore, their family does not get together often. Only during important festivals will the children come back from all over the place, and the family will reunite. Lunch. Everyone talked about Su Jing's return to China. They had learned from the phone that Su Jing had found out the whereabouts of his relatives in China, but they had not asked in detail before. I didn't see anyone else. I only met Uncle Tingqian's daughter Su Mo at the trade fair. According to her, their family is doing well. They no longer live in Haishur, but have moved to Yongqing. Su Jing told everyone about his encounter with Su Mo, and it was not difficult to see from his words that he admired Su Mo. Brother, from what you said, that cousin is pretty cool. Su Tingley's son Su-tsen said, do you have a photo? Let me see it. Su-tsen is 18 years old and just started college. Yes, I gave it to Grandpa. Su Jing took 2 photos with Su Mo at the trade fair. Su Zhongqing waved his hand and asked the servant to bring the photo. Su-tsen was the first to receive it. After seeing it, she asked in surprise, Second brother, are you sure this was taken in China? Isn't it said that in China, life is very poor, everyone is pale and thin, and their clothes are very shabby, looking like poor people? He looked at this cousin and thought that she was no worse than the female stars in the M country. Su Tingley took the photo from Su-tsen, looked at it, and said, it seems that Tianqian has raised his child very well. He is worthy of being a member of my Su family. It was originally just a plain statement, but it instantly pierced the heart of Su Linwei, the adopted daughter of the Su family, because she was the only one at the table who is not a member of the Su family. Su Linwei's original name was Linwei. She is the niece of Su Tingbong's wife Lin Rudong. Back then, the Lins went abroad with the Sus. The Lins had no property left, and they relied almost entirely on the Sus. After arriving in country M, life was not easy at first. Coupled with the unfamiliar climate and other reasons, the Lins died of illness one after another, leaving behind only a 5-year-old daughter. Lin Rudong took her in to take care of her, and later simply considered her an adopted daughter, and Linwei became Su Linwei. After the Su family gained a firm foothold, she was known to the public as the eldest daughter of the Su family. When Linwei was little, she was very cute and sweet-mouthed, which made everyone in the Su family like her very much. The Su family had no daughters, so it was a rare opportunity for a little girl to come. Everyone spoiled her and thought of her when they had good things. When she was little, her pocket money was twice as much as that of the boys. When Su Tingbong's eldest son Su heard his uncle say this, he also became interested and took the photo. Linwei, who was sitting next to him, leaned over to take a look. In the photo, Su Mo has her hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a white shirt and black pants. She is standing next to Su Jing, smiling generously, with a confident look on her face. Coupled with her outstanding appearance, even if she is wearing very ordinary clothes, she can't conceal her elegant temperament. There was a flash of jealousy in Linwei's eyes, but she quickly covered it up. Is this my little cousin? She's so pretty, Linwei said. Linwei was cute when she was a child, but became very ordinary when she grew up. Now she looks pretty good, all thanks to the packaging of her clothes and jewelry. The Su family members are all good-looking, so Linwei feels a little inferior in front of them. Originally, she was the only girl in the younger generation of the Su family, and she didn't think it was a big deal. But now, there was suddenly someone who surpassed her not only in appearance but also in ability, which made her feel pressured instantly. When she was young, her mother instilled in her the idea that she must please the Su family. Over the years, she has always done well and is very favored in the Su family. She eats, wears, and spends better than the regular grandchildren of the Su family. Seeing how good Su Mo was, she was secretly afraid. She was afraid that Su Mo would overpower her and that the other people in the Su family would no longer like her. She had been in the Su family for so many years and knew very well that the Su family valued blood ties very much. She knew her own aunt even better. If she was of no use to her, she would probably abandon her without hesitation. She had been pampered for so many years that she couldn't imagine what would happen to her without the support of the Su family. She didn't want to go back to the shabby and cramped life she had as a child. She knew about Su Mo's existence before, but she was confident that she could beat a bumpkin who grew up in a backward country, so she didn't take it seriously at all. She had heard that Su Zhongqing had to send 500 yuan back home every year. She thought that her relatives in China relied on them for support, but now it seems that this is not the case. Yes, the child looks like her grandmother and is very pretty. Su Zhongqing's wife, Xiao Xiaoyi, replied. But I think Grandma was prettier when she was young. Lin Wei flattered sweetly. You kid. I'm telling the truth. When my grandmother was young, she looked very noble. If I could be half as elegant as her, I would be satisfied. Zhao Shaoi smiled. My Wei Wei is also very elegant. There is no bad child raised by my Su family. Why, someone said something about you. Lin Wei shook her head. No, it's just that my little cousin is so outstanding. Don't belittle yourself. She grew up in that kind of environment and received limited education. You were carefully trained by us, and you are no worse than others. Zhao Shaoi comforted. Lin Rutong also started to comfort Lin Wei, and instantly the scene became one of a loving mother and a filial daughter. Su Jing looked at Lin Wei, who was acting up again, and curled his lips sarcastically. He used to love her very much, but after seeing her true colors a few times, he gradually distanced himself from her. Just treat it as a little toy to entertain everyone. If she dares to do anything that harms the interests of the Su family, he will definitely not forgive her. He can still clearly distinguish between those who are close and those who are distant. By Lin Wei, everyone stopped talking about the Su family in China and started talking about the domestic business situation instead. When Su Tingyi went there last year, he went with others. They were not qualified to place orders and were just going through the motions. They did not understand the situation as thoroughly as Su Jing did. After listening to Su Jing's statement, Su Tingbang immediately said, Dad, we will apply to participate in the trade fair next year. When the time comes, I will take Ah Su and Ah Jin with me. Su Zhongqing frowned and said, There's no need to bring too many people. You and Ajin can go when the time comes. This eldest grandson is used to being flamboyant and not being steady enough in doing things. If he goes to China and gets into trouble, he will be in trouble if he is detained there. Su Zhongqing has always felt that his health has been getting worse over the years. He is looking for a successor among his children and grandchildren, and Su Jin is the one he is optimistic about. On the other side, the Liu family was also having the New Year's Eve dinner. This year, without Su Mo and the others, Li Yue always felt uncomfortable. Su Mo has obviously only spent 2 New Years here, and the third brother spent the New Year's like this before he got married. Why does it suddenly seem meaningless? After dinner, New Year's greetings and chatting for a while, Li Yue sent her children and grandchildren back home. Seeing her like that, Liu Qinggan asked, Do you want to be happy? Then you go to the main group and wait there tomorrow. I think Xiaoma will call and wish us a happy new year tomorrow. Li Yue glared at him and said, It's up to you to say it. Liu Qinggan. Ever since her 2 grandsons went to Guangzhou, this woman's temper has become more and more irritable. The first day of the Lunar New Year, Li Yue went to the brigade early. As expected, she received a call from the 2 little ones wishing a happy new year, which made Li Yue's eyes smile. The 2 kids finished talking. Su Mo greeted Li Yue again and told her about the New Year atmosphere here. Knowing that she missed the 2 little ones, but the journey was long and the mountains and rivers were far away, Su Mo did not dare to invite her to come. When they came here by themselves, they were also afraid of taking the train. Otherwise, the winter in the north is so long, you can definitely come to Guangzhou. After Lu Xiaolan finished talking to Li Yue, the family went shopping to experience the New Year atmosphere here. The 3-day annual leave passed quickly, and it was time to go back to work in the blink of an eye. Returning to the office, Su Mo received 2 pieces of bombshell news on the first day. One reason was that the center's leader was going to Beijing for a meeting in a few days, and he planned to let her be the trader representative and take her with him. Second, this year's spring fair will be held in the new hall on Luhua Road, and their offices will be moved there by the end of March at the latest. Su Mo is really like ice and fire. The good news is that she can meet the leader, which is really an honor. The sad news is that if she moves to the new club, she will have to travel a long way to get to work. The 5th day of the new year, Lu Chongjing also returned from the front line, but his face looked very heavy. After Su Mo asked, she learned that although their team won this time, 2 people were sacrificed. Not long after the team was formed, some people died. Lu Chongjing felt very upset and blamed himself. As the captain, he did not train his soldiers well. These days, he is communicating with his superiors to apply for approval of a place to build a special training ground for them so that they can carry out targeted training. Those two comrades both died while sneaking into the enemy ship. If they had received more training like this before, they might not have died. Su Imo saw Lu Chongjing's sadness and self-blame, but she couldn't say anything to comfort him. She could only silently support his decision behind his back. In the face of life, any language is pale. The two martyrs had come to my house for dinner. He was an optimistic and handsome young man, only 22 years old, not yet married. Such a vibrant life was gone in an instant. The grief of his relatives can be imagined. After returning, Lu Chongjing made the training of the team members more rigorous. He listed the scenarios they might face in the future, applied to the troops for scenario simulations, and conducted targeted training one by one. As the captain, he is responsible for the life of every team member and tries his best to bring back everyone he takes out intact every time. These people are the pioneers selected by the grassroots troops and then selected through layers of tests. The country has spent a lot of effort to train them, and every sacrifice is a huge loss to the country. So, after returning, Lu Chongjing became even busier. Not only did he go out early and come back late, but sometimes he was not seen for several days. Lele was a little surprised and asked Su Imo, "Mom, aren't the bad guys this time very powerful?"
What? Su Montag was puzzled.
Before, when Dad went out, it took a long time to come back, but this time he came back very quickly. Before, when Lu Chongjing went out for training or on a mission, Su Imo would tell the two kids that their father had gone out to fight the bad guys. So, in Lele's little worldview, Lu Chongjing disappeared for several days and came back again, and he went out to fight the bad guys, but this time the bad guys were not very powerful, and his father came back soon. After listening to Lele's explanation, Su Imo laughed. It's not that the bad guys are not powerful anymore, it's that Dad and the others have become more powerful. Su Imo established Lu Chongjing's image in front of Lele. Lele was obviously a little unconvinced and secretly asked Anan, "Sister, are Dad and the others very powerful?" "Yes, they're heroes." Anan gave an affirmative answer. Who is willing to use his or her flesh and blood to protect the people of one side deserves respect, regardless of his or her ability. She has liked this place more and has become more and more integrated into it. Although the life expectancy here is only 100 years and it looks very barren, she still thinks it is better than Kanglin Realm. Perhaps it was because she finally had a good life here. Her parents and relatives were all honest and kind people, and they were all very good to her. In mid-February, Su Imo saw a special thank you letter in Science Bulletin. After the notice was republished, Su Imo began to pay attention to agricultural papers. After understanding the current level, she combined the knowledge she had learned before with the current situation and wrote anonymous letters to several bigwigs from the Agricultural Research Institute. She had no idea whether these big guys would read it, so she could only cast a wide net and send it to more people. One of the senior researchers read her letter and adopted the method she suggested, which led to great progress in his research. Because Su Imo sent the letter anonymously, the senior researcher didn't know who she was, so he attached a special thank you letter at the end of his published paper. In addition to his own signature, the paper was also signed by Anonymous Patriot. Su Imo was also very happy after seeing this. At least her efforts were not in vain, and she could contribute to solving the country's food problem. When I was in Lujia village, although there was only one crop, the fertile black soil produced a high yield, so I didn't think the food problem was that serious. Now that I've moved to a big city in the south, I understand the difficulty of food. The south has 2 planting seasons. The land here is barren and the grain yield is very low, so it is normal to not have enough to eat. Many farmers eat sweet potatoes and cassava all year round and can only eat rice during festivals. Every month in the city is a very tiring job. If you have many children, you have to tighten your belt. What's more, China's industry was underdeveloped during this period, and it relied on exporting agricultural and sideline products in exchange for industrial equipment. The middle and late part of the month, Sumo followed the center's leaders and flew to Beijing to give a work report. After leaving the airport, Su Mo clearly felt that the atmosphere in Beijing seemed more tense than when she first came here. On the plane, Yu Wenbin also told Su Mo that Beijing is different from Guangzhou and asked her to be careful with her words and actions when she gets there and not to talk nonsense. A group of people were at the Ministry of Foreign Trade 2 days ago, reporting to the leaders there. Su Mo, as a representative of the traders, also reported to the leaders her summary of trading experience, although she had already reported these things to the leaders in written form. On the third day, a group of people went upstairs to make the final report. Su Mo was very nervous. Her palms were sweating. The feeling of being able to meet the person she admired so much was indescribable. The leader was very kind. After listening to everyone's work reports, he chatted with everyone for a while and showed concern for everyone's lives. When asking Su Mo, the leader suddenly said, "I know your grandfather. He is an admirable man. Your family is very good, and the country will not forget its meritorious people." It turned out that someone knew about the injustice her family had suffered. "Yes, I will work hard and make greater contributions to the country." The leader smiled slightly and changed the subject elsewhere. Su Mo could understand the leader's difficulties. Their family was able to reach Yangqing so smoothly, probably because of the leader's help. Su Mo and her group stayed in Beijing for only 4 days. On the morning of the 4th day, they flew back to Guangzhou. Arriving in Yangqing, Su Mo felt that both her leader and Yi Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the atmosphere in Beijing was really depressing. Those people started causing trouble everywhere again, so we have to be careful about what we say and do everywhere. The Foreign Trade Center was relatively stable with the care of the leaders, but it was also affected. In addition to the political study task that was previously twice a week being changed to once a day, it also received a large number of complaints from foreign businessmen. At the autumn fair last year, the delivery period was already tight, and because of this incident, the factory's productivity could not keep up and delivery could not be made on schedule. Naturally, the foreign businessmen were unwilling to do it. Some products are seasonal, so if they can't keep up with the sales, they will be sold at a big discount. The Foreign Trade Center can only try its best to coordinate and help the factory minimize the loss. After all, a contract has been signed and compensation must be paid if breach of contract occurs. Some factories that made a big fuss, instead of making any money, even lost money after paying the penalty for breach of contract, which greatly dampened their enthusiasm for export. The foreign trade situation had just opened up a little when it was hit again. That afternoon, Su Mo was working when she suddenly received a call from Lu Xiaolan saying that the 2 children had fought with someone in the nursery and asked her to go home quickly. Lu Xiaolan is a teacher in the nursery school, and there are some things that are not suitable for her to be involved in. Su Mo was shocked and quickly asked Yu Wenbin for leave and rushed home. Su Mo was extremely worried all the way, thinking that the 2 kids were just beaten up. After all, no matter how smart they were only less than 2 years old, and their physical conditions were there. Su Mo rushed to the nursery office and saw the 2 little ones standing aside. Their hair was a little messy and their clothes were a little dusty, but they didn't seem to have any obvious injuries. "Enin Lulu, how are you? Are you hurt?" Su Mo quickly ran over and asked. "Humph. How could she be hurt? Our child is the one who got beaten." Su Mo looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old woman who looked to be in her 50s or 60s sitting on a stool holding a little boy. There were some bloodstains on the boy's clothes and his eyes were red, probably because he had been crying. For little boys nearby, all of them were dirty, and it was obvious that they had been rubbing against the ground, and they looked like they had been crying. The corner of Su Mo's mouth twitched. It seemed that the 2 kids were not the ones being beaten but the ones beating others. Su Mo ignored the old woman and asked the 2 little ones and Lulu, "Tell Mom what happened." "They stole my biscuits and wanted to beat me. I helped them, so they pulled my hair and beat me. I fought back, but they couldn't beat me, so I started crying," Lele said quickly. Su Mo quickly hugged Anin and pushed aside her messy hair. Sure enough, she saw some bloodstains at the roots of her hair. Su Mo felt distressed and angry, and her eyes turned cold in an instant. It's normal for children to fight, but you can't be too harsh. If you don't teach your two children well, they will sooner or later become a threat to society. The woman who spoke just now spoke again. Sumo didn't like what she heard and refuted it immediately. Auntie, you are wrong. My two children have been well behaved since they were young. No matter where they are, everyone praises them. I think it's your children who need to be taught. They're so young. Why don't they learn anything else? Why do they learn to be local tyrants, form cliques, and have several older children bully two younger children? They rob people of their belongings, and when they can't rob them, they beat them up. How is this different from bandits? How do they look like the descendants of soldiers? The old woman. Her husband was the second in command of the military region, and was usually very arrogant. The little boy she was holding was her grandson. He was a bully in the nursery, and often bullied other children. The other parents tolerated it for the sake of the second in command, but this made the little boy even more domineering. He regarded himself as the king of the children in the nursery, and anyone who did not listen to him would be beaten by him. He even looked down on his teachers. Whenever anyone said anything about him, he would go and complain to his grandmother. His grandmother would then go to the nursery and make sarcastic remarks about the teachers, making it so that no teacher was brave enough to take care of him. Lu Xiaolan had told her about this little bully several times. Other parents may have to tolerate it for various reasons, but Sumo cannot tolerate it. She just cannot allow her child to be bullied. The nursery's director, Mr. Hua, saw that the two parents were about to quarrel. He quickly spoke up and told them what had happened. The two little ones have been good-looking since they were young. Now that they have grown up, they can speak fluently. Lele, who loves to laugh and has a sweet mouth, has attracted the love of many children, both boys and girls. The children all love to play with Lele, and they will share their delicious food with Lele. Of course, Lele is also generous and will share his delicious food with his friends. Gradually, Lele started to become a bit like another leader among the kids. How could the little bully stand it? Usually everyone was around him, and now Lele had taken away his attention, so he wanted to make trouble for Lele. But they were not in the same class, so they didn't meet often, and the teacher was watching them, so they just said a few words. It is normal for children to quarrel, and the teacher didn't take it too seriously. It happened that today the teachers were in a meeting and only one teacher was left to look after the children. The teacher suddenly had to go to the toilet urgently. Thinking that it would only take a few minutes, he did not call other teachers out, but he did not expect that something bad would happen. The little bully took 4 little followers and prepared to teach Lele a lesson. Someone happened to give Lele a biscuit. Lele wanted to share it with Anan, so the 2 little guys hid in the corner to share the biscuit. The little bully saw Lele had a cookie. He immediately tried to grab it. Lele naturally refused to let him, so he started pushing him. The little bully asked others to beat Lele. When Anan saw his brother being beaten, he could not let him go and stepped forward to stop him. The little bully grabbed Anan's pigtail and pulled it hard. Anan told him to let go several times, but he refused to let go. Anan then punched the little bully in the nose, and the little bully felt the pain and let go. But he still covered his nose and screamed for others to beat Anan to death. The other little followers let Lele go and started beating Anan. Although Anan had small arms and legs, he was no match for these little rascals. They knocked them to the ground and rubbed them in no time. The little bully saw that his nose was bleeding. He started crying. When the other little followers saw that they were knocked down, they also started crying. In an instant, the crying was deafening. The teachers thought something was wrong and hurried out. In that era, it was normal for children to fight, and it was not a big deal. The teacher stopped the nosebleed of the little bully, asked about the incident, and then criticized the little bully and others. The little bully saw that he was bleeding and being criticized. He immediately refused to do it and started to make a fuss, crying and shouting that he wanted to find his grandmother and ask her to avenge him. The teachers were so annoyed that they had no choice but to go find someone to help. Teacher Hu knew that the man was difficult to deal with and it was inappropriate for Lu Xiaolan to intervene in this matter, so she asked her to quickly call Su Mo and ask her to come back. Sure enough, after the second-in-command's wife arrived, even though Teacher Hu explained the whole story to her, She still refused to give up and said that she would ask the other parent to come and see how the other party taught their children. If it were another parent, his own child would have relied on his age to bully the younger children and would have been beaten up long ago. What's more, before they could even start bullying, 5 boys from the older class were beaten back by a girl from the younger class. It was too embarrassing to tell anyone about it. Anyone with any shame would have left with their children in disgrace. The wife of the second in command used to rely on her status, and others would give her some face. She was also used to being overbearing. Although her grandson was wrong, her grandson was no match for these wild monkeys. She had to vent her anger after being beaten and bleeding. Unexpectedly, he met a tough guy this time. He met Sumo, who was not giving him face. He was so angry that his face turned black. When Sumo heard that Lele was also beaten, she quickly lifted up his clothes to check. Sure enough, she found a lot of red marks on his body. She then lifted up An's clothes and found some red marks on his body as well.
How can you talk like that?
What kind of children doesn't play together? But you are making a big deal out of it. You hit someone and don't want to take responsibility, but you want to put the blame on them? The lady said. Sumo sneered. Who was the first to make a big deal out of it? Have you ever heard of the saying that the first to provoke is the cheapest? As for who is putting the blame on others, everyone knows it in their hearts. Your grandson had a nosebleed, and I will not refuse to pay the medical expenses. But your grandson beat up my 2 children, and we have to settle this account too. What happened to your 2 children? They didn't cry or scream, and there was not even a scratch on their skin. My grandson had a lot of nose bleeding, and his nose was broken. Can you afford the compensation? My children didn't cry. That's because they are strong. It doesn't mean they are not hurt. Sumo said angrily, Teacher Hua, come here and take a look. There is blood at the roots of An's hair. Both children have a lot of red marks on their bodies. They must have been beaten a lot. Teacher Hua was startled, and when he looked over, it was indeed the case. He immediately apologized to Sumo guiltily. I'm sorry, comrade Sumo. It was our negligence. The 2 children didn't cry or make a fuss. They were so focused on the little bully that they didn't check to see if the children were injured. Lu Xiaolan had to comfort other frightened children at the time, and then hurried to call Sumo. Later, Teacher Hua asked her not to intervene, and she didn't have time to take a closer look at the 2 little ones. Teacher Hua, I think we should take the children to the military hospital for a checkup. If there are any problems, I will pay every penny of the medical expenses. Sumo was also afraid that the 2 children might be injured, so it was better to take them for a checkup. As for this lady, you don't have to pay for my family's medical expenses. But you have to ask your grandson to publicly apologize to our 2 children. The lady snorted coldly. What a joke. If there is any apology, it should be yours. My grandson had a nosebleed. Children's noses are so fragile. They must have been broken. I am already forgiving enough by not holding you responsible. Since we don't agree, let's report this to the army and have them send someone to investigate. Teacher Hua was shocked to see that the incident was going to be reported to the army, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. It's common for these kids to fight, and there's no need to make such a big fuss. Both sides are wrong, and they should apologize to each other. Su Zhengyu, come here and apologize to Lu Heian and Lu Yanhe. As a kid in the older class, you shouldn't bully the kids in the younger class. Su Zhengyu was the name of the little bully. Lu Heian Lu Yanhe also apologized to Su Zhengyu. You shouldn't have hit someone's nose and made it bleed. When he heard that he had to apologize, Su Zhengyu immediately started to make a scene. I did nothing wrong. I won't apologize. You are all bad people. I want my grandfather to kick you all out. After Sumo heard this, she sneered. Teacher Hua, my children did nothing wrong. I won't ask them to apologize. It was Su Zhengyu who bullied others first, and the children were just fighting back. What's wrong with that? This is a question of stance, and we must not let them feel that it is wrong for them to fight back when they are bullied. Anan didn't hit him on the nose on purpose. He pulled Anan's hair, and Anan couldn't see, so he just swung his fist randomly and hit him on the nose. This Su Zhengyu is so young, but he has a vicious mind. He pulled the hair of a little girl who is less than 2 years old and made it bleed. Not only that, he also ordered others to attack 2 children who are less than 2 years old. He beat them to death and drove them out at will. How is this behavior different from that of a bully? We will never bow to evil forces. Not only will I report this to the army, I will also report it to my superiors under my real name. Deputy Political Commissar Su allowed Sun to commit the crime and condoned his family members to oppress the military family members. I want to see if there is no place for reason. Su Mo deliberately made the matter more serious. Some people will pop up from time to disgust you if you don't scare them at once. When Mrs. Su heard Su Mo say this, her expression changed. To put it more deeply, her grandson's case is indeed untenable. If someone really comes to investigate in depth, it may have some impact on old Su. After all, the situation is tense again. Teacher Hu quickly advised, "Comrades Su Mo, this shouldn't be necessary. There's no need to escalate the issue of children fighting to adults. It is indeed Su Zhengyu's fault. Su Zhengyu, come here and apologize to Anan Lulu." Su Zhengyu was unwilling to do so and immediately started to cry. "No apology, no apology. Beat them to death, Grandma. Beat them to death, and let Grandpa kick them out. I'm bleeding, but they not bleeding. They're the ones who beat me, woo-woo." Teacher Hu looked at Su Mo and Mrs. Su in embarrassment. Both of them had cold faces and were obviously unwilling to back down. Mrs. Su was unsure, but she was used to being strong, and asking her to back down was almost the same as killing her. She didn't want to let her grandson down, and Zhengyu did bleed. Just let the kids make a fuss and see if Su Mo will back down. At most, everyone will take a step back, and she doesn't want the 2 kids to apologize. Because of Lu Xiaolan, Teacher Hua and Su Mo were relatively familiar with each other, so she wanted to persuade Su Mo again. If this got out of hand, she, as the person in charge, would probably be punished. Teacher Hu began to persuade Su Mo, "Comrades Su Mo, Su Zhengyu did have a lot of nosebleeds, but Anan Lulu was less seriously injured. How about we just let both sides make concessions and not apologize, and just let this matter go?" Mrs. Su took the opportunity to say, "Okay, I'll give Teacher Hu some face and give in. You don't need to apologize. Even if the incident really reaches the army, we can still stand our ground. It was your daughter who broke my grandson's nose. There's no denying it. My Zhengyu has had poor health since he was a child. He lost so much blood." Su Mo sneered and was about to speak, but she heard An's childish voice coldly say, "It's just bleeding." After saying that, he clenched his fist and punched his nose. Instantly, 2 small streams of blood dripped down from his nose. Su Mo was startled and exclaimed, "Anan, what are you doing?" Then she quickly took out a handkerchief from her pocket to stop the bleeding. Lele was also terrified. She didn't cry at all when being beaten by several older kids, but she started to cry instantly.
Sister.
Su Mo saw 2 children, one bleeding and the other crying. Her eyes turned red, and she glared at Madame Su and said, "This is too much." Still crying, was also stunned by An's behavior. He was so scared that he stopped crying and just stared at it in a daze. How could someone hit herself? Wouldn't it hurt? Su Zhengyu is over 4 years old this year, and is at the age when he begins to understand things. Anan's action just now has been deeply engraved in his mind. He couldn't afford to offend this person. He didn't dare to offend him. Teacher Hu didn't expect things to turn out like this. She was shocked and stunned for a moment before quickly getting a wet towel to apply to Anan. It was then that she discovered that there were 2 officers standing at the gate of the yard, one old and one young. "2 leaders, is there anything I can help you with?" Teacher Hu asked quickly. As Teacher Hu spoke, Mrs. Su also looked outside. After seeing the person clearly, her expression instantly became unnatural. "Commander Su, why are you here?" Mrs. Su quickly stood up. "I was passing by here today and came to take a look," Commander Su said as he walked to the office and said to the young officer beside him, "Shall we go arrange 2 cars and take the children to the military hospital for a checkup?" Commander Su had actually been here for quite a while. He had been busy for several days, and today he came to the family compound to take a look as he thought of something. He happened to walk to the nursery, so he thought of coming over to see the children, but he didn't expect to see such a thing. Deputy Political Commissar Sue, you really should take good care of your family members. However, he really likes the little guy who dares to punch him. He is brave and tough. This person is definitely a good candidate for military service. If you train him well, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. And hit himself. He controlled the strength, and the bleeding stopped flowing after a short while. Commander Sue walked straight up to Anin, squatted down and looked at her, trying his best to make his expression look kinder. It's just that the old man has been a tough guy all his life, and that aura has long been integrated into his bones and blood, so even though he has tried to relax his expression, he still looks very serious. If a normal child saw him so close to him, he would probably have cried out of fear. When Su Zhengyu and his 4 followers saw him come in, they huddled together like quails and dared not even breathe. Does it hurt? Commander Su asked. It doesn't hurt. Why do you want to hit yourself? This way, Mom won't have to worry. He bled, and so did I, so we're even. You think you're wrong? I'm not wrong. Anin said loudly. He stole his brother's things and beat him up. He was the first to start, and he was a coward. He cried when he got hurt. He has no shame at all. Since you think you are right, then you should stick to it. There is no need to hurt yourself. If you get hurt, only your loved ones will feel the pain. No one else will feel the slightest bit. Do you understand? Anin nodded. I understand. When Madame Su heard Commander Su say this, her face suddenly turned bad. What did Commander Su mean? Wasn't this equivalent to saying that it was her family's fault? Did you beat up all of them? He just eavesdropped outside and vaguely heard that it seemed that she beat all of them down.
Yes.
They hit me first. Mom said I was justified in fighting back. Commander Su looked admiring. This little girl, who was half a head shorter than those little boys, was able to knock down everyone on her own, even when she was besieged. This was not only a matter of courage, but also required a certain level of vision and talent. Little girl, show me a few moves. Commander Su stood up and stepped back a few steps. Anin looked up at Su Mo, and when he saw her nod, he quickened his pace and performed a set of military boxing. Commander Su's eyes lit up instantly. Although she only practiced a dozen moves and lacked strength, she performed well. This was very rare for a child of her age. Who taught you this punch? When my father beat me, I saw it and learned from him. Good. 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 Commander Su said good 3 times in a row. Commander Su came from a family of martial artists and knew very well that some people were born martial arts geniuses. This little girl has such vision and talent at such a young age. She can learn to be like this by herself. With his guidance in the future, you will surely achieve great things. Commander Su has never remarried since his wife and children died, and has been single ever since. His other brothers also died on the battlefield, and in order to prevent the family martial arts from being lost, he has taught many people in the army over the years, but none of them satisfied him. In his heart, he has already decided that Xiaonan is his successor. At this time, the car arranged by Xiao Li also arrived. Commander Su walked over and picked up Anin, saying, "Let's go. Grandpa will take you to the hospital." Anin was not afraid at all. She pointed at Lulu, who was still crying, and said, "My brother." "Oh, yes." Commander Su turned around, took Lele's hand, and the 3 of them walked towards the car first. Su and Mo hurried to follow. Mrs. Su looked at their backs with complicated eyes. How lucky were they to have Commander Su's favor. I'm afraid I have to tell old Su about this. Otherwise, it won't be resolved. Mrs. Su picked up Su Zhengyu and went to the car. Teacher Hu also quickly took the other 4 children with him. Commander Su held Un and sat on the passenger seat. After Su and Mo got in the car, she also held Lulu and sat him on her lap. Teacher Hu then arranged 2 other children into the car. In the car, Commander Su chatted with An in a very casual manner. Your name is Anan, right? Yes, my full name is Lu Heian and my nickname is Anan. Anan, do you like practicing martial arts? Anan nodded. Then how about you learn martial arts from Grandpa in the future? You should ask your mother. Commander Sue was stunned and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He saw a good seedling but was so busy kidnapping him that he even forgot to ask the other person's parents about it. Commander Sue turned to look at Sue Mo and asked awkwardly, "What is this comrade's name?
Whose relative is he?"
Sue Mo smiled and said, "My name is Sue Mo, and I'm a relative of Lu Chongjing." Commander Sue smiled, "So they are the relatives of that kid, Lu Chongjing. No wonder. A good father will have a good daughter. I think this child has a good chance of learning martial arts. My family has a set of kung fu inherited from me. I want this child to learn from me. Do you agree?" I mainly look at the child's opinion. If she agrees, I have no objection. Commander Sue looked at Anan again. "Take your brother with you." Anan said. Lulu was still too weak, so he followed and learned. Moreover, Commander Sue is the most powerful commander in the military region. If they can establish this relationship, they will have less trouble in the future. Although she is not afraid of him, it is still annoying to see him jumping around in front of her from time to time. Anan is not a child. She knows the pros and cons very well. Why bother holding an umbrella by herself when there is a big tree to rely on?
Commander Sue.
He was a loving brother who valued friendship and loyalty. Okay, take your brother with you. When the time comes, you two will learn martial arts from Grandpa, and you can't complain.
No,
Anan said firmly. She had suffered a lot, so learning martial arts was nothing. Lele was in the back seat, and his face almost wrinkled into a bitter melon when he heard how his sister arranged him. He doesn't particularly want to learn martial arts. Lele becomes a little withdrawn when he thinks that if he learns martial arts, he might become as ugly, black, as his father. The military hospital was not far from the family quarters, and we arrived there quickly. The chief came in person, and the hospital quickly arranged for 2 directors to examine the children. Children are not very strong, so basically nothing will happen to them. They are also tough, and will be fine after 2 days of rest. Anne's scalp was torn and bleeding, so the doctor disinfected it and told her not to wash her hair for 2 days. Also checked An and Su Zhengyu's noses, and there was no major problem. They just needed to be careful over the next 2 days. Mrs. Su came over. She asked someone to notify Deputy Political Commissar Su. Deputy Political Commissar Su rushed over and was almost angry to death after hearing what happened. But now he was in the hospital and couldn't say anything, so he kissed Su Zhengyu and pressed him to apologize to An and Lulu. Su Zhengyu didn't cry or make a fuss, but apologized obediently. One reason was that An En's punch on himself intimidated him. He was already afraid of An and naturally did not dare to provoke her. Second, he was afraid of Commander Su, who was watching him, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Sumo's purpose was to seek justice for the 2 kids and prevent Su Zhengyu from bullying others at will in the future. She didn't really want to make a big fuss. Since the other party has already apologized, the matter is over. After checking and confirming that the children were all fine, Commander Su asked Xiao Li to arrange a car to take everyone back to the family compound, while he himself returned to the office. Before leaving, he told Su Mo that he would go back and make some arrangements. He would set a time and send someone to pick up the 2 little ones to study every day. He asked Su Mo to say hello to the nursery. Commander Su wanted to train An to be his successor, so that meant more than just learning martial arts. He had to be trained in all aspects. Therefore, he had to go back and think carefully about how to make the best arrangements. After all, this was his first time teaching such a young child. Since it concerned the future of her 2 children, Su Mo naturally agreed. When she got home, Lu Xiaolan had already returned from work, and she breathed a sigh of relief to see the 3 of them coming back. "Third sister-in-law, how are you? Are you okay?" Su Mo shook her head and asked Lu Xiaolan to give Lele a bath first, while she took An back to the room. Su Mo only brought it up with An once when she was still a baby, and she never asked again after that. She brought it up directly then because she was afraid that An would do something too unusual and others would notice something. Fortunately, An was relatively obedient. Although a little cold, she didn't do anything suspicious. But today, An's punch frightened her a little. She didn't know what Anin had experienced before, which made her so cruel to her without blinking an eye. So, she plans to talk to Anin today. After closing the door, Suemo lowered her voice and said to Anin, "Anin, can you tell Mom about your past life?" Anin didn't answer, but lowered his head and remained silent. Suemo waited for about 5 minutes, and when Anin didn't answer, she said, "It's okay if you don't want to talk about it, but Mom wants to tell you that no matter what you've been through, it's all in the past. You have a new life now with so many relatives who love you, your parents, your brother, your aunt, your grandparents and great-grandfather in the north. Everyone loves you very much. So, you must take good care of yourself. There is a saying that goes, a mother feels pain when her son is hit. You just hit yourself, and it hurts your mother. You are still young, so just enjoy your childhood happily. It is your parents' responsibility to protect you, and you don't need to hurt yourself to bear the consequences. You are more sensible than your brother, so Mom asked you to take care of him, but that doesn't mean you should ignore your own safety. When there are things you can't solve, you must ask adults for help in time instead of fighting it yourself. Do you understand? You are still a child. There is no need to take on adult responsibilities too quickly." After Suemo finished speaking, she heard that Lu Xiaolan seemed to have finished bathing Lele outside, so she prepared to go out. As soon as she stood up, Anin spoke, "I come from Kanglin realm. It's different from here. There is spiritual power there. People can absorb spiritual power to practice and make their lifespan longer." Suemo sat down again. "So, you're a cultivator?" Anin looked up at Suemo. There was a hint of shock in her eyes, but then she was relieved. "My mother herself has spiritual roots and can practice cultivation. I have guessed her origins early on. She is extraordinary, so it is normal for her to understand the Kanglin realm all at once. There are 3,000 big and small worlds. Maybe my mother is just like her, reincarnated here from other worlds, but still retains the memories of her previous life." "Mom, you too?" Suemo smiled and waved her hands. "Well, my mother is in a similar situation to you." And Anne's admiration for Suemo deepened. No wonder she was reincarnated into her body. It turned out that they had similar experiences. "I used to be known as the big devil in Kanglin realm. Are you afraid?" Anne looked at Suemo with a barely perceptible panic in his eyes. Suemo raised her eyebrows. Anne was just a little irritable at the beginning, but he shouldn't be a demon, right? What's there to be afraid of? No matter how big a demon you are, you still have to call me Mom. But I see that you are not a qualified demon." Anne smiled, at first with a sense of relief, but then with irony about what happened in her previous life. "Yes, people always follow what others say. My master and I were cultivating peacefully in the mountains, but those noble families accidentally learned that my master had a rare treasure, so they framed us for colluding with the demons. With the instigation of the noble families, we had no way to defend ourselves, and were hunted down by many so-called righteous people. My master and I died tragically at their hands in order to protect me." Thinking of the past, Anand closed his eyes. The righteous people, they just wanted to kill people and steal treasures. Before his death, my master gave me a rare treasure. I accidentally got the treasure to recognize its master, and my cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. So I hid from place to place, practicing while avenging my master and senior brothers. When she killed more and more children from noble families, those families became afraid and began to describe her as a big evil, instigating those brainless people to hunt her down. What a pity! Heaven is on my side. Those noble families didn't kill me, but instead cut off my foundation. I used rare treasures to sneak into their treasuries, looted their generation's collections, and randomly threw them out in crowded cities, which really attracted thousands of people to scramble for them. And then laughed. Those noble families wanted to take back their treasures, but how could the people who picked them up be willing? So, chaos broke out. I took advantage of the chaos and designed to kill all the original conspirators. Suemo felt a little distressed when she saw Anand like that, so she pulled her over and patted her on the back. Even though it was just a few words, I'm afraid only she knew the hardship involved. It is so difficult to fight against several noble families on your own. And then it's all over. From now on, you will just be Lu Heian. Yes, it's all over. She lived there gritting her teeth, just to avenge her master and senior brothers. Now that she had her revenge, she could rest. So, when those elders of the aristocratic families surrounded her and tried to kill her, she blew herself up and took them with her to death. She thought her soul would be torn apart, but unexpectedly, she could be reincarnated. She thought it must be because of that rare treasure. Suemo wanted to comfort and in a few more times, but Lily's voice came from the door. Mom, sister, why are you hiding? Do you want to eat something delicious? Lele is now at the age where he is greedy. Anne turned around to open the door. Lila saw that and Anne's eyes seemed a little red and asked nervously, Sister, did Mom criticize you? Mom, don't criticize my sister. It's their fault. Mom didn't criticize my sister. She just had a headache. Suemo made an excuse. Sister, squat down and I'll give you a. It won't hurt anymore. When Lu Xiaolan heard that Anne had a headache, she hurried over and said to Suemo apologetically, Third sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of them. Suemo waved her hands. It's not your fault. You were in a meeting, how could you take care of both? Besides, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Commander Su has taken a liking to Anne and plans to teach her martial arts. Suemo told Lu Xiaolan that Commander Su wanted to teach the two little ones. Lu Xiaolan was also extremely happy and thought about writing a letter back home to announce the good news. Working in the nursery, she met more military families and her horizons were broadened. And Lulu was still so young, but she received personal instruction from Commander Su. Her future will definitely be good. Scolded Mrs. Su severely. He remembered that his wife had suffered a lot with him when she was young, so as long as she didn't get too upset, he had turned a blind eye to it over the years. He didn't expect that she would become like this and even spoil her grandson. It seems that if we don't take good care of it, it will not work.
Commander Su is right.
The words and deeds of the family members also represent him. Don't let him be accused of condoning the family members to oppress the military family members. Su Zhengyu's mother came back and heard about it. She also scolded Su Zhengyu. She then took Su Zhengyu to Sumo's house with her belongings, apologized to the two children again, and said that she would teach them well in the future. Suemo saw that Su Zhengyu's mother did not seem to be an unreasonable person, so she briefly told her about Su Zhengyu's behavior in the nursery. While the child is young, his personality can still be changed. Once he is really set, it will be difficult to teach him. Most of the military district leaders were heroes who fought during the anti-Japanese war. After seeing too many second-generation rich people like my father is Li Gang in later generations, Suemo did not want these heroes to be criticized because of their unfilial descendants. As for whether they listen or not, that is their business. Su Zhengyu's mother is also a soldier. She works as a civilian in the headquarters. She is very busy at ordinary times, and the children are basically taken care of by Mrs. Su. She had also heard about her son's domineering behavior, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. She had thought about teaching Su Zhengyu a lesson a few times before, but before she could do anything, her mother-in-law would argue with her. She was busy with work, and her mother-in-law was basically taking care of the child. She didn't dare to argue with anyone, and over time, she just stopped caring. It seems that we really have to ignore this child, lest he causes greater trouble in the future. After thanking Suemo, Su Zhengyu's mother dragged him away. On the way, she also made a decision to give up the promotion and apply for a transfer to a lighter position so that she could have more time to accompany and educate her children. Commander Su has always been vigorous and decisive in his work. He came up with a plan in 3 days. That afternoon, he sent someone to pick up the two little ones to study. Children of this age are curious and willing to learn, and they learn very quickly. Commander Su plans to try teaching both cultural and martial arts classes at the same time to see if the children can accept it. Commander Su naturally couldn't teach these things himself, so he asked Shaoli to arrange it and teach the basics first. Shaoli first let the two kids do horse dance for half an hour, and had no problem, but Lele grimaced. However, he didn't cry or refuse. Even if he fell down, he quickly stood up and continued. Shaoli watched from the side and nodded silently. It was great that such a young child could have such concentration. This was the first step. After doing the horse stance, Shaoli taught the two kids a few basic moves and asked them to practice. After practicing for half an hour, he stopped. It's only the first day, so don't practice too hard to avoid scaring the child. If he doesn't come the next day, he won't be able to explain to the leader. After martial arts training, Shaoli gave the two children cultural classes, thinking to start with counting. As a result, he found that the two children could actually do it. When asked, it turned out that their mother had taught them a long time ago, and the two children had no problem with addition and subtraction within 100. Shaoli was a little confused. Are kids nowadays so smart? What a genius this is. Sure enough, the leader is the leader, and he has a really sharp eye. After Shaoli reported the matter to Commander Su, Commander Su also laughed out loud. This was really a treasure for him, so he instructed Shaoli to increase the cultural courses appropriately. Early March, the office of the Foreign Trade Center officially moved to the new exhibition hall, and Su Mo had to travel farther to work. If she rode a bicycle, it would take about an hour and a half. So, Su Mo changed to taking a tricycle to work. Even if she took a tricycle, she had to cross 2 substations. A trip at each substation cost 1.5 cents, and the round-trip fare for the day was 60 cents. For that month, the fare alone was 15.6 yuan. The company could allocate an apartment nearby to Su Mo, but considering her children's studies, Su Mo decided to continue living in the staff quarters, even though the transportation fee might be a little more expensive. Mid-March, Su Tingda came to Yangqing for a meeting and brought 2 pieces of news to Su Mo. The first piece of news was that Geng Chongqing had been promoted from Secretary of the Qingxi County Party Committee to Deputy Secretary of Shuangshan City. Secretary Tsin would be transferred back to Beijing at the end of the year, and Geng Chongqing would take over as Secretary of Shuangshan City at that time. Su Mo was happy for Geng Chongqing from the bottom of her heart. He was indeed a good official who served the country and the people and was capable. The second piece of news was that Gong Yi and Yang Suyun were married. Since Su Mo reminded him last time, Su Tingda also began to pay attention to Gong Yi. Unexpectedly, Gong Yi was actually involved with Yang Suyun and got married. After Su Mo heard this, she was a little surprised, but she also felt that it was as she expected. The plot still played a role, and the two finally got married. I just don't know how powerful this force is, so please don't come to her house to be cannon fodder again. Given the Yang family situation, is the Gong family willing to marry her? I heard that a man and a woman were caught in the act of being alone in a room together. Su Tingda sneered. After Yang Suang was suspended from his post, he happened to go back to the countryside to see Yang Shuren. He and the Yang family instigated the villagers to put pressure on the Gong family, and under pressure, they had no choice but to marry him. After Su Mo reminded him, Su Tingda asked people to keep an eye on Yang Suang. At first, Yang Suang was quite cautious and did not find any opportunity. After a few months, Yang Suang saw that the Su family had not made any further moves, so he began to relax. Coincidentally, at this time, Yang Suyun wrote again, saying that she and Gong Yi were dating. Although the Gong family was not as famous as the Su family before, it was also a big family. What's more, all the members of the Gong family are cadres now. Such conditions are not something that ordinary people can achieve. After receiving the letter, Yang Suang and his mother were very happy. They immediately sent money to Yang Suyun and sent a telegram, asking her to get along well with others. Once Yang Suyun and Gong Yi get married, their Yang family will rise again, so why would they be afraid of the Su family? As a result, Yang Suang became a little arrogant. One mistake caused the factory to lose tens of thousands of yuan. Although he made up for most of the loss through hard work later, he was still given a serious warning and suspended from work. Director Zhong was completely disappointed with Yang Suang and did not help him, so he just let him be suspended. Yang Suang was not in a hurry. He simply went back to the countryside under the pretext of visiting his father, ready to help Yang Suyun take down Gong Yi. As long as he marries into the Gong family, he can return to his job at any time. However, Yang Suhong's wishful thinking was wrong. How could Gong Ming, an old fox, not see Yang Suhong's plan? At the beginning, when Gong Yi wrote to say that he had a girlfriend in the countryside, he didn't object, but only told him to get to know her well first, be careful about the situation, and not rush into marriage. His side is not very good. If his grandson finds someone from the countryside and gives the appearance of being rooted in the grassroots, it can reduce the attention of those people. Thanks to Su Tingda's reminder, the superiors also discovered Gong Ming's intention. Gong Ming has not had a good time during this period, and they did not kick him out in order to keep him around to lure him out. The reason they dragged Gong Ming into this was to steal information through him. Now that everyone is on guard, Gong Ming can only get limited information, and it is all irrelevant, and there is no core information at all. They thought Gong Ming was pretending to surrender and was just trying to be nice to them, so they kept putting pressure on him. Gong Ming was also extremely anxious. He sensed something was wrong. Everyone must be suspicious of him, and were starting to be on guard against him. Gong Ming is also an old fox. After thinking deeply, he knew that the problem was with Su Tingda. He was afraid that the other party had suspected him since Gong Ye's accident. But where did he reveal his flaws? He always thought that Su Zhongli's two sons had average abilities and were somewhat respectable only because he had paved the way for them in advance and they relied on his protection. Now it seems that he was wrong. Su Tingqian is not to be mentioned. Su Tingda still has some ability. It's just that he has been overshadowed by his father's halo and has not been obvious. Gong Ming has always regarded Su Zhongli as both a confidant and an opponent. Originally, according to the Su family's background, after the founding of the People's Republic of China, he would either move away with his family like his brother Su Zhongqing, or be overthrown like most capitalists, and his social status would move from the upper class to the lower class. But Su Zhongli, by his own efforts, managed to preserve the status of the Su family and also kept many tricks up his sleeve. Even in the current environment, the Su family still lives better than most people. If he hadn't been tricked and given a push, Su Tingqian's family would probably still be living well in the villa now. He also didn't expect that Su Tingqian would escape safely and return to the city successfully less than a year after being demoted. Although he didn't return to Haisher, he also went to Yangqing. The political environment in Guangzhou is much better than that in Haisher. Haisher has almost become a paradise for those people. Gong Ming had to admit that he was not as good as Su Zhongli after all. Even if one has been dead for many years, the plans he leaves behind are enough for his descendants to use for a lifetime. But too much wisdom is harmful to one's health. It's no wonder that he passed away in his 50s after spending so much time planning. Gong Ming has been struggling with whether or not to break off relations with his Su family directly. He is not afraid of Su Tingda, but of the backup plan left by Su Zhongli. Just then, Gong Yi called and said he wanted to get married. Also at this time that he found out that the country girl was actually Yang Shuren's daughter. After Gong Ming found out, he was furious. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by a small person. But since things have come to this, he could only let the two get married. There is no need to worry about it. Once this marriage is concluded, you will have a falling out with the Su family. However, the Yang family can forget about trying to gain benefits from the Gong family. Mid-March, Lu Chongzheng led the team back from training in another place. After Lu Chongzheng came back, he saw that the two little ones had been taken away by the commander to study. After asking the reason, this man, who didn't even make a sound when he was shot, hugged the two little ones with tears in his eyes. It is really difficult to be both loyal and filial. He put all his energy into work and neglected his wife, children, and parents, so they had to bear the hardship by themselves. As for his parents, they had their two brothers by their side if they needed help, but his wife and children really had to rely on themselves. But if he doesn't go all out, how can he explain to the motherland that nurtured him? How can he explain to the relatives of his brothers? How can he explain to the people behind him? But we can't just let it go. Lu Chongzheng naturally would not cause trouble for the child, so he found Su Zhengyu's father and beat him up in the name of sparring. Su Zhengyu's father was also in the frontline troops and was usually not in Yangqing.
He came back for meeting this time.
He had heard about the special team and was very happy to see Lu Changjing wanted to compete with him. He thought he was being favored and might even be recruited into the team. As happy as Mr. Su was before the competition, he was devastated after it. He was beaten so hard that his confidence almost collapsed. Between soldiers? He finally understood that Captain Lu not only had a crush on him, but was also using the excuse of sparring to teach him a lesson. But he thought about it and didn't know how he had offended this evil spirit. He and him had never met before. Father Su returned home with a bruised face and nose. He told his wife what happened and asked her to help analyze the matter to see if he had offended anyone unintentionally. If this wasn't the case and Lu Changjing beat him for no reason, he wouldn't be someone to be trifled with. When Su's mother heard this, she understood immediately and sold Su Zhengyu out immediately. She had been teaching her child for a while, but her mother-in-law always stopped her from doing so. She had been very angry for a long time, and her husband happened to come back, so she asked him to punish her son. When Mr. Su heard this, he was almost furious. It turned out that he was beaten because of this naughty child. They immediately pulled Su Zhengyu out and beat him up. Su Zhengyu's cries could be heard by most of the family compound. This trade fair was held in the new hall, which covers an area of 98,000 square meters and has a construction area of 115,000 square meters. At that time, it was a very grand venue. New pavilion, although there were some twists and turns due to certain reasons, with the joint efforts of the leaders and all the employees of the Foreign Trade Center, the number of exhibitors and foreign businessmen invited to this exhibition was the highest in history. During the trade fair, a large number of people from all walks of life poured into Guangzhou, which was a rare opportunity for training. Lu Changjing took the opportunity to disperse the members of the special team and disguise them as various staff members, lurking among them, cooperating with the trade fair to discover and capture enemy spies, and conducting observation training by the way. Each trading group still arrived in Guangzhou 20 days in advance, first participated in 10 days of political study, and then entered the venue to set up the exhibition. The new exhibition hall covers a vast area, and the exhibition areas allocated to each manufacturer are much larger than before. The salesmen of each manufacturer really showed their talents and tried their best to decorate their own exhibition areas to be more eye-catching. The exhibition area was a step up from the previous ones. Su Mo looked at it and saw that it was not much different except for the lack of the gorgeous KT background boards of later generations. Instead, it was easier to highlight the products themselves. Textile exhibition, wine exhibition area. Su Tingqian and his wife also knew that their daughter was very busy at work during the exhibition, so during this period, she would live in the family compound after work to help take care of the two little ones. On April 15th, the trade fair closed successfully. Although the scale of this trade fair is larger than the previous ones, due to various problems in the past, many foreign businessmen dare not place large orders, so the transaction volume has not made a big breakthrough compared with last autumn's trade fair. The trade fair ended, manufacturers began to withdraw their booths one after another. It is also troublesome to transport the products back and forth, so this year the center leaders applied to the higher authorities to leave a sales area open to the people of Guangzhou after the exhibition, so that manufacturers who do not want to ship the samples back can sell them here at a discount without invoice. The exhibition hall is definitely a high-end place for the people of Guangzhou. Usually they can only look at the exterior and have never been inside. When they heard that they could not only enter the market but also buy export products at a low price and without tickets, word spread quickly, and on the first day of the sale, more people came than at the opening of the trade fair. We originally planned to give the manufacturers 2 days to sell their products, but they were sold out in less than a day. Of domestic people should not be underestimated. Normally, they cannot buy things without tickets, but once something appears that does not require tickets and is cheap, it will sell very quickly. As internal staff, they naturally have some benefits, and they are given priority in purchasing these things for sale. Su Mo heard that the High City Radio Factory did not plan to ship back some televisions, so she hurried to ask the price. The two children followed Commander Su to learn. Commander Su would take them to his house for dinner when he got off work early. Commander Su's house was equipped with a TV, and Lele was particularly curious after watching it, and often wanted to watch it. Television stations began to resume broadcasting in 1973, and some programs are still available to watch. Sumo thought about buying one too, so that the two little ones wouldn't have to run to Commander Su's house from time to time and disturb their leader's work. Yongchung Department Store also sells TV sets, 479 yuan each plus a TV ticket. Qian Sumo can afford it, but it's hard to get a TV ticket. Only high-ranking officials will occasionally give one. Now that I have this opportunity, I hurried to ask. The director of the radio factory saw that it was Su Mo who asked, so he made the decision and sold it to her for 450 yuan. After all, it had been displayed in the exhibition area for a month, so it was considered used, so he gave her a discount of 29 yuan. Su Mo quickly took out money to buy it. The ones that can be sent to the exhibition are all the latest models, and the quality must have been carefully selected. If you buy them in China, you probably have to get a reservation ticket and queue up. After all, most TVs now have 12-inch monitors, and the one Su Mo bought has a 14-inch monitor. 14-inch Feyue black and white TV. In addition to buying a TV, Su Mo also bought a lot of wine, especially a certain one, which she stockpiled and could use as gifts later, which would be very decent. After Su Mo brought the TV home, Lele was so happy to see it that he couldn't stop talking and kept saying nice things. Mom is the best. Mom is the greatest. I love Mom the most. Su Mo couldn't stop laughing when she heard this.
She didn't know who this guy looked like.
After praising Su Mo, Lele squatted at the gate of the yard waiting for Lu Chongjing to come back. After his father installed the antenna, he could watch TV. During this period, technology was limited, and the signal was not good. Televisions were equipped with a special receiver that had to be installed in an open and high-position outdoors in order to receive television signals. Outdoor TV receiving antenna. After Lu Chongjing came back, Lele patted his shoulder for a minute and then urged him to install the antenna. Lu Chongjing took a bamboo pole, installed the antenna on it, and climbed onto the roof to find a location. Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan were watching in the living room. When the picture came out, they asked towards the yard how clear it was, and Lele immediately conveyed the message loudly to Lu Chongjing. Although Lele is small, his voice is very loud and soon attracted all the children nearby. They gathered in the yard, waiting eagerly for the sound to be adjusted so that they could watch TV. Televisions were a rarity these days, even in the military family's quarters. Only the homes of important leaders had televisions, and ordinary children didn't dare to go to those places to watch them. In less than half an hour, Lu Chongjing found the location and fixed the antenna pole. There were only 2 or 3 stations, one in Guangdong province, one in Beijing, and one in Hai City. At this time, there was no CCTV, and Beijing City TV played the role of CCTV. Basically, every big city could receive Beijing City TV. Hai City, as an industrial center during this period, had a very good TV station, second only to Beijing City, and most big cities could receive it. After confirming that they could watch, the children rushed into the living room, sitting or standing, watching TV with great interest. The Beijing TV station was currently showing the first TV series broadcast in 1958, A Bite of Vegetable Pancake. The Cultural Revolution, the television and film industries were almost at a standstill, and all that was broadcast were previous stock and the 8 model operas. Su Mo took a look at it, but couldn't take it in. For her, who had been exposed to the prosperous television culture, this was too childish. Su Mo didn't care and let them watch. She went to eat with Lu Xiaolan and Lu Chongjing first. Lu Xiaolan also wanted to watch TV, so she quickly finished her meal in a few mouthfuls, filled 2 small bowls with rice, and said she was going to feed the 2 little ones, then hurried to the living room. After dinner, Lu Chongjing went outside to wash the dishes. They set up a stage in the yard, and those who washed dishes and clothes were outside. Wang Suimei was peeking out of her yard. When she saw Lu Chongjing coming out, she asked, "Captain Lu, where did you buy the TV? You really wanted to spend so much money on it." Nearly $500, and she couldn't bear to part with it. And she heard that this thing consumed a lot of electricity. "My wife bought it at her workplace." Lu Chongjing said as he washed the dishes. What? Isn't your wife in the Foreign Trade Center? Why are you selling things? The exhibition was over and the manufacturer didn't take the samples back, so my wife bought some. Is there such a good thing? What is there? I will go and take a look tomorrow. I heard that they are all sold out today. Sister-in-law, you can only go to see it in the fall. Oh, what a pity. Wang Suimei slapped her thigh. Seeing Lu Chongjing finish washing the dishes and go back in, she secretly sighed that Captain Lu is really a good man. He even washes the dishes. In her family, he didn't even help when the oil bottle fell over. After Su Mo finished her bath and came out to wash clothes, she saw Wang Suimei leaning over to look at her, so she said, Sister Wang, can you see it with your head leaning over like this? Come over to the living room and sit and watch. Wang Suimei was a little embarrassed. Will this bother you? Su Mo smiled and said, It's okay, there are many children. Then I'll go over there. Wang Suimei said, and hurried home to move a chair over. Her husband told her to disturb others less, and she didn't dare to visit them all the time. But now it was others who asked her to go over, not her who was disturbing them. Wang Suimei came over. She smiled at Su Mo and went into the living room to watch TV. Su Mo actually had a good impression of Wang Suimei. Although she was not well educated, she was quite enthusiastic. She liked her more than her husband Zheng Guosheng. Zheng Guosheng looked gentle and polite on the outside, but Su Mo often heard him scolding Wang Suimei and the three children. Su Mo particularly dislikes people who are nice to outsiders but bad-tempered at home. The television stations at that time were not like those in later generations, where programs were broadcast 24 hours a day and ended around 9 o'clock in the evening. After the signal switched to the test card, the adults and children watching TV left reluctantly. Who came over to watch their children who had not returned home also joined the group watching TV. In the end, there was a group of people standing in the living room. Watching TV in the 1970s, Su Mo speculated that her living room would be popular for a while, at least in the future, before people's novelty about television wears off. The facts were just as she had guessed. After dinner every day, family members would bring their children to watch TV, and the living room would be full of people. It was not until half a month later that another family bought a TV, and some of the people were diverted over. In the following 2 months, 2 or 3 more families bought televisions, and the number of people watching TV decreased. However, Wang Suimei and her 3 children came to watch TV every day. But Wang Suimei's watching was not in vain. She didn't have a job and stayed at home every day. Seeing that Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan had to go to work, she helped Su Mo water the vegetables every day. In her words, it only took her a few minutes to water that small piece of land. However, she was also muttering while watering them. Even though she was watering the same vegetables, those from Su Mo's family grew better than hers. She looked around and finally could only come to this conclusion. Su Mo's family were all good-looking, so the vegetables should naturally look like them and grow better. July 1st is the two little ones' second birthday. It is actually not popular to celebrate birthdays during this period. Last year, Su Mo celebrated her first birthday. This year, she is not planning to do anything to avoid being too high-profile. But Commander Su said he would come over for dinner tonight, so Su Mo took an afternoon off and went to the market to buy a lot of vegetables. Commander Su took such good care of the 2 children, so she couldn't do anything else for the time being, but she could still make a delicious meal. When Su Mo got home, she started to get busy. When Su Yuan came back and saw Su Mo was busy, he also came to help. Su Yuan came a few days ago. He happened to be on vacation and said he came to Yangqing to see the children. But Su Mo looked at him and felt that he must have come to Yangqing to avoid something. The chicken and mushrooms on the coal stove. Su Mo cut vegetables while preparing to chat with Su Yuan. Second brother, are you worried about something? Su Yuan paused, then smiled and said, No, my second brother doesn't have any worries. Really? But I think my second brother seems to be worried these days. The second brother I know is always carefree and happy. Su Yuan was silent for a while, then asked, Little sister, if I don't join the army, do you agree? I agree. There are so many professions. Which one of them can't contribute to the motherland? You don't have to be a soldier. Sui Yuen has a more eccentric personality. The army is a very serious place. He must be uncomfortable there. Hearing Su Mo say this, Sui Yuen's eyes lit up. Really? Why would I lie to you? Then can you help me persuade my dad? Sui Yuen said, and told Su Mo the general situation. After Sui Yuen was transferred to Guangxi province, his direct supervisor happened to be Su Tingda's opponent, so he was often targeted. Sui Yuen's character was not one that could tolerate, so he could not help but resist, so he caused a lot of trouble. Over time, it becomes a vicious cycle, and the two of them start to argue. You can imagine how hard it is to have a leader who is always against you. Su Tingda had thought about transferring Sui Yuen, but he was always blocked by his opponents and had not succeeded. Sui Yuen was still only a company commander, and a transfer at this level would not be easy to bring to the attention of the leaders if he had not made any special contributions, so it had been stuck. Sui Yuen had never been very enthusiastic about joining the army. It was because of the movement that he could not go to college, so he had to join the army and took the attitude of just hanging on for the time being. Therefore, Sui Yuen's promotion speed is very slow compared to Sui Chen. The brothers are only 3 years apart in age. Sui Chen was already the regiment commander 3 years ago. In another year or two, he may be promoted again. However, Sui Yuen is still a company commander. Su Tingda was very dissatisfied with this and thought his youngest son was too casual. So, this time when she heard Sui Yuen say that he wanted to change his career, she was furious, scolded him severely, and almost wanted to kick him out of the house. Little sister, I really don't want to be a soldier anymore. I've already found out everything. There's a food factory in our area that specializes in making biscuits. The factory director was arrested a while ago, and the higher-ups decided to select a retired soldier to take over. Little sister, to be honest, I really like doing business. If I change my career and my dad helps me run the business, I will have a good chance of getting the job. The factory's performance has not been good, but it's actually due to human factors. If I go, I have the confidence to make it a success. Sumo's eyes lit up when she heard Sui Yuen say this. Her second brother likes to do business, so she can bring him along to do it. It would be even better if her second brother could go to the food factory so that he can get familiar with the factory's operations in advance. Okay, I'll help you write a letter to persuade your uncle. But your uncle may not listen to you. I think you still need to work harder on your aunt. Su Mo gave him advice. My aunt is so open-minded. As long as you explain it to her clearly, she won't disagree. The three of them, father and son, are all in the army. Fu Manhwa is actually very worried. If one of them can be transferred to the rear, she should be happy. Su Mo gave Sui Yuen a lot of advice, and Sui Yuen was very happy after listening to her. He should have told his younger sister earlier. So, why does he love his younger sister so much? Because, from childhood to adulthood, his younger sister always supports whatever decision he makes. After his worries were solved, Sui Yuen lit the wood stove and helped Su Mo cook. Sui Yuen's cooking skills were impeccable, and Li Yue once mistakenly believed that he had family experience. Commander Su was from the north, so he cooked mostly northern dishes. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised pork ribs, pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli, mutton and chestnuts, braised pork and brown sauce, and Su Mo also made buns and dumplings, and baked a lot of pies. Commander Su came over in the evening and looked at the table full of familiar dishes and ate with great satisfaction. He did not care much for food. After arriving in Guangzhou, he found that the dishes cooked by the kitchen staff were all of southern style and bland. He really felt that they were a bit tasteless. After the meal, Commander Su said, I have a great affinity with these two children. We were born on the same day. Commander Su was also very surprised when he found out. He had no children or nephews and was alone. Unexpectedly, when he was old, he would have such a pair of smart and clever grandchildren. Everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect such a fate to happen. It was too late to do anything now, so Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of longevity noodles for Commander Su. Lele, the little smart guy, said a few nice words to make Commander Su laugh. Then he took out the chocolates that he had treasured for a long time and gave them to Commander Su as a birthday gift. It was just that Guangzhou was very hot in July and they lived in a cement-roofed bungalow, so the temperature inside the house was still quite high during the day, and the chocolate had already melted a little. Shaoli watched with a twitching mouth as Lele stuffed the black, sticky, unknown object into the commander's mouth, but it was too late to stop him. This looks bad, but be careful not to make the leader upset. Commander Su ate it, without changing his expression. Grandpa Su, is it delicious? This is called chocolate. It was given to my mother by a foreign aunt. Lele has kept it for a long time and is reluctant to eat it. It's delicious. Commander Su said it was delicious, but he was actually muttering in his heart. This popular thing abroad is very bitter and tastes weird. I don't know why foreigners like it so much. Anyway, he really can't eat it. Commander Su chewed it quickly and swallowed it. This chocolate was brought by a foreign businessman specifically to thank Su Mo. Last year at the autumn fair, Su Mo helped her select a batch of embroidery handicrafts, and she made a fortune when she returned home. I learned from our previous chat that Su Mo has 2 children, so when I came to the spring fair, I specially brought 2 boxes of top-quality chocolates for Su Mo. Su Mo brought it back and gave 2 to Lele. After eating it, Lele liked it very much. Su Mo said it was from abroad and could not be bought in China, so he kept it as a treasure. He was really greedy and ate only one, and then saw that this thing was black and looked like a low-grade elixir that had been wasted. After eating one, it tasted bitter and astringent, so he immediately gave the whole box to Lulu. Lele got another box, and he was not stingy. He gave one to each of the adults and hid the rest. Although this box of chocolates looked quite large, most of it was just packaging, and there were actually only 12 chocolates inside. No matter how sparingly Lele ate them, after 2 or 3 months, there were only a few left. And didn't give any gifts, but instead performed a set of boxing for Commander Su. It was the same set she had demonstrated before, but it was more than 1 level higher than before. Obviously, the study during this period was very effective. Commander Su gave her the same feeling as her former master. The old man also had a stern face all day long and seemed strict, but he was actually very kind to her and her senior brother. As a master, nothing makes me happier than seeing my apprentice make progress. Is indeed the case. After seeing Anan's progress, Commander Su was very satisfied and said it was good. Because the 2 children were still too young, Commander Su taught them the basics, focusing on cultivating their perseverance and martial arts sense. He was very satisfied with An's progress. He has different requirements for An and Lulu. An is his favorite successor, so the requirements will be stricter. Lele is just a study companion, so the expectations on him are not that high. Besides, Lele is sweet talker, so he spoils him a little more. He has a serious face and children usually stay away from him when they see him. It is rare that there is a child who is not afraid of him and comes close to him. He also enjoys the happiness of playing with his grandchildren. After eating the longevity noodles, Commander Su prepared to go back. Before leaving, he said to Lu Chongjing and Su Mo, "I don't have any children or grandchildren either. These 2 little guys are especially dear to me. From now on, let them call me Grandpa." Raising 2 little ones and becoming godparents are completely different things. One may just be a capable subordinate, but the other is a relative. The couple immediately asked the 2 children to change their words, and Commander Su happily agreed. He was not a person who followed formalities, so he changed his words and acknowledged the relationship. From now on, he only needed to let some news out, and these 2 little guys would be his grandchildren. Not long after Commander Su left, the news that he went to Lu Chongjing's house for dinner spread throughout the entire staff compound. This is the head of the military region. It is difficult to meet him normally, but he actually went to his house for dinner. I am afraid that this will be a big deal in the future of Lu Chongjing. Many people were envious and jealous, wondering why they didn't have a child who could win the favor of a leader. Lu Chongjing was really lucky, as his father became famous because of his son. In fact, those people were overthinking. Commander Su was not the kind of person who would give someone a green light just because he liked their child. On the contrary, he would be more strict with Lu Chongjing in the future. After Commander Su left, Lele held his box of chocolates and looked at it again and again, feeling very embarrassed. Finally, he opened it reluctantly, took out 2 chocolates, and handed them to Su Tingqian and Mo Yurong. Grandpa and Grandma, you have them too. Lele is not partial. The old couple were delighted that this clever little boy knew how to treat everyone equally. Seeing Lele being so naughty, Su Yuan teased him. Lele, what about your second uncle? Your second uncle has never eaten chocolate either. Lele quickly held the box tightly and stared at Su Yuan with a vigilant look. Second uncle, you are so old. Do you still want a food from children? Su Yuan was so angry that he pulled Lele over and said, You little boy, your second uncle loves you for nothing. How many good things did your second uncle buy for you? But you can't even get a candy from him. Lele's tangled little face wrinkled up, but finally she opened the box reluctantly and took one out to give to Su Yuan. There really aren't any left. Lele only has 2 left. After giving them away, there was only 1 left in the box. Su Yuan laughed and gave the chocolate back to Lele. Since you only have 2 left, just keep them for now. When you have new ones in the future, you can give them to Uncle. Lele pushed the chocolate back to Su Yuan. Give it to me now. Mom said that this chocolate is only sold in foreign countries. What if the aunt doesn't give it to me next time? Then it will be gone. Then are you willing to give it up? Lele patted Su Yuan's arm like a little adult. What can I do if I don't want to? My second uncle has never eaten chocolate. As his nephew, I have to give in to him. Mo Yurong burst out laughing and handed her and Su Tingqian's chocolate to Lele. Lele, Grandpa and Grandma have eaten it before. Lele, save this for later. You really don't want to eat anymore? Lele asked with his head tilted. I really don't want to eat it. Lele quickly took the chocolate and put it back in the box. You guys don't want to eat it. It's not that Lele is partial. After saying this, he closed the box and said to Su Yuan, Second uncle, please eat it quickly. It's really pitiful for a grown-up like you to have never eaten chocolate. After saying that, he ran away with the box in his arms. Su Yuan was really angry and amused, but seeing that the chocolate had melted a little, he opened it and ate it. I will buy him another box when I exchange it for overseas remittance coupons. After Lele hid the box and came out, Lu Chongjin called the 2 children over and told them about Commander Su. Your grandpa Su is a great hero. The Su family was originally a martial arts family in Anhui province. At its peak, the family had a total of 135 men. When the war started, the Su family sent men to the battlefield to defend their country. When one man died, another was sent. In the end, all the young and strong men died, leaving only the elderly, women, children, and babies. Your grandfather Su was the oldest of his generation. He resolutely took over his father's legacy. At the age of 9, he carried a steel gun to the battlefield. He was not afraid of life and death, and he made many outstanding achievements. When his younger brothers grew up, they also followed him to fight. We were born in a stable era and don't know how brutal the war was. After the war, 9 out of 10 houses in Anhui province were emptied, and it almost became a deserted city. The remaining members of the Su family also died in that war. Your grandfather Su was only left with 1 breath, and he survived only after being rescued by reinforcements. I'm telling you all this today because I want to tell you that the Su family is full of loyal and brave people. You are lucky enough to be his godparents, so you must be strict with yourself and not bring disgrace to the Su family. Do you understand? Lu Chongjing also knew that the children were still young and might not understand, but there were some things he had to make clear now. Anna nodded seriously. Although Lula didn't quite understand, she nodded when she saw her sister nod. Lu Heian, Lu Yenha. Lu Chongjing called the 2 little ones by their full names for the first time. The 2 kids had been studying under Commander Su for a while and had picked up a lot of military habits. They immediately responded reflexively. Here, we must remember the kindness of our ancestors and strive to become stronger. Lu Chongjing said solemnly. Yes, the 2 kids said in unison. Although Lele still doesn't quite understand it now, this sentence is engraved in his young heart. because this is the first time his father called him by his full name and the first sentence he said to him, so solemnly. This sentence has always accompanied him as he moved forward, until N years later, when two people appeared in China who made other countries tremble in fear. Su Mo didn't expect that Commander Su was actually from Anhui province. She came from the future, so she naturally knew how respected Anhui province was. It was no exaggeration to say that one province was fighting against one country. From the Sino-Japanese War to the Battle of Shanghai, Anhui province almost lost a generation of its people. Most of the people in Anhui province in later generations migrated there from other places. At that time, the Jianghui land was littered with corpses. 29,000 martyrs' cemeteries built across the country, 22,000 of which were in Anhui province, with almost one in every town. You can dig up bones every 5 steps, and there is a martyr's cemetery every 10 steps. How tragic! Don't forget the original intention of our ancestors and inspire future generations to move forward. The two kids didn't know how much they took in of Lu Changjing's words, but Su Mo and Su Yun were deeply touched. Su Mo was touched because she had read history and was grateful for the sacrifices of the martyrs.
Su Yuan felt ashamed.
Although the country seemed peaceful now, it was actually still full of crises. There are big countries in the north eyeing us covetously, small countries in the south are still at war, and there are powerful countries in the west who are still determined to destroy us. The country may be at risk of war again at any time. And at such a critical moment, he actually wanted to change his career, which made him feel ashamed of being a deserter. Originally, he was thinking of buying a ticket back to Guangxi the next day and asking his mother to help persuade his father. Now, he didn't know what to do. The next day, when Su Mo got up, she saw Su Yun sitting in the living room with his head drooped, so she asked him. Su Yun and Su Mo have always had a good relationship. Yesterday, Su Mo comforted him, and he immediately told her about the confusion in his heart. After listening to Su Yun's words, Su Mo said, "Second brother, times have changed. We should look at problems according to local conditions." At that time, the country was in the midst of war, and in order to drive out the invaders, people with lofty ideals all joined the battle. But now, the country has stabilized, and the country's military strength is gradually growing. We have our own atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs, and those powers no longer dare to attack us at will. The main problem facing our country right now is not war, but poverty. If you feel that you can create greater value in other positions than in the military, then I suggest you stick to changing careers. To put it bluntly, there are so many soldiers in the country, one more or one less won't make a difference. With Su Yun's attitude, Su Mo still suggested that he change his career. She remembered that in the original book, Su Yun was the first to sacrifice. It is already 1974, and the civil war in the Monkey Kingdom is about to end, and by then there will be more friction between them and our country. Su Yun was in the frontline troops in Guangxi province. Given his current relationship with his direct superior, he might be sent to the front line. She didn't want him to get hurt, let alone sacrifice. Su Yun pondered for a while and made up his mind. "Little sister, I will buy a ticket and go back this morning. Have you finished writing the letter to my dad? I will take it back with you. Wait for my good news. Then we, brother and sister, will work together to earn foreign exchange for the country." Su Mo smiled and went back to her room to write a letter. When Su Tingqian woke up, he heard the brother and sister whispering. When he went to work, he asked Su Mo what was going on. Su Mo now rides a tricycle to and from get off work and happens to pass by the school, so she takes Su Tingqian and Mo Yuron with her. When Su Mo told Su Yun that he wanted to change his career, she didn't expect that Su Tingqian would also be supportive. Yun has been a playful kid since he was young. He is not cut out to be a soldier. It was fine before he was not in the frontline troops. But after your uncle transferred him to the frontline troops, I was really worried. It's good to change career and become a factory manager. We, the Su family, should do business, Su Tingqian said. The family property, in order to avoid suspicion, he had no choice but to teach at a university and not interfere in the affairs of the factory at all. Their generation has made sacrifices and lives such a miserable life. If the younger generation can do what they want, let them do it. I'll call your uncle later.
somos maíz.
Now even her father supported him, so her second brother's career change should be stable. In the evening, when Sumo came home from work, she saw 2 more targets in the yard. After Sumo entered the house, she didn't see the 2 little ones. Only Lu Xiaolan was cooking in the kitchen, so she went in to help. Xiaolan, who placed the target in this yard? Sumo asked, thinking that Commander Su had someone do it. My third brother said he wanted to use it for an and Lulu to practice slingshot. He's back. Sumo didn't see anyone. Even the 2 children were gone. Yes, I'm taking the 2 kids out for a swim now, Lu Xiaolan said. Next to the family compound. The weather in Guangzhou is hot, and in summer the river is full of people swimming. At this time, the water in the river was still very clean, not like a stinking ditch like in later generations. Lu Changzheng was not so busy during this period, so he took his 2 children there to soak in the water and taught them how to swim. P.S. Salute to the revolutionary martyrs. Salute to the people of Anhui province. I wish to devote my youth to glorify China. It was getting dark. Lu Changzheng came back with the 2 children. Lele was very happy and his giggles could be heard from far away. Although Lele usually seems to dislike Lu Changzheng, deep down, he actually admires his father very much. When Lu Changzheng was not around, Sumo would often portray him in front of the children. In the nursery, teachers would also tell them stories about the great heroes of the People's Liberation Army. Therefore, Lu Changzheng's image in Lele's heart is still quite tall. It's just that Lu Changzheng has always been very busy. When they first came to join the army, Lu Changzheng had to go for training, and there was no news of him for several months. A special team was established. They not only had to carry out the mission, but also had to work with the leaders to rack their brains to provide them with additional training for the safety of their teammates. In the 1970s, special forces were a new type of military force in all countries, and everyone was still exploring their training methods. They could only keep exploring and improving. After nearly half a year of exploration, a preliminary set of rules finally came out, and Lu Changzheng had some free time. Now that I have time, I naturally have to spend more time with my children and wife. Just now, when they were learning to swim in the river, Lu Changzheng showed off his skills in the water in front of Lele, which instantly conquered Lele, who kept saying that he wanted to learn. Lele is proud that his father is so capable. Just now, when he was at the river, Lele met many of his friends from the nursery. He had heard from them that their fathers would take them swimming. Although Lele didn't say it, he was actually envious in his heart. Now his father has also taken him there, and he is even better than his friends' fathers. Seeing the envious eyes of his friends, Lele straightened his chest with pride. As soon as he returned, Lele started chattering to Sumo about what had just happened. Mom, Dad is so awesome. It went into the river in a flash, and then came out from a long distance away. The other children's fathers were not like that, and came out after a while. My dad can still lie on the water, but other children's dads can't. They will sink. My dad swims very fast, like a fish. He runs ahead in no time, and the other children's fathers can't catch up with him. Sumo listened to Lele happily comparing his father to others, and suddenly remembered the video of my dad dares to eat in later generations. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. Seeing Lu Changzheng still standing aside, seemingly quite proud and arrogant, Sumo could not help but glare at him. He was showing off in front of the child. Lu Changzheng touched his nose awkwardly. He seldom spent time with his children, so if he wanted to win their favor, he had to show off his skills. Mom, Dad is not only a good swimmer, but also a good slingshot shooter. He can hit the target even with his eyes closed. Dad also said that he would teach me and my sister. Dad, is that right? Lele looked at Lu Changzheng with sparkling eyes. Yes, Dad knows everything and will teach you and your sister. Lu Changzheng touched Lele's head. After the family finished their meal, Lu Xiaolan and the 2 kids went to watch TV. Sumo came out of the shower and was surprised to see that the neighboring family didn't come over. You know, since her family bought a TV, except for the day when Commander Su was here, they didn't come. The rest of the time, Wang Tsueme, mother and son, all came on time. Su Imo went out to do the laundry and found Wang Tsueme and her youngest son Zheng Haichong sitting in the yard to enjoy the cool air. Zheng Haichong was standing on tiptoe and looking around, obviously wanting to watch TV very much.
Mrs. Wang, why didn't you come to watch TV today? Su Imo asked.
Wang Tsueme smiled awkwardly. The final exam is coming up soon, and the eldest and second child need to study. Let's not watch it for now, and let them review their lessons. Wang Tsueme's eldest son is 10 years old, and her second daughter is 8 years old. They are already in elementary school. The final exams are indeed approaching in July, so Su Imo didn't think much about it. In fact, it was Zheng Guosheng who didn't let them come over to see. Commander Su was next door, and he didn't want others to say that he was a person who curry favor with the powerful, so he scolded Wang Tsueme and her 2 children and told them to go to the next door less often, so that others would not say that his family was currying favor with others. The next day, Lu Chongjing got up early and called the 2 children. The 3 of them first practiced a set of boxing in the yard. After that, Lu Chongjing began to teach the 2 children how to shoot slingshots. Wang Tsueme was watering the vegetables nearby and couldn't help feeling a little envious. Although Captain Liu is busy with work, he will teach the children when he has time. Her husband, Mr. Zheng, is often at home, but he has never been seen taking care of the children. Wang Tsueme went into the house and called Zheng Guosheng. Captain Liu next door is teaching 2 kids how to use slingshots. Can you teach our kids too? Zheng Guosheng was thinking about something yesterday, and as it was hot, he didn't sleep much the whole night. He took advantage of the cool early morning to take a nap, but was suddenly woken up, and he couldn't help but feel angry. What are you teaching? Don't you think those naughty kids you gave birth to are troublemakers enough? If you teach them to use slingshots and break someone's window, how much of my salary will be enough for you to pay me back? Be quiet and don't cause any trouble for me. Wang Tsueme was scolded early in the morning and was very angry, so she immediately walked out. To put it bluntly, he despised her for not having a job. But she could have gone to the cafeteria at the beginning, but it was because old Zheng wanted to save face that he gave the spot to another family member. Now he despises her again. Zheng Guosheng is at the same level as Lu Chongjing, but he works in a government agency, and his salary is not as high as Lu Chongjing's. Lu Chongjing makes 141 yuan a month, while Zheng Guosheng makes 127 yuan. With this 127 yuan salary, she has to send 20 yuan back to her hometown every month to support her parents, so the remaining 107 yuan is more than enough to support a family of 5. But Zheng Guosheng was a smoker and a drinker, and he had a heavy addiction to cigarettes, at least 1 pack a day. He was also very proud, so he smoked grade B cigarettes that cost 35 cents a pack. This month, he spent 10 yuan on cigarettes alone. Add in the alcohol and he spent 20 yuan a month. A family of 5 spends more than 20 yuan a month on food. There are also water, electricity, and coal briquette bills, which cost almost 10 yuan a month, and daily necessities such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and buying meat and vegetables cost at least 10 yuan a month. There were also the children's tuition fees and shoes and clothes that had to be bought on a regular basis. In addition, Zheng Guosheng would occasionally invite his subordinates to his home for dinner and would help out a little when he saw someone in need, so life was not really affluent. In addition, children are naughty and sometimes they break other people's things, in which case they have to pay compensation, or if they hit someone else's child, they have to apologize again. Even though Wang Tsueme was very careful with her money, she didn't save much. Her family's savings were only about 500 or 600 yuan. The days passed like this. Lu Chongjing tried to come back early every day, take the 2 little ones swimming, and teach them how to shoot slingshots in the morning, and help them practice their aim. Commander Su also made adjustments to his studies and began to teach the 2 little ones about firearms. Teaching children is naturally not about telling boring things. Commander Su simply asked someone to bring a few scrapped guns and taught the 2 children how to disassemble and assemble them. After teaching, he let the 2 children play by themselves. Only when you are familiar with the components of a firearm can you use it better when you need it. In mid-July, Soo Iyun brought good news, saying that his father agreed to his career change and that he would go to the food factory. And for some reasons, the Soo family has once again come into the sight of some people. That day, when Sumo came back from get-off work and passed by the management office, she was stopped by Director Song of the management office.
Comrade Sumo, what?
Sumo stopped and waited for Director Song to come over, then asked, Director Song, what do you want to talk to me about? Director Song is a fairly fair person and Sumo has a good impression of her. Director Song smiled and lowered his voice to ask, isn't your sister-in-law still married? Someone asked me to be a matchmaker for her. I want to ask for your opinion first.
Zu Montag was stund?
She didn't expect it to be this matter. She could only evade the question, saying, I have to go back and ask her what she thinks. I can't give her an answer for now. Lu Xiaolan is only 23 years old this year. In Sumo's opinion, she is still young, and it is okay to talk about it a few years later. What's more, Lu Xiaolan has also made it clear that she doesn't want to talk about getting married in the next few years. Sumo asked Lu Xiaolan not to tell anyone about her divorce. Although it was a military family compound, the quality of the family members was uneven, so she couldn't tell anyone about it, otherwise Lu Xiaolan would be criticized. As for the fact that Lu Xiaolan was still unmarried at her age, no one suspected anything. There were many people who asked their younger sisters to come with the army and find an officer to marry in the family compound. Everyone thought that Lu Xiaolan came with them for this purpose. As for my age, it was probably because I was too picky in the country, and that delayed me. Okay, go back and ask her first. If she is willing, I will help them get together. Director Song said. Let me tell you about the man first. He is 24 years old, a company commander, and his home is in Hunan province. He is handsome and honest. I think he is a good person. Director Song said. Okay, I'll go back and ask. Thank you for your hard work, Director Song. After Sumo returned, she told Lu Xiaolan what happened. Lu Xiaolan frowned. Third sister-in-law. I don't plan to marry again. Okay, if you don't want to think about it, I'll help you push it away.
Sumo said.
But, Xiaolan, don't be afraid of the ropes after being bitten once. It's just a failed marriage. It's not your fault. If there is a suitable candidate or someone who makes your heart beat, you can still try again. Of course, it's okay if you really don't want to. We will always support you. I just want you to be happy. Lu Xiaolan nodded. I know. Thank you, third sister-in-law. She is living a very happy life now, living with her third brother and his wife. Her brother and sister-in-law are kind, her nephews and nieces are smart and cute, her work is going well, and she doesn't have any troubles. Her life is so beautiful. She doesn't want to get married again and cause herself more trouble. The next day, when Sumo was at work, she went to the management office to find Director Song and rejected the matter. Director Song didn't show it on his face. He was also grumbling in his heart, thinking that Lu Xiaolan had high standards and looked down on the company commander level. If she continued to pick, she might really become an old maid. Just by coincidence, when Sumo got off work that day, she received a letter from the Lu family in the communication room. In the letter, Li Yue asked Sumo to keep an eye out for a suitable candidate to help Lu Xiaolan find one. It has been more than a year since Lu Xiaolan got divorced. The old people are always worried about their children. As long as one of them is not married, they always feel that their mission is not completed. After seeing this, Lu Xiaolan was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and said to Sumo, Third sister-in-law, don't bother with mother. I will write a letter to explain everything to her. Sumo didn't care much about this matter, but one day when she went to the cafeteria to get food, she heard someone gossiping about her family. It was said that after her family hooked up with Commander Su, they were very picky and didn't even like the company commander. They kept their sister-in-law and didn't know what kind of official she wanted to marry. Sumo immediately stepped forward and grabbed the man. As soon as this rumor appeared, it had to be stopped immediately, otherwise it would be passed around and no one knew what would happen in the end. Moreover, the other party also brought Commander Su with them, which was a sinister intention. Sisters-in-law, where did you hear this gossip? Who told you that my family no longer likes the company commander? We want to keep my sister-in-law to marry a high-ranking official? Those people didn't expect to be so unlucky. They were caught gossiping behind people's backs and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. We also heard this from others. To introduce a partner, both parties have to be suitable. My husband's hometown is in Hejiang province and the company commander's family is in Hunan province. My sister-in-law thinks it's too far away and wants to find someone from the north, so she didn't agree. When Su Mo talked to Director Song, she also used this reason to refuse. Otherwise, if you marry to Hunan province, it's so far away. How many times can you go back to your parents' home in your lifetime? You are also experienced people. How many times can you go home after joining the army? If a woman marries far away, when she gets leave, should she go back to her parents' home or her husband's home? Or do you think that after a woman gets married, she shouldn't visit her parents' home? My sister-in-law is filial and doesn't want to marry far away because she can't bear to leave her parents. I don't know which black-hearted person made up such nonsense to smear our family. I have to go to Director Song and tell him who is so talkative. Su Mo just talked a lot and then went to the management office. Those people were a little panicked and followed all the way to try to stop them. Comrade Su Mo, we also heard it from others. We are not aware that they are one in the south and one in the north. Yes, it was our fault. We shouldn't have spread gossip without finding out the truth. We all live in the same family compound. There's no need to go to the management office. Su Mo ignored her and quickly went to the management office to tell Director Song about the matter. Comrade Su Mo, I didn't tell anyone anything. Director Song was very angry. He guessed that it was the man's troublemaking sister-in-law who spread the news. Of course I believe in you, Director Song. Su Mo said, if this matter only involved my family, I wouldn't have come to you. These people spread gossip, but every word they say is about Commander Su. When Director Song heard this, her face darkened. She had been kind enough to help her make the connection, but she actually harmed her like this. Comrade Su Mo, don't worry. I will investigate it thoroughly. When Lu Chongjing came back, Su Mo told him about this. If it is not a conspiracy theory. If it is, they could have taken precautions earlier. Director Song was also very quick. He came to see Su Mo within 2 days. She said that it was the gossip spread by the man's sister-in-law who thought that Lu Xiaolan disliked her family because she didn't even see them. She was upset, so she complained to the family members she was close to. She had already told them to stop talking nonsense. The man was a company commander. He had an older brother who held a high position as a brigade commander. His older brother also brought their old father to join the army, and the whole family lived together. His mother passed away long ago, and his marriage was arranged by his eldest sister-in-law. His sister-in-law also saw that the Lu family had established a relationship with Commander Su, so she thought of arranging a marriage between her brother-in-law and Lu Xiaolan. Comrade Su Mo, I'm really sorry. It's my fault too. It's my fault that I didn't explain it clearly to you. Director Song was very apologetic. When Su Mo said she would go back and ask Lu Xiaolan what she thought, she simply told her about the man, thinking that if he agreed, she would tell him in detail. If he didn't agree, there was no need to tell her who it was, to avoid embarrassment. The next day, Su Mo came to decline the offer. Although she suspected that Lu Xiaolan was dissatisfied with her low position, she was very sure that she had not conveyed such an intention to the other party. She also said that the two positions were too far apart, so the woman would not consider it. I didn't expect that person to be such a rude person and actually spread the news. Did he think her uncle was a gold nugget? Just because she said so, people would like him? Now, I'm afraid no one in the family compound dares to introduce her brother-in-law to a marriage. If it doesn't work out, she will be blamed.
Who would be happy about that?
However, after Sumo's commotion, no one dared to attack Lu Xiaolan for the time being. After all, everyone was a little scared of having such a powerful sister-in-law. This was exactly what the two of them wanted, and they were happy to have some peace and quiet. At the end of July, Su Mo received letters from Jiang Yu and Ma Xiaowan. After Su Mo came to Guangzhou, she would occasionally communicate with the two. These 2 letters brought Su Mo 2 pieces of news. First of all, Ma Xiaowan started dating someone, and Su Mo knew this person, who was Tao Peisheng. The 2 people's acquaintance was quite dramatic. Early spring, one of Ma Xiaochuan's students went to dig wild vegetables and slipped into a ditch. Ma Xiaowan saw it and went to rescue him, but she also fell in. The 2 were trapped there for nearly a day. By chance, Tao Peisheng led his troops to patrol the mountains and rescued them. As time went by, the 2 became familiar with each other. They had similar personalities and many topics to talk about. As they interacted more, they gradually developed feelings for each other and established a romantic relationship. Su Mo is quite optimistic about these 2 people. They both have good personalities and similar family backgrounds. In Su Mo's opinion, they are a good match. Su Mo immediately picked up her pen and wrote a letter back to Ma Xiaowan. She first wished her well, and then told her the information she had learned from Lu Chongjing. She believed that Tao Peisheng was a trustworthy person. After writing the reply to Ma Xiaowan, Su Mo opened Jiang Yu's letter. Jiang Yu mentioned a piece of news in the letter, that is, Yang Shuren died. After reading it, Su Mo couldn't help but sigh that someone among the protagonists of the original book finally died. Jiang Lan wrote to Jiang Yu to tell her about this news. She happened to see Yang Suang and Yang Suyun quarreling and heard about it. It turned out that after Yang Suyun and Gong Yi got married, Yang Suang gave money to the Yang family's eldest wife to ask them to help take care of Yang Shuren. The eldest wife was after money, so they were naturally willing to take care of him if they had money. Yang Suang thought that after his sister married into the Gong family, he could use the Gong family's influence to resume his job. Unexpectedly, the Gong family showed no intention of helping him at all, and Yang Suang hinted to Gong Yi several times, but it was useless. Without a job, there is no income, and Yang Suang still has to support his wife and children. Zhongya is the daughter of the factory director and has always been extravagant with money. Seeing the money in his hands decreasing day by day, Yang Suang is very anxious. The entire Yang family now only has Zhou Qiuying's 36 yuan salary left. Yang Suang naturally couldn't bear to send another 20 yuan to the first wife to take care of Yang Shuren, so he could only bring him back to High City. Less than a month after being brought back to High City, the person died. After Yang Suyun got the news, she rushed back to High City and had a big fight with Yang Suang. Yang Suyun complained that Yang Suang did not take good care of her father, while Yang Suang angrily accused Yang Suyun of being selfish and being reluctant to spend a penny to support her father even after marrying a cadre. In fact, Yang Suyun's life in the Gong family was not easy. They got married under such circumstances, and Gong Yi was not as kind to her as before. Only given basic living expenses every month, and she had to keep the rest of the money herself, so she had no money and had to budget carefully every month, otherwise her living expenses would not be enough. Her life was even worse than when she was taking care of Yang Shuren in the Yang family. In Yang Shuren's case, there was nothing easy to do for his funeral. Gong Yi found someone to rent a car and transported the body back to the countryside for burial. During the burial, except for old lady Yang crying heartbreakingly, no one else showed any sadness. After returning home, old lady Yang cursed Zhou Qiuying behind her back, saying that it was because she didn't want to take care of him that he got killed. Unfortunately, her grandchildren didn't say anything, and as an old lady, she couldn't say anything. Otherwise, she would have to report it to the police. The Yang family is not having a good time, and the Gong family is not having a good time recently either. Those people wanted money. It was originally because Gong Ming said that the Su family had hidden something. Unfortunately, that person's subordinates searched everywhere, but didn't find a single thing. That person was not going to look for it himself now, but instead joined forces with others to put pressure on Gong Ming to find the thing. He can call on the manpower in High City when he needs it. After finding the things, he will divide them into 5 parts, with each person taking 1 part. Gong Ming was so angry that he cursed. Although he could guess that Su Zhongli would definitely have a backup plan, he really didn't know where he hid the thing. Those people had been looking for it for so long and couldn't find it. Where should he go to find it? Su Zhongli was a very cunning man. He guessed that the thing was most likely not in Haishur. Now all the people from the Su family have gone to Yangcheng, so it is very likely that the things are hidden there. They have no base in Yangcheng, so it would be very difficult for them to do anything there. Moreover, the Su family has been the richest family in Jiangnan for so many years, and their real estate is everywhere. There are houses in almost every major city. Although they all belong to the state after the founding of the People's Republic of China, who knows if the things are hidden in those houses? Gong Ming was extremely anxious. If he couldn't find out any information, he was afraid that he would lose the family property he had worked so hard to leave behind. On the other hand, he didn't get enough information from the other party, so he was afraid that they would not easily help him. After thinking about it, Gong Ming called Gong Yi and asked him to bring Yang Xiyun back. Now we can only try our best to save the situation. When Su Tingqian and his wife came over, Su Mo told him the news that Yang Shiren had passed away. Su Tingqian was silent for only a moment. Then he was relieved. Well, good deeds will be rewarded and evil deeds will be punished. His fate was due to karma. Time flies, and it is mid-August in a blink of an eye. Sumo was working that day when the security guard at the gate came over and said that a female comrade named Yang Xiyun was looking for her. Sumo's eyes flashed. Why did Yang Xiyun suddenly come to her house? After Su Mo agreed, she followed him out while thinking. Yang Xiyun had not written to her since the two families had fallen out. Now that she had suddenly come to her house, she must have some ulterior motive. Combining the fact that she married into the Gong family and the news she read in the recent newspapers, Su Mo speculated that she was probably sent by the Gong family, and they were probably trying to use their previous relationship to play the emotional card with her in order to extract information from her. The Gong family really underestimated her. Did she look like such a fool? It is very likely that Yang Xiyun is just a cover to distract their attention, and the person who really takes action is probably doing it in secret. It seems that I have to call my uncle again. There is no one here. That's the trouble. Before reaching the door, Su Mo saw Yang Xiyun standing outside the gate from afar. She was wearing a blouse and carrying a luggage bag. Her face looked a little haggard, probably because of the long journey. She looked frail, weak, and pitiful. Yang Xiyun is not bad-looking. She looks a bit like the heroine in Qiangyao dramas in the 1990s. She was always with the original owner before, so she was ignored. If you take her out alone, she is also a beauty. As soon as she saw Su Mo, Yang Xiyun's eyes instantly turned red, and before she could say anything, she cried out Momo. The two words were called out in a roundabout way, as if a child who had suffered so much injustice finally saw his relatives. Su Mo almost applauded. This acting skill was far better than many popular young actresses in the future. Comrade Yang, why are you here? Su Mo asked very politely. Hearing Su Mo calling her like that, Yang Xiyun seemed even sadder. Momo, can we talk? Okay. Su Mo walked out the door and to the side of the road. She was too lazy to bother with her and was ready to get rid of her quickly. Momo, I'm sorry, I didn't expect my dad would do such a thing. Yang Xiyun started by apologizing. Grandpa said that the Su family retaliated against her family without even saying hello, which meant that they already had evidence in their hands. It was useless to shirk responsibility, and it would be better to admit it directly to gain people's trust. I felt so guilty before that I didn't dare to contact you. Now that my father has passed away, I finally dare to come to you and say sorry to you in person. I'm sorry, but these 3 words are the most useless. Do you think these 3 words can offset the suffering my family went through during that time? Yang Xiyun didn't know how to answer for a moment. Why was Su Mo different from before? Before, whenever she humbled herself and apologized, Su Mo would forgive her. Yang Xiyun, I don't care whether you are here to sincerely apologize or someone sent you here. If you want to gain something by playing the emotional card with me, it will be useless. Su Mo directly made the situation clear. First of all, I will not forgive you. Ever since your father did that, there has been no friendship between our 2 families. From now on, we will just be enemies. Do and tell me that your father is your father, and you are you. We are one family, and we can't have different blood. Your father is an ungrateful person, and you are no exception. You have always been jealous of me, and have done those little things. Don't think I don't know. I just didn't bother with you because of the face of our two families. My Su family has always believed in if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 foot. If someone criticizes me 1 grain of rice, I will take away 3 bushels of rice. Because your father sent my father to the hospital, your family has benefited a lot. Since he doesn't appreciate it, then give it all back. If you are smart, you'd better show up less in front of our family, otherwise we will feel uncomfortable and might do something else. For example, your mother's job may also be lost. Su Tingda had also asked someone to take away Zhou Qiuying's job, but Zhou Qiuying's brother was capable enough to keep it for her. Haishur is those people's territory, and Su Tingda's ability to operate is limited. There is no need to spend more favors for a small person, so he did not insist. After hearing Su Mo's blunt words, Yang Xiyun's face turned pale and blue, and she looked a little distorted. The appearance of the little white flower just now was gone. Also, tell the person behind you that the law has long arms and nothing can escape it. It's not that I don't report it, it's just that the time has not come yet. After Su Mo finished speaking, she turned and went in. Seeing Su Mo leave like that, Yang Xiyun's eyes turned red with hatred. Her father did report it, but his intention was not to harm them. There was someone else who harmed their family. The Su family didn't dare to take action against those people, so they took it out on her family. What has become of her family during this period? It is not an exaggeration to say that the family is broken up and the people are dead. What's the difference between the Su family's behavior and her family's? Say she is an ungrateful person, but she thinks she is the same. She turns hostile towards him without any hesitation. So heartless. She hadn't done anything her grandfather had asked her to do. She had wanted to take advantage of this to gain a firm foothold in the Gong family, but now she didn't know what to do. Su Mo returned to the office and continued working as normal. After work, she went to school first. Now was a critical moment, and she didn't know if the other party had any backup plan, so she took her parents to the family compound for safety first. The school is on summer vacation now, and Su Tingqian does not have to attend classes. However, there are many students staying in the school dormitories, so Mo Yurong still has to go to work. Su Mo told the couple that Yang Xiyun came to see her and asked them to live in the staff quarters for a while. Su Tingqian had no objection to his daughter's decision. She came to me this afternoon and said she wanted to apologize on behalf of her father, but I ignored her and sent her away. Su Tingqian did not understand, but he had not paid attention to it before. After suffering a big loss, he began to pay attention to some things. He always paid attention to the newspapers and understood the current situation. He knew that this should be the critical moment of the upper-level decisive battle. Current situation. He couldn't help his elder brother in any way. The only thing he could do was to protect himself and avoid causing trouble for them. As soon as Yang Xiyun arrived, he knew that those people were planning to take those things again. Otherwise, with the ability of the Yang family, how could they know their addresses? I heard from Momo that Yang Xiyun married Gong Yi some time ago, so Yang Xiyun should have been sent by the Gong family. In this world, people's hearts are hard to predict. He thought he had been utterly kind and righteous to Yang Shuren, but he stabbed him in the back. Uncle Gong was also a good friend of his father, and the two families were old friends, so for the sake of profit, he could sell out the Su family. Su Tiqian had just asked for leave for Mo Yurong. The two of them packed up their things and left with Su Mo. Gongming's decision to let Yang Xiyun go to Yangcheng was indeed a cover-up. He also knew that the Su family would not be stupid enough to accept her again. Letting her go was just to confuse the crowd and let the Su family know that they were going to take action. The two sides have almost torn their relations apart now. There is no point in engaging in any pretense. It would be better to directly signal the start of a war and then keep an eye on the Su family. Once they take action, he might be able to find some clues from them. Now, it depends on who loses patience first. After Su Mo returned, she went to the post office and called Su Tingda to inform him of the situation here. From then on, Su Mo's daily life was no different from before. She went to work and came home as usual, but she secretly became more vigilant. After Su Tingqian and his wife moved into the staff housing complex, they took care of their grandson at home. After the two elders came, Su Mo did not send the two children to daycare. She let them stay at home with the two elders. Every other day, Commander Su would send someone to pick up the two children to study. Gong Ming mobilized a lot of people and kept an eye on it for half a month, but there was no useful information. Gong Ming could wait, but the people above him couldn't and kept putting pressure on him. For this reason, Gong Ming even sneaked into the Su family's house to check it himself, but still found nothing. Gong Ming became more certain of his judgment that the thing was no longer in Haishur. He also reported this situation to his superiors, who only said one thing to Gong Ming: either hand it over to the Su family or to the Gong family. Gong Ming was filled with resentment and decided to take one last risk. If it didn't work, he would have to spend money to avoid disaster. Those people probably won't be able to jump around for much longer. After they fall, he will see if he can find a way to get his things back. That day, after Su Mo got off work, she took a tricycle home as usual. Halfway through the journey, the tricycle suddenly stalled, and the driver couldn't start it no matter how hard he tried. Master Huang, who drives the car, often gives Su Mo a ride and is considered an acquaintance of Su Mo comrade Su. This car can't leave. We can only wait for the station to send a car to tow it. Please wait a moment. I will see if there are any colleagues passing by and take you to the station. Then you can change to another car. Okay, no problem. Su Mo had been waiting these days, and she felt that this should not be an accident. Sure enough, after a while, a tricycle passed by. Master Huang quickly stopped the car and was very happy to see that it was an empty car. My car broke down, and your empty car is just right. Please help me take Comrade Su to the transfer station. The man was in a dilemma. I need to go to the fertilizer factory's residential area to pick someone up. If I go to the transfer station, I'm afraid I'll be too late. The family quarters of the fertilizer factory are not far from the transfer station. Drive faster and take the people there first. Master Huang said, giving the fare that Su Mo had just given to the man, and said, "This trip is on you." In addition to a fixed salary, drivers at tricycle stations also receive certain bonuses based on the number of passengers they pick up. The man took the money and asked Su Mo to get in the car quickly so that he could drive over quickly. The man was driving at full speed and suddenly stopped when passing the road leading to the fertilizer factory. Before Su Mo could ask, she heard a woman's voice coming from outside. "Master Lu, why are you so slow? I've already walked out of the factory," the woman said as she opened the door and tried to get in the car. She was startled when she saw Su Mo. "Why is there someone else here?" Master Lu was a little embarrassed. "The bus this comrade was riding in broke down on the way, so I took her to the transfer station." "Oh, Master Lu, you know I'm in a hurry. My daughter is in the hospital and she's about to give birth," the older sister said as she sat in and said to Su Mo, "Comrade, this place is not far from the transfer station. It only takes a few minutes to walk along the side road. Could you please walk over there yourself?" the elder sister said pleadingly. Su Mo also wanted to see what those people were going to do, so she went along with it. "Okay, then I'll go over there myself. Comrade, thank you so much." After thanking him, the elder sister waited for Su Mo to get off the car, then urged Master Lu to drive faster, and soon the two of them drove away at lightning speed. From here to the transfer station it may take 10 minutes, but there is a small woods in front. If you go through there, the time can be shortened by half. Many people walk there during the day. But today was a political study day at the company, so Su Mo was already half an hour late for work. Now it was almost 7 o'clock and everyone had gone home, so naturally there was no one in the grove. Su Mo curled her lips and walked into the grove. In Lujia village, Su Mo had already raised her supernatural powers to the 3rd level. Her space, and she can use her supernatural powers when they reach the 3rd level. In Guangzhou, she would stimulate the growth of wild ginseng or other crops before going to bed every night. When Lu Changzhen was not at home, she would take out the crystal cores to absorb and upgrade her superpowers. Last month, her supernatural power had successfully entered the 4th level. Her five senses were more sensitive, her control over supernatural power was more handy, and her strength and speed were greater and faster than before. After entering the woods, Suemo saw a vine and twisted a section of it, holding it in her hand and dragging it. If anything happened, she could use it as a weapon. If nothing happened, she would take it back and let the two kids use it as a skipping rope. After walking for a while, Suemo heard a very slight breathing sound in the grass beside the path. Obviously, someone was lying in ambush there. Suemo pretended not to know and continued walking forward. As she walked along, she heard 4 breathing sounds in total. Sending 4 people to arrest her was also a sign of respect for her. However, she was almost out of the grove. Why weren't those people taking any action yet? Just as Suemo hesitated, a scream came from the front. Suemo took a few quick steps forward and saw a pregnant woman in front of her who looked anxious and helpless. Her pants were wet, and there was a puddle of water under her feet. Seeing Suemo, the pregnant woman cried, "Comrade, comrade, please help me, my water broke, and I think I'm about to give birth. Please help me to the transfer station in front. I want to take a bus to the hospital." If it were any other woman, she would definitely rush forward to help if she encountered such a thing. But the appearance of this pregnant woman was too coincidental, so Suemo was cautious, but she was afraid that it was real, so she still went forward to help. Supporting the pregnant woman, Suemo pretended to touch her belly accidentally. It felt wrong, and there was no sign of life inside, so it was obviously not a real pregnancy. The pregnant woman didn't expect that Suemo would discover her disguise with just one touch. She was still pretending to groan and took out a handkerchief from her pocket, as if to wipe the sweat off her face. Suemo was supporting the fake pregnant woman on the left. The fake pregnant woman took out a handkerchief with her right hand. Just when the handkerchief was about to reach her head, the fake pregnant woman accelerated her hand and tried to cover Suemo's mouth and nose with the handkerchief. Suemo had noticed it long ago and immediately leaned back, pulling the fake pregnant woman's arm and swinging it. The fake pregnant woman was caught off guard and fell face first to the ground, letting out a more real scream than before. Suemo took a quick step over, turned her over, grabbed her hand holding the handkerchief, and covered her mouth and nose with it. Within a few seconds, the person fainted. After discovering that the pregnant woman was exposed, the 2 people who were lying in ambush closest to her hurried out. One rushed toward Suemo, while the other blocked the road ahead to prevent Suemo from running out of the grove. The remaining 2 people heard the secret signal from their companion and hurried out, preparing to encircle Suemo. The man in the lead had a dark look in his eyes. He didn't expect this woman to be so alert. Originally, the superiors sent 6 people, but he thought it was too much of an overreaction to arrest a woman, so he asked the other 2 to do his private business for him. Now it seems that he was careless. "If you follow us obediently, you can suffer less." Suemo sneered. "If you just follow me to the police station, you will suffer less." The leading man winked at one of the sturdy men, who walked up to Suemo and threw a quick punch, probably with the intention of knocking Suemo out with one punch. Suemo quickly dodged to the side and kicked the sturdy man hard in the stomach. The sturdy man felt that his internal organs were hit hard, and his face turned red in pain. This woman is so strong. But before he could fight back, Suemo jumped up and kicked him on the head again. The strong man felt a buzzing in his head and then lost consciousness. With just 2 moves, Suemo knocked down one man. The leader's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said to the other 4, "Get your weapons and attack together." Each of the 3 men took a dagger and attacked Suemo. Anyway, the boss said that as long as the person is not dead, it's fine. When he catches this woman, he will definitely torture her. The 3 of them didn't see clearly what Suemo did. The rattan in her hand instantly split into 2, and then she waved it vigorously. They couldn't get close to her for a while, and instead were hit by a lot of whips. Moreover, the vine was so strange that even a dagger could not cut it. Someone also grabbed the cane and tried to it away. But the cane had thorns, and Suemo was stronger than him, so he pulled his palm until it bled and had to let go. After this struggle, The few people didn't gain any advantage. The leader's eyes became fierce, and he took out a pistol from his back, ready to shoot Sumo. Sumo had been keeping an eye on the leader. When she saw him pull out a pistol, she quickly hit him with a cane. With the help of her supernatural power, the cane instantly became longer and knocked the pistol away. The leading man was stunned for a moment. How come her vine became so long? He had clearly retreated several steps and was no longer within the attack range of the vine. Taking advantage of the other party's sluggish moment, Sumo rushed over in 2 steps and picked up the pistol first. "Don't move or I'll shoot." Sumo pointed the gun at the leader. The 2 men did not stop but surrounded her, as if they thought Sumo did not dare to shoot. Sumo sneered and immediately shot the leader in the thigh. The leader screamed, knelt down and cursed, "Stupid, don't move." The 2 men saw that Sumo really dared to shoot. They didn't dare to move for a moment. "Put down the knife and kick them all over here." The 2 men could only do as they were told and kicked the dagger to Sumo's feet, watching her put the dagger into her bag. "Turn around and kneel down,"
Sumo said again.
The 2 didn't want to do it, but under the boss's sinister look, they could only kneel down reluctantly. After the 2 men knelt down, Sumo knocked the leading man unconscious with a single of her hand, then ran over and kicked the other 2 men unconscious with 2 kicks. Then many vines grew. The 4 people and the fake pregnant woman tied them up in a string and dragged them towards the exit. When they were almost at the exit, Sumo saw 2 people passing by on the road on bicycles and hurriedly shouted, Comrade, please help me report to the police. I have caught a spy." The 2 men happened to be from the security department of the machinery factory in front. When they heard that a spy had been caught, they quickly stopped and ran towards Sumo. "Where are the spies? Where are the spies?" When he saw the group of people dragging behind Sumo, he was stunned for a moment. "You're the one who is framing this." "Yes. My husband is in the army and taught me some kung fu. I happened to grab their guns and subdued them,"
Sumo said.
When they heard that the other party was a soldier, they stood in awe. One of them said to the other, "Go report to the police. I'll help you here." The man quickly rode his bike there, and in less than 10 minutes, he brought the police. When the police heard that 5 spies had been arrested, they drove a car over. Waiting for the police, Sumo had already straightened those people up a little to avoid the police accusing him of abusing prisoners of war. The public security comrades saw that Sumo had arrested 5 people, one of whom had a gunshot wound on the leg. Their expressions instantly became serious. Sumo quickly handed over the pistol and dagger. "Comrade public security, these are the weapons I seized from them." This was not the place to talk, so the police carried several unconscious spies into the car and asked Sumo and 2 others to go to the police station to take their statements. Arriving at the Public Security Bureau, Sumo quickly spoke up. "Comrade from the Public Security Bureau, my husband is in the military. Can I call the family compound first to let them know? Otherwise, they will be worried if I don't go home so late." When the police heard that the other party was a soldier, they said, "Go ahead and hit him." Sumo quickly called the family compound and asked them to inform Lu Chongjing that she had caught a spy and was at the Public Security Bureau, where he needed to take a statement and might not be back until very late. The management office heard that Sumo had caught a spy. They thought it was an honorable thing and quickly ran to inform Lu Chongjing. Lu Chongjing knew about the Su family's affairs, and as soon as he heard it, he knew that it was sent by those people. He told Lu Xiaolan to take care of the 2 children and then borrowed a car from the army to go to the Public Security Bureau. When Lu Chongjing arrived, Sumo was still taking notes. After Lu Chongjing showed his ID and identified himself, he soon met Sumo. When Lu Chongjing learned the whole story and found out that the other party not only had 4 grown men but also had guns, he felt scared and horrified. He thought his wife was taking too much of a risk. At this time, the men who were knocked unconscious by Sumo also woke up. Except for the one who was shot, the other 3 had symptoms of nausea and vomiting. After the doctors who came to remove the bullet and stop the bleeding from the shot man examined him, they said it was a concussion. The police officer who was in charge of watching the man couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. What a huge force this guy used. He gave the man a concussion. As for the woman, she was drugged and hasn't woken up yet. The confession that Soo-mo gave to the police was a complete retelling of the facts, minus the twists and turns at the end. Because Soo-mo was from the Foreign Trade Center, the police initially speculated that these spies wanted to capture Soo-mo, then develop her into an accomplice, and use her position to steal state secrets. Fortunately, the country organizes people at trade fairs to learn martial arts before every exhibition. If Comrade Soo-mo had not learned it, he would be in trouble today. That night, Master Huang, Master Liu, and the lady from the fertilizer factory were taken to the Public Security Bureau. After recording the statement, Soo-mo had nothing to do here, so the police asked her to go back, but they still needed her cooperation in the future. Soo-mo said there was no problem. After getting in the car, Lu Chongjing looked at Soo-mo with a face full of fear. "Wife, you can't take risks like this again. If something happens to you, what will happen to me and the children?" The daughter-in-law clearly knew that there was an ambush in the grove, but she still went there. Soo-mo waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits. I won't go in if I'm not sure. The other party has a gun, wife." Lu Chongjing felt a pain in his heart. His wife didn't value her life at all. If the other party shot her from behind, she might be in trouble. "I anticipated this situation, and I have a gun," Soo-mo said. "Besides, the other party wants to get something from me, so they will definitely not kill me." There are several boxes of weapons in Sumo's space, including dozens of silenced pistols. She has already loaded them all with bullets and can take them out whenever she needs them. If it really comes to a desperate situation, she can kill them all, then collect the bodies into space and find a place to dispose of them later. Lu Chongjing was shocked. "Where did you get the gun?" "I found it on the mountain before.
It must have been lost by a spy."
Soo-mo took out a silenced pistol from the space. "Due to the situation at that time, I didn't hand it in. I put it in the space for self-defense." After reading it, Lu Chongjing gave the gun back to Soo-mo and asked her to put it in her space. The Soo family had complicated things, and it was indeed safer for his wife to have a gun for self-defense. Even if you have a gun, you shouldn't take such a risk. You have never used a gun, and you don't know how accurate you are. You may not be faster than those people. On the battlefield, if you are just 1 second slower than others, you may very likely die. Seeing that Lu Chongjing seemed angry, Soo-mo quickly smoothed over his words and said, "I know. I won't do this again next time. I was thinking about finding those people as soon as possible. What if they come after my parents? I've been training for a while, so I can handle some people without any problems. My parents are both old people with no physical strength, so if they run into them, they will just be arrested. Wife, I will try my best to resolve this matter. Don't take risks next time you encounter problems," Lu Chongjing warned. Sending Soo-mo home, Lu Chongjing drove to the army again and did not return until almost 12 o'clock. Anan got up in the middle of the night too, and she heard the conversation between the couple. Soo-mo did not deliberately hide the affairs of the Soo family from the two little ones. Lele was still young and didn't understand much, but Anan understood. The next day, when Anan went to study, he waited for Commander Soo to come back. "Grandpa, my mother met a spy yesterday. My father told me that the spy had a gun." "Grandpa, are there many spies in our country?" Commander Soo was silent for a while, then said, "There are quite a few now, but with hard work, we will definitely eliminate them all in the future." "Okay, then Anan will work hard to catch spies and become a hero like Grandpa." Lila too wants to be a hero too.
Le kikli followed.
Commander Soo patted the two children's heads and said, "Okay. Grandpa will be waiting. However, these are probably not spies but moles." Commander Soo had heard something about the Soo family's affairs. He is a soldier and is too lazy to get involved in the dirty politics, so he doesn't bother to care about many things as long as they don't involve the army. But this time, the other party really stretched their hands too far, and even came to the military headquarters to show off their power. What's more, it also involved the mother of his grandchildren. He didn't want his two grandchildren to lose their mother at such a young age. So, he has to take care of this matter. As the commander-in-chief of the military region, Commander Soo can communicate directly with his superiors. The next day, Commander Su called his superiors and told them about the incident. He severely scolded certain people and said that they were so bold as to wantonly murder the lives of ordinary people. The higher-ups were furious when they heard this. In addition to reporting the matter to his superiors, Commander Su also acted swiftly and decisively, directly sending troops to take over those people. Even the two who went there to handle private matters were arrested within 2 days. A group of 7 people were taken away and shot. In addition to Commander Su, the Southern Marshal also received the news, but Commander Su had already said it in front of the leaders, so he did not say it again in front of the leaders. But not saying it doesn't mean that he doesn't have his own ways to warn those people. Soon, several photos of the deaths of those people appeared on the desks of those involved. That day, when Gong Ming arrived at the office, he found an envelope on his desk. He thought those people had left him some message, so he quickly sent his secretary out. The secretary left. Gong Ming opened the envelope. Instantly, a photo of a man with his eyes open came into his sight. Gong Ming was so frightened that he almost died of a heart attack. He had seen this man before. He was one of the small leaders he sent out. After Gong Ming recovered, he became more and more scared and angry the more he thought about it. He flew into a rage and called his secretary over to scold him, asking him to pay attention to the safety of his office in the future and not let just anyone enter. The secretary was scolded early in the morning and had to be more cautious. I don't know what's wrong with the boss recently. His temper is getting worse and worse. In addition to sending people to Yangcheng, Gong Ming also sent people to Guangxi province, targeting Su Yuan, who had just become the director of the food factory. Su Yuan transferred to civilian work at the end of July. He was not talented enough to be a soldier, but he was definitely qualified to do business. In just over a month, the originally chaotic food factory began to get back on track under his swift and decisive measures. Ever since Su Yuan changed his job, Su Tingda has been paying attention to the situation of the food factory. He is afraid that the brat is just acting on a whim and causing the country to suffer losses. How can he be worthy of the ordinary people? Su Tingda has even made plans to compensate for the losses out of his own pocket. But unexpectedly, after the boy changed his job, he seemed like a different person. He looked lazy before, but now he has completely changed and works like a desperate man. Su Tingda didn't show it on his face and still looked down on Su Yuan, but in fact, he was proud in his heart. Especially when I see the food factory looking better day by day, I feel deeply touched. If I had known this would happen, I would not have let my youngest son join the army. He had wasted so many years. Su Yuan was almost busy to death during this period. He stayed in the factory every day and slept on the floor in the office. He changed from a spirited young man to a disheveled homeless man. Fortunately, all the hard work paid off and the factory was back on track. With the joint efforts of the R&D department, more than a dozen new flavors of biscuits were developed and samples were produced in an expedited manner. He also used his connections to attend the autumn fair and get some orders for the factories. That day, after finishing his work, Su Yuan finally left the factory and prepared to go to the barber shop to get a haircut, tidy himself up, and then go home. Was so busy that he felt dizzy. He didn't notice that behind him, several people had followed him and were slowly surrounding him. After entering an alley, those people immediately surrounded him. After a while, Su Yuan was carried out in a sack, placed on a cart full of sundries, and pushed away. Was lying in ambush across the road and watched the whole process, had a twitching mouth. This kid, don't tell him that he was a soldier, otherwise he will be beaten to death. Seeing that those people were about to leave, Su Yichen gave an order, and the soldiers in ambush rushed forward instantly and captured those people on the spot. When Su Yuan woke up, he found himself lying on the floor at home. He was a little confused, and when he looked up, he saw Su Tingda with a cold face. The look in his eyes seemed to be a knife that could shoot a hole in him. Su Yuan was a little confused. How did he offend the old man? Do you think he's sloppy because of his appearance? It's just a small matter. There's no need to get angry. He can just get a haircut. A haircut?
No.
Su Yuan stood up with a somersault and immediately assumed a defensive posture. Su Tingda sneered, "Hey, Director Su is awake? With such a slow reaction, he would have been killed if he had gone to the battlefield. It's good that I changed my job. Fortunately, I changed my job. Otherwise, not only would I die, but I might also kill others. Su Yun was a little ashamed, Dad. He was so busy that he got confused and accidentally got into trouble.
What?
If we hadn't been prepared, you might have died today. Su Tingda suddenly shouted, scaring his little grandson Su Yukai into crying loudly. Fu Manhwa glared at him, then went back to her room carrying her grandson. Su Yun couldn't explain himself and lowered his head in shame. Have you been a soldier all these years? The little bit of pride that Su Tingda had just felt was gone. I don't ask you to be like your elder brother, but you should at least look like you have served in the military. Don't forget everything as soon as you take off your uniform. Let alone your elder brother. You are not even as good as your younger sister. She faced an ambush of 5 people alone. Su Yun looked up in shock. How is my little sister? Is she okay? Do you think she is you? Don't you have any vigilance at all? Not only did she escape unscathed, she also knocked the man unconscious and sent him to the police station. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Seeing him like that, Su Tingda didn't know what to say for a moment. He felt a breath stuck in his heart, and he snorted angrily, then slammed the door and went back to the study. After Su Tingda left, Sui Chen went over and patted Sui Yun on the shoulder, saying, no matter how busy you are, you must always be vigilant. The situation in our family doesn't allow you to relax right now. You really should learn from Xiaoma in this regard. That girl's alertness is really high. She can detect something wrong at the slightest clue. Yes, I understand. Sui Yun sat down somewhat dejectedly. Seeing his brother like that, Sui Chen felt sorry for him, but he didn't say anything else. He had lived too smoothly these years, and he must learn from this. In the past few years, there have been many hidden arrows to deal with the Su family. If he is careless again, he may really lose his life next time. Su Tingda did not tell Su Mo and the others about the news that Su Yun almost got into trouble. It was Su Yun who told them when he met Su Mo and talked to her about it when he came to the autumn fair with the trading group. After Su Mo heard this, she was also afraid. Although those people might not kill him immediately, they would certainly torture him and force him to confess. They might even kill him to silence him if they didn't get a satisfactory answer from his uncle. Su Mo also gave Su Yun some instructions, and Su Yun responded one by one. Su Mo could feel that after this incident, Su Yun seemed to be much more stable. At the autumn fair, Su Mo met Su Jing again, with a middle-aged man beside him. Kayla, we meet again. Su Jing still smiled very gentlemanly, and then introduced the middle-aged man next to Su Mo. This is my uncle, Lucas Su. After saying that, he winked at Su Mo. Su Mo understood and reached out to shake hands with Su Tingbang. Hello. Mr. Lucas, welcome back. Su Tingbang looked at Su Mo with a look of scrutiny. Su Mo didn't like her very much. She felt like she was looking at a commodity. Su Jing still asked Su Mo to take them to visit the exhibits. During the visit, the disgust on Su Tingbang's face was almost overflowing. Condescendingly, criticizing all the way, and speaking very harshly. Although other foreign businessmen also disliked him, he spoke in a foreign language and most of the salesmen of those manufacturers could not understand him. But Su Tingbang spoke Mandarin, which everyone could understand. If he hadn't been a foreign businessman, he would have been beaten to death. Su Jing was extremely embarrassed, and Su Mo was also speechless. As expected, every family has 1 or 2 bad apples.
Kira, sorry.
My uncle is just like that. He only dares to act tough in front of family members.
Sukinga palagay to suemo.
He could more or less guess what the purpose of Su Tingbang's coming was. Su Mo nodded to show that she understood. She should be a grandson in front of foreigners and an uncle in front of Chinese people. After Su Tingbang finished complaining, he started to bargain again, as if domestic products were free. Seeing that Su Mo and the other salesmen's faces were getting darker and darker, Su Jing forcefully dragged Su Tingbang away. After leaving the exhibition hall, Su Jing finally let go of Su Tingbang's hand and asked with a smile, "Uncle, why are you doing this?" After leaving the exhibition hall, Su Tingbang returned to normal and said, "You don't understand. Domestic prices are low, and the prices of these things can be lowered." "Really?" Su Jing still had a gentle and elegant smile on his face, but there was a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Su Tingbang had a fake smile on his face. He just came here to vent his anger and cause trouble, so what? This kid is already favored by the old man. If he can establish good relations with the country, and if he can return to the country to do business one day, won't the world belong to this kid? He is the eldest son, so he should be the successor. How could he pass the throne to a kid instead of the elders? After returning to the hotel room, Su Tingbang poured himself a glass of wine and sat comfortably on the sofa. "Ah Jing, don't worry too much. If we don't reach an agreement today, we can talk again in 2 days. The country is short of money. As long as it doesn't kill their parents, they can tolerate any harsh words." Su Jing sneered, "Uncle, have you been there for too long and forgotten that we are also Chinese?" Su Tingbang's eyes flashed with hatred. "When we went abroad, you were still young. You didn't know that we were driven out like dogs that had lost their homes." Su Jing didn't say anything. "Ah Jing, although what my uncle said was a little unpleasant, I have my reasons. I lowered the price to vent my anger for our Su family. You are still young. You don't understand. Our Su family gave so much in the past, and you see what happened to us? In ancient times, if you supported the emperor to ascend the throne, you would be rewarded with the title of Follow the Dragon. Now that the emperor is in power, you just abandon him. Humph. Only your uncle is stupid." Su Jing smiled and said, "Uncle, don't use your narrow-mindedness to judge my uncle's vision. You are a follower of the dragon, but he is not." When he was a child, he often heard Su Zhongqing talk about Su Zhongli, and he admired this great uncle very much. He thought he was the smartest person in the Su family for several generations, but it was a pity that he died too early. "What do you know?" Su Jing curled his lips and said nothing more. In the eyes of his uncle, there was only profit. He didn't even have family affection, let alone great love. Someone has to suffer in order to gain light, right? After the venue was closed and all traders had reported their situations, Su Yuan found Su Mo and asked in a low voice, "Are those 2 idiots from over there?" Su Mo nodded, and Su Yuan was furious. She had originally wanted to introduce the 2 of them to Su Yuan, but after seeing Su Tingbang's reaction, she gave up the idea. Because of Su Tingbang's amazing actions, Su Yuan was very dissatisfied with the 2 of them. He felt that he was unlucky to have the same ancestor as them. "Tell me, how could such a person appear in our Su family? He has forgotten his roots and doesn't know what it means. After eating foreign food for a few years, he has forgotten where his roots are. He is a typical ungrateful person." Seeing Su Yuan so angry, Su Mo patted him on the back and comforted him. "Don't be angry. You'll get used to it when you see him more often." Su Mo has participated in several trade fairs and has seen Chinese businessmen like this. It is really annoying to see them act so arrogant in front of their compatriots. Your job is really not suitable for those who are not good at cultivating their qi. Otherwise, you will probably be angry to death within 2 years. Fearing that Su Tingbang might cause trouble, Su Jing did not go to the exhibition hall for several days, but instead took him to visit the sites in Guangzhou. Otherwise, he would offend everyone and they would probably be blacklisted by the authorities and would never be able to enter the country again. One day, Su Jing asked a friend to hold Su Tingbang back, and he went to the exhibition hall with his things to find Su Mo. "Kira, I'm leaving Guangzhou in 2 days. You told me before that you wanted some foreign marketing magazines and books. I brought a few for you. I hope they will be helpful to you. I think the manufacturers I worked with last time are all good, and I will continue to cooperate with them. As for new products, I can only come back next time when I have the chance." Su Mo didn't expect Su Jing to bring her a book. "Thank you, Mr. Lewis." Su Mo took the books. There were 5 or 6 of them. Su Mo glanced at them briefly, and when she saw the prominent interview title in a magazine, she looked at Su Jing with some surprise. Su Jing smiled slightly. "I hope I can help you." The last time he came back, in addition to doing business, he also inquired about the situation in the country. Combined with the information he found out when his father came back last time, he had some guesses. He found these books with a purpose, but he had no idea whether they could be of any help. After Su Jing left, Su Mo took the book and went to find Yu Wenbin. These traders have to hand in all the items they receive from foreign businessmen for inspection, and only after they are confirmed to be in good condition will they be given the items personally. This book is very important. If she hands it in, it might be confiscated. If such an important thing is to be passed on, Yu Wenbin is probably the only one who can do it. Su Tingda had told her before that if she had any important matters, she could go to Yu Wenbin. Yu Wenbin secretly replaced the book, then secretly took it out of the exhibition hall and gave it to the relevant person. After reading it, the translator broke out in a cold sweat, and seeing his expression, his heart sank even more. Translate truthfully, and do not conceal anything. The translator was torn between himself and others, but he finally translated it truthfully. Someone had to tell the leader the truth. The translator took a deep breath and began to translate sentence by sentence. Because he had already made up his mind to die, his translation was particularly sharp. After hearing the above, I was shocked. I didn't expect her ambition to be so big. It seems that the translation I just gave her was still too euphemistic. After the translator finished translating, he asked for his opinion. This time the translator did not say anything nice, and told everyone what the man had done to the staff around him over the years. The waves in Jing City and Hai City were turbulent, but Su Mo was not in the middle of it and could not feel it at all. The autumn fair was about to end. Su Mo received a letter from Lu Yuji saying that Lu Boming was not feeling well again and asked them to go back and see him if they had time. The couple was horrified and quickly called home. Because Lu Boming had explained it, Lu Qing'an didn't dare to say anything too serious. He only said that the old man was old and it was normal for the disease to recur. They didn't need to worry and just work with peace of mind. In fact, Lu Boming fell ill after the weather turned cold in early November. This time the disease was severe, and even if he ate the wild ginseng left by Su Mo, it did not have much effect. Seeing this situation, Lu Qing'an and his wife were also very worried, and they were struggling over whether or not to call the third brother and his wife to come back. But Lu Boming refused, saying that he couldn't go for the time being and asked them to wait until he was really unable to go. Yangcheng was so far away, and it would save the children the trouble of traveling back and forth. Hearing this, Li Yue and her husband burst into tears. Lu Boming himself was quite open-minded. To him, he should have died the year the third brother got married. He was already content to live for 3 more years. Su Mo and Lu Chongjing discussed it and felt that something was not right, so Lu Chongjing called Tao Peixing to go home and check on the old man. After learning that the old man was actually seriously ill, the couple discussed it and decided to take a leave to go back and check on him. So after the trade fair was over, Sumo asked for a month's leave from her work, and the family of 5 set out on the journey back to Lujia village at the end of November. The journey was long, so Lu Chongxing used his connections to buy a plane ticket from Yangcheng to Beijing, and then took a train from Beijing back to Shuangshan City. Lele was so excited when he was on a plane for the first time that he kept saying that he wanted to fly a plane when he grew up. Then he asked Lu Chongxing if he could fly a plane, and Lu Chongxing said no, but he could. Sumo's mouth twitched when she heard this. Seeing Sumo's expression, Lu Chongxing thought she didn't believe it, so he said seriously, "Wife, I'm not lying to you. I really shot down an enemy helicopter." Lu Chongxing is still very confident in his marksmanship.
什么?
Sorry, it's her color. Lu Xiaolan was also very nervous. She had never thought that she would be able to take a plane in her lifetime. This was flying in the sky. Before, she had never dared to think about it. It's very expensive. This trip cost her almost 3 months' salary. Although the third sister-in-law said they would pay, she couldn't be so ignorant. The third brother and his wife had been very good to her, so why should she ask them to pay for her trip home? On the contrary, Anan was looking at it, looking very calm. "Anan, what do you think?" Su Mo asked quietly. and then smiled and said, "It's okay, but a little worse than a flying boat. It's a bit bumpy, not as stable as a flying boat."
什么?
Excuse me. The plane was still very fast, and a few hours later, they arrived in Beijing. Because they were in a hurry to go back, they did not stay in Beijing and bought tickets to go back that night. This time, with Lu Changjing around, he did the hard labor and also kept watch at night. Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan also felt that taking the train was not so unbearable. 2 days later in the morning, several people arrived in Harbin, bought train tickets for that day, and arrived in Shuangshan City that evening. All in all, it was just over 3 days. Compared to the last time when Su Mo and her friends went to Yangqing and spent more than 10 days to visit, it was much less time, but it was a huge expense. Guangzhou to Beijing cost 81 yuan per person, and the 2 children paid half price, so the airfare alone cost 324 yuan. A hard sleeper ticket from Beijing to Harbin costs 13.8 yuan, and 2 children don't need tickets, so the sleeper tickets for 3 adults cost a total of 41.4 yuan. A hard seat ticket from Harbin to Shuangshan is 2.6 yuan, and 2 children also want to sit, so we bought tickets for them, which cost another 13 yuan in total. The trip back home cost 378.4 yuan just for transportation. Lu Xiaolan's monthly salary is only 30 yuan, which is equivalent to a year's work being wasted if she goes home once. So, if you live far away and have no money, you really can't afford to go home. When we arrived in Shuangshan City, it was already evening. It was snowing in the city, and we all changed into thick cotton clothes on the train. After getting off the car, Anand felt extremely comfortable as he felt the abundant ice elements in the air. In the Kanglin realm, children usually start practicing after they are 5 years old. Anand was afraid that her spiritual roots had not grown well, so she never started practicing. Her spiritual roots mutated, they seemed a little different, as if they were no longer affected by age. A few people first went to the guest house and booked 2 rooms. They stayed there for 1 night and then returned to Qingxi County tomorrow. The next day, Lu Changjing called home and asked them to help clean the house and light the fireplace in Kong. Afterwards, Su Mo and Lu Changjing took the 2 children to find Geng Chongqing. They were coming back, and Su Tingqian and his wife bought a lot of things for Geng Chongqing and asked him to bring them back to him. Geng Chongqing has now been transferred to Shuangshan City, and his family went directly to the Municipal Party Committee building. Geng Chongqing knew they were coming back. He didn't know when they would arrive. When they passed by, Geng Chongqing was lecturing his subordinates. Su Mo watched from afar, and his aura was no longer comparable to that of 2 years ago. To see Su Mo and the others, he quickly ended his conversation with his subordinates and walked towards them. "Why didn't you tell me? I could pick you up." Geng Chongqing returned to his gentle and elegant appearance and took the few people to the office. "You are so busy at work. How can I waste your time?" Lu Changjing replied. When they arrived at the office, Geng Chongqing touched Anand Lily's head and said with a smile, "Anand Lula has grown so tall. Do you still remember me?" "Remember, you are my great-uncle," Lele said loudly. His father had told him before he came. Geng Chongqing's smile froze for a moment. If he had known earlier, he would not have asked. Geng Chongqing asked his secretary to pour a few glasses of water, and then asked Su Mo, "Xiaomo, I heard that you are very good at work and are often praised." Su Mo touched her nose awkwardly. "Serve the people." As soon as she saw Geng Chongqing, Su Mo thought of the diary. She felt guilty and didn't dare to look Geng Chongqing in the eye. Geng Chongqing also noticed it and felt a little strange. Why did the little girl seem to have become estranged from him after being away for a while? "By the way, Uncle Geng, who do you know in our center?" To avoid embarrassment, Su Mo quickly found a topic to talk about. She is now familiar with everyone in the center and is somewhat curious about which one is Geng Chongqing's friend and who even told him about her job. Geng Chongqing smiled and said, "Yi Wenbin."
什么?
She thought Yi Wenbin was someone her uncle knew, but she didn't expect that he was actually Uncle Geng's friend. "Work hard. He has high hopes for you. Try to move up to the next level, and when the situation becomes more relaxed, try to get a place to study abroad," Geng Chongqing reminded. Yi Wenbin is just sitting there now. When things are over, he will definitely be transferred to Beijing. By then, Xiaomo might be able to take over his position. Okay, I'll try my best. Su Emo smiled with a guilty conscience. Once the situation became more relaxed, she would quit her job and go into business. After that, Su Emo gave the things she brought back to Gung Chongqing. Uncle Gung, this is what my parents asked you to bring. Su Tingqian bought fashionable clothes and shoes for Gung Chongqing at Yangqing department store. Except for the year he was sent down to the countryside, he bought them for him every year. In Su Tingqian's opinion, his younger brother is not married yet, so as an older brother, he naturally has to take care of him. After giving the things, Su Mo and the others decided not to stay any longer. After all, Gung Chongqing still had to go to work. Uncle Gung, we'll go back then. When you're free, come to our house for dinner. We'll be here for about a month. Okay, I'll go over in a few days. It was inconvenient to talk in the office, so he didn't stay. Shall I send a car to take you back? No need. The troops have a supply truck going back. We can just take the army's vehicle. Lu Chongjing said. Gung Chongqing had just been transferred here not long ago, so he wanted to avoid any gossip. Lu Chongjing spoke a few more words to Gung Chongqing, and the family of four returned to the guest house. On the way back, Lu Chongjing suddenly asked Su Mo, "Wife, what happened between you and Secretary Gung?" Su Mo's heart skipped a beat. What happened? I feel like you're not the same as before when facing Secretary Gung. It doesn't seem natural. Really? Maybe we haven't seen each other for a long time. Su Mo looked calm, but she was screaming like a groundhog in her heart. Why though was she so sensitive? Lu Chongjing smiled and said nothing more. He had only felt that Gung Chongqing treated his wife a little differently before, but now he felt that his wife seemed a little different as well. Something must have happened. After returning to the guest house, the Army's material transport vehicle was already waiting there. They hurried back to the room, called Lu Xiaolan, and took the luggage. The soldier driving the car was very happy when he saw Lu Chongjing. "Captain Lu, you're back. The brothers missed you so much. You must come and see us when you come back." "Okay, I'll go in 2 days." Lu Chongjing punched the young man. "Not bad. It seems you haven't been lazy in training. You've grown stronger." "Hee. Captain Tao requires us to strictly follow your previous standards." The soldier smiled shyly. "This is my wife, my sister, and our 2 children." Lu Chongjing introduced them to him. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello, sister." The little soldier greeted them quickly. In fact, he knew Su Mo. Those who often had to drive knew Captain Lu's wife. She was very beautiful. Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan sat in the back seat with their 2 children, while Lu Chongjing sat in the co-pilot seat. The young soldier kept talking to Lu Chongjing about the army. Su Mo listened from the back and did not expect that Lu Chongjing, who had only been the regiment commander for a year, would be so popular. Due to the confidentiality of his work, Lu Chongjing seldom talked about work at home, and Su Mo actually knew very little about his work in the army. However, every month when she went to collect Lu Chongjing's salary, the leader would praise him in front of her, saying that Lu Chongjing was an outstanding comrade. Because the young soldier was talkative, more than 2 hours passed quickly, and soon they arrived at the Lujia village brigade. Lu Xiaolan was a little carsick at first, but when she saw the familiar scene, she became excited. Arrived at the brigade headquarters, Lu Qing'an, Li Yue, and Lu Xingjuan were already waiting there. "Dad, Mom, and Big Brother, why are you waiting here in such a cold day?" As soon as the car stopped, Lu Xiaolan jumped out. When she saw her parents, her eyes were a little red. This was the first time she had been away from home for so long. It was fine when she was in Guangzhou, but now that she was home, she couldn't control her emotions. "It's not cold. We just thought you would be here soon, so we didn't wait long," Li Yue said, her eyes fixed on the car. When she saw the 2 little ones coming down, Li Yue hurried over, holding one in each hand. "Hey, Grandma's darling grandchildren. Are you cold? Come on, let's go home quickly. Grandma made you some mutton soup. It's so warm to drink." Lu Xiaolan. She is no longer her mother's favorite. "Grandma, I miss you so much." Lele, the little smart boy, immediately coaxed her. "Lele, You're not cold in the car, but it's cold outside. Let's have some mutton soup first when we get home. Oh, my dear grandson is so filial. Li Yue was very happy. After coaxing Li Yue, the two little ones started calling them grandpa, grandma, and uncle again, and were very sweet-mouthed. Lu Xingjuan looked at the two little ones and sighed. What smart kids they were. No wonder they caught the leader's eye. After Lu Xingjuan responded, he went over to help carry the luggage down from the car. The young soldier who was driving the car had a time limit for transporting things, so Lu Changzheng did not keep him for dinner. He just gave him a few instructions and let him go back. After saying hello to everyone, the family returned to the Lu family in a grand manner. Li Wei was so happy that she couldn't stop laughing. Lu Qing'an found it funny. This old woman was not afraid of getting bitten by the wind even when it was so strong. Lu Yuji and Lu Hohot were cooking lunch at home. When they heard someone coming back, they hurried out of the kitchen to greet him. Li Yue thought that since everyone had just returned today, they could eat together, so she asked the eldest and second eldest families to come and help with cooking. Putting their things down, the group prepared to go see Lu Boming first. Speak softly. Your grandfather coughed all night and just fell asleep. Lu Qing'an reminded before entering the room. Everyone walked lightly when entering the room. Lu Boming was sleeping on the Kong at this time. He had lost a lot of weight compared to when Su Mo and the others left. There was no flesh on his face, and his complexion looked a little pale. Lu Changzheng and Lu Xiaolan's hearts sank immediately. This situation looked very bad. Su Mo was also unsure. Although the old man looked unwell, he was actually more energetic than when she met him before marriage. But this was after he ate wild ginseng. She would have to ask him for details later. Lu Boming was sleeping. After everyone saw him, they did not disturb him and quietly went out. After returning to the living room, Lu Changzheng asked, "What happened? You were fine before. Why did you suddenly fall ill?" The phone call was expensive, so many things were not explained in detail over the phone. Lu Qing'an sighed and gave a brief account of what happened. It turned out that in early November, a few children were playing and fell into the river accidentally. Lu Boming happened to pass by and rushed to rescue them. But he only had one hand, and although he saved everyone, he himself choked on a lot of water. In early November, the temperature was very low. Lu Boming took a bath in the water and developed a fever that evening. At first, they thought he just caught a cold and had a fever, so they gave him antipyretics. However, the fever didn't go down for 2 days, and he kept coughing. So they went to see the doctor in the commune, who diagnosed him with pneumonia. After that, my illness got worse and never got better until now. Why wasn't he sent to the hospital? Lu Changzheng frowned. Your grandfather wouldn't allow me to do that, so I asked a doctor from the commune clinic to come and give me Infor for a few days. Didn't you give me the food Xiaoma gave me before she left? I gave it, but only a small section, and the effect is not great. Lu Qing'an sighed. Su Mo and Lu Changzheng looked at each other in shock. She had clearly given him a hole, which took 2 months to induce labor. It was even bigger than the first one she gave him. I can only wait for Lu Boming to wake up and then ask him about the situation. It was almost 12 o'clock when 5 children came back from school. As soon as they entered the yard, they started shouting, "Uncle San, Aunt San, Auntie, brother, sister." After not seeing each other for more than a year, the children have grown a lot taller. Lu Xiaolan quickly took out the candy and said with a smile, "You naughty monkeys, hurry up and line up. It's time to give out candy." Lu Xiaolan also watched these nephews and nieces grow up, and she loves them very much. The children lined up with laughter, and Lele also pulled an end to join in the fun. Seeing that someone had returned, Li Wei immediately asked for dinner. The meal was quite rich, including mutton soup, chicken stewed with mushrooms and vermicelli, braised fish, stir-fried cabbage and bean sprouts, and the staple food was homemade noodles. Get off the bus and have dumplings or noodles. Since my third brother's wife is not around, we don't have the ability to grow vegetables in the winter. We can only grow some bean sprouts and make do with them. Lu Yuji said with a smile. Since Lu Yuji got a job and saw the world, She has become more and more like an elder sister-in-law and has managed the household well in the past 2 years. Sister-in-law, you're so polite to our family. Bean sprouts are good things. Lu Xiaolan replied with a smile. Yes, sister-in-law, I haven't eaten bean sprouts for a long time. The bean sprouts are only delicious if they are grown from the beans here. The bean sprouts from the south are not as sweet.
Shumo followed.
Then you can take some with you and distribute them yourself when the time comes. Okay, then I won't be polite to you, sister-in-law. The whole family was having a lively meal. Li Yue hadn't seen the two little ones for a long time. She let the two little ones sit on her left and right. Seeing the two little ones eating noodles in an elegant manner, the smile in her eyes never faded. She was more and more satisfied the more she watched them. I heard that the two little ones were noticed by a senior official in Guangzhou and were adopted as godsons. At first glance, they looked different from the naughty boys in the countryside. This is the future of her Lu family. Not long after eating, there was a cough coming from the room. Lu Chongjing thought it was Lu Boming who had woken up, so he quickly got up to check. Seeing that Lu Boming was really awake, Lu Chongjing quickly rubbed his back, and when he felt more relaxed, he helped him sit up. I've already told them not to tell you. It's such a long journey, and it would be a lot of trouble to come back. Lu Boming disagreed. How could we not come back when you were sick? We came back by plane without much trouble. Lu Chongjing said, Please sit down for a while. It's cold, so don't go out to eat. I'll bring you the meal. After saying that, he went out and brought the soup specially cooked for Lu Boming and let him drink it first. Lu Boming woke up, so Su Mo and the others quickened their eating pace and went to his room after they finished eating. Seeing Su Mo and the children coming in, Lu Boming smiled and said, Xiao Mo, you're back? Thank you for your hard work. Grandpa, don't say that. Su Mo responded and then said to the two children, Call me great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. And Lulu has grown up so much. Lu Boming smiled with relief. Go out and play. Grandpa has a cough, don't get sick here. No, Lele is not afraid of being infected by disease. Lele has healthy energy. I am accompanying my great-grandfather, and my great-grandfather will be infected by my healthy energy, so his illness will get better faster. Lele said, then took off his shoes and climbed onto the Kong. Lele's smart little words instantly amused Lu Boming. He wanted to laugh, but after a while he started coughing again. Lu Xiaolan hurried over to pat him on the back. Yes, they are rarely at home, so let them accompany you.
Su Mo said.
The two children are just psychics, and their bodies are naturally stronger than ordinary people. They have been eating vegetables and fruits that have been stimulated by her psychic powers, so they are in great health. From childhood to adulthood, they have never even had a cold, so Su Mo is not afraid of getting sick. Moreover, with children entertaining them, the elderly will be in a better mood, and their illness may be easier to recover from. With Lu Boming for a while, Su Mo took the two children back to their own house, and Li Yue followed. They can stay at home for more than half a month. The children are tired after traveling all the way, so there is no rush to show filial piety. They should settle them down first. Li Yue had come to clean their room a few days ago, and she had also come to light the Kong and the firewall this morning, so the room was warm. Lele ran away as soon as he entered the room, very curious, and looked around. Mom, the house here is bigger than the one we live in, Lele said. Li Yue was stunned. Didn't they say there were 5 or 6 rooms? There are many people and little land in the south, so the rooms are not that big. Our room can be used as 2 rooms in Guangzhou.
Shumo explained.
That's because houses in big cities are very expensive,
Li Yue said.
Bringing the luggage into the house, Li Yue said, Xiaoma, I have taken apart and washed your bedding and dried it in the sun. I have put it on the Kong, and you can just spread it out when you sleep. Although she didn't know when the children would come back, she would take apart and wash their bedding in the past 2 years.
Okay, thank you, Mom.
You've worked hard. I don't have to work hard. You're the one who has to work hard. I heard from Xiaolan that you're very busy over there, working and taking care of the children, and the 3rd child is often away, so it's really hard for you and your in-laws. Mom, don't say that. Xiaolan is the one who has to work the hardest. She is the one who mainly looks after the child. Fortunately, she is here, otherwise Changzheng and I wouldn't have such a comfortable life. Li Wei waved her hands. Looking after the child is her job. She is lucky to have brothers and sisters-in-law like you who not only take her out to see the world, but also arrange a job for her. If I stay here, I won't have such a good life. There will be so many gossipers. During that time, Li Wei was also furious. Su Mo knew that Li Wei was talking about the time when the Yang family threw dirty water on Lu Xiaolan, so she asked, "Didn't Yang Jingming say he got married again?" "Yes, he married the daughter of the captain of the Xiangqian Brigade. I heard that he gave her a betrothal gift of 400 yuan. Li Wei curled her lips, also feeling disgusted. Of the Xiangqian Brigade also had a son who was in the army, and I heard he was also an officer. It really disgusted her to find someone based on her family's conditions. At first, they only gave Xiaoland 200 yuan as a betrothal gift, and gave her 400 yuan for the second marriage, which was obviously a disgrace to her family. Especially Fong Chunfong, the old hag, was showing off everywhere, saying how good her new daughter-in-law was. She didn't go to the commune often, but the eldest brother's wife was so angry every day when she came back during that period. I heard from your father that every time they had a meeting, the two of them acted like the father-in-law and son-in-law were very close, which really annoyed your father. But I heard that they don't do it anymore. I heard from your sister-in-law that the new wife hasn't gotten pregnant yet, and it's been a year since they got married. In my opinion, it's because Yang Jingming can't have children. He threw so much dirty water on Xiaolan before, and now everyone is laughing at his family. Your sister-in-law has seen the new bride a few times when she went shopping. She said that she looked very unwell. I guess she was tortured by that old hag and drank medicine. After talking about Yang Jingming, Li Wei changed the subject and talked about Lu Xiaolan Xiaoma. If there's a good one over there, you can also look for someone for Xiaolan. She will be 24 next year, and she is divorced. It will be difficult for her to find someone if she is too old. We don't want anything. We just need someone who is hardworking and down to earth, with good character, and preferably someone who doesn't have any troubles at home. Okay, if Xiaolan wants to find one, I'll help you look for it. That girl just said she didn't want to look for one. Life is neither long nor short. How can everything go as planned? If you don't want to look for one when you are young, it will be difficult to look for one when you are old. She's over there. I can't see her either, so I'm sorry for your concern.
Li Wei sighed.
Okay. Su Mo could only nod in agreement. After putting the clothes in the cupboard, Su Mo went to boil water and prepared to give the two children a bath and let them go to bed. They had been on the road for the past few days, and the hostel was very cold last night, so the two children did not sleep well. After a while, Lu Changzheng also came over. Li Wei wanted to help Su Mo wash the two children, but when she saw Lu Changzheng coming, she went back. The children must be tired after running around for a few days. She would come over after they had rested. Su Mo and Lu Changzheng each washed one child, and soon finished bathing the two little ones and put them on the Kong. Su Mo coaxed the children to sleep, mainly Lele, while Lu Changzheng washed clothes for the two children. After the two little ones fell asleep, Su Mo came out and asked Lu Changzheng, "Did you ask me?"
I asked.
Lu Changzheng also sighed. My grandfather said there was an old man in the cowshed who was dying of illness. He couldn't bear to see him die, so he gave him most of the wild ginseng. He disagreed. He couldn't say anything since the old man was saving people. After what happened to his wife's family, he knew very well that there were some people in the cowshed who made mistakes, but most of them were meritorious people who were framed and wrongly accused. Lu Changzheng told Su Mo about the old man situation. I've heard of this old gentleman before. He's a famous architect. I didn't expect he was also demoted. This is a famous architectural master who has made outstanding contributions to modern Chinese architecture. I have grown a lot of wild ginseng recently, but it would be inappropriate to give another one to Grandpa. During this time at home, we will stew soup every day and bring it to Grandpa. When the time comes, we can pick out the ginseng and just drink the soup. If I ask, just tell me it's the one we kept before. Okay, you can make the arrangements, wife. Lu Changzheng said. After washing the clothes, He went to get some hot water for Su Imo so that she could take a bath as well. Su Imo hadn't slept well these days, so after taking a shower, she went to sleep on the Kong. There were children at home, and firewood was scarce. Seeing that there was not much firewood at home, Lu Chongzheng went up the mountain to find Lu Guoping after washing his clothes, hoping to get some firewood and see if he could hunt some game. At around 3 o'clock, Su Imo heard a noise in the room, so she got up and went out and saw Lu Yuji and Lu Xiaolan coming over. The two little ones were still sleeping, so Su Imo led them to the west room. The Kong there was also heated, so it was just as warm. Lu Yuji brought some pine nuts and chestnuts, and the three of them ate and chatted about family matters. As they were talking, they talked about Zhao Zhouxiong's family. Don't tell me, Lu Fubao looked weak before, but now he is quite capable. Now he is the boss of that family, and he has made Zhao Zhouxiong and Lao Shurtu obey him completely. He has started visiting his sisters' homes again. But he didn't ask Zhao Zhouxiong to go, so he went alone. Everyone said that good bamboo shoots have grown out of bad bamboos.